Travel in a straight line to that city, and then
So what? And what happens if you remove the wings in the middle of the path? Does it still reaches the destination?
In the middle of what? What?
Yeah, the airplane took off, right? It's no longer in the ground. You remove its wings. What happens to the airplane?
The Earth moves below it, and they got a camera underneath, and we proved that the Earth spin finally, and this is over.
Not gonna interact, sure.
Well, is Earth not moving underneath the airplane?
I made a question.
Well, that was yeah. What happens to the airplane? Well, the airplane goes in a straight line while Earth rotates underneath it, right? Like a bullet.
And that wasn't the question. The question was if it's still gonna reach the destination.
Yeah, because you don't want to answer the question that the Earth rotates underneath it, because we never see the Earth
I asked
rotating.
a question and I didn't get an answer.
I just told you the answer. You asked what? Okay, halfway through the flight, you take the wings off. Well, then the plane goes in a straight line while the Earth rotates underneath it like a bullet.
I didn't ask that.
Yeah, you're trying to avoid. He's trying to ask a question.
No,
with your question.
I asked a specific question. I said, if you remove the wings, does it still reaches the destination? That was
absolutely
the question.
not. Of course not. Of course not.
So where does it reaches?
What?
Where does it reach? Yeah, where would the plane reach?
The point is, we'd be able to see the Earth rotating underneath, just like a projectile. No.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking where does the plane reach
but
then?
Is that true? Is that true? If you took the wings off, would you see the Earth moving underneath it?
Is the plane going in a straight line now that you take the wings off?
That I'm asking you what's gonna happen.
We're fucking telling you, and we're asking.
You're telling me with the question,
and you're avoiding the question.
So you're answering my question with the question that doesn't answer it.
No.
Now you're saying that
it sounds like you're avoiding the point, Bacon.
Yeah. What do you mean? What point? I'm trying to ask something. What point are you talking about?
That's what I'm asking. I'm answering your question. You take the wings off halfway through. It goes in a straight line, like a.
Oh, it doesn't.
Right?
It doesn't follow immediately. It doesn't fall immediately. If you remove the wings.
Well, whatever our speed it was going, it eventually lose lift. Yes.
Just like a projectile.
So it's not gonna fall. It's gonna keep its altitude, right?
It's like a bullet. Eventually, it'll hit the ground, right? Or artillery.
Yeah, I think your answer is far off the reality. If you remove the wings of a plane, it's gonna immediately fall.
When you take the wings off an airplane and it's just propelled by the thrust of its engines in a straight line, how exactly is that different than a bullet?
It's only keeping elevation. It's only keeping altitude because of the pressure of the wings. If you remove the wings, it falls.
Okay, why is a bullet?
So you're saying the ground wouldn't move underneath it if it had no wings to direct?
I'm not talking about the ground. I'm saying that the plane would fall. And if you're saying that you can remove the wings of an airplane in the middle of the flight and the plane's not gonna fall, then I don't know what to tell you.
No one's saying that, Bacon. No one's saying that. Eventually, it'll fall just the way a bullet.
Yeah,
no, I'm talking about eventually.
Hold on, let's get very specific. As soon as the wings are taken off, when you say fall, do you mean straight down to Earth or at an arc in the angle?
It's going to be a parabola because it has a tangential speed, but it's still going to start falling immediately.
Whatever momentum it had, it's going to now go in a straight line.
Yeah,
like
it's going to,
right?
Yeah, in a couple of seconds, it's already going to be straight down because it's going to nose down because of the drag of the tail.
Pretend we're at 30,000 feet, and then we have a few seconds.
Huh?
So we're at 30,000 feet, so we have more than just a few seconds for that plane to actually hit from its height. Once the wings come off, it's going to travel in a straight line. Correct? That's what I'm
going to make a parabola. No, it's going to make a parabola.
Well, yeah, in a straight line forward, but it'll lose altitude, but it'll go in a straight
immediately.
Right?
It's going to immediately lose altitude.
How is this relevant in taking the wings off the plane?
Because he asked it.
Yeah, why were you asking that?
The engines also attached to the wings, or the engines on the fuselage?
Because he was asking why he can't equate
engines on the fuselage, or are they on the wings?
I can only ask one. I can only answer one question at a time. Which
I
one
know,
you want?
guys.
I'm trying to argue in the weeds with him. He wants to go there. I'll go there. It's your point still falls on
I
its.
know, but I asked. We got to work on letting people finish their thoughts, even if they're not saying the right thing or whatever. Come on.
Okay, what question do I need to answer?
I don't know. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead. Go ahead, Fuzzy.
If I stepped on you, I'm sorry. No, I saw he was asking about this plane. I was trying to get super specific about it because
Yeah,
when he
it's fine. Go
says
ahead.
fall, when he says fall, what exactly do you mean? Because again, does it also loses all thrust because the wings have the engines, or do the engines exist on the fuselage, giving it some thrust still forward? As long as you want to get specific about this, let's go there.
Well, let's say the thrusts are in the wings, right?
Okay, so so it'll turn into like a glider at a certain point, but just without the wings of the glider.
I don't know what's a glider.
A propulsion. Okay, well, we're all arguing avionics. You don't know what a glider is?
His first
No.
language is in English.
Oh, but I mean, okay, what's?
It's a sailplane, an airplane without an engine, big long wing.
All right, that only yeah.
Yeah, no engines on it. But again, so all of a sudden you just strip the wings off and it just becomes a projectile, right?
No, no, it's not. It's not fast. It's not fast enough to be a projectile. It's gonna fall.
It was going at least 100 miles an hour to get off the ground. So it's going 100 miles an hour.
No, it gets to.
Guys, the mid-flight would be about 400 at least, 400 miles an hour.
Yeah, I was giving him.
We can cut this short just by giving the definition.
What's
Or
the
just tell you
overall
definition
of this line of questioning?
That's what I'm.
because they're trying to get to.
Well, he said
taking the wings off the plane. What is the
he
point?
asked the
What is the point? Hold on, Fuzzy. What is the point? Hold on, Fuzzy. What is the point of taking the wings off the plane? Why?
Because he was asking
to see if that-
why. Yeah, he was trying to apply a ballistic motion to an airplane, and I was trying to object to that. And he's asking why you can't treat the plane as a bullet. And I'm saying, well, because that's not. I mean, bullets and airplane aren't doing the same thing. The
They're both
airplanes.
going to be affected by the Coriolis effect, though,
Okay.
right?
Oh, yeah, I can give you that, but that's not the point. Just because they're both going to be affected, doesn't mean they're going to be affected in the same way.
Yeah, but that's not the
And-
point. He just said-
And the way it
Let me say
differs is important.
I think if you were to remove the wings, it would be affected more because then it couldn't correct for its own trajectory.
Listen, projectiles, ballistics, planes, anything that changes its tangential velocity is being affected by the same amount. It has to do with the rotation of the Earth. It doesn't have to do with whether it's a projectile or powered flight, because even if it's a powered flight, it's still correcting for it. It's still being affected the same amount.
Not the same amount.
It has to, yes, if you change your tangential velocity, no matter what it is, it's getting changed by a certain amount according to the globe map.
Yeah, but the time it takes also affects.
Hold on. Do you understand that when you change your tangential velocity, no matter what you are, you're being affected by Coriolis effect the same amount?
I'm not sure about that.
Well, I am.
For example,
and I am, and it is.
why
No,
are you
you-
sure about that?
Because over time, your course would be affected more if you weren't
Yeah.
able to correct that course.
We're not talking about correcting for it or not correcting for it. It's a red herring. Stay on point, please. Follow the conversation.
No,
When you
I
change your
just thought of an
tangential
example that
velocity-
refutes what you said, Jeremy.
Tangential velocity, whether you're a bullet or a plane, the globe math dictates that you would have deviated X amount, right?
No. For example,
No, it doesn't.
no. It's not the same amount. For example, if you
Go ahead.
go on.
Go ahead.
No, let's hear this one.
If you shoot a bullet from
Okay.
let's say you're at the equator, you shoot a bullet north, and it goes to the other side of the equator, like in a couple of seconds, right? That's not gonna give you. That's still gonna deviate, but if you do that in 12 hours, when the thing reaches the other place, now you're there. You know, it's not the same amount of deviation. Like the
Okay,
Earth
so
won't
I
have.
shoot a.
You just
All right, I shoot a bullet moving.
He
Oh,
admitted
he's
to
got
it.
background noise. Somebody's
The
got
bullet,
crazy background noise.
the
Sorry.
bullet
Go
is.
up there, we've got some weird
Sorry, but he's
rain
already
sound.
ask him about why. He just said that they both did, but he said, but that's not the point. He literally just admitted to it and then said that's not the point, and that's the
No,
entire.
I never said they're. I never said they're gonna both have the same amount of deviation. I never said that. I said they're
I
both
have a.
gonna be affected by Coriolis. And what Jeremy's saying is
Yeah.
that they're gonna be affected by the same amount. I disagree
Yes,
with
if
that.
you have a bullet moving at 500 miles an hour and a plane moving at 500 miles an hour,
Oh,
they're both
right.
going to be affected by the same amount
Sure.
because it's all
sure.
based on changing your tangential velocity
Yeah,
or your
if they have the
tangential
same
speed.
speed,
Sorry.
if they have the
About the
same speed, yeah.
The
Okay,
distance in
great.
you see what I just posted in text? There's one of the longest straight north-south roads in the world, and if you had an airplane following that road, what would you be able to show in the way of deflection from Coriolis, if any?
Nothing. Anything you will show by taking any path because you're an airplane and you're going to follow the road. Same way if you're on a
Yeah.
bike, you're going to follow the road, or if you're on foot, you're going to follow the road, regardless of what else is doing to you.
If you slingshot a camera, maybe you'd have something.
Here's a site. Here's a page from the OSM Aviation Academy about Coriolis. I haven't read it yet, but it talks about it.
The ballistic thing, all you had to do is define it because you guys went on for a while. But the ballistic is something that's the only force acting on it is gravity. So if you take away all other or any other forces or anything influencing it, like thrust or lift or whatever, air.
Well, in a ballistic, the Coriolis force is going to be acting on it, right?
Well, that's right. Yeah.
So not only gravity, but also Coriolis.
Well, no, Coriolis is a fictitious force for the reason that it's not an actual force acting on it. It's a force that exists in that reference frame because of the reference frame.
So it doesn't affect the ballistic.
No, it does in that reference frame. When Gio always brings up that fish in a fish tank in the car, if that fish is in the fish tank in the car, and the car, takes a left turn or whatever, and the fish sloshes to the right side of the tank, there's actually no forces that were acting on that fish tank. The only reason the fish sloshed that side of the tank was because there was a fictitious force due to the fact that its reference frame was changing. It was not an actual force regarding the fish.
But I wonder, why is it a fictitious force counts when it is involved in gravity, but when you say fictitious force with the Coriolis, it doesn't matter. Why is pseudo force has two different
I
meanings?
see you're just following here, but you can classify gravity as a fictitious force. That doesn't matter. The what I was defining was ballistic. Ballistic is something that has no other effects other than gravity. Your noise in the background keeps messing me up. So I don't know why it's happening. But yeah, a ballistic is something that's only force acting on it is gravity. And if you want to include gravity as a fictitious force, then go for it. But it's not important here.
Like I said, we're wasting our time because they can't agree to even the simple demonstration of Coriolis force that the ball's actually going straight and just appears to deviate because you're rotating under it. We can't even agree on that. Like, where are we going to go from there?
I agree with that.
Well, simple. Wait for IB Hunter. When IB Hunter's next back, he has worked with the Coriolis force. He's built and maintained instruments that use it, so he could be a good person to ask.
And I googled just, is there an absolute reference? It says no.
Yeah, there's definitely not. Right? 'Cause
That's what
we're
I mean. We
ridiculous,
can't
like
even
the
agree.
sun, galactic
That's-
center.
That was a response. What Kosho just said. What Kosho just said was a response to the ball moving actually in a straight line and only appearing to deviate. So we can't even agree on the basic thing. So why are we? Let's talk about like gravity or was level horizontal or something else, because we're not going to get anywhere because we can't even agree on the basic thing about this whole Coriolis effect.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a.
Or you guys
it's a-
can keep going. It's up to you.
Somewhat confusing thing that is relatively difficult to show, short of getting things moving very fast or using very precise instruments. So it's a.
No, we can show it easy on the roundabout with a ball. We show it very easy.
Yeah, I'm talking
Do
about.
kids do it on the
actual
playground?
Coriolis.
That is actual Coriolis.
Right.
Uh,
Okay. Fine.
I posted 3 references in your merry-go-round. I'm not sure which one is the actual one because I can keep going
Yeah, that's
further out.
cool. Did you make that, or where's that come from?
No, I made this based on a description I was saying last night because they keep talking about the ball on the merry-go-round. I said, okay, put that merry-go-round on a cruise ship that's doing laps around an island, and now describe the motion. And he goes, you can't do that. That's all he said. They said you can't do that. I was like, oh, okay, well,
You can do
well,
it, but
you can do that.
you can do it, but let's recognize the simple example before you start adding more shit. Let's recognize that the ball's actually going in a straight line and it's only appearing to deviate because you're rotating under it. If we can't make it that far with the simple part, why get more complicated?
Well, the reason I did this is to show you that it's not that simple. It's not as simple as saying there's an actual one and then there's every other one. There's an actual one and there's
so simple.
rotating one.
The red and blue
I know.
triangles in a circle spinning, that's actually spinning, correct? And that is the representation of Earth's surface. It's very simple.
No. Yeah, stick to the merry-go-round now.
Well, that's
not what it's representation for, but yeah, in this representation, which one is the actual one?
on this case, the merry-go-round is use the merry-go-round right there. It's on the end of the cruise ship. It's a big merry-go-round, and that merry-go-round.
Yeah, that's in all three. It's in all 3 of them.
Represents.
Hold on, Fuzzy, there's something going on with your Fuzzy. There's something going on with your mic. There's like a big echo fuzzing thing going on.
Fuzzy ass microphone ass.
That's how he got his name.
From his fuzzy mic.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I mean,
which one of those is the correct one though? Which one of those frames is the actual frame?
You get a guy stationary on Earth, and then we can see which way the ball's moving.
Yeah, which one is?
That's how we know. That's how we know. We know if we can tell if a ball's moving straight on Earth or not, right?
Yeah, on Earth, dude. You see, even in your own language,
that's where we are. We're all
in your own language. You're forced to describe the reference frame. You're just not acknowledging it.
This is all taking place on Earth, right? We're talking
That's
about.
right.
Okay, so
Yes.
on Earth, we know if a ball moves straight or not, right?
Right. Now describe.
Can we be standing still?
Using a
can we be
frame.
standing? Hold on. Can we be standing still on Earth and tell if a ball's moving straight or not?
On Earth, yes.
He's on Earth. Can we be standing straight on Earth? Can we be standing still on Earth and tell if a ball's moving straight or not?
I said if you need to finish a sentence, say moving straight on Earth, yes.
Bro, we're standing on Earth. We're standing still on Earth. Can we tell if a ball's moving straight or not?
In that reference frame, yes. In any reference frame, you could do that.
We can tell if a ball's moving straight on Earth or not. So when we when we throw the ball over the roundabout and it appears to deviate, we know it's not actually deviating because we know if we know the ball's going straight on Earth, right?
Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. You're assuming incorrectly that just being on Earth is the correct or the actual reference frame.
What other
there is no actual reference frame.
Talking about?
All the reference frames are valid.
I'm using it as an example to show that the deviation isn't actual, but it's actually going straight.
Yeah, it's going straight on a reference frame on Earth. That doesn't mean that it's going straight actually.
We know that in the inertial reference frame, the ball's really going straight, right?
Yeah, and only because the inertial reference frame is the Earth in the example.
All right, I'm done. I can't.
You know, just a waste of time.
No, I got you.
It is a waste
So-
of time. It
so
is. It's a big waste of time.
You as a human, how many reference frames of Earth will you ever experience?
That question doesn't make much sense.
It actually makes perfect sense. You just don't. You're terrified of the answer. It makes perfect sense. You and I will only ever perceive the Earth as we're just standing on it like a big merry-go-round. That's the whole point. You're adding all this other stuff to complicate it.
No, it's not going to be like a merry-go-round.
So Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong?
In which statement?
If you don't know...
Oh, so accepting all the Neil deGrasse Tyson now, or just certain cherry pick parts of it?
Well, you
Yeah,
guys cherry pick parts of what he says. I mean,
yeah.
I pretty much accept everything that Neil deGrasse Tyson says.
He's wrong all the time, but since
No,
he
he's
believes in
usually
both
correct.
modes-
He's usually
Oh,
correct.
he's
You
he's
misinterpret
wrong
him.
about the Earth spinning. Then he's wrong
Uh,
about that part. Okay,
No,
cool.
he's correct about that.
Only the small stuff then.
No, he's usually right. Usually the problem is that you misinterpret what he says, but
And he's usually trying to communicate with laymen, right? Layman people. So he's not.
so when he says that somebody missed a field goal based on the spin of the Earth, he was literally not meaning that.
I figured out how much it would move according to the Coriolis effect. It's about 4 millimeters, if I remember correctly.
That's a lot.
No, it's not. And a field kick, 4 millimeters, hardly enough to talk about. It's wind
Left
and
or
the ball
right?
hit and the snap and back. What?
Left or right? You know how many field goals hit the post?
Like I said, the movement from Coriolis is minimal.
A lot of field goals hit the post. I've seen tons of them in my time, and I don't even watch that much football.
Like I said, most of them are not, if all of them are probably not caused by Coriolis. It's a very minor effect. He was teasing more than anything.
Balls in the
actually
air
keep
less than a couple seconds and it deviates a couple millimeters, and you're saying that's not much of an effect? You're crazy, man.
4 millimeters. This is probably why we got kicked from the playoffs my senior year.
That was a joke. Yeah, you guys. The problem is you don't understand the joke when you hear one. That's a problem.
Yeah, we do. We understand you completely.
So do you agree
Joker.
with you would never see the curvature from 62 miles up?
What he said there was that you won't see it like the Apollo astronauts did. That's correct.
No, he said on an interview on like CNN, I think.
Yeah. From like he was comparing it to what the Apollo astronauts saw.
No, he said they were only like 60 miles up. You would never see the curvature.
Actually, they're like 250 miles up. And
No, he's not talking about the ISS. He was talking about the private space flight on CNN, and he said that at 60 miles, you would not see the curvature from that height. This was pretty recent, right? What was that? Blue Origin.
Yeah, he said.
Yeah, probably not with your
You're
eyes.
only a millimeter above a beach ball.
He said, "I want to be really clear. You don't actually see curvature at this altitude." He said.
Yeah, they
So,
even say
Neil
they were
deGrasse
using
Tyson is right now.
fisheye.
I got it.
They were saying they were using a fisheye lens. Was he wrong about that?
No, it's mostly fisheye lenses.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
the
so
whole point.
Right. So Felix Baumgartner, he came out and talked about it. And then recently, Blue Origin, he came out and talked about it on CNN. They said, you know how high he was? And the anchor interrupted him and said, yeah, like 60 miles. He said, yeah. You would not see the curvature from that height. So my question is, do you think that Neil deGrasse Tyson is right? Would you see the curvature from 60 miles up?
Probably not with your eyes.
I think he's wrong, but I mean, I think that the question is ambiguous, because where you see something, what he really means is perceive it, look at it, and recognize it to be curved. There's not an absolute point that you will see red turning into purple when you add blue.
Yeah. So yeah, perceive means see. Yeah. So when would you see the curve? And so if some Globers in this room agree with them and some disagree with them, my question that follows up is, why is it you think it's just about a subjective grasp at straw's opinion of whether or not you agree? Wouldn't you immediately want to go do the math and see at what height you would see it?
But that's the thing. In order to do the maths, could you tell me what kind of curve you can and can't see? Because I think some people would probably be more perceptive to that than others. I don't think I'd be able to put a number on when I can see that something's curved.
That's right. You would need to quantify. Well, I mean, we would need some kind of idea, like when.
Did you just get real quiet?
No, that's armbar.
So then you would agree that even saying that he's wrong makes no sense from your end then?
Oh, no, I think he's wrong. But I think he's wrong about a lot of things. I think he opens his mouth and says a bunch of stupid shit sometimes.
Okay, so this goes full circle back.
If they lose engine power, will fall like a stone. He's just wrong about that.
Is Michelle
Yo, hold on, guys. Who's got this crazy mic?
Ewok.
Okay. Wow, man. So is Michelle Feller wrong when she says that when you're hiking up a mountain, really have a moment of reverence because those mountains are your cousins?
I don't know what she's talking about.
She's saying we're
related to rocks.
I don't.
We're related to
think
rocks, bro.
Mountain is my mother's sister's kid.
Distant relatives.
Yeah. Yeah, you came from rocks is what she's saying.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, called abiogenesis, which is
Hang on.
arguably the dumbest postulation ever, next to the Earth wobbling and spinning and all this nonsense.
Abiogenesis.
Hang on.
If it's not physical, then you believe in abiogenesis too. You just think that it comes from a different source. But I mean, life springing from God, who is not physical, therefore not in the description we use now, life, that is also abiogenesis, isn't it?
Hang on, eggshells. Are we related to rocks?
Abiogenesis is life springing up out of nowhere because of certain conditions. God creating man out of fucking dirt or whatever is totally different. That's intelligent.
It's specifically organic life coming from inorganic matter. So that's the actual definition of it. And I don't think that a sentient divine creator is the same as inorganic matter. So it's one of the dumbest postulations ever. Next to the misnomer that the Big Bang says it came from nothing, which it doesn't even say that. And then next to the Earth spinning and wobbling, but it just exactly like a flat stationary Earth, but it's actually not. It's the opposite. Like those two, I think, I'm just my opinion. Also, evolution. Evolution, of course, is up there with those.
How do you guys get from
abiogenesis scares
Coriolis to Big Bang?
Everything.
Coriolis is really dumb, but it's not as big of a claim,
What do you mean? It's just a name of a phenomena that you can reproduce yourself.
Yeah. So the actual Coriolis, as it applies to the Earth, is dumb, though.
Well, you can also measure yourself.
No, you can't.
Oh, I guess you have to come up with something else to explain pendulum's processing then.
To explain what?
Pendulum's processing according to your latitude.
Oh, do they always process the exact same?
Yeah, if you set them without a bias, yeah.
Okay, so
according to your latitude.
Did you know it's like damn near impossible to start the pendulum without any bias?
No, it's not that hard. You can just hang from a string and burn it. That's the usual way people do. That doesn't set any bias.
Okay, so if you burn it, you're guaranteed to not set any bias?
Yeah, I don't see any bias by doing that. Yeah.
That's just patently false, man. Like
everyone knows that pivot point.
Yeah, the pendulum is super sensitive to human error.
Yeah, that's the case with the Foucault's pendulum. That's why they had that big thing at the time. Everybody was setting them up, and many people were setting them up wrong or setting them off by hand and not getting the right effect.
So they just put a motor in there for it to be in the museum.
One guy, we went over it on Brandon's show. One curator of a museum. Go ahead.
No, you were talking.
One curator at a museum was actually pushing it with a stick for years to keep it going.
So, but also you
That's
said,
not.
well, I guess you'll have to explain. There's a rainbow above me. You'll have to explain the pendulum another way. No, I don't. No, I'm saying
Tell
that
them about.
your claimed explanation's wrong. I don't have to do anything beyond that. Like you're
Well,
making
you're
a claim.
rejecting that, and that's observable. So I'm not sure what else to tell you.
No, what's observable is that it's inconsistent, and also there is documentation of anomalies happening with the precession during certain celestial events, such as eclipses, called the Elias effect.
That's
Yeah,
been
we've
really
been there,
struggled
man.
to be represented though, to be replicated though, right? Like one guy claimed it happened, and for years people have been trying to get the same results, and they're struggling to.
Well, more than one guy claimed it, because there's numerous different things that's happened. It's actually reversed its way entirely before, and then the precession itself has changed in the same direction the other like 4 or 5 times that I've seen it documented. But the point
Can
is
you
that
link one of those that reversed completely, as you just said?
yeah, I can link you the claim that it happened. Yeah.
Yeah, sure, please. Because
Yeah.
we're not just talking about claims. Like many universities do that. Like
They do what?
in high school, they did they set a pendulum and wait to see how it's going to process
During the eclipse.
No, I'm talking about. I'm not talking about outliers. I'm talking about what you get in 99.9% of cases, right?
That is not what happens. That is not what happens. So do I need to cite Harvard telling you that's patently false? Without
What's patently false?
without a motor, you barely ever get the expected results because of human error. Because you have to push the pendulum.
Yeah, but if you do with your hand, sure. But that's why you don't usually do that, right?
No,
The
even
way
if you burn the string, right? Like if you
Hmm.
shake it all, the motion will go down the string. It is very
But
sensitive
you
to
don't
human error.
touch the string to burn it. What do you mean shake it?
Yeah, any
What?
vibration introduced to that string will change it. It's so
Vibration
simple.
introduced by what?
Well, how you setting the string on fire?
You put fire below the string and the fire burns it.
Okay. So you put the fire there, then you put the string there, or you put the fire there after the string?
You hang from the string and you wait a while until it's very still, and then you burn the string with fire. It's pretty simple.
Okay.
And when you
Okay,
do
and if the
that,
string moves,
when you
the
do that,
string
you
moves.
get a precession that is very, very close to what your latitude predicts, and that happens all the time in many universities. It happened in my high school. So I don't see what point do you have.
Bacon, have you done that and got a pendulum to make a precession?
I didn't do my own one, but it happened in where I studied in high school.
You say it happened, but how do we confirm that that's going to be it's just the latitude? How do you confirm the latitude in different places on Earth?
There's an equation from your latitude that's going to give you the precession. That just assumes
So how do we
that
confirm that it's going to be consistent? So it's going to confirm to the latitude. If we do 2 or 3 pendulum.
You can just go to someone doing a pendulum in a different latitude and see if that still matches their latitude.
So you verify.
What if the numbers are wrong every
verify your
time?
latitude. Hold on, he's saying you verify your latitude by whatever the pendulum says.
No, there's a given equation that tells how fast the pendulum is going to process for each latitude. So
no, but how do we verify that it's? They're asking how do they verify that we're at the latitude?
Well, GPS gives you your latitude. You can get the angle to Polaris. You can.
I'm not playing the game. I actually know the truth. This is the only reason the Globers ever win any debate is they just make unfair. The truth is the numbers are drastically different each time. It is not a very easy thing to do. It was made in 18. I'm talking. It was made in 1851. Okay. Now, when you put in a museum, they use motors because it's very difficult because of the hypersensitivity to human error and input.
Yeah, they use magnets for the pendulum to keep swinging, but the magnets are like set up in a coil around the pendulum, and they turn on when the pendulum gets close to it. They're not biasing the pendulum towards any precession.
Okay, Witzel, how about you just perform the experiment yourself and prove us wrong?
First of all, the experiment doesn't prove you right. So good try.
Sure, it doesn't, right?
So
It
okay,
just
so
gives you the
you think
exact
so wait,
prediction for
this
the
is
Earth's
just like the
rotation.
gyroscope. You think the gyroscope proves the Earth is spinning, and that if I think it doesn't, I have to prove something else before you prove that it's the Earth spinning. Okay, well, I'll prove that it's not the Earth spinning. I don't have to replace your fairy tale. When I change altitude, it can be over 2 to 3 degrees in variance at the same latitude, literally eliminating the possibility that it's the Earth's spin. So now in this scenario, do I need to come up with a new explanation as to what the gyro is reading relative to its altitude and latitude, or can I just sufficiently falsify your claim and move on?
Yeah, falsification is independent of replacement. We know that.
That's correct.
I didn't get the point of, like, we're talking about pendulums, not
Same. Yeah, same. Well, are you not detecting the same phenomena supposedly?
sure, but it affects them differently, right?
Well, you're claiming that you're detecting the same phenomena in both situations, right?
And you guys definitely
I'm
always
claiming both of them
definitely.
are. Actually, I was only making the claim about the pendulum. I'm not sure about gyroscopes.
I was just making
guys
the
are
point.
constantly using
Did you understand the argument though? Like the point of the argument? I wasn't diverting to gyros. I made a point.
I'm not saying that.
You guys are constantly using all this correlative evidence, but it doesn't correlate, is what's it saying? No.
Well, yeah, the correlation doesn't equal causation, and I'm
But it
explaining
doesn't
to
even
you.
correlate. It
No,
doesn't even
that's
correlate,
right.
Though. Yeah.
That's right.
With the pendulum, doesn't it? Well, everyone that I saw was consistent with the latitude.
He's saying the gyro don't correlate to the. He can't follow along. He's saying the gyro.
I told you I wasn't. I never looked into gyro, so I'm not gonna.
But do you understand why it's relevant? Because you're claiming the same phenomena. So if what you're claiming is that the pendulum and the gyros are detecting the same phenomena, which is axial rotation of a globe Earth that's not a globe, that looks way flatter than that when we measure it, but then it's a perfect sphere from space. That thing that's spinning, if you're claiming that you're proving it's spinning, okay, that's one phenomenon. The gyro is supposedly picking up the same phenomena as the pendulum. We can prove
Well, it's a
that
different argument.
gyro is not.
Even though
it's the same phenomenon though.
If it's the same phenomenon, if you have two arguments that prove a phenomenon, it doesn't mean those two arguments are the same.
Well, the reason that they are related is because you are
they're related. Sure.
Because you're going to certain latitudes and you're detecting a type of differentiation of movement relative to that latitude, right?
Just because they're related, you cannot put me in a position to defend an argument that I haven't made.
No, I'm not. Okay,
so
I'm making a point. You don't get the point. I guess you just don't understand the point. Go ahead, Jimmy.
We can stay on pendulums, I think. He doesn't know about gyros. He admitted.
Yeah, but the point is that I don't have to come up with a new explanation for the gyro. Same thing with the pendulum. That's my point. I'm not diverting from the pendulum. I'm making a point. I don't have to replace your explanation. Just like Earth's life went off mute and he said, well, then how about you prove us wrong? Come with a new one. I don't have to. You can't prove yours, dude.
Ours fits the prediction, and the prediction is not adjustable. For example, if the Earth rotates once a day, which is the model, we can't make any random precession fits that. There's only one precession that can fit that, which is the one that it takes 24 hours over the sign of your latitude. That's the precession that we actually observe. So because we have a direct equation coming from the model that cannot be adjusted based on whatever observation we make, and still fits it, that's a strong evidence for the Earth is actually rotating once a day.
So what about all the geographical anomalies? Would you agree that if there are certain areas that don't match the prediction, then that falsifies and negates what you claim is good evidence for?
Oh, that depends on how much they diverge.
If an area is consistently not matching the expectation, does that falsify your claim?
Oh, I'll have to look into the data. If they're just, for example, if they're just giving random precessions, sure, definitely that would completely destroy this argument. But if they're having like slow shifts, that, I mean, we have other things that mess up with experiments, so we never get experiments to be completely precise. So sure.
But if we do it over and over and over and over and over and over, and it's the area that's not matching the prediction, it's the geographical prediction that's wrong, because we do it over and over and over and over and over and over with all your magic fairy tale tricks of setting fires or whatever you want to do. If we keep doing it, it's continuously wrong, consistently in the same area, does that falsify the entire claim about pendulums picking up motion?
Yeah.
What is this specific area you're talking about?
Wait. So I
I
want you to
answer his
before
question first. I think the answer is yes. Like if it were the case that you got random precession or inverse precession, the wrong thing, or exactly as you described it, Whitsett, if you're continually getting more consistently the wrong answer than the right answer, then that would falsify the claim that the pendulums precess
because
the
they're
way that
rotating.
proposed pendulum claims.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll try and find some info for you guys. Just a sec.
And also, Bacon, instead of just parroting Wiki and saying that this
Am I
happens,
parroting
why
Wiki?
don't you actually do the experiment? Because you admit you haven't done it. Why don't you actually do a pendulum and see if you can get it to work? Because I'd
Oh,
like
I
to
said
see that.
I didn't set one myself. I saw it happening in high school, but
So that's
yeah, I can try to replicate, but it needs a higher ceiling because
you should
my
ask
house is not.
Witcher to do the same thing. How come we don't hold Witcher to the same standard then?
Because I've already talked to people that have done it, that teach it, and say that it's very difficult to teach students how to do it and get it to happen consistently. So why would I go? It's not my claim. I know it's stupid.
Did they say why?
And that's by the way,
because of human error. I've already said it like
it's the
20
same
times.
thing as the
Right,
Cavendish
so
experiment.
that doesn't seem like a
always
good counter
work.
argument. Like this experiment is sensitive, so there's human error.
So what that means is anytime I don't get my result, I'm supposed to claim that it's automatically my fault. It couldn't be that the theory's wrong, but I'm smart, so I wouldn't think that. I would think, oh, maybe the theory's wrong.
No, if the chance of you getting the right result is just as likely as getting any other result, you would have a point, right?
Well, actually, I saw a Harvard paper that said 10% of them were successful. So that would mean that it's 10 times less likely to happen. So in a scenario where 1 out of 10 worked, would you just automatically dismiss the other 9 to human error and cherry pick the 1 to say it works? Because that's what Harvard did.
Okay, I would like to take a. I'd like to
talked
read
to
that.
2 universities personally that used to do them that don't do them anymore because they had so many errors. It was just not worth the time.
Yeah, it's worth also investigating what are the errors caused by. Like, if they go, well, we've got a wooden frame building and it causes vibrations in the wire. Like, if there is a valid explanation, that would be a different thing to going, no, they actually don't show precession. Most of the time, they don't show any precession. So we throw out the ones that don't. We count the ones that do match with our latitude and what we expect. Then that would be different.
And by the way,
it's very cherry picked. That's why no one really talks about it, and it was from 1850.
by the way,
show where you're getting that from. That would be interesting to read.
Yeah,
by
I'm
the way,
trying to look it up.
I can think of a scenario in which you can come up with the right answer, only 10% of the times, and that still be the most accurate answer. For example, if you're getting that result that you expect 10% of the time, but the other 90, none of them are repeating, so the rest of them are completely random. The only one that repeats is this 10%, right? You have an argument still. So for example, so you did it 100 times. 10 times you got the right precession. So the precession that you expect to find happened 10 times. And all the other 90 only happen once each time. So this is still more likely than the value that repeated itself 10 times is the actual value that you should expect to measure. So, but that's why I'm asking for you to link the paper, because if you're just giving your conclusion based on like a single fact about the paper, that can be easily misleading, right?
Right, yeah. So
If
I'm making
Cavendish
a point, right? So if you do it and out of 10 times just 1 works, but you know they're super sensitive and it's hard to get it completely right, so you just assume that the 9 times you didn't get the reading you wanted,
No.
it was.
If one second. If only 1 out of 10 worked, you have nothing, because that one, every attempt, like every precession you measured, happened only once, right? Including the right one.
It depends on your control value. It depends on your control value. It depends on your probability value. It depends on what you go in with the
I wasn't
probability
finished.
value.
I wasn't finished. So the example I gave was like you do 100 times. That's different, because if 10% and you got the right result, and the other 90 you got 90 unique different results. That's a different scenario. That's not the same as getting it 1 out of 10. Do you understand the difference?
Thing is, if Cavendish was a real thing, I wouldn't expect to get a full cult pendulum precession the same amount every hour ever.
Why?
What?
The mass would be affecting it. I think that's actually a really good point, Jeremy. If you had
Thank
large
you.
masses near it, would that affect the rate of precession? I think it could.
Building to the right of it.
Match it. So you go Foucault's pendulum, and then at one point of its arc, you keep moving around a super heavy weight to see if you can get both to work.
Yeah, actually, like if you have a large body of mass that affects your vertical, what gives you the precession is how parallel the frame of reference of the pendulum is to the axis of rotation of the Earth. That's where the sine function comes from. So if you have your downward to be different because of some body of mass close to you, that should give you a tiny precession difference. But I think that would be negligible.
So we would expect negligible, or would it affect it? Because we see Cavendish. Cavendish doesn't look negligible to me. It looks like there's mass attracting mass, and we can see it, and it's not negligible.
It would be negligible. It would be negligible for a pendulum.
Why would it be negligible for a pendulum, but not the little lead balls on the Cavendish?
Because the lead balls basically isolate every other force, but the force between the leads, and
the lead balls isolate.
And they're
hold on, you already lost me. You already lost me, bro. Hold on. The lead balls isolate every other force.
Yeah, the idea of the Cavendish is try to isolate any other force but the attraction between the lead balls, right?
So the attraction is still there. Okay.
Right. Yeah, so it's sensitive to that force, right? Sensitive to a tiny side force, and as they touch, you don't have the when the tension of the stick that is holding the weights reach the limit, you don't have it moving anymore, right? So there's a limit of how much the lead can pull the other lead. That's not the same for the Foucault's pendulum. The Foucault's pendulum can accumulate indefinitely. As long as the pendulum is swinging, it's going to accumulate the Coriolis effect.
And it's going to be affected by the Cavendish force, right? If there's any large masses anywhere near it or around it, right?
Sure, but I think the acceleration is way smaller than the Coriolis acceleration for that.
So Foucault pendulums aren't affected by mass attracting mass. You're telling me this is some kind of special thing where
that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying it's negligible.
What are you saying?
Because
so it is affected. Is it affected or not?
I'm telling you, it's negligible. Compared to Coriolis force, I think it's sideways. Compared to Coriolis force, a sideways force would be pretty negligible. Because it would.
So we wouldn't see it. We wouldn't see the sideways. So you're saying we wouldn't see the sideways force in this because it's
trying
almost
to use
nothing.
A pendulum, I don't think so, because the way that would affect the pendulum is that it would change the vertical of the pendulum. That tiny difference in angle is going to give you a tiny difference in the sine function, right? And a tiny difference in angle inside a sine function, that's like nothing, you know.
So the Cavendish force isn't enough to affect Foucault pendulums.
Not in any detectable way, no.
It wouldn't throw the precession.
That's my guess, by the way.
Yeah,
that's my guess, by the way.
Well, maybe we'll wait for someone that knows. I'm guessing they're going to say the same bullshit you said.
We can try.
Well, I'm guessing they're going to say the same bullshit you said about negligible. They love negligible.
Why is that bullshit?
Huh?
Why is that bullshit?
Because if Cavendish is a real thing and mass is attracting mass, we would expect to see not a specific amount of degrees per hour. It would vary depending on if there was large bodies of mass underneath, to the side, whatever.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you have something pulling the pendulum to the right, it's pulling to the right when the pendulum is going back and when it's going forth. It sort of cancels out. So that force, if it's pulling the pendulum to a certain direction, you're not gonna create any precession with that. The only way that mass would actually affect the pendulum is that you would change the vertical of the pendulum, and that change in vertical would change the sine function, right?
Okay, you're telling me it wouldn't cause it to process in it's still going to process in a perfect circle, even if there's this mass tugging at it from a specific direction.
What do you mean a perfect circle?
Well, the thing, when the thing rotates, it goes in a circle. It swings back and forth, and it forms a circle in the end, right?
So you're talking about like the shape
the procession goes in a circle, right?
It rotates. Like the precession is not about a point. You cannot get a circle out of that, right? Unless you're using the maximum, I don't know, distance that the pendulums are going back and forth to create a circle.
Yes, the maximum distance the pendulum's going back and forth.
It creates an oval.
If something's what's up?
It creates an oval, not a circle.
The precession? It has to go around in 360 degrees.
The pendulum. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it has to go around in 360 degrees, right?
The pendulum makes an oval, not a circle.
Yeah, I don't get why the shape that the pendulum is making is
Does
relevant.
the precession go around in 360 degrees?
Yeah. If it can swing for
Yes,
that
what shape?
long, yeah.
All right. And is it an oblong shape?
I would expect a spiral
does that make a
because
circle?
I would expect a spiral because the pendulum is slowing down as it processes, so it goes less and less. That's gonna make a spiral. But the thing is, Jeremy, that's the sideways force is not gonna change that shape. It's gonna tilt the whole pendulum. It's gonna you're just gonna have a tilted pendulum, right? Because
which would cause it to not deviate at the same precession as other latitudes.
Right, but that's
right.
tiny.
So
because
you agree?
That's a tiny difference.
Was that a right you agree, or?
Yes, is that a right and agree? And it's still the fact is
so right you agree it wouldn't. So right you agree it wouldn't process the same as other latitudes if there's a giant mass somewhere around it.
Yeah, more or less the same. Like it would be a negligible difference. I just told you that.
It would be very hard to measure.
Yeah, because that wouldn't cause the pendulum to process any faster. That would cause the vertical to tilt a little bit. And then if you use that tilted vertical to now calculate how much you should process, that's basically the same value. So it's not the same for Cavendish, because for Cavendish, any sideways force is already going to start to accelerate the leads. That's not very compatible with the Foucault's pendulum, because if you had a sideways force to Foucault pendulum, it's sideways to both directions. It's not going to affect the precession directly. It's only going to affect.
That's why I was suggesting, though, Bacon, if you had a big weight, and you could even do this by accident, right? And that is you're swinging it in a giant atrium somewhere, but at one side it's swinging, and the end of its swing gets actually quite close to a pillar or something that's got a lot of mass, and on the other side, the mass is all further away. Couldn't that affect it?
Oh, like a pillar that is close. Well, I have to think about that one. I always picture something like a mountain.
What about temperature change?
Temperature change? Oh, yeah. How is that biasing to any particular direction of rotation?
You don't think temperature changes does that?
Bias the precession to a particular rotation? No, doesn't sound like that they could do that.
No.
Well, temperature change.
The pendulum.
Yeah.
What?
Temperature change would contract or expand the string that it's on. It would cause the weight on the bottom to be a different weight, because we know things weigh different if they're hot or cold. I feel like that was a good call, Rocky.
Yeah, how is that going to bias?
What about the way the wire was spun?
If you have the pendulum not processing and you change the temperature, you can do it however you want. It's not going to start processing because of that. So you
nobody said that. Nobody said what you just said.
Okay, well that's as long as you accept that, I'm fine with whatever you're going to throw with temperature then.
Yeah. Well, if the string gets longer throughout its course of precession, would that cause the deviation to the precession to change?
I don't think so. Yeah, the period doesn't. Yeah, I would think of. Yeah, exactly. I don't.
The period.
I don't see
the amount. The period meaning the amount of degrees per hour. Does the period mean the amount of degrees per hour?
No.
Period means how long it takes the pendulum to go from one end to the other. Which
Which would affect
my understanding of Foucault's
which would affect
isn't related to what you're measuring.
In order for it to get X amount of degrees per hour, it has to go a certain distance back and forth. No.
Yep.
Don't know about
Constant.
It can't change in the middle and start going a longer path. That would change the precession.
Why would that change the precession?
Precession's left,
everything
right.
that
Forward, back.
Like the precession is how much the line that this pendulum is swinging rotates.
What about solar radiation?
For example, if you set the pendulum, actually, I don't think it would even make the period longer. The period
what about
of the pendulum.
gravitational waves?
What about that?
What about the magnetic energy in the room? What about static
What are you
electricity?
talking about?
I'm talking about everything that scientists say affects the Foucault pendulum. The things y'all don't talk about.
Yeah, the things that if we don't care about still matches our latitude. Those one, right?
No, they very rarely do that.
Last time, I can get it again, but the Foucault's pendulum, there was a paper I showed last time where they did that. They shielded it from EM, temperature, pressure, and something else, and then tested it at like 8 different locations on Earth to see if they still got the same thing.
Who did that? NASA? Because usually it's NASA that does stuff like that.
No, it wasn't NASA.
Kind of like NASA testing the Elias effect. They haven't posted their results yet. I wonder why.
Here we go.
Weird.
Royal Society it was.
So I'll ask again, what about solar radiation? Could that affect it?
Foucault's pendulum as a precursor for the design of a high-performance measurement instrument. And they went to a bunch of different locations on Earth and tested it with shielding and all sorts of stuff and got exactly the results you'd expect.
Australia replicated it. The Elias effect. You know, how the sky or the effects of the sky affected the swinging of the pendulum. Weird that.
I've heard of that, but
And that's not even far fetched. That's not even far fetched because even in their model, they have things in the sky affecting things on the ground. So.
Oh, of course, yeah. And then when you put something in motion, it would affect it more, right?
My bad, eggshells. We were at the same time. Go ahead. What were you saying?
No, you're good. I wasn't talking.
Well, when something's in motion, it can be more easily affected. Like when it's sitting still, it'd be hard to put in motion. But once put in motion, it would be easily affected by many different things.
Sure. Yeah. Well, what effect are they going to have?
Yeah. So if let's just say there's X, right, at every latitude and longitude affecting things. Let's call it. Let's say I don't know. Like some type of magnetic field that's moving around. If that affected it, then of course the longitude and latitude would affect the movement.
First of all,
it sounds like you made it up.
If it's moving around, it will have a random effect.
No, not really. If it's moving in a constant rotation or a constant creating a constant field, then that field would pull it in a certain direction at a certain location. I say again, what about solar radiation? What about gravitational waves? Would that affect it?
If you've got a proposed way in which it would affect it, that would be interesting to hear. But otherwise, it sounds like you're just asking, but what about X? But what about Y? But what about Z? But what about
Yeah, that's what scientists do. They're asking it now.
Are you doing science now?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. And other scientists are too.
So
absolutely.
Now you have to devise an experiment for this that can rule out gravitational waves.
Or say that I think something in the sky is affecting it, and that's why during eclipse we have some weird phenomena.
Okay, you can go with that, but now you have to devise an experiment. But you have to devise an experiment to test that.
They have. They did it. It's done. What's your point? Things in the sky does affect the pendulum. What's the point now?
Have they shown that? I thought the Elias effect is something they've struggled to ever replicate.
Really?
Oh, that's another.
We might want to look into it more.
All of the results that I've seen say it cannot be duplicated consistently.
Biased eyes.
Yeah, most people will get it. a couple of people
When you
said they
read it,
picked it up.
it says, it literally says in the first line, it's the alleged effect.
There
Of
you
course.
go.
Yeah, no doubt.
Does the
Nothing can be
would the
proven,
moon-
right? Of course, it's alleged.
Does the sun have an effect on the weight on the Foucault pendulum?
Say again.
Of course, a gravitational pull from the moon would cause it. Yeah. Was it a full moon
or
when
the
you did
sun?
your pendulum?
Yeah, would the moon or the sun affect the weight on the pendulum?
Of course,
I mean,
of course it would.
To say there would be the effect would be zero would be wrong, right? So obviously to a
Yeah.
degree, yeah.
Yeah. The
So
effect
obviously,
is
if
Elias
you
effect.
have this Foucault pendulum swinging and the position of the sun and the moon are changing, you would expect to see a deviation. You know, you wouldn't expect to see it the same amount of degrees per hour.
If it's swinging back and forth, all it would have to do is affect it once in a certain direction, and then would continue in that procession.
Right. It just seems
That's what
it
the
just seems
swinging
that
motion does.
These are possible effects. Like same as I was astounded when I went to see one as a kid that it's not in some sort of chamber to keep the air separate from us. Like why
Yeah,
doesn't
just
me blowing or being near it or just like walking past or
people
something?
walking past it. Yeah, exactly. The rail's right there, right?
It was almost
Yeah, I was
that
agreeing with you, buddy. Laugh
evidently,
a
I
little.
think. Okay. Evidently, I think that at least my supposition on it is that it works even besides those effects, largely because, as Extremis has pointed out, if they're all over the place, if they're random, their net will be zero.
Yeah, most man-made motors that keep them in motion. Yeah, that's a problem, right?
Not to me. I mean, not unless you're suggesting there's a conspiracy amongst the people who make the motors.
Especially when they process in the exact same way that they should, right? Due to your bias, that would be cool.
You can speak, and I'll just.
Hold on, guys. One at a time.
Well, the problem is they process even with that little push. Even without that little push, they still process.
Yeah, sometimes in the opposite direction. Sometimes not at all.
Yeah, sometimes you can bake a cake, and sometimes you can get the recipe wrong. I mean, cakes don't exist.
Yep. So you're saying it's not proof then?
I think it's a very strong indication that we're on something that's rotating, but it's among many others. I wouldn't take that one to the bank by itself and go, this one thing shows me a rotating. I mean,
I would say it's a strong.
Looking at things and
was it not known, or was it overlooked, or was it in the climax of theoretical revelry ignored that a ball and socket joint is one which facilitates circular motion more readily than any other?
Yeah, maybe that.
The pivot point on this thing is definitely an issue because we know we can't machine perfect pivot points that this thing's even swinging on. So that's definitely gonna be an issue.
So hang on, what's the issue with the pivot point? I thought would have thought a ball and socket would be pretty much the closest you could get to the best way to do it.
To do a circle?
So not perfect.
Yeah, exactly. So you're trying to get the result. You're trying to engineer the device to get the result you want, not trying to see if you can sit it there and really the Earth's moving under the pendulum. So you're making the pendulum move over the Earth in a manipulative way.
Wait, I'm confused. I'm confused here. Why? Hang on. I have a really good point. I'm confused. Why would they need a ball and socket joint when the pendulum is just swinging back and forth and the Earth is moving underneath it?
Exactly.
So only process. That way, it only process whichever way it needs to process.
No, it's never deviating. The pendulum doesn't deviate. The Earth does underneath it.
Yes.
Well, sorry. Why would you need anything other than? Why would it need to go all the way around it?
Why would you? Okay, so why would you need a pendulum at all? If the ball and socket joint is irrelevant, why have it on a pendulum? Why not just a ball on the ground?
Well, if you want to tell if something underneath what you're swinging back and forth is moving, you don't need to make it go in a certain direction or have you just need it to go back and forth. And matter of fact, that's what you would do.
You want to test if it goes.
You would fix it in a position where it only would process back and forth in a straight back and forth motion. Yeah, if you wanted to.
Hold on. You're next, Eggshells. You're next. You're next. Say over when you're done, Rakia.
Yeah, if you wanted to prove that something was moving underneath something that was swinging back and forth in a perfectly straight line, the last thing you would use is a ball and pendulum joint.
And it would only swing back in a straight
So you
line.
want to test. Let me get this straight. You want to test if a pendulum that's going back and forth will precess around, and you feel the best way to do that is to limit it so it can only go back and forth on one plane.
No, this article says that the ground underneath moves underneath the swinging pendulum. The pendulum isn't moving. It's in a fixed back and forth motion.
So let me ask a specific question in the hope that you might answer it. Why would you limit it from being able to precess if you're testing if it can precess?
Because that pendulum doesn't actually precess. The ground underneath it moves.
Yeah, this is the Coriolis effect. Wait, hold on. Does everyone realize that the Foucault pendulum is showing us the Coriolis effect?
Yeah, exactly. That's what the article I just posted says. The ground underneath it is moving, not the pendulum.
I just want to make sure the ballers understand. Hold on, Rocky. I just want to make sure the ballers understand that this is showing us the Coriolis effect. Do we all clear on that, or what?
That's at least my understanding of it, unless I've got that wrong. I thought it was.
I've had a lot of arguments with ballers. They say it's not the Coriolis effect for some reason. I don't know why, but
hang on. What do they say it is?
I don't know. They say it's some. I've heard a ton of shit, dude. I have no idea. They say it's not the Coriolis effect.
To me, you want a socket there because if you've got a ball socket, it doesn't create a bias one way or the other. The cable that you're using, however it's wound, is not going to make a difference, and it would be free to move in all directions. So that if you set it back and forth on one thing, you want it to be able to easily precess, so that you can measure that precession.
Okay, I'll read this from the people who are making these pendulums. What they say: once you set one in motion, its direction of swing will rotate at a rate of about 2 degrees per every minute. But in fact, it isn't really the pendulum that's rotating. The pendulum is swinging back and forth in an exact same direction. It's the Earth which is rotating underneath the pendulum, which makes it appear the pendulum, in fact, to be changing direction.
Right.
I.e., the Coriolis effect.
What's wrong with that?
It sounds like you would want to make sure that this thing could only swing back and forth. That way, you knew it couldn't be biased in any other direction.
But hang on, you're trying to test if it precesses because, as Rakia's quote just pointed out,
no, you're not.
Is turning. Please let me finish, Rakia.
Yeah, let him finish.
If the Earth is turning and it's bolted to something that is forcing it to stay on that line, then it is going to turn with the Earth. What you want to be able to do is try and create an environment where, as much as it can, it will be independent of the movement of the Earth, so it does precess. I'm struggling to think of any clearer way to explain. Of course, you want to be able to make something easy to precess if what you want to test is whether it precesses. If the Earth is
we want to make sure
back and forth, and even with a ball socket joint, it just swings back and forth.
So you agree now? It does just swing back and forth, and the ground underneath it, the floor that the people are on is rotating around the swinging pendulum. That's what you're saying. It doesn't actually precess. The floor moves.
No, I'm not saying that.
Well, that's what these guys are saying.
And that's also with the Coriolis effect. The Coriolis effect would be this pendulum only goes in a straight line. It doesn't actually turn. Because in the inertial frame...
When you say it doesn't actually turn, do you mean to the person standing in the room it doesn't actually turn? To somebody standing on Mars it doesn't actually turn?
In the inertial frame, it doesn't actually turn. It goes in a straight line back and forth, just like Rakia's article said.
In a manner of speaking, from one way of looking at it, sure. But I mean,
from the inertial frame of reference, it goes back and forth, yeah. So that's the actual path. So you want to make sure that actual path would only go back and forth.
Right, but if the Earth's turning and the building that it's swinging from is attached to the Earth and that's turning, do you want it to be stuck with that frame, or do you want it to be as independent as it can be from that frame?
We want to make sure the thing only goes back and forth in a straight line.
Right, but the Earth's turning.
So that it's not actually
whether the Earth's turning.
And we would know if we make sure it's only going back and forth in a straight line, we would know for sure that, oh look, it's Coriolis force and it's not actually turning.
Okay. So what do you think the ball socket joint's then doing? Maybe I'm coming at this the wrong way.
Yeah, just letting it freely move. You want to hear another great thing? Is
Yeah, let
that
it freely move.
the same guy went on to invent the gyroscope. Smart man.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Shout out to Foucault.
So you
Why
see
do
what
you
I'm
think,
saying?
Jeremy, they use the ball socket thing?
Okay, the thing is, you want to make sure you'd want to make sure that this thing is actually going in a straight line back and forth, because that's what you want to happen. You want this thing to go back and forth in only a straight line, and then you want to see it because it's actually moving in a straight line, right? We on the same page, or
Are you on the chat?
I can't look at chat right now. I'm at work.
Okay. Well, there's a thing here on the wiki page that I think explains it quite well. I'll just describe it to you if that helps. It's a like hexagon, I think you'd call it, with like north, east, southwest on it. That's rotating.
I've seen it. I've seen it.
Yeah,
I know the
turning
GIF
around,
here.
and then it's got a pendulum swinging inside it. If you had that so it could only swing along one plane, and it started off sort of northwest to southeast as it is in this one, and then you rotate that thing, the pendulum is going to be forced to rotate with the rotation. You're not going to be able to get any independent movement, so you're not really testing anything. What you need.
Okay, so
to
the
be able
pendulum
to do,
is actually. So you're telling me the pendulum isn't going straight back and forth; it's actually deviating. This is a big problem.
to answer that question for a specific purpose, and that is because there are different frames of reference. It's ambiguous. It's not really answerable.
And the frame of reference where it goes straight is the inertial frame. That's when we say actually, we mean the inertial frame because that's what's actually happening.
Let's also be fair. What it's talking about is a pendulum, which is constantly in motion because it's not a plumb. And what it's testing, or at least in the ball theory, is that's spinning around the Earth at once per day. So no, I'm not able to say in an inertial frame of reference it's stationary. In no sense is it stationary.
No, not saying it's stationary. We're saying in the inertial frame of reference, we only want it to be moving back and forth in a straight line, right?
It's not going to be able to do that even still because it's going around the Earth.
Okay, the pendulum swings back and forth in a straight line, right?
Sure.
Yes, and we want to make sure that it can only swing back and forth in a straight line, so that we would know that it's not actually curving, and it's only an apparent curve deviation.
It sounds like what you're trying to do is go, I want to set up the Foucault's pendulum so that it doesn't precess, so that I can say that it doesn't precess. Like, let's switch it around. Let's say
you need to set it up right at the North Pole or the South Pole to avoid the actual apparatus moving.
If let's just imagine that you were a baller for a moment, Jeremy, and you were trying to test whether this Coriolis force could be tested in any way that we could see on Earth, and you had this idea.
So you make sure the pendulum doesn't do it.
You would make sure that eggshells. You would make sure that the pendulum. All right, go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I interrupted you.
Yeah, go ahead, eggshells. My bad.
Let's say you're a baller. You're trying to test whether moving from north to south via latitudes would have a Coriolis effect on something swinging like that. And you thought, oh, maybe it'll precess around in a circle. How would you build that pendulum?
I don't know, but first thing we would do was we would want to make sure that it's not actually back and forth, that it's only an apparent swinging of back and forth, right? Because this is what the Coriolis effect is.
I don't know what you mean by actual and apparent.
The inertial frame of reference is where the actual path, straight back and forth, and then it deviates because it's on a non-inertial. We're going over like basics of Coriolis.
Remember, in this example you're using, I'm trying to give to you, Jeremy. You're accepting for a moment the ball Earth. So how is there an inertial reference frame where if you're in France or wherever the fuck Foucault was, you're spinning around at 700 something miles an hour every day? So where's the actual straight line there?
Listen, I don't know where what do you mean, where's the straight line?
Exactly.
So by the way, I
want to make sure it goes in a straight. Go ahead, what's it?
Well, I just want to remind you, because I was eating, I'm sorry, just because I had to say it. people were asking, didn't just some one guy? Well, it's a guy that is very well known, like won the Memorial Prize in economic sciences. So his name is Maurice Elias. Okay, and he did 30-day tests with the pendulum, and for 29 days he got the same result. On the day of the total solar eclipse, he got a different result. He repeated the same result the next year. This another place in Austria claimed to get the same result. NASA said they were going to do a test on the eclipse to finally prove it wrong, and they still haven't released the results from it. So that's the actual truth. So when you hear the global,
they could never.
One crazy person did it, then it's just ridiculous. 30-day test of the pendulum, very intricate, for 29 days, same results except for the eclipse. Repeated it the next year. So that's what's actually happened. And then there are mixed reviews about it. Other people trying to test it. NASA said they were going to prove it once and for all, and then they never released the results of the test.
So that is interesting, but it's a long way, like one guy getting an effect where over 30 days, the pendulum does exactly what it's meant to do for 29 days and it's done something weird on one day is a long way from 9 times out of 10, the Foucault's pendulum failed.
No, that's a totally different thing. The first thing I brought up was the Elias. Okay. So yeah, it's a totally different thing. I'm looking through the stuff I have and I'm trying to find stuff. So I'm dropping a lot of stuff in here. People actually want to know.
Yeah. I'm trying to read through some of it.
Yeah, I know it's a lot, but it's very interesting. Dude, the total eclipse made a change back-to-back years. So, the question is, why didn't NASA release their data?
Wait, so you realize
I also dropped the South Pole. I said, wait, real fast. I also talked about geographic anomalies. The first one I've linked and found is the South Pole, where they talk about the anomalies in the South, the quote-unquote South Pole, so just far south. So it doesn't work there. So I guess the Earth just doesn't spin right there or something. So.
Who got the anomalies at the South Pole?
Oh, I can't remember. Some research team. I just dropped it. I'm just dropping what I find that I have compiled in different places or refined online. I used to have all this together, but dude, pendulum is like first year flat Earth, so.
Right.
I dropped the link though to the people that did it in the South.
So if you're trying to, if you're trying to see if something deviates when something's moving in a straight line, like Foucault, I feel like you would make the thing so it can only go in a straight line. That way, it's not actually. It's only if you make it so it can only go in a straight line. We know that it's not. We would know that it's not actually deviating. Right?
Yeah, but it sounds like what you're saying is in order to tell whether this thing will process, we'll make sure it can't process.
No, in order to make sure we know that it's Coriolis effect, we'll know that it's not actually deviating and that it actually is only going in a straight line.
But you're trying to test the Coriolis effect by prohibiting the ability to test the Coriolis effect.
Trying to make sure the thing only goes in a straight line so that we know it is the Coriolis effect and it's not actually deviating.
If it could only, maybe ask it a different way. If it could only go in a straight line, and you do that, you swing your pendulum, you pull your pendulum back with a string, let it settle, you burn the thread, it starts to swing, and as you've set it up, it can only swing back and forth. And you come back in 3 days.
That's exactly what you want.
Yeah. And it's still swinging back and forth. What have you now shown?
Well, there is a place on Earth where it won't process, and that's at the equator.
True.
What we've shown is that I don't know. Would you say eggshells fucking b-ball threw me off?
I was saying, right, let me accept your one for a moment. You've set up a pendulum so it can only go from point A to point B, right? You're standing at point A, you pull it back there.
In a straight line, straight line.
You do all that stuff. Yep, the straight line between A and B, and you burn the thread, and it swings back and forth between A and B because that's all it can do. And then you come back in 2 days to check on it for your experiment, and it's still swinging back and forth in a straight line between A and B. What have you shown?
Well, if it hasn't processed at all, then we've shown that
but
the deviation you thought b-ball.
Go ahead, sorry.
I'll fall back. No, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that. I mean, just like eggshells was saying, you've restricted it into one, so it can only process in one direction. So coming back in 2 days and seeing that it's only processing in the same direction, you haven't proved anything because you've restricted its movement.
Thanks for reiterating his point. Now he's going to hold on. So you want to make sure that the thing only goes in a straight line, right? You want to make sure it only swings back and forth in a straight line, right?
Why?
No, you want to see if it processes. You want to. The way I see it is give it as much freedom as it can, then set it on its initial path as close to straight as you can, and if that's moved after some time, then that leads me to one probability. If it hasn't moved after some time, it leads me to a different probability. But I've got to give it the freedom to be able to get A or B, because otherwise it's not a falsifiable test.
But
it's just going, what does a pendulum do?
That's actually the problem with it, is that even if you get the effect you want, it doesn't prove anything. So it's actually useless. But the problem is that if the Earth is stationary and you move this pendulum and you have to keep it on a perfect straight plane, and you don't, because it's very hard to do it, if the Earth is stationary, you would expect it to process because of the mechanism. Yes.
When if the Earth was stationary, it wouldn't
Ball and
process at
joint
all.
is the most inclined mechanic layout to get procession, dude.
It wouldn't process at all anywhere on Earth.
Okay. If you push it in one way or the other, it's going to process. If you don't understand that, you're just not being honest, man.
Witzit's just saying that there could be bias in it, from the motors to the ball socket to how somebody first sets it off.
And they also need to know in their mind which way it needs to go.
Bias at the beginning will be continued.
Think about this. If you know in your mind which way it's supposed to go, and you're looking at it like, I need to get this to be successful, and once it's successful, meaning I confirm my bias and I get the readings I want, then I'll know I eliminated human error. So in your mind, you know what you needed to do, and you're having to convince yourself that even though you in your mind you know which way, never could you accidentally move it that way as you try to make it go straight. I mean, that's why human error is brought up in every academic paper about pendulums ever, and they're pretty much disregarded in modern academia and considered archaic from 1851 because it's so hard and there's so many anomalies. So I'm just saying,
this paper from the Royal Society is from 2020, and they're testing them in order to build a high performance instrument. So I'm not sure about the last bit, but I think the first bit could be the case. An interesting test would be what happens if you blind somebody. So you set up the pendulum in a room that they haven't been in before, and you turn them around in circles and close all the windows, and then their job is to come in and burn the thread and then go, does by blinding the researcher or double blinding it, does that change the way at which it processes? That would be an interesting test to do.
Or think about this. The original experiment was observed by someone that watched it go both ways. The original experiment originally went the wrong way. The second time it went the correct way. They chalked it up to a success. There was someone that witnessed it firsthand, wrote about it, and how they just all went to church and how it confirmed the church's new position of the cosmological expression of the earth. He wrote about it. He witnessed it. Why was it proposed as... I'll get the quote for you in a second. I forgot his name. I just read it because I forgot about it. So here's my question. Why was it proposed as if it was definitive proof the earth was spinning when they originally, their first test, it went the wrong direction?
Well, it's probably incorrect then.
I mean, that's just such a bias. That's philosophical bias.
I think the points you're raising are fairly valid, which is you could be introducing bias in how you set it off. And indeed, there was a lot of criticism when it first came out because there was like pendulum mania in all of these places around the world. People were setting up pendulums to be like, oh, look, this shows we're on a rotating Earth. And lots of people were setting them up janky or deliberately giving them, the other thing I read was deliberately giving them a really extreme precession because Foucault's pendulum, because it processes so slowly, is actually really boring to watch. And, you know, poor science. I think that's possible. I think it would just need to be shown.
And
I'm gonna keep dropping stuff.
You don't have to blind someone. I mean, you don't have to lose someone that haven't never been there. I mean, most people don't know what the direction it should process and what's the precession rate, right? People don't usually can calculate signs of latitude in their heads, and most of them wouldn't even know that's the formula, right? You just get someone that just some random
you got
person.
me to it. I'd be like, I don't know if it's meant to go left or right, let alone how fast.
Exactly.
So here I can propose one. So we set up a pendulum in a vacuum chamber, right? And we use magnets to release the pendulum.
Do you remove the magnets?
No, you just have magnets on the outside of the vacuum chamber, and somehow you pull or release the magnets, and that'll release the pendulum. You could do it.
Well, then you have to get the magnets away from it as fast as you can or something?
Oh, you can just use an electromagnet and turn it off.
Because you're going to be sending an oscillation rate. You're going to be affecting the oscillation. That's the whole.
Just
that's
turn
the
it off.
But dude, you're introducing oscillation before you turn it off. It's so sensitive. Any oscillation. I just cited numerous papers. Here's another freaking university telling you the importance of accounting for oscillation.
What oscillation are you referring to? Like is
like a vibrational pattern. Yeah, oscillation, vibration, like of the string, the mechanism.
Where?
You think you're going to use electromagnetism and there will be no vibration?
I'm not saying that. I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
Yeah, like any vibration on the string or any part of the mechanism, typically the string, an oscillation, any vibration within the string, right, will affect the outcome. That's the most difficult variable to account for.
Okay, so if we keep getting consistent outcome, then it's not that, right?
What if we have several different pendulums in the same place? We set them off. What you think they would all precess in the same direction?
Sorry. Ignore me.
Can you say that again, Bibo?
Yeah.
I say, what if we could set up like several pendulums in one place, right? And then we set them off and see if they all precess in the same direction.
Yeah, I think that'd be a test. Like I think the other side of the test is what you're describing is right, with it, and there are these confounding factors. Could the confounding factors be all the noise, the Elias effect, these people's pendulums not quite working? Because as Bacon pointed out before, there is set point where many of them snap onto, many of the big ones that are set up in science museums and stuff that are particularly seem to get closer to this way, the better set up they are, that go, bang, this shows latitude. And then the other ones could be the noise. Like what if this is the thing I was thinking about when you said vibrations? What if the Elias effect is just that he's doing it in a wood frame building and he's working away in his lab, not realizing that everybody in the entire building gets up and gets on one balcony to watch the solar eclipse while he's doing it. They all wander over to that side of the wood frame building and it leans a bit.
Okay, yeah, I don't know.
To investigate why this effect is real, we would have to replicate that, so we can have more information to validate hypotheses like this one. But we don't, because people mostly fail trying to replicate.
NASA tried to prove it and wouldn't release their data.
But they might not release data that's just inconclusive, or they're doing more work on it, right? You could just wait for the next.
This was like 8 years ago or something.
Hold on. Or they might not release data if it goes against the mainstream narrative.
Could be.
Which would be the Elias effect.
That's possible. Why would they say they're collecting data that they might not release, though?
Well, let me just exactly.
Liars.
But I would just like to point this out, right? So when Globers paint the narrative like it's this stupid, easily dismissed, everyone knows it's fake, then why did NASA have to acknowledge the validity of it and then try to publicly announce, say, we're going to go test it? If it's so out of nowhere, flat earthers have made it up on the internet, then why did NASA even come out and say they were going to test it?
Nobody said. I don't know. Nobody's suggested here. I certainly haven't suggested.
But I'm saying, you understand that's a typical vibe. That like fake Gamma Panda's room will say that very thing.
Wow.
But that's generally the vibe
we are having here.
But that's still the vibe. It's still the vibe. It's like, didn't just one person just say that? No. It's been attributed to numerous different people. Okay, and it started with him. And NASA knows it's an anomalous recording by people who have won very important, prestigious scientific awards. Not random people.
It could still be a rare effect. And some of the reason I would want to study it if I was in physics is because there hasn't been any new physics in decades. Nothing new has happened. So if there's a chance you find this anomalous effect, which might be, fuck knows. I mean, the first thing that popped into my head when I first read about it was like, what if there's some sort of unknown additive effect of lining up planets in the right way that means that everything's getting yoinked at that point. I don't think that's the case.
Of course, if you had
noticed it in a bunch of other things, everybody's phone accelerometer would yoink at the same time, but it's a possibility.
In the glow model, when you have a solar eclipse, there'd be a bunch of mass pulling, mass attracting mass in one spot. So, and they start to separate. It would throw it, like this should throw the pendulum off.
I'm acknowledging that what I'm suggesting is daft because there would be you wouldn't just spot it with the Elias effect. You would spot it in a bunch of different ways, and I strongly suspect that smarter people than me would have already figured it out. But it was just one possibility that occurred to me. I think there can be many. I quite like the fun idea of everybody in some guy's university going to one side of the building and tilting it by a sort of 100th of a degree. It could be anything is basically my point. You'd need to, as Bacon says, you need to replicate it so that you can start
Further
to nail down
investigate.
variables. Yeah. But it just seems inconsistent with it to go, oh, there's lots of noise in these variables and, you know, unreliable results. But then to it seems more like you're going, well, the Elias effect is not one of those unreliable results. It seems like we're both agreeing on the premise that some of them are unreliable, just disagreeing on which ones are the ones that are probably a result of that effect. Oh, wow. Guy stand up paddleboarding in Loch Lomond and a killer whale comes and says hello. Thought lochs were separated from the sea. That is nuts. How is that killer whale got there?
The what?
I'll share the link. It doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, it could just be they've given the wrong location for a cool clip.
Hey.
Eggshells, I was the one that kept muting you yesterday.
Was it?
My
I
bad.
see.
The last time we talked to you, you're like, you're such a good mod. The
No,
only
it was
reason is
you
because
muting me. Like
the only
Eggshells is getting
reason
interrupted. I know how to fix that. Don't let Eggshells speak.
listen, the only reason is because every time utter chaos broke out, your mic's like very loud and you have a distinct voice. So like, it was just easy to go to you to just stop the chaos. I'm sorry.
I will never compliment your modding ever again.
My bad.
You're all right. I'll survive. I was giving Bandsaw shit for it. I thought it was him.
I know. Me and Bandsaw were laughing at it. I told him about how you told me just the night before that I was such a good mod.
Some of it's for me. It's like some of the skill I think as well is to practice by, like, if you've got like a point that's going to create dissonance in your listener, leave that to the end of what you're going to say, because if you put that at the beginning, they'll just be compelled to interrupt and go no.
Oh
so
yeah,
you're just like more likely to lose the floor. What's that paper, New Perspective? That looks like a pretty basic paper. Is there an experiment in there? That whole paper looks like it's just somebody going, maybe it's some weird stuff.
I have so many Elf on a Shelf references that can relate to Bob Dole's name. I don't know why I've been thinking about this heavily for the past, 2 days. Elf on a Shelf. Real Bob Dole in a hole. The real Bob Dole on a pole. Got some kind of mental issues. I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm dying to talk about if level is horizontal or the moon landing, something. We got to switch it up, guys. Holy shit.
Y'all need a topic? I have one.
I think we go through phases. Yeah, what do you got?
The fact that like a couple years ago I started talking about superfluid, and that how I thought space was liquid, like was a water because of my camera views and all that, and my biblical view. And now that there's a bunch of scientists coming out with articles and doing tests that they think that space could be a superfluid. Pretty cool.
I've always liked the idea of the stuff being like stars, being like sonoluminescence. Can it happen in a superfluid, or
I would think anything's possible, right? Like the creator is way above us. So, but yeah, that solar luminescence, I can't say it, but star in a jar, basically when they introduce energy into a fluid and it makes a point source light, basically it makes sense, but who knows? But the superfluid thing makes sense to me because of what it's made out of, helium, and that's what we produce a lot of, and it rises basically the quickest. I think nitrogen or whatever is the other one, but under certain pressure and temperature, it turns into a superfluid, and then oxygen can be the superconductor, which is needed to do the quantum Lockham type stuff. So that would explain why certain things are in these paths that repeat year after year after year. They're locked in this superfluid that's a frictionless fluid. It just starts to add up, and then when you go, if anyone's biblical, you go look and it talks about waters above. That would make sense that there's waters above us too. So maybe that's translated to a fluid. But they're
I love the quantum.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, they're saying that
I love the
dark
quantum
matter
locking.
is superfluid, basically, is what they're saying.
I mean, NASA might have figured out how to get their shit quantum locked up there, and that's why you got the ISS. I wanted to ask, too, someone, is it possible to get a silhouette of the ISS if it's not behind the moon or a solar or lunar transit? Or do you just only get a glare if it's not being silhouetted by the moon and the sun, or the sun?
I guess you could
Does
say it
anyone
blink
know?
in front of stars.
So
Like if it's
that you're
not,
definitely gonna need something behind it, just to be able to see like the classic silhouette shape with the solar panels and all that. Like, could you see
yeah,
that
I
in
would,
free space with the blackness behind it, or do you need it? You know, something behind it, like the sun or the moon or something,
I would think you need
or
something
a
behind
star
it.
maybe. That's what
So
I always thought you needed a transit to be able to see the silhouette. Otherwise, you just get a glare and a glimmer of light. But
The astronomy live guy or whatever is saying you need the blackness of space behind it.
that's the opposite of what I thought.
Yeah, me too. I don't know. I don't look into it very much because I don't put a lot of stake into it, but it is pretty neat. Like, I am interested in the sky. I like it. It's beautiful. And if things are up there floating around, I think that's cool as shit. But where are all these balloons that are supposedly up there? Why can't we see them with our telescopes?
yeah, good question.
They're not reflecting light?
The
Guess not, huh?
Satelloon,
Yeah. I mean, it's not a secret anymore, although people used to deny them for whatever reason. I mean, NASA's come out and told us how many they're launching, and other organizations, or like that do the internet and stuff. They're launching a lot of them too. There's companies that are boldly posting how much fabric they produce and how many balloons and how much helium and all that. So pretty cool. They're balloons within balloons. That way they can control the altitude. They have canisters on them that increase and decrease the amount of gas in them, so they can raise and lower in altitude and get into the different trade winds or the winds that are blowing, and go in different directions and hold them basically. Well, they call them, what's that satellite that's in one spot? They call them that, but I don't.
Geostationary.
Yeah, they say they can do the geostationary balloons, and they're hoisting up big satellites. So maybe that's something to look into. Who knows?
Between all the balloons, and also I think once you get up to like super high, there's not even a lot of wind really for them to control. So they would just need like a tiny little thing on it to be able to keep it in a certain position.
So
But
Well,
yeah,
it's definitely being done. I mean,
you'll reckon how many are currently up there?
between all the balloons, go ahead, Jeff. Rocky, go ahead.
I was gonna say I've seen thousands. Usually, like they mention thousands of balloons being up at one time.
Oh, they mentioned 1,000 being up at one time. Okay, that's closer. Because I was thinking, well, if they only last a week or something, then.
Oh no! Now they can keep them up for like almost a year, and then they just collect them, and they're always replacing them. Like they'll put another one in its same geostationary area, and bring the other one comes down, and they retrieve them and just repair them and send them back up.
Between all the balloons,
High altitude balloon lasting a year.
Between all the balloons, all the satellites, I mean, you should look up in the sky and be able to I would expect to always be able to see at least something. We should be seeing satellite transit to the moon and sun all the time, no? Has anyone ever seen a satellite transit? Sorry, go ahead.
Far closer. Like satellites are, balloons are far closer. So from the distance that most satellites are, the size most satellites are, no, I wouldn't expect to see them, because I would probably find it difficult to distinguish them from a bit of dust. But a balloon holding the same thing, the balloon itself is going to be much bigger, but also far closer to me, because it relies on atmosphere to hold it up, right? I would expect to see them all the time.
But you know how when they see a transit of the ISS over the moon, like we should be. Has anyone ever caught a transit of a satellite past the moon, or one of these balloons past the moon or something? I would expect you would see that.
Let me see. But like I said, I think they're going to be very small. So probably a really shitty image for that. sun or moon? I'll go moon first.
I personally think because they have, I mean, even dudes in their garage can make an invisible shield. I know it sounds silly, but you can literally make a shield that'll turn you invisible and just melt in with the background. Like you won't be able to tell that the dude's there. You can just see right through him and see the background because it has to do with the Rayleigh criteria or refraction or something. But invisible shields are a real thing. So
Yeah,
I mean, maybe they could be putting that on there.
There's a
Those are neat,
satellite or
right?
something transiting the moon. He's saying that he says satellite, but he says could be space junk. I mean, satellites are space junk. Sorry, space junk is satellites. Technically, everything up there is a satellite. Here's another guy that's got one.
Where is it? I see Deja Vu 2016, but where's the thing?
Right after that. Sorry, I should have given him a
Right
timestamp for the
after?
first one. The second one's at like 2 seconds in.
It looks like a crater or something.
No, you'll see it. It goes past. It looks like a fly buzzing in front of the lens or something.
Oh, this is a video. Hold on.
Yeah.
My shit won't play. I'm on cellular thing or something. There you go. Like the geostationary satellite should just be like a star that's in the sky, right? It should be like another star, reflecting the light off of it. I don't know.
Say again, sorry?
Shouldn't like the geostationary satellite, shouldn't that just be like a star in the sky, just sitting there and like, oh look, the satellite.
But like geostationary is, what did I work this out last time? 35,000 kilometers away or something. Would you expect to see something like, what, a bit bigger than a car, maybe? With its headlights
No, I
on,
wouldn't expect.
it's 35,000 kilometers away.
I would expect to see the light blinging off, right? Because we could see forever.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I think it'd just be very, very, very dim. Like you can see satellites, just the light off them. If you get out far enough out of light pollution in the city, if we get out to the farm and you lie back and look at the stars and you look for long enough, you eventually see a satellite and then you'd like, oh my God, I've seen a satellite. And then you keep looking, you're like, oh my God, there's loads of them. They're everywhere. But geostationary is a lot further away. I think that probably the ones I'm seeing are in low Earth orbit.
See, they claim shit's fall. You know, they claim shit's always falling. They could have figured out how to use this quantum locking thing to their advantage, and they're up there now. You know, using that maybe. Who knows?
If you want to see,
we don't know the now.
Jeremy, if you want to see the balloons, or David, if y'all want to see balloons, man, rent or buy a pair of like real good night vision, not the kind that shine the infrared, but the old school kind, or or just find a buddy with some or something and look up, out of city lights is better. But a long time ago, I'm talking about 20 years ago, I seen shit up there the first time I ever looked in the sky with night vision, and I'm like, what is that, man? That's like, it looked like almost microscopic life, like just like shit, 2 or 3 things like coming towards each other and then touching and then all just like separating, and then 2 things coming toward each other and like just staying together, and then another one coming and touching, and then they all separate. It was like just shit everywhere, man. It was like creepy. But now looking back, it was freaking balloons, man. Like it's balloons up there, and they're kind of, and I guess like, I don't know, a static field, but they probably attract to a certain extent. And then I ain't talking about they're everywhere, but you watch long enough, you'll see shit moving around and you'll see them conglomerate. Like, but I didn't make sense of it until I seen Crow's that movie he made, him and Jason from Secrets of Saturn. and he had a few of them, and you could tell they were balloons in front of the moon transits. But yeah, night vision, man. You'll see the balloons up there, and you'll see them. Like I think they probably build static. I don't know if they still do it. It's been a while since I looked through, but I think they like build a charge or whatever, and they attract, and then they touch each other, and I guess maybe it makes them separate or something. Like they maybe release their static. I don't know. That's just a theory, but pretty sure it's the balloons up there doing that. Because what the fuck else is it? Either UFOs or balloons, because satellites don't behave in that manner.
I still believe in aliens. I think there are other beings out there with high technology and could have UFOs.
What do you think, though, when it comes to the balloons? How, like, I'm finding that they sort of go up for a few hours to a few weeks. I'm not finding the longest ones. How do you reckon they propel, or are they just at the whim of whatever air current they're in?
I think once you get up high enough, there's not a lot of air current up there. It's very minimal.
Well, they have these computer programs. They
go. Sorry, Rakia.
No, I was just saying they have these. I mean, they're really gotten high tech with it. They can control the area that they're in and just keep them in the same area with just adjusting their altitude, knowing what the winds are there.
Right. So, if this wind's blowing me west, but I want to go east, then I climb or descend to an easterly wind. Yeah, that makes sense.
And when you get that high, you're pretty close to equilibrium, so it doesn't take much to get them to drop or raise up. Just, so I think they use static charge. I think they have like wires hanging down, and they control the charge of them. And it doesn't take much. Here at the ground, it takes a lot, but up there, it doesn't take much. And they could place them within reason. But I did a lot of research. Go ahead, Dave.
I saw that where they increase the charge and it makes them rise up, and decrease and makes them fall down or something like that. And then another one said it was a double balloon. So they had one balloon on the outside, one on the inside, and they could inflate and deflate and cause it to rise and fall. I mean, they got to figure it out.
Yeah, that makes sense. And where do they land? Because I imagine that's only a fairly approximate method, and as they come down, they have to, like, if there's a westerly blowing and it's coming down, it's going to go west.
Well, they got most planes, of them said they have planes that collect them. Yeah, reel them in.
Say again?
Some of them, they have planes, special planes that hook them and reel them in, and then some of them have crashed. Like one of them crashed in Bahamas recently. A couple in Peru, things like that. Balloons with satellites.
In Argentina, not too long ago too.
So you're saying they mostly catch them before they even hit the ground with the planes?
Yeah, there's people flying. They got like people flying around the clock up there, just patrolling around, and some of them are scheduled, but they're always ready for balloons that where something goes wrong, and they almost always get them. At night, it's pretty difficult, but they got, I guess, experienced pilots up there and who do the night shifts, and they so they're most of them are scheduled, but every now and then they have to get one. But some of them make it down, man. Some of it happens, and they usually pop up on YouTube. Like the one Argentina, that one the Samsung selfie thing. You think they meant for that thing to come down? That thing's a selfie satellite. It says right on there, it's called a damn satellite, and it's hanging on balloons.
I mean, balloons are always limited in their lifespan. So I mean, everything is, right, even satellites.
Yeah, you'd be surprised though, man. I mean, we got materials now that are, dude. I mean, anything's possible, man.
Especially if you're putting a balloon inside a balloon, that's gonna increase the longevity of it too. Because if any air leaks out of the first balloon, or any helium or hydrogen or whatever, it's gonna get stuck in the second balloon now, right?
All it takes is good material and a valve. I mean, think about it. I mean, what we hear about the technology we hear about, I mean, I think we could all agree that they have stuff better than they're letting on. Always, you know.
Oh yeah, anyone
Yeah,
that
that's what I was
claims.
going to ask about. Go on, Jeremy.
No, I was going to say anyone that claims to know what technology the government does or doesn't have, I think is out of their mind. Right?
Yeah, I mean, but I guess where I would differ is I think in some areas it's close to the same. I mean, I think in areas like mobile phones, it's probably bang on the same in terms of accelerometers and stuff. But yeah, in terms of like technology that can track GPS to track a rocket going at 4 times the speed of sound, yeah, I don't think we've got that. How far above? It says on this when I look at high altitude balloons that 2002 a balloon named BU-60-1 reached the record altitude of 53 kilometers. Do you reckon they're on average higher than that? And that's
Dude, how about NASA's first balloon or first satellite that they launched? That big giant round one was a balloon, and they claimed that they got it up in orbit. They inflated it up a couple thousand miles, but at 3,000 miles, that thing was supposedly orbited at 3,000 miles. It's a giant round balloon. It was like about 5 stories tall. I mean, when you see shit like that, you know that any fucking thing is possible. Just seeing that big ass thing.
They bounced radio communications off of it. They launched it on a rocket and then had a gas charge in it, which it expanded into a balloon. They said it was in orbit in low Earth orbit. That was in the 50s or something.
As Rob Skiba pointed out, man, they had patents for the sun simulators back in the mid '60s, man. NASA did. They had the the math and the fucking whether they had the material or not. Then they might have then, but it gets me thinking. I agree with the superfluid thing. It's something like that, or it's even possible that there is an actual solid firmament that is capable of being attached to put things in motion, maybe. But I'm more in line with the superfluid, man. It's something up there, and it is likely because helium goes up. And dude, every gas, like I'm sitting here messing around with chemistry and late in life learning it as I do my battery experiments, and almost every reaction releases hydrogen. I mean, just hydrogen. I'm sure a lot of it mixes, but a lot of it's going up there, and helium and all these gases that are just going up. And yeah, what's up there? So it's almost like more likely than unlikely that something like that's going on, because you have what you need, and there's no way around it. You absolutely get super cold temperatures, you get the light gases, and you have the low pressure, which creates energetic state. And so it's almost like I can't see much way around it. There has to be some kind of, I mean, what the fuck are they talking about? A sodium layer, like 50 sodium mile layer. What the fuck is sodium doing up at 50 miles or however many miles? Like, I mean, have you ever just thought about that?
Everything has a vapor point, right?
Yeah, but 50 miles, I mean, there's hardly nothing up there. Why would there be a layer of fucking sodium? That's nowhere near as light as, I mean, that's like midway on the fucking chart.
Yeah, that's weird.
That makes me think, when I hear sodium layer, I think of like a fucking salt layer up there. But
I think of a ramen noodle.
Yeah. One thing I checked in the superfluid, and talking about quantum locking, you need a superconductor. And I was like, well, we have the magnetic fields, right? We have the helium going up to create the superfluid. Now to set something in motion on a track that wouldn't change, you need a superconductor. Well, what can oxygen? We have a lot of oxygen. They say this, that, and the other. Oxygen, nitrogen, can all that become a superconductor? And yeah, you start researching and it can. At a like 4 Kelvin or 0.4 Kelvin or something like that. At this pressure, it depends on the pressure and the temperature, that can become a superconductor. So you have all the components of quantum locking that could happen up above us. You have the helium, you have the oxygen, you have the temperature and pressure, and then some unknown factors. So I think it's possible. The old book could be right.
Yeah, and I've said this before, man. I've said this before. Like when I picture like satellites or shit like that up there, you know, I picture them up about 50, 70 miles maybe around in that area, and I think like the sodium layer is probably has to do with that superfluid, and for lack of better terms, it's what they called it, and they're figuring it out. But I picture like a hot oil, like just one drip of hot oil or cold oil on in a hot iron skillet, and you watch it dance around like our water. You watch it as soon as it hits it freaking races off. So if you ignited something like a rocket or something like that, it wouldn't take much, or even just matter period, just gas period. It would react to a superfluid, and it would either, I mean, it would almost necessarily repel, especially if it was heated. Something that cold, if the environment up there is that cold, and you introduce some heat to it, it would propel the shit out of something, and that something. Why wouldn't that something be get in the magnetic field as the heavens above? You know, whatever it is up there, why wouldn't it get put in with the damn? I mean, I could even see where they think they're like hitting a certain speed. They think, there's probably more ways than just what they're doing to achieve types of orbits or circuits or whatever you want to call them. But then again, part of me thinks it's just bullshit, and part of me thinks it's like the ISS, the program, they got planes flying over cities and shit, like that double wing plane. But I don't know. Most of me thinks that there's shit up there, and they're just yet to get a perfect explanation. They're just giving explanation based on their model, and it mostly lines up, but not completely. And that's what I like these discussions, because we try to break it down.
Talk about propelling something. The black and white little turbine inside of a partial vacuum. You ever seen that thing? And then when the sunlight hits it, it propels it and starts spinning. You guys know what I'm talking about? I can never remember the name of this fucking thing. They got a little glass tube.
Casimir effect?
No, they got a little glass tube. No, this is something you could do. You get a little glass tube, and you put a turbine on it with some panels. One side's painted white, one side's painted black. When light hits it, and then you create a partial vacuum inside the tube, and then when light hits it, it starts spinning. You never seen that shit?
I've seen similar shit, but never not that exact thing. But yeah, I've seen similar shit. Any kind of disequilibrium makes energy, man. Any kind of disequilibrium. That's what I'm noticing with these batteries and getting into this energy. It's like it takes a gravity battery. Takes chemical reactions to get back. If you bring something out of equilibrium, even chemically, you get energy for heat or something.
Like gravity batteries, hey Brian?
What's that?
Like gravity batteries.
Are you talking about gravity batteries? Like you talking about the mechanical?
No, like
the relative density.
No, he
means the relative density battery.
Pumping water up a hill makes gravitational potential energy, right?
Yeah, mechanical.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought about doing something like that with buoyancy, like a perpetual motion, like taking, like say, like a 6-inch or maybe even a 10-inch utility pipe, kind of like PVC, maybe, but like a drainage, and like 10 foot tall, and maybe like make a three pipes or just two in a shaped in a plus maybe, and have like a bucket of like a contained bucket of air in the bottom with just a little bit of weight in it. The bucket has a little bit of weight, but enough where the air can overcome that weight and float it to the top, and have like a 45 at the tippity top, to where the weight will bring it down, make it spin. So it looks like a fucked up round windmill with just two big round blades, but the weight brings it down to the bottom. And then as soon as it hits 90 degrees, straight up and down, it's got the capability for the buoyancy to float that weight back up to the top, and then it goes up to the top, and then it hits the 45 angle at the tippity top, and tips the scale to make it fall again, like using kind of gravity buoyancy to make a perpetual motion machine. I've got the part. I mean, I've got the parts like to do it with 5-inch PVC, or I think it's 4-inch. I haven't done it yet, but because I got so much
Listen,
other shit that I'm
magnets
doing.
are Brian. Magnets are the way, bro. The V-gate magnetic track. Look that up, bro. That is the way. You can use the V-gates. You could push a magnet uphill using that, and once you get something uphill, it's a wrap. I'm telling you, bro. I know you tried your little magnet thing, and you know how I debunked you on that night. So you should
Yeah.
you should listen. You should listen.
No, I think you should
saw
build
a
this
perpetual
PVC
motion the
perpetual
other day.
motion machine and build a prototype, and let's see how
Yeah,
it goes.
don't worry, he might. So I saw one online the other day that the marble that went around and it spun this wheel and went and it looped around and went back up into the top cup that collected it, and it did its cycle again. Isn't that perpetual motion? Like the marble never stopped.
Post that thing.
Yeah.
Yes, that's perpetual motion, but I'm 90% that's either CG or there's a electromagnet propelling it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And maybe it's
Yeah, but don't they have the fucking fountains? The what you call it, like
the water.
The pro.
But that
I forgot the name of it, but the what you call
water.
it fountain, where if you reduce the pressure and you send a, and then they use that blue fluid that's it's a little bit less viscous than water and it's continuous. Wouldn't that
why
be?
couldn't you use a superfluid? Once you start a superfluid in motion, it doesn't stop. And
Yeah,
I'll read
but
this.
it
I'll
takes
read this
tremendous
to you.
amounts of energy. If
Yeah,
you could do it up there, it would work.
It says this.
Even if it was in motion, what you need to do is be able to take energy out of it.
Take energy out, and that takes energy out. Yeah, I get it.
Well, no,
it
just to have
says,
perpetual. Hold on, just to have perpetual motion, you don't need to get energy out.
You just have to keep the energy in
You
motion.
just have to keep it going. Yeah.
Between like perpetual motion and free energy.
Let me read this. Yeah. This is real short. This is talking about superfluid also. How we could talk about the speeds that we see of some of these things. It says in the cold medium of helium-3 and some of it's helium-4 superfluid, scientists recently made an unexpected discovery. A foreign object traveling through the medium could exceed a critical speed limit without breaking the fragile superfluid itself. So that could explain some of the speeds of things that we see that are hard to explain.
Exactly, man. That's what I was thinking. And for them to put, they call orbits, like they put these balloons, like I forgot the name of that big ass balloon, but that 5-story fucking balloon, but whatever the name of it, they put this thing and they call it orbit, but most of these things they're calling orbit, like y'all said earlier, are geostationary or geocentric or whatever. They call it orbit, but the fact of the matter is the fuckers are mostly just sitting up there in the same damn place and they're wandering around, but within a certain vicinity. And man, I did a lot of research into the Satelloons before it was even a hot topic, man. I feel like I ain't the one who brought it to light, but I'm one of the ones who did the research into Project Loon and everything before they made that information hard to find. And they denied it. Well, like on Jose's and everything, I'm sitting there getting information straight off the internet from Google and telling them about it and about how they have all these new sites and they're up to doing dozens each site, dozens of sites around the country are each launching dozens of balloons a day that are staying up for a couple months at a time. And they're denying them like no, they ain't up there. And then I delve deeper, man. They have stuff they're not showing us. They have these if you look hard enough, man, you'll find. I think I put it in one of my videos. These they look like picture a big barrel like but painted chrome, like decked out, futuristic looking with round windows, like a big ass tank, and but it's shaped like it's cool as shit, but so they got the new paint looking badass paint jobs with the big thick glass windows, bubble windows and shit, and they're about the size. It's like a big pill capsule almost, and they're the size where they probably fit about 10 people, man. And if you know, so people are going up on these things, man, and they've been doing that since Picard, man, way back in the fucking
Captain Picard from
1900s,
the
man.
USS Enterprise.
You got to. I've said this before, but you got to think. Yeah, you got to
Sean and
think
Luke,
what
isn't it?
they have up there, like NASA, especially, man. They got the biggest budget of helium besides satellites, man. You know they have some types of stations up there. So they're just what they're calling the fucking space station. It's capsules fucking up there floating on balloons and shit. So when they, I believe they might be sending fuckers up there. It's possible they're sending people up there, but that when they dock, they don't see the balloons that the fucking capsules are mounted to. But I've seen these capsules in the public vector, much less the freaking NASA and unlimited budget, man. You know they have fucking they could have little cities up there of attached fucking tanks and shit like that, man. Much
Yeah,
less
it'd
just
be
a
crazy.
You can
Right,
see the
Right.
ISS shape. You can measure the speed. You can measure the height. Like, you know, we've said
Do
it
you
fucking
see any
1,000 more
balloons
times.
in any of those amateur photos of the like ISS transiting in front of the sun or the moon? Do you see anything that looks like a balloon on it?
Eggshells.
That doesn't mean that it doesn't exist, man.
Eggshells. Remember the invisible shields we talked about before?
So invisible balloons is what's holding up the ISS.
Yeah.
Those invisible shields are real.
Throwing it
Right?
out there, man. You ain't got to make an argument out of it, man. I'm just throwing that out there because the fact of the matter is these things do exist since Picard back in the early 1900s. Okay, they're sending shit like that up there, and I've seen them now in the public vector. It's hard to find, but I found it. I put it in the videos where
come on, man.
where private companies have built these badass looking fucking things that go up and can bring a dozen, I don't know if it's a dozen, but probably half a dozen people up for who knows how long, man. And I mean, this is a badass looking thing. I want to make one. What I want to do.
These are really special balloons that can go,
Yeah, they
19,000 miles per hour, 250 miles high in the atmosphere.
Your input is greatly
They're very special.
appreciated. So
Or we could just say it's in orbit and then have it just sitting there and call it
launch
orbit.
a clear balloon with another object attached to it and see which one disappears first.
Speed of the thing by yourself. People have done it.
I stopped talking everyone.
Right, but if it's in superfluid, the speed wouldn't be a problem, right?
Well, I take that back. Maybe not. You can't do it.
If it's in superfluid, like you get a bit of a problem because in order to get a balloon's lift, you must have atmosphere that is heavier than it's below it to support it, right? But in order to get speed, you need less and less atmosphere. So you get this kind of awkward balance between I need to be going at roughly 17,000 kilometers an hour, more than 17,000 kilometers an hour because that's the ground speed.
Well, I'm not going to claim to be a superfluid expert, but I don't think you should be making suggestions of how it would work. If they found out how it works, if there's superfluid up there and they can put objects in it, then speed wouldn't be a problem.
I think it would. It's
I think he's just demonstrated why it's a problem.
And you can see, dude, you can see some of the early SpaceX rockets, man, bouncing off something, man. Like look like they're bouncing off a layer of something, man. And think about it. Look, like I heard, I started to say something. I heard him talking earlier about how the how perspective makes the rockets go down and shit. Like airplanes and all that shit. But dude, airplanes they don't curve down, and the rockets seem to have a curve. So that's not what we see with the sun, the moon, planes, clouds, fucking birds, everything in the sky. It takes a linear downward path due to perspective, except these rockets, they tend to curve, man.
If you follow a plane from takeoff, it will rise and then appear to curve as it levels off. Exactly the same thing.
Why would they take all these videos off? Like the research done by NASA with the satellite program, you can't hardly find those videos. Like I'm looking for the videos I used to watch, and they're not up.
It's clearly a conspiracy, Ricky. Clearly.
You could look on my channel on Flat Earth Tested, some of the older videos. I got some a lot of the information from different companies and how they can do. Dude, I had where the LTE, I think it was LTE or LG or one of them companies had blanket coverage of fucking South America a while back, like a decade or whatever ago, with fucking just like I think it was like half a dozen or a dozen balloons at like 80,000 feet or something. They had blanket coverage of the fucking continent. And then next thing you know, I go to find the shit and it's just gone. And I'm like, I was excited about it. And next thing you know, and I talk about it and everything. A few weeks later, I showed some people, pulled it up, and a few weeks later, maybe a month, I go to show it, and bam, it's just gone. Then I find shit where they're speculating on doing shit. Like, no, they fucking had this shit, and they had network coverage, and they were saying then it just came down to they're speculating, and the math says that it's this high. No, they fucking had it, and that's how they were broadcasting their network to everybody. And why is it such a big secret? These it's cheap. It only makes sense. It's crazy fucking cheaper than
they clearly
even ground
got
towers,
information
man.
out by accident, and then went, oh fuck, whoops, we weren't meant to divulge that. Better fucking delete it, right? That's what happened. Surely.
Well, maybe
Surely
I dreamed it, Ruhel. I guess you got to tell yourself I dreamed it. That's the alternative.
What's your explanation? Your explanation for whoever taking it down?
Can we
had
get
so many people telling me it was bullshit? I cited it on Jose's channel. Okay, I posted it and showed the people who denied that it even existed. I showed it, posted it, and then we kind of recycle these arguments. So a month later, I'm telling some new people, a couple new people, and the people who have already seen it, who I showed, are acting like it like they never even fucking seen it. Like Bob the Science Guy. It's crazy, man. And then I go to find it to show it again, and it's gone.
Jose came up with something good the other day. You know how Elon Musk is landing the rockets back down? Jose came up with footage that NASA did that like 30 years ago. Like it's nothing
The
new.
vertical.
Yeah, the vertical landing.
Yeah.
Which looks fake to me. Like I would assume they have the technology to do it now, but the footage of it is weird. But they said Jose found footage that NASA did it, a while back. It's nothing new.
Effectively, the moon landing was the same thing in principle, right?
No, they were going horizontal with the moon. Remember, they were going over the moon. They didn't land vertical. They were going in a direction.
Right, but when
they were saying 20 feet, 15 feet
up with their thrusters pointing down, right?
I don't know what you're talking about, but when they're on the film, they're saying we're moving, we're trying to find a landing spot. They have to be moving if they're going across the land. Like we can't land there, we got to keep going.
Right, but
they weren't just like
with the thrusters down and the craft pointed upwards.
In the moon landing.
We can't repeat that technology, man. That's long lost technology, man. That's way too advanced. Because we could cruise and look for a site to land, and then stop, and then fucking drop down, and then take back off and meet up, and fucking dude, who the fuck believes that shit? Just looking at it, it's hard to talk to somebody seriously who fucking believe. Look, whether they went to the moon, I'll give them that. Okay, whether you believe they went to the moon or not, okay, I'll fucking leave reasonable doubt for that. But what they're showing us is crap, dude. It's fucking crap. It's hard to talk to somebody in a serious conversation who believes that shit they're showing us is fucking real. It's insane.
Similar
to me.
I agree, man.
I saw this combat footage. Anybody follows it on Reddit, and they had it. Reminded me of it, which is I'll post the link for it. But it's these rockets that launch up, and they go up to about like 50 meters in the air, not very high at all. And then they go, psh, and this like thruster comes out of the nose of it that tilts it over to pretty much horizontal. Then another psh comes out of the nose of it to stop it continuing to turn. And then it fires its big thrusters and goes across parallel to the earth. It's pretty cool. But that looks very similar kind of technology. Here it is. Astian Missile Complex. That's what it is.
Science.
It's Russians.
If there's one group we can trust, it's a military-industrial complex. I'll tell you that.
Well, I mean, you don't need to trust it. Just look at the image. It could well be a fake image. Could be part of it to spread the moon con. I don't know.
I was just fucking around.
To me, us putting pressure on NASA and pointing out their flaws and all that. To me, if we could get even the Globers on board, just so we could get, they're not going to show us everything, but we could get a better fucking view whether they admitted to anything or not, they would certainly show us some shit to keep us occupied, some shit that they have to distract us, you know. Other than that, they defend them fucking to the death, where they're fucking encouraging them to keep their fucking technology and all their shit that they do have, you know, because I want to know what's really going on, and at least some of it, but they're helping them keep it a secret, defending them tooth and nail to the death. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? Why are you defending them? Look, you argue about the globe all you want, but why are you defending known liars? I'm not talking about everybody at NASA, man. I got no beef against employees there, but you know,
janitors,
and the higher up, man.
The janitor at NASA is definitely lying to us.
You know what I'm saying, though, man?
You see it as defending them. It's defending
to the
somebody
death, bro. It's not just defending them. It's defending them to the fucking death. I'm talking about making excuses for
I heard
them.
you. You said it 4 times.
Sometimes, not always. Sometimes they're legit, but sometimes they're insane, bro.
It's kind of insane to go to repeat yourself in the middle of somebody else.
Yeah. Anyway.
Sorry, it's Rakea's go. Way you go, Rakea.
Is this your medications wearing off or something, dude? Are you all right? I mean, we kind of talked at the same time, but are you okay? All right. I'm kind of sad that Peyton has to shill left because he was adding so much. I mean, I couldn't wait till he added more to the conversation.
To do this petulant shit? Jesus.
No, not really. We just kind of started talking at the same time, and you're still being a bitch
You
about it.
interrupted our conversation to begin with, man. We were having a cool little, just brainstorming. We weren't making fucking claims. We're just throwing out possibilities, and y'all came in and crashed it, and then you're accusing him of one little comment of doing that.
It's fine. It's fine. Let's move on.
I'm all ears.
In response to your comment, Brian, I don't think, like, if you think something just is the case, doesn't mean you're defending somebody, right? You could think somebody guilty or innocent, but if you just go, yeah, I think they went to the moon, doesn't mean you're defending them. It just means you're making a position about what you think is the case. It's not an ought, it's an is.
That's a great point, man. Within the 5 hours that you're going to be here from now on, you really had to cause that big stink about us talking at the same time. You're brilliant. Where's Peyton has to show when you need him?
You're a child.
You can't outwit me, man. You can try, but you can't.
It's because, yeah. I mean, flat earthers are sharp, witty. You know, it's like one of the leading attributes for us.
We have to be. We have to be on our toes, right?
Balance.
Yeah.
I mean, this dude gutted sheep when he was young.
I never said that. Wow,
and look at him now.
Or ability to recollect or replicate what people say. I never said I gutted sheep.
What did you do with the sheep? I hope you didn't. I hope you weren't. You know.
First time I did it, I picked which one was going to get shot. It got shot, and the bullet went through and hit another sheep. So I was resulting in, by picking that sheep, 2 died. And then pretty much just sort of held back the flesh while they would skin it and gut it and slash its throat. And
hold on, you went to shoot a sheep, but you shot it, but the bullet went through. So you killed 2 sheep, or did you miss?
No, I didn't. We did kill 2 sheep that day. I wasn't actually shooting. I was like 10, 12, something like that. And they just said which sheep, and I was like that one. And he shot it through the temple, but there was another one standing behind it, so it clipped it in the could have.
We literally just went. Sorry, go ahead.
That reminds me of that joke where the guy hires a hitman. His wife's cheating on him, so the guy hires a hitman.
Yes.
Right?
Go on.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it's a good joke. Tell it.
He's like, I'm gonna save you. Yeah. So the guy hires a hitman to kill thinks his wife's cheating on him, so he wants the hitman to kill her. He's like, yo, I charge $10,000 a bullet. And the dude's like, okay, I want you to kill the guy he's sleeping with too. So he's like, okay. So the sniper's there, and the guy that hires him there, and he's about to take the shot. And the guy's like, go ahead, shoot. What are you waiting for? And the girl about to go down on the guy, and he's like, hold on, I'm about to save you $10,000. And I might have fucked that up. I don't even know.
Yeah.
That's crazy, dude. We just went from sharing fucking like hard to find information and speculating and latest technology to talking about fucking sheep and shit, dude. And fucking 2 minutes. It's insane.
That's how it goes quick. It goes quick. Anyways, go ahead.
I wanted to ask you a question, Brian, but I've forgotten where we were.
Wait, we can't move on from the sheep killing thing. Now, how far off was I? So you didn't actually gut the sheep. You were just present while they were gutted.
Yes. Well,
Oh yeah, I was way off. You're right. You're right. I'm an idiot. My memory's shit.
Significantly off to say that somebody gutted a sheep when they didn't.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, how bad can it get? I mean, in the million of things we've talked about in the last 3 days, not remembering that you weren't the actually person gutting the sheep, you were the one putting a bullet in their head and present while you were gutting them.
It's not what I said. Anybody here remember what I just said?
You said you were
shot a sheep.
You're the
conversation.
You were the jury.
Yeah, I was the one who
Gutting
picked
the
which sheep
sheep.
got shot. I was too young to hold a gun. Well, depends.
guy
By
was
American
gutting
standards,
the
I was probably
sheep.
too old.
I was gutting the sheep. You were pulling the flesh back.
Yeah, I was sort of like holding back the skin while he skinned it and putting the cuts in the fridge and clearing.
That's not what you said the other day, dude. Don't make me go back there and get the tape.
How many times have you misquoted me and got it wrong, Rakia?
It was gut. It was gut.
Present what
It
you're
was
saying
killing
is true,
sheep for
and you'll
sure.
prove me wrong, but you never can.
I mean, killing sheep was definitely part of it. So you didn't
Anyway,
kill
I got
sheep,
work
huh?
to do. We'll chat
Oh
some
yeah,
other
see you
time,
later.
Brian, I sent
Later,
you
man.
I sent you a DM. If you want to chat sometime, let us know.
Hey,
All
tell
right, I will,
Peyton
man. I gotta
hello,
catch up on my
Scott.
DMs, but I'll do that. I'll catch up on my DMs and get with you. Take it easy, man.
I stopped DMing you, Brian. It's fucking worthless, man.
Well, it's
I
only been a
DM you
couple
all
weeks,
the
man. I
time.
just got extremely busy, man. But I always catch up. But
You
I
got
fell behind
eggshells
some,
DMing you, dude. That is awesome.
I had no idea. But I know B-Ball said he DM'd me a bunch of times. He's like, man, I what happened? I DM'd you, fucking. I'm like, well, dude, I don't hardly check
Bro,
catch up on.
you gotta
Time
give
to time.
it
I
to
ain't made
them.
no videos or nothing.
You gotta give it to them. They're persistent. I mean, they are here every day DMing people, like controlling the conversation. You gotta give it to these guys. I mean, these sheep killers are down with it. You got it wrong, Rocky. I didn't kill sheep. What did I say? I didn't gut sheep. I was just there killing them, and while other people were gutting them, holding the skin
There's
back.
a part of their mind. There's certain
And way off.
conversations they like. If you haven't noticed, there are certain conversations that certain types of them
space, dude. Space is
if
the
there
key.
if there wasn't a deep down curiosity, I mean a deep down uncontrollable fucking curiosity about this subject, why would they give a flying fuck?
Bro,
yeah, this topic obviously. This topic obviously has merit and validity to it because no one would hang around for this long if it was just
It's not even fun. It's not even a challenge anymore, dude. You're like, what? The air moves. What? If it moves, then you have this. Oh no. You can't get away from the
their model, dude, is parallel sun rays, man. To me, that's my next video. I've been meaning to come out with it. I found my old string line that I pulled during the fucking equinox, 90 degrees from fucking north, which makes a concentric circle, which I got Blue Marble Science to back me up, and then I got them trying to debunk my Australian sunrise because all 90s from north or south, whatever pole, whatever is diverges to the equator. So during the fucking equinox, okay, when anywhere you're at on Earth within that couple of days, you pull a string line 90 degrees from north, which Google Earth and Blue Marble, everybody, the Australian sunrise fucking shows that we're all looking toward the equator. If you're where I'm at, then right there off the coast of Africa is not, you don't even make it off the planet before you my line of sight diverges with somebody in a similar south latitude to me, and when it's supposed to converge, it's never supposed to converge. My line of sight on equinox, if I'm 2,000 miles away from somebody at 30 degrees south and I'm 30 degrees north, then our lines of sight should meet up at the sun and be 2,000 miles away from each other. It should be a parallel line to the sun, if there's sun rays. So if we're all looking due east that day, and they can't have both. They can't have converging latitudes, converging easts, the way they map it, the way it would work on a flat Earth if the map were a circle, and at least in the northern hemisphere. But they can't have that with the Australian sunrise and have parallel sun rays. It doesn't work.
We were talking about that east thing last night. I was trying to explain to these guys that when you look east, you're essentially looking in the direction of the equator, right? No matter where you are on Earth.
Exactly. Due east is a great circle.
So for the Australian sunrise, well, it's not a great circle. It's just the direction of the equator on the sunrise.
It is a great circle. Do it. Get a globe and do a 90. If you do a 90 the way they do it,
not talking about a globe, dude.
I was just talking about in reality. In reality, everyone's looking east.
You look due east, you'll go over the equator and hit south at a certain point. Any
that's
direction.
how it would have to work on a flat Earth, right?
Yeah,
in reality, that's how they map it.
No, it's just what it is. That's what it is. Like we're all looking
keep going, Jeremy. Hemisphere?
So for the
above the equator. Keep going, Jeremy, please.
So for the Australian sunrise, because they like to use this one a lot, and it's kind of goofy. I don't know why they do it. So for the Australian sunrise in their summer, the sun has now gone south of the equator. So on the equinox, they were looking east. So which direction would you expect them to look when the sun rises south of east? Like, I don't know. They think this is like some big gotcha or something.
Yeah, for the sun to come in south, it has to leave the ecliptic. I've shown that in 3 videos where it actually has to leave the ecliptic. And what the ecliptic is, it represents where we see the sun in the sky, according to the analemma, wherever it is, that's where we see it. That's where it appears.
Yeah.
And for it to come in from the south, it has to be south of the fucking, in fact, on a globe, sorry, Rocky, but on a globe, the fucking analemma is right there lined up with the Australian sunrise, just coincidentally. And you have to bring the sun outside of that actual analemma to get the sun coming. So I'm not saying the sun doesn't come in a little bit south of east in reality, but it doesn't work on a fucking globe.
Well, it's an apparent position for one, but they're using compasses in Australia where you go to one end of Australia and use a compass and go to the other end, and you're going to get 2 different readings. The declination in that area is crazy.
You're right.
So
how do you find your direction using the sun?
Hold on, because Mitchell did it live. He on the equinox just a couple months ago. He fucking even Stellarium and another sun app. It showed the sun rising at 11 at due east, and he brought his compass, and it was 11 degrees off. And okay, if it's magnetic declination, that's fine. But why is Stellarium not pointing that out? Why is it saying that it's rising due fucking east when it's technically fucking magnetic declination?
How do you find direction using the sun?
Are you serious with that question?
How do you find direction using the sun?
Easy,
are you,
man.
Are you, like, you not know, or are you?
I'm asking if you know. If I want to line up my telescope to true north, how do I use the sun to do that?
Well, we know where true east is on an equinox. It's going to be.
No, I want to do it any day. I want to do it any day, not on the equinox. How can I do that any day? Yep.
So any day you could do it. Any day you could do it at solar noon.
And what would solar noon tell me?
Well, I mean, if you're not, as long as you're not on the equator, you could go in the opposing direction.
What is the direction of the sun at solar noon?
It depends on which. It depends on which side of the equator. It depends
dude, he's fucking with you, man. He's trolling you, Jeremy.
What is the direction of the sun at solar noon?
It depends on which side of the equator you're on, right?
Give it to me for both.
You don't know? What is this, a pop quiz, dude? Go fuck yourself.
You can't even answer a Boy Scout level question.
You know what's funny, Bob? What was funny is when you cut yourself and we were laughing, and when you couldn't get, did you get your telescope working?
Bob,
yeah, the wiring harness has been redesigned, and it's set now. I'm just waiting for the weather.
Yo, that ain't.
I got a question for you, man.
That ain't as funny as this
y'all
guy
give me
saying
Bob for 1 second, man.
Hold on, Brian. That's not as funny as this guy saying an arc length is shorter than a cord.
Oh God. No,
This
but
guy really
seriously, I got a
said that
question.
shit.
While I got him here, man, Bob, would you agree with Blue that due east, due east from Polaris?
Yep. Take a second.
is,
Think about it. Think about it.
I'm just think
All
about
right.
what?
Organize your thoughts
Yo,
and
you don't need
put
to
it
get
out in a
patronized.
sentence.
Screw you, dude. You are the worst friend. Who do you think you
Man,
are,
what
man?
a fucking condescending
Who do you
asshole,
think
dude.
you are? Who do you think you are
Go ahead, flatter Tesla.
to talk to another man like that?
Dude, he's already nervous about the answer, so he's fucking projecting on me. I'm trying to think of I'm trying to word this to where he doesn't weasel the fuck out of it like he always does.
Okay, well, think about your words and go ahead and put them
All
together.
right.
in a
So how about
sentence.
this arc
Yeah,
length
he
being
can
longer?
Now,
handle
you want to call it
without you
truce and have a
telling.
normal conversation, Bob? I'll tone it down
Do
a
that,
notch
dude.
if
I
you
don't know
will.
why y'all give him the time of day.
Let's talk about how an arc length is
Rise
shorter
above.
or longer than a chord, Bob. What do you think?
Along the surface of the Earth, it's
How do
obviously
you
an arc
do
length.
You
it?
told us. Go ahead, Rakia. I heard you talking reckless the other day, saying that you traveled an arc length over the surface of Earth, and that proved that Earth's a globe because it's a shorter distance than a straight line.
Yes, on a flat Earth it is. Yeah, a straight line on the flat Earth is a certain distance, and an arc length on a great circle on a spherical surface is a specific length.
Incorrect.
So
You can tell the difference between
a
the
distance
two.
between 2 points is a certain distance, and it doesn't change regardless of whether it's flat or curving.
It has,
If you
when
have
you're
these 2
dealing with
points and you
going
have
along
measured
the
distance-
surface, it does.
No, you're talking
when
about
you're going along the
calculated
surface.
distances based
Nope.
off of some stupid
Measured
model.
across the surface.
No, if you have a measured distance, it's a measured distance. It doesn't change. Okay, you can't have it shorter or longer with
What was my argument?
with a straight line.
What was
your
my
argument? Was that you went in a curved path, and since it was a shorter distance than a straight line, it proved the globe.
Very good. Very good. The
That's
great circle
dumb
distance
as
is a shorter distance than a straight line on a flat Earth. And when you travel that distance, it matches the great circle distance for a sphere of radius
Can you say that again?
3959.
Can you just repeat
No.
that first part again?
No.
No, I wouldn't either if I was you. I know.
wouldn't either.
No, you should have listened to it the first time.
Maybe he's learning. Maybe he's capable of learning.
It's okay. We got it recorded. That's a great video, Bob. You're going to be famous. How the hell do you spend all that time building a mount and buying that expensive telescope and don't set it up and test it in time to know that your damn cords are too short?
Actually,
Can you
it had been
explain that?
tested. Yeah, actually, it had been tested. However,
Did the cord shrink?
Mount, when it was put on the actual mount, there were some mechanical issues going on with it, but it's been fixed.
Yeah, the cords are too short, right?
The cords are the cords. It's how you route them that makes the difference.
Oh, you route them wrong. I got you. Okay, well that makes sense.
So
See,
you
when
ain't
you
wrapped
tested
Yeah,
it,
they were badly
You bought the
routed. I had to
cords for a
reroute
when
them.
you
sphere Earth
tested
and they were
it,
too
they
short.
routed
You needed
right,
ones
and
for
when
a
you
flat
did
Earth.
live, they were routed wrong. I got it. I think
So,
you're
Brian,
lying about that too. Honestly.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
it was tested just with the top part of the mount, and when I went out and set it up on the actual mount itself, it changed the distances a little bit, just enough to cause it to bind. So
yeah,
I had
can
to
see that.
redesign the wiring harness a little bit. Now it works a lot better.
I can actually see that. Yeah, that does add up.
Brian, do
You
you
got
want
it go.
to
You got it going now though, because those telescopes are cool as shit.
Yeah, it's going now. I'm not going to have any decent weather. I thought I was going to have a window on Sunday night, but that looks like it's closing.
Yeah, that sucks. Yeah,
the moon's not up during the day, so I can't. I've got weather. I've got good weather until about 7 o'clock in the evening, and the moon won't be up until 11. So I really don't have anything that I can look at.
Are you near where the tornado's going to be? If not, I mean, that's a good sign, right?
No, we haven't
Who
heard
you ask.
heard about any
It depends
tornadoes
on
or
who you
anything.
ask.
Oh.
Oh yeah, I was like, what?
No, look at the bright side. Hold on, let me fix my headset real quick.
Yeah, it was a pretty bad storm that went through today and hit the guys up in Sudbury after me.
We had it yesterday, man. It was It was really bad.
Well, you've got the tail end of it down south there.
Yeah, it came to our northwest. It was supposed to come right over us. Luckily, it missed us.
I'm
But
back.
New Orleans had a huge tornado. We haven't had one of those in forever.
Yeah. Was it like a rain wrap, or because if it was, then they might have a lot of flooding.
Oh yeah, they definitely have flooding. We always get
Yeah, it's a
like
huge
flash
storm.
flood.
Yeah, it's a huge storm. It looks like a comma. The comma passed just north of me, 20 or 30 miles. But
Is that true north?
Here on the lake.
Did
Yes.
you use the sun? Bob, it seems like you can be a cool guy, dude, and you're knowledgeable, and you have the
I am a cool guy.
Yeah, you have
I've
the
seen your
wherewithal to
pictures of
do
you.
stuff. I don't know why you gotta be such an ass. Like it's weird.
Well,
It's like an act sometimes.
The time that I become an ass is when I get people that interrupt me and try and talk over me and spew out nonsense to hear their own voices talk without any substance.
but just what about 5 minutes ago when you came in and we were being cool with everybody and you just started being an ass to that guy?
I asked one question: how do you find direction using the sun?
No, but it was your attitude, dude, and the way you treated that guy.
How do you find direction using the
Estrella or
sun?
Blaze trying to get in?
Probably me. I was gonna ask. Riding on eggshells pinged me and mentioned you, Brian. I don't know what he means at all. What he's trying to get at, but I guess I'm supposed to talk to you about something. I'm so fucking confused, actually. Riding on eggshells. He pinged me about you, Brian. I don't know what he's trying to ask or get at.
Yeah, I'll check my DM.
Okay.
He wants to have a chat with Brian on his YouTube channel in his Discord server.
That would make sense. I know that Riding has a server.
He's probably trying to set up a chat. I think that was Ruif that chimed in there.
Or like a
was that Ruif?
discussion.
No, it wasn't. It was me.
Oh, that's Bandsaw. Sorry about that.
You're on.
AKA bandwidth.
Yeah, but the way you find cardinal direction using the sun is you put a stick in the ground, preferably in the morning time, and then you mark the tip of the shadow, and then you wait a couple hours and you mark the tip of the shadow again. You draw a line between them, and that's a true east-west line. And then you just do a 90-degree to wherever the stick was or the nail is. And that gives you your true north-south line. That's how you align the telescope platforms. It's an old Boy Scout.
That's why I said you can't do it at one specific point in time. That's why I said you was trolling him because And
actually,
plus,
you can if you're
kind of using you're making a map. You're using the sun to map out where you're at, and then using that to prove something. That's just kind of
it just sets up
consequence.
Because the Earth is a rotating sphere, if you mark the tip of the shadow, that shadow will move from east to west, or excuse me, from west to east.
We say
you would need parallel sun rays for that to work. And
will you say the
and
methodology
we have them,
again?
thank God.
Will you say the methodology
First off,
again?
you don't
I
need
feel
to
like
slip in since the Earth is a rotating sphere. If the Earth was if the sun was moving, it would have the same effect. So you don't need to slip in your presupposition right there.
No, actually, it wouldn't.
But
it would
can
form
you
an arc.
say
It would
the
form a curve.
methodology again?
Yeah, it would form a curve if the sun was moving around the Earth, around the equator.
Not
in a circle around the North Pole. Yeah, actually, it would. Go ahead and try it.
Not in small distances like that.
Nope. Try it.
Don't note me, man.
Yeah, no, you have to. No, go ahead and do it.
You're not going to have a noticeable curve considering how small the distance on Earth you're talking about.
No.
I already have done it. And modeled it out.
All you have to do is just draw it out and get a match and move the light in a circle, and you'll see.
But you're taking a local sun. You're taking a local refracted sun, which is obviously local. Everything about it says it's local.
No, it's
all
not.
the way down to the lack of parallel sun rays and the local reflections, the local bright clouds. Everything about it says it's local, and you're using it, and you're giving it a distance of 93 million miles, and acting like
A
it
measured
proves
distance,
something.
yes.
Except you're
Yep.
stumbling right out of the gate, bro.
No, it's a measured
Also,
distance. And by the way, at solar noon, in the
Wait,
northern
Bob, I have to
hemisphere, the
interrupt
sun
you.
is
Didn't
due
you just say
south.
you don't like people interrupting you as you interrupted him like 4 times? I mean, how biased can you be?
Now, at solar noon in the
I'm going to
northern
interrupt you
hemisphere,
again,
the
Bob.
sun
Please don't
is due
interrupt the
south.
other guests.
Oh, come on.
And in the southern hemisphere at solar noon, the sun is due north.
Okay,
Then that's
so
true
in the
north and
morning,
true south.
in the morning, like, note down where the tip of the shadow was, right? You wait 2 hours. It's like now what, before noon. You put down where the tip of the shadow is.
11 and 1. Yeah.
Okay, so in the morning and then in the afternoon. All right, then what?
And then you just draw a straight line between those 2 points, and that's a true east-west line.
And that would be north right there?
No. What did I just say?
Well, you're saying 11 and 1, right? And in between would be
draw
noon.
Draw a straight
right?
line between them. All right. Let me start over again so that you hear it. All right. You mark the shadow tip in the morning at 11. You mark the shadow tip in the afternoon at 1. You draw a straight line between them, those 2 marks, and that's a true east-west line.
Mm-hmm. And in between those 2 lines, like the lines that they make from where the stick was, would be north, right? Would be noon.
Then what you do is you shoot a 90-degree angle off of that line intersecting where the stick is, and that's your true north-south line. Actually, you could draw a 90-degree angle anywhere on that line, and that would be a true north-south line.
That's fine, but if that's how you map it, don't try to use that map to then go improve all the other shit. You gotta, you see what I'm saying? It's circular reasoning. If that's how you're gonna map it, using the sun, and then try and act like the sun proves it. Well, that's how you mapped it. So if it didn't line up, then you'd have problems. But once again, you'd have a local sun. It's obvious, and you're overlooking reality to have your model. It works. It's good mathematically. I'll give you that. But you're overlooking.
Well, why don't you try it
reality.
tomorrow? Why don't you try it tomorrow? Start at 11 o'clock.
I'm not denying that fact.
No. Start at 11 o'clock. Mark the tip of the shadow every 15 minutes until 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. You'll see that
I'll
it
do better than
forms
that, Bob.
a straight line, not a curved line, from a local sun going around the North Pole, but a straight line.
You're pre-assuming the North Pole, pal.
Hold
You're
up, do you have
pre-assuming
to
a
take
distant
2
sun
separate
and a North
times that are
Pole.
symmetrical around noon?
For fuck's sake, man.
If I
I'm
was to do
sorry,
it
he was
if I was to
talking
do it
over
at
you.
7
Go ahead.
a.m. and 11 a.m. or 7 a.m. 10 a.m. and then I made this line, it would be like almost up down. It wouldn't be a line from west to east. Correct?
No, it would be. No,
It
it
would
would
be.
be. Oh, absolutely.
So if I have like these 2 points that are really close to each other, right, on the right side, and I connect them, and I make a line, where it's pointing forward basically is going to be west, and where it's pointing down is going to be east.
All right. What part about mark the tip of the shadow?
There's no
Over a
confusion.
period of a couple of hours, and then draw a line connecting all of those marks. It will be a straight line, and that is a straight east-west line.
I'm not sure it is though, because if the sun is coming from
Test
the listen, so the sun's rising from the east, right? You take the shadow, it's going to be a westward shadow, and
Correct.
let's say you wait, you do it at 6 a.m. right when the sun rises, and 8 a.m.
You have to do
It's a
3
couple hours. What?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you have a couple hours. These 2 shadows, the 2 tips are like really close to each other on one side, right? You connect them. You have this line basically going from, forward to back, right? So forward
Why don't
is
you
now
just go ahead and
suddenly
do it
west,
and
and
see?
back is east.
Why don't you just go ahead and do it?
I feel like you have to have
I've
it
done
like,
better than that.
symmetrical around one before or after noon or something like that.
Well, it just makes it nice because you're right there at noon, and it's very convenient. You definitely have a line that is at a point where solar noon was. But you can
you
do
draw it out for me if you did it 2 times, like with 2 points in the morning, like separated by 2 hours, like 6 to 8 or 7 to 9? Draw out how it would work because I don't see it working.
Sure.
You want to do it around noon, and you want to, unless you're at the equator, on the equinox.
Well, you can do it any time of the day you want.
Can't you just see which
Yeah.
way
What if you're in
shadow
what
is
if you're
pointing? Hold on, Brian.
Ross
Brian, hold
Rice
on one
Ice
second.
Show?
Brian, hold on one second. Can't you just have the stick? The stick's gonna be making a shadow at noon. Can't you just see which way the shadow is pointing, and that it's the opposite direction of that?
How do you know when it's solar noon?
When the shadow's the shortest.
Okay, and how are you going to measure that? With one reading.
Who said you have to have one reading?
He just said, can't you just do it at noon?
No, all
That's
you need
one
is a
reading.
stick. You could watch it 10 minutes before when you think solar noon's going to be, and see when the shadow gets the shortest, and then when it starts going back the opposite direction, you're at solar noon.
Okay, you can mark it. Yeah, but you're marking it in a way then. Yeah, but you're marking it in a way then. So what you can do is, all you really need to do is just do 2 readings. Do them 20 minutes apart. They'll be far enough apart that you can draw a line between the 2 tips.
Oh, now you can do it 20 minutes apart.
Oh yeah, you can do it. You can do it within an hour easily. I've done it.
7 a.m. sunrise, and then 7:20 a.m. I make a little line, and that'll tell me where north is.
Yep.
Just by using that.
Well, it'll tell you a true east-west line. Yep. It'll tell you a true east-west line, and then you use that east-west line to find north.
I'm skeptical.
Okay, well that's fine. Do it. Prove me wrong.
Well, I thought you were going to draw it out for me.
Well, I think I'll do better than that. Give me a moment. I'm going to go ahead and show you me doing it. How's that sound?
That's even better.
All right. If you go to my channel and look at something called Getting a Noon Site, which is what the video that I'm going to pull up, you actually see me doing it. But if you want to see the whole process, that's the video, Getting a Noon Site.
No, it's not so much getting marking the tips of the shadows or anything. It's just the, like a diagram of how it would work in terms of.
I'm going to show it to you.
If they're so close, like
here
20
we go.
minutes away, an hour away, for me, maybe it works.
Okay, so here it is right here. All right, so right here, I'm going to go ahead and put this little. I'm going to go ahead and just put a screenshot here, and then I'll give you the link and the timestamp to where I did this. All right, so here's the timestamp. Now, if you go back from this a little bit, this is the end of it. So you have to go back a little bit. But here is the actual shot of me finding the true east-west line. Now, if you look right there, you see I've got just the tip of a fishing rod stuck in the ground, and you see the tip of the shadow here right at the bottom center of the screen. Now, if you look at where those coins are, the timestamp's listed right there. So if you look at these coins, you may have to get the picture a little bit larger. You see there's a series of pennies. Some of them are rather close together, and some of them are further apart. And then there's a dime right there, which actually represents, that was taken at solar noon. And then you continue on. You see how that forms a straight line? That only happens on a rotating sphere. It can't happen on a sun taking a circular path over a flat Earth.
But yeah,
it's not a presupposition, it's a measurement.
I see I see these pennies.
Yep, and the dime.
Hold on, how does this straight line only happen on a sphere? Does it have to do with the Coriolis effect?
No. Has to do with the geometry of the location of the sun and the rotating Earth.
The apparent position of the sun.
And
wait,
as
what
a
do you mean the
result of that,
rotation of the Earth?
yeah, as the sun is in one location. As the Earth rotates underneath it, the shadows will form this straight line. It doesn't happen that way.
Sounds like the Coriolis effect.
Well, no, it doesn't sound like the Coriolis effect at all. But as the Earth rotates underneath it, what you're going to do is you're going to get that shadow tip is going to form a straight line. Now, if the sun was following a curved path over the surface of a flat Earth, that would form a curve. And you can test that. You can test that yourself with just a little piece of clay and a matchstick and a flashlight.
So you're saying because the Earth is a globe, it's moving in the sun's essentially moving in a straight line?
No, the shadow tip is moving in a straight line.
Why didn't you show
Because
the
the
shadow
sun
tip
is.
with the pennies? I mean, you show
I
the
do.
pennies, but where
I
in the
do.
video?
Did you look at the timestamp?
Hold on.
I looked at the timestamp and it shows the image you posted of just one hitting one penny. What about the rest?
Well, actually,
Where
you
do I
see
find the
several.
rest?
You'll see several examples of where the shadow's moving along.
Where?
There's another one at 1234.
1234.
Hold on, man. I'm trying to figure out how this proves the sun's it's a globe because it is the straight line. Can I just go through it with
too
him?
much math. That's too much math. Just go out and try and measure the shadow tips, and you'll see that it follows a straight line.
Yeah, but I know I'm just curious because the sun's moving in a curved path over the globe.
No, it's not. The globe is rotating underneath the sun,
Which is
and
causing
as
the
a
sun to
result
move
of
in
that, the shadow lengths are of different lengths. But when you measure the shadow tip to shadow tip, it forms a straight line.
I know, but you realize the sun. See, I'm hung up. You tried to move past this, but you realize, except for an equinox, the sun's taking a curved path around Earth, right? You realize that?
On the equinox, the sun is taking a curved path around the Earth, through the sky, I should say. It's not taking a curved path over the surface of the Earth. It's moving in a straight line on a surface of the Earth.
Okay. As far as a geodesic goes, the Earth, in great circles, the Earth's doing a great circle route on the globe model only at the equinox. Other than that, it's curving on the globe model.
Take a globe and a flashlight and rotate the globe under the flashlight, and you will see that the path of the sun is straight across the surface of the Earth. And as a result, the shadow tips are also straight.
No, it's curving except for an equinox. It's taking a curved path.
Look at it from the aspect of the sun. I know I'm right.
From the aspect of the
Jeremy's
sun.
right.
He was talking about me, Goofy.
Yeah, it's
sorry, I
straight
didn't mean
only
to call
on a
you
great
name.
circle arc. If it's
Yeah,
in
what
the
are you
northern
talking about,
hemisphere
Bob?
and it's curving, it's going to be curving inwards a little bit, and vice versa on the southern hemisphere.
It's following a latitude, Bob. It's following a latitude line. That's not a great
Right.
circle. That's not a straight line.
Yeah.
It's a straight line, yes.
No, a latitude line. You think a latitude line is a straight line? Oof! Wow, Bob. Wow, that's crazy. You think a latitude line is a great circle, a straight line?
Go ahead and do it with a flashlight and a globe and look.
I know, but do you think a latitude line is a great circle or a straight line
No,
or
I
whatever
don't.
you want to call it?
No, I
Okay,
don't
so
think
it's
it's a
curving.
great
Committed a globe path.
So it's curving.
No, it's not. It's a minor
It's a
circle.
great
is what it is.
circle. It's a
The
great circle,
equator
but
is a great circle.
It's not a straight line.
It's not a great. It's not even
a
a great
circle.
circle.
It's a
Yeah,
circle.
it's not even a great circle.
Do it on a globe. Look.
You have the sun curving on the globe model and the sun curving on the flat Earth. I don't get how this.
Look at
how
it on
this
a globe.
shows it's a globe.
Look at it on a globe.
I know, but I'm asking you, how do you differentiate? I know we got a little hectic there, but I'm asking in all seriousness.
No, just look at it on a globe.
If in the globe model it's curving and in the flat Earth it's curving, how does it prove the globe?
Okay, it's not. All right,
It's not
so
a
let's go ahead and have a look at this. I wonder if I can get lines of latitude on this.
Yeah, well, if it follows
Remember,
the
Bob,
line
that
of latitude,
great circles have to go through the center of the sphere.
Yeah, that's because
only line of
latitudes aren't
latitude
great
that it would
circle
work
lines
is
except
zero.
for latitudes are not great circles except for the equator. They're minor circles.
Yeah,
Exactly.
correct. They're
Same
still
as
circles.
longitudes.
if it's not a great circle, it's curving, right?
Not from the aspect of the sun, no.
An aspect of the sun.
There we go. That's what I was looking for.
What? What does that even mean from the aspect of the sun?
From the aspect of the sun, it's a circle, bro.
All right. So go ahead and have a look. I'm gonna share a screen here real quick to try and help you out here.
Percentage.
All right.
Get on this. I can't look at my phone. You on this percentage?
All
Yeah,
right,
gotcha.
so
All right.
give me a second here. All right. So you see the Earth here. Let me get on over here.
After
Now-
this, can we go over? Oh, go ahead.
Now, on the June solstice, the sun is directly over the Tropic of Cancer. You can agree with that, correct?
Okay.
Look at the Tropic of Cancer right there. Is that a straight line?
No, it's not.
No.
Yeah, it is.
You're saying the Tropic of
All right.
Cancer is a straight line?
It is from
images
this
denote
angle right here, the angle
What
of the
angle are
sun.
you
It
talking
is.
about? What are you looking at? Oh.
Look
my bad.
straight at the Earth. We are directly over the Tropic of Cancer. Notice how that's a straight line?
It's not a
That's
straight
the
line,
path
man.
of the sun.
A latitude line, unless it's the equator, can't be a straight line. Sky has to be curving.
The sun is directly over the Tropic of Cancer. We are looking straight down at the Tropic of Cancer. We are north of the equator. And as you can see, that line is perfectly straight.
A
See
latitude
that?
line that's not the equator is perfectly straight, you're saying?
When the sun is directly over it, it appears perfectly straight, yes. See, it goes right here from, there's the east, then you follow it
Are
straight
you
through.
looking percent? Are you looking at
And
that?
there's the west.
Like, I don't know what to do with
Now,
this, man.
if we were
You
directly
literally-
over the equator,
Yeah, but
notice
this,
now
it
the
doesn't
equator
count what
is
the
a straight
sun
line.
perspective is. It's what's on Earth. It's not a straight line.
and there is the Tropic of Capricorn
Bro, what are you showing?
during the September solstice. And now it is a straight line because we're directly over it. As the Earth rotates underneath it, that line stays straight.
So the sun stays above the Tropic of Cancer, of Capricorn or whatever, and you're saying that's a straight line.
Yeah, he's basically
from the standpoint of the sun,
changing
yes.
the perspective, like, tilting the ball just so the perspective looks like it's straighter.
Correct, because that's the location. I'm looking at the Earth from the location of the sun.
But you realize that it's just because you have a small globe here, and so you can't appreciate how much it's curving. But in reality, it would be curving.
Let's make it larger.
No, you make it smaller.
Now,
you need to zoom out.
There, look at that. Look at that. See? Still straight.
You're not listening, man. The line
okay, now you want me to zoom out.
It's just negligible.
Now you want me to zoom out. Okay, well, I'm going to zoom out because, hey, I want to do what you want to see.
Yeah,
there it is.
If you
nice
had a
straight
bigger
line.
Earth, you're not listening.
Now, all right, so you want me to zoom out. That will make the Earth smaller.
No, I'm saying
if you
had
want
a
me to
bigger
zoom
Earth
in,
and you could
the
zoom
Earth
out
will
and you
be
could appreciate
bigger.
the line in totality, you would see that it's actually slightly curving. You just
I see
can't notice it
the
because
line
of
in
the perspective.
totality right here. And I see the line in totality right there. And I no longer see the line in totality, but it's still straight because I'm looking at it directly down
That's bull,
onto
man.
it.
You know, if you follow it,
I just
it's gonna
did it
be
right in
curving.
front of you. I did it right in front of you.
Yeah, because your field of view is limited. How many times do I have to say it?
All right, how do you want me to have the field of view so that you understand this?
I'm telling you, if you had a bigger field of view, you would notice that it has to go around
All right,
this globe.
by bigger field of view, what do you mean? The Earth is smaller?
Is the sun one point? Is it one vantage point?
Yeah, from this
Really?
aspect it is. In
So
this
there's only one
situation
ray of
it
light
is.
that
yeah.
comes to the Earth, the entirety of the Earth.
The one that's coming right from behind me, straight down to the Earth. Yep, one ray of light.
I don't know what to tell you, man. You're off your rocker.
Well, there it is right there.
If you have
can't argue with
the
it.
sun
There
is
it is.
supposed to be super huge, right? Now, if you have a ray of light coming from one end of the sun to another, to the Earth, and another ray of light coming from the other end of the sun to the Earth,
Where's
you're
the
going to
center of
notice
the
that there's a
sun?
difference. You're going to
Where
notice
is the GP? No,
this
stop. Where is
angular
the GP
difference
of the
because
center
of
of the sun?
Earth being a globe, supposedly.
All right, I'm going to ask you again. Where is the GP of the center of the sun during the June solstice? Is it not directly on the Tropic of Capricorn? Or Cancer, excuse me. Yes or no?
Of the center of the sun? I don't know
From
if
the
that
center
works with
of
your
the sun.
model. That's more in line with the flat Earth conception or geocentric
No.
conception. But heliocentric, I don't think you can even term it that way.
I just did term it that way. Where is
That's
the
something you're
where is the
probably wrong.
GP of the center of the sun during the summer
You would
solstice
think
in
it'd be
June?
right over the tropic.
Correct. There it is. All right. So we're looking at it from the aspect of the center of the sun. There is the
What about
tropic.
the rest of the sun?
As we rotate, okay, how much of a difference is that going to make?
Enough of a difference to know that it's not a straight line.
Is it going to change the GP of the sun?
Not of the
Well, if we're going off the GP of the sun is going in a curved line because it's following a tropic.
No.
Are we using the GP of the sun? Are we doing the GP of the sun? Because that's going to be. Are we using the GP of the sun? Because that's going to be a curved line over the surface of Earth, right?
It's a straight line right here. See it? From the standpoint of the sun, it's a straight line, and I'm showing it to you. If you can't comprehend the fact that I'm showing you a straight line right now, that's fine.
I don't know. I can't see it. Percent. Is it a straight line or what?
He's just tilting the globe so it seems straight because he's taking one point of like one source point of light. And
hold on, let this new guy pipe up. Hold on. What did the new guy say? Or whoever that was. I didn't hear the voice.
Thanks. I'm just saying that this is only using an idealized version of what we are supposed to expect when no one ever can even observe this. We are always on the surface and take our measurements there. So this doesn't apply to anything.
What happens when you're on a point on the Tropic of Cancer during the June solstice and you look at a shadow? What direction does the shadow go at solar noon?
There's no shadow.
Correct. But what about the fact that there's half a degree of deviation? Where's the shadow?
Stop trying to pop quiz us, please, Bob. Please. It's very demeaning or something.
All right, then stop pulling out this bullshit. The sun's actually half a degree in angular size, so therefore the sun rays are not truly parallel. You and I both know that the sun rays are not truly parallel, but for the purpose of this discussion, they can be treated as parallel. How much of a difference does that non-parallel make in celestial navigation? If you didn't take it into account, how far would you be off?
I don't even know. I don't know.
15 miles. And being 15 miles off, is that within the acceptable accuracy of an amateur using a sextant?
Over a flat Earth, yes.
Yeah, sextants don't work on flat Earths. They don't give you the correct location.
Bob, let's say we had a super quick craft, right? And we're following the latitudes. So we're on the Tropic of Cancer, and we're going super quick. And then the other time we're on the equator, and we're going super quick. Is there any difference in terms of navigation from one latitude to the equator?
Not when the sun is directly overhead, no.
So when we don't have to adjust anything, we're always going to be going straight regardless of what latitude you're on.
The sun's path will be going straight, yes.
I didn't ask about the sun.
Because the sun is
directly. Sun's path.
If the sun's
we're discussing
path follows
the sun. We're discussing the path of the sun, not anything else.
Yeah, if the sun's path follows the latitude line, it can't be going straight.
Yet it is. And I just showed that to you.
Latitude lines aren't straight. They're not great circles. They're not straight. No matter how you want to put it, it can't. I don't get it, Bob. I don't know.
You understand that a latitude line is indeed straight. It may not necessarily be the shortest distance between 2 points, but a latitude line is straight.
Straight on your globe model would be a great circle, and latitude lines are not, except for the equator, latitude lines are not great circles, which means they're not straight.
Well, obviously you don't understand what I'm talking about, so I think I'll probably just drop it with that for the simple reason that you can't visualize it from the aspect of the sun.
All right. Sorry. Thanks for trying though. Percentage, did you get it?
You always try and help people out when they're struggling with something.
He's basically trying to say that the path is almost like the horizon. So the horizon goes all the way around us, but looks flat. He's basically trying to say that it works the same as that.
Sorry, let me put this on mute. Milo's deciding to show his ass. Hang on a second. My apologies for the barking interrupting.
It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, Bob, that's why I asked you the question of, what difference would you expect from one latitude that's not the equator versus the equator if you had this really fast craft? You're going to expect that you'd have to turn in, depending on what direction you're going if you're on a different latitude, because of the fact that it's not a straight line, if we're forgetting about the depth aspect, the z-axis.
Well, I explained it to you that it was from a certain point of view, and you can't seem to get that, so I decided to just go ahead and drop it. You're trying to change the point of view. But I would recommend that you go ahead and do the shadow experiment. Put a stick in the ground, mark the tip of the shadow every 20 minutes for an hour or so. See if it doesn't form a straight line. And you can do that as long as you wish during the day while the sun's up, and it'll continue to form a straight line. It will be no curve.
I don't know, Bob. All right, can we go over to straight and curved line thing we were talking about before? We're on a flat Earth, and on a flat Earth, a straight line is a shorter distance than a curved line, but we're on the globe, and a curved line is shorter distance than a straight line?
Yes.
It's a
The
brain
great
buster. I'm having
circle.
troubles with this one, too.
The great circle is a straight line on the surface of the Earth. Yes.
Okay, but...
And a straight
If
line
we're
is
comparing-
defined as the shortest distance between 2 points along the surface of a body.
I know, but if we're comparing a straight line to a curved line on the globe, we're not going to be using spherical geometry, right? Because we have an actual straight line, so...
No, we're using spherical geometry, and we're using great circles on a globe. Sorry.
So we're
using
straight line
lines.
shorter then?
We're using
Hold on,
straight
what's
lines
this-
and triangles on a flat surface, and we are using straight lines which are great circle distances on the surface of a sphere because we're using spherical geometry. And if you have a problem with that, I'm going to go ahead and put the definition up for you, and we're not going to argue the definition because the definition is the definition.
Okay, we're on the globe, right? And we have your great circle route, which is a straight line in spherical
I
geometry.
think this is it.
And then what are we comparing?
Yep, that's it. Now that's the definition, and I'm not going to argue the
Bob,
definition.
can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay,
But that's
so we're
the,
on a
that's
globe.
the definition. We're not going to argue the
Dude, I'm
definition.
not trying to
of what a
argue
straight
about. I
line is.
understand what a great circle route is. Relax, bro. So we're on a globe, and we have this great circle route. What are we comparing it to be a shorter distance than?
A straight line from a side of a triangle on a flat surface.
So a Euclidean. So we have in one case we have a great circle route, which is a straight line in spherical geometry, and we're comparing it to and we're comparing it to a Euclidean straight line, right?
Correct.
Okay, so there's no point in calling your line a straight line since we have a straight line in our example, and there can't be any Euclidean. There can't be any Euclidean straight lines in spherical geometry, right?
A straight line in spherical geometry is a great circle, and the definition is right there.
I know, but we're comparing it to a Euclidean straight line, right?
Where you're comparing it to a Euclidean straight line on a flat surface, yes.
Bro, in this example of where your curved great circle line is shorter distance than a straight line, what is it? Are we talking about a Euclidean straight line?
All right, listen very carefully because I've explained this a number of times and I don't think you're getting it. On a spherical surface, we are using a great circle distance.
I already
On a
understand that.
flat
Yeah, yeah.
surface, we are using a side of a triangle, which is a Euclidean line. So, yes. So if
Okay,
the Earth
we're
is
comparing
flat,
your great circle route
if
to
the Earth
something.
is flat, if the Earth is
Hold on,
flat
Bob. You're
and we
getting
have
ahead of
3
yourself.
points. Okay, go ahead.
You're getting ahead of yourself. Hold on. So we're comparing your great circle route to what? What are we comparing that to?
That's already been answered 3 times. Ask one of your friends.
We're comparing it to a Euclidean straight line, right?
On a flat surface, yes.
On a flat surface, okay. And you're saying this great circle route is a shorter distance than that straight line on the flat, the Euclidean. Can we call it a Euclidean straight line and a great circle route so we don't get confused with straight lines?
Go ahead.
Okay, so you're saying the great circle route, spherical straight line, is shorter distance than a Euclidean straight line. That's what you're saying?
On a sphere, a great circle distance is a shorter distance than
what?
On a and then on a flat surface using the side of a triangle, which would be a Euclidean line, given the location of the 3 points of the triangle.
I don't even know what you're saying now. You know what? I'm sorry that we even went down this road. Just forget it.
Probably best.
Yeah, I don't. You may make it too confusing and shit.
No,
not
he's
not at all.
confusing it. Well, all he's doing is he's automatically assuming spherical geometry.
No, I'm not. I'm testing it. That's not an assumption. That's a test. So on a flat Earth, we know the location.
Based on your
No, on a flat Earth, we have a location for Sydney, Australia. We have a location for Perth, Australia, and we have a location for the North Pole. We know the distance from Sydney and Perth to the North Pole. We know the angle between those 2 lines. We can use the law of cosines then to calculate the third side of the triangle, which is a straight line. On a spherical body of radius 3959 miles, we can also calculate the distance between those 2 points, Sydney and Perth, and then we can physically measure it over the surface of the Earth and see which it's closest to. So if it comes in, if the spherical distance is 17,777 nautical miles, and the side of the triangle mandated by a 2D triangle would be 4,400 nautical miles, and we come out and the actual measured distance, say, let's just toss something out, 3,000 nautical miles. It's more than the spherical distance, but it is clearly less than the straight distance, and that effectively rules out the possibility that it is a straight line distance because we did it in 3,000 nautical miles instead of 4,400.
In your math that you just did there, you said you assumed a radius of 3959, right?
Yes, that's what I'm testing. That's what I'm testing.
How did you know? How did you test that? Did you guys test 2947? And did you test 5974?
You could.
You just happened to get it right at 3959.
No. That's the number that we used. We could use any number.
Where did you get that number?
Well, you can measure that number in a multiple of different ways.
Measure it or calculate
Yes.
it? Measure it. Okay.
Same thing.
Okay. Measure and calculate are the same thing?
Do you know 3 different ways that the globe Earth people say they can calculate the radius of the Earth? Give me 3 different ways that they can do it. I can give you 6.
Say that measurements and calculations are the exact same thing?
Yep, they are. Unless you're disagreeing with trigonometry.
Good luck, guys.
Do you disagree with trigonometry? Do you think you can disprove trigonometry?
Well, no. Here's the point.
Okay. Well, then there you go.
No. Here's in trigonometry. You've got X and Y and Z and all these numbers, letters that represent numbers, right? So those numbers represent actual measurements that have been taken or data points that have been accrued, right? And then put into this calculation. So where did you come up with 3959 in your math?
Sorry, did you say you're doing spherical trigonometry? Or just regular trigonometry?
Bob. Is my mic on? Hello? Check, check.
What up?
Hey.
Yeah, I just stepped away for a second. Yeah,
Did
I
you say
mean,
you're doing
there's
spherical? Well,
there's a
I
number
want
of different ways that you can calculate the radius of the Earth, and unless you want to try and disprove the mathematics behind them, the fact that
No,
all 6 of them
you misunderstand my question.
come back to the same number, that
Did you
gives us pretty good
misunderstand my
confidence in that number.
I wasn't asking about the math. I'm asking about where the numbers and the data points that are put into the maps, where that came from.
Direct measurements.
You directly measured 3959. I'd love to see that. Please enlighten me.
I don't have to measure 3959. I can calculate it. I can
You
measure.
You just said direct measurement. I'd like
Yes,
to see
I
that,
can
please.
make direct measurements
Via
to
calculation.
determine that number and plug it into the formulas and determine that number. And I can do it
how did
6 different ways. How many ways can you do it? What are 3 ways that you can calculate the radius of the Earth?
Please, you just said direct measurement, so I'd love the direct.
That is a direct measurement.
Well, I'd love to see it.
Okay, great. Look at the distance between Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. Can you measure that distance?
I have to get a longer tape measure than I have in the shed.
Do you honestly think you need a tape measure? Or is that just characteristic number 4 of science denial?
That'd be one of the better ways to do it. I mean, that'd be a
Nope.
really accurate way. Right?
Nope.
What about one of those sticks with the wheel on the end of it?
Yeah.
There you go.
Could you use an odometer? Could you use an odometer on your car?
if you had a level surface all the way from wherever to wherever, sure. But if you're going up hills, down hills, around mountains, left, right, no.
Can you account for that error?
We'd need a aircraft that could, as the crow flies.
Okay. Could you account for that error?
Yeah, we get a helicopter as the crow flies.
Okay, so you could account for that error. So your argument that it's not an accurate measurement really doesn't hold water, does it?
I'm saying that we could, in fact, directly actually measure that if we really wanted to.
Good. Now, if we know the distance between those 2 points, and we know the coordinates at the start and the end of that point, can we calculate a triangle between those points in the North Pole? And can we calculate a great circle distance between the 2? The answer is yes.
That's certainly not what we're asking. We're asking.
Well, that's because you're not asking the right question.
Now,
for the radius, like you said you had, is what I'd like.
Yes. Now, by knowing that distance and knowing what it would have to be on a flat surface, we can rule out the flat surface because it's much less than that. Now, once we do know that, we can use spherical trig and determine the radius by knowing that distance. Without knowing the radius to begin with, we can actually calculate the radius, and it comes out to 3959.
In order to have a North Pole, don't you already have to have a globe to begin with?
The North Pole is 90 degrees north. That is a point on the Earth. It's a convenient point on the Earth. You could easily make a triangle from Philadelphia to Pittsburgh to Miami. You could pick any number, any location, and create a triangle and calculate the distance between those sides using the law of cosine.
I get that. Yeah, that's fine. But so why did you use spherical trig and not just planar trig?
Because you can use planar trig and find what the distance would have to be. If the distance you drove is less than that, then you know that that's not the case. Now we can test whether or not the Earth is, now we can test a globe Earth to see whether or not we can get a radius of that globe using the Haversine formula, and indeed we can. It's 3959, and I've done this between London and Bristol, Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, and I did it between Perth. I did it between Perth and Sydney, and I did it from the North Island of New Zealand to Sydney by ocean liner so that we knew for a fact that that was the distance. And guess what? The numbers all come back to the globe.
And you used Google Earth when you did that?
No, I used actual flight calculations to do that. And cruise ship distances
and they
used
use Google Earth.
No, I used cruise ship distances and speeds as to how far that cruise ship went in how many hours. So when you look at a cruise ship that goes from the North Island of New Zealand to Sydney, it's 1,305 nautical miles. The cruise ship has a maximum speed of about 20 knots. And in order to make that distance on a flat Earth, it would have to have a cruise ship speed of 46 knots, which is faster than the fastest cruise ship.
Is the cruise ship affected by Coriolis?
What do you think? And what does that
That's
have
why
to
I
do
asked.
with anything about the distances? What does it have to do with
Because-
the question at hand, which is the distance and the time it takes to travel that distance?
Okay.
Not jack shit. So stop
First,
with
I'm
the
going to need to know.
non sequitur questions.
It's very
and
sequitur, and
concentrate on the point.
It's very sequitur, and I can link it up in a second if you just go with me for a second. Now, are cruise ships affected by the Coriolis effect? I can relate this, and it's only going to take a second. I need to know if cruise ships are affected by the Coriolis effect.
Anything that moves across the surface of the Earth from point A to point B is affected by Coriolis, yes.
And did the cruise ship go in a straight line on the surface of Earth?
It went on a straight line. It went directly by the shortest route from the North Island of New Zealand. I think it's the Bay of Palms or Bay of Islands to Sydney, and it's 1,305 miles according.
If you were to trace this out, on the map or the globe or whatever, would it be a straight Great Circle route? You don't like where this is headed, do you, Bob? I can tell. Did it trace a straight line out over the map? Bob, did it trace a straight line out over the map? It's fine. You can go on with the other guy. Go ahead, Bob.
Next time when you ask me a question, listen to the answer that I gave you. The answer was yes.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yes, it traced a straight. So then the ship didn't actually go in a straight line. It actually went in a curved line because the lines can't be straight in both the inertial and the non-inertial reference frame, right?
It went in a great circle. It went on a great circle course, which is a straight line on the surface of the Earth, yes, or a surface of the sphere.
The ship actually went in a straight line because there can't be a straight line on the ground and a straight line in the inertial frame, right?
Okay, well, don't talk about things you don't understand. You don't quite get inertial frames. It followed a great circle course over the ocean. It stayed on the course.
Okay, if something's being affected by the Coriolis effect, you realize you need an inertial and a non-inertial reference frame, right?
What do you need those frames for? What's the difference between the two?
Because that's how you get Coriolis.
Okay, what are they? Tell me what those reference frames are and how and where they come into play.
I'm sorry, I had a question. Do you realize you need
first before you start
non-inertial reference?
You're going to have to tell me what is the inertial reference frame?
I asked mine first.
What's the inertial reference frame? And
I
what
don't
is
know.
the
I asked my
rotating
question
reference
first.
frame?
Are we just going to ask each other questions we never
No,
answered?
I'm just going to wait until you answer that
yours. So we're just going to keep asking each other questions we never answer. It's fine. Go ahead. Whoever was going on with Bob, go ahead. I don't want to just ask questions back and forth that we're not going to answer. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Well, since this has been explained to you many times, for Coriolis, you need a rotating frame of reference. The only purpose of the non-inertial rotating frame of reference is so that you can measure the fact that one frame is actually rotating. You have to be standing still on the ground to see that the merry-go-round is going, is rotating. You can't stand on the merry-go-round and see the merry-go-round is rotating. You have to be in a non-inertial reference frame outside of that rotating reference frame to determine that reference frame is rotating. That's the purpose of it. So all you really need for Coriolis is a rotating frame of reference. If you accept the fact that the frame of reference is rotating, you don't need the non-inertial frame.
That's just wrong. What's wrong? Have you ever read the
Actually,
wiki
it's not.
page on the Coriolis effect? Have you ever read the wiki page on the Coriolis effect? It
Yes,
clearly
and more
describes.
importantly, I understood it.
So did I, and it clearly described about how you need both of the inertial and the non-inertial reference frames.
What do you need the non-inertial reference frame for?
That's your rotating thing that you're going to get a C or apparent deviation from.
Okay. You need to have two different frames of reference so that you can tell whether or not one is rotating. That's what you need the other frame of reference for. That's it.
No, you need something to be traveling in the inertial frame of reference so that you can view it from the non-inertial frame of reference and see the apparent deviation.
You can view it from is the key word.
Yes, view it from the non-inertial frame of reference, but the thing needs to be traveling in the inertial frame of reference.
Correct, which is exactly what I just said.
Which is why you need two fucking frames of reference. Why are you playing games, man?
You need the non-inertial frame of
I'm going on
reference
mute.
to tell. Good. You need the
Just
non-inertial
fuck
frame of
off.
reference to
I'm
tell that the inertial frame is
going
rotating.
on mute. I can't stand the fucking games you guys be playing.
Well, in any event, try the experiment with the shadow tips tomorrow and see whether or not it forms a straight line. And then try it with a matchbook and move the sun in an arc around it.
Yo, is this live stream up? Is the live stream up right now on YouTube? Gio, you there? Check.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, it should be live. Yep.
No doubt. I'm going back and clipping that out. Did you hear what happened with the thing where I'm gonna go clip that out later when I get or tomorrow or something. Fucking ridiculous, man. Unbelievable the games these guys be playing. Unbelievable.
But absolutely true, and you admitted it. You just didn't realize it.
Spent 5 minutes arguing with you on if you needed both a non-inertial and non-inertial reference frame. You argue with me that you only needed the non-inertial one, and then like 5 minutes later, you conceded and said that we did need both. Fucking ridiculous, man.
It's not what I said at all. I said you needed one to determine the other was rotating. That's the only thing you needed for.
You need two of them for Coriolis to happen.
You just need to know that you need a rotating frame of reference. That's all you need.
Can you have Coriolis with just one frame of reference, or do you need an inertial
Yes.
and a non-inertial frame of reference? Yes.
No,
so
you can have it with one.
I don't know. You can have Coriolis with only one frame of reference.
Correct. The rotating frame of reference is all you need.
Definitely clipping that out, no doubt.
Go right ahead. The only reason you need the other one is to tell the first one is rotating.
Yeah, no doubt. Stupid.
Well, if you need the other to know that the other is rotating, then
Correct. That's all you needed for. Yeah, that's all you needed for is to be able to tell the first ones are rotating.
yeah, but then that's 2, not 1.
I think I was quite clear. The important thing is the rotating frame of reference. The only reason you need the other one is to see the first one is rotating.
So Wikipedia lied to me. You don't need two, the inertial and the non-inertial frame of reference. You can have Coriolis with just one.
No, you just didn't understand what the wiki told you.
Yeah,
You said it,
no.
you just didn't get it, though. You
I
said it,
know.
you just didn't make the connection. You admitted you needed the second one to see the first one was rotating.
No, you need the inertial frame. That's where the object travels at to get Coriolis. It travels in the inertial frame. That's why you get the deviation, is because something's traveling in an inertial frame of reference, and you view it from the non-inertial frame.
No, you get the deviation because you have conservation of momentum.
Right. So let's say there's two guys throwing a ball back and forth in a playground, right? They're throwing the ball straight in between them. And then we install a fucking merry-go-round in between these guys, and we put some kids on the merry-go-round, and they're fucking spinning now, and they see the Coriolis effect. Where's your conservation of momentum?
On the rotating merry-go-round.
Which has nothing to do with the ball because it was going back and forth before the merry-go-round was even in there.
Yes, you're implying, though, that the children are throwing it back and forth on the ground. Otherwise, you're just throwing a ball over a merry-go-round. It has no effect whatsoever on it.
Yes. No, it does have an effect. They can see the Coriolis effect happening because from the people on the merry-go-round, it appears the curve. Where's your conservation of momentum in my example where the guys are just standing still throwing a ball back and forth?
The ball's conserving momentum. You're imparting a force on it on one side, and it carries it to the other.
Okay, and before we installed the merry-go-round, that was happening. Conservation of momentum in the ball, right? No Coriolis effect.
You understand that if you're throwing the ball over the merry-go-round. Okay, no, you're talking over me now. You asked a question. Let me answer it.
We're still going.
Yeah, I know. You go on and on and on. Now, if you throw the ball over the merry-go-round, there's no Coriolis effect.
Dude. Throw the ball over the merry-go-round. Finish my thing, please. The ball. If you're throwing the ball back and forth, Coriolis effect. We install a merry-go-round in between those guys. They're still throwing the ball back and forth in a straight line. We put some kids on the merry-go-round. We spin it up. Now these kids see Coriolis effect.
From the rotating frame of reference, yes.
They're on the merry-go-round. They see the Coriolis effect, yeah.
From the rotating frame of reference, yes. And you know that it's a rotating frame of reference because you see it from the guys that are off of the merry-go-round throwing the ball over it.
Where does the conservation of momentum fit in with this scenario?
I already told you.
From the ball going back and forth, that was happening before there was Coriolis.
Correct. You're asking an effect that is seen by the kids on the merry-go-round. They're not throwing the ball back and forth to each other on the merry-go-round. There's no Coriolis effect. They see something. They see a curving. They see a curving because they're rotating underneath it, but they don't have anything to do with the ball. The ball is not in that frame of reference.
Coriolis effect is when something's traveling straight in an inertial reference frame, the ball, and it's being viewed by someone in a non-inertial reference frame. The kids on the merry-go-round. They are seeing the Coriolis effect.
You're not grasping what the Coriolis is.
You're totally ignorant on what the Coriolis effect is and how it works. Come back when you learn about it.
Coriolis. You're not grasping what it is.
I just detailed it explicitly. There is Coriolis effect there. The kids on the merry-go-round. The kids on the merry-go-round are viewing it.
They have nothing to do with the ball. The ball is not interacting at all with the merry-go-round. If the children were throwing the ball back and forth on the merry-go-round, you would have a Coriolis effect. Simply throwing the ball over the merry-go-round is not a Coriolis effect because it's not in a rotating frame of reference. nor is it interacting with a rotating frame of reference.
Okay. Are the kids on the non-inertial reference frame spinning on the merry-go-round?
Yes, they're seeing the curve, but they don't have anything to do with it. It's just passing over
that's
them.
the non-inertial. Okay, that's the non-inertial reference frame. Is the ball going straight in an inertial reference frame?
Yes.
And do the kids see the ball to appear to deviate, but it's not actually deviating?
You're right, because they're changing.
That's the Coriolis effect. Ooh, I'm going on mute.
Probably best.
It is bad. I'm clipping that part out too. Fucking brilliant, Bob.
Throwing a ball over a rotating object does not, that when the ball does not start off or end up on the rotating object, is not Coriolis. No.
Coriolis effect is when there's somebody on a non-inertial reference frame, and they view something traveling in an inertial reference frame, and they see an apparent deviation, which is exactly what happens with the kids on the merry-go-round when the ball's going straight.
The ball has nothing to do with the rotating frame of reference.
That is by definition the Coriolis effect. You are
no, it's
how
not.
did you get? Okay, I know it's not. I know. Stupid.
Coriolis only occurs in rotating frames of reference.
Yeah, which is where the
when
kids
there's movement across rotating
which
frames
is where
of
the
reference.
Kids are when they're viewing the apparent, not actual deviation of the ball that's going straight. This is too Geo. You see why we can't argue Coriolis with these guys? It's pointless. They don't even understand it. Pointless.
Absolutely pointless.
Well, we can check with Blue, see what he has to say about it. So if two people are throwing a ball back and forth on a field and there's a merry-go-round on the other side of the field watching the people play ball, is that Coriolis? No.
Is something traveling straight? Is something traveling straight in an inertial frame and there's somebody viewing it from a non-inertial frame and it appears to deviate, but it's not actually deviating? You're asking me if that's Coriolis effect?
If the merry-go-round's on the other side of the playground,
simply yes or no question. Are you asking
if the merry-go-round is on the other side of the
question,
playground, it's not Coriolis. It doesn't. There's no interaction between the rotating frame of reference and the non-inertial frame of reference, or the inertial frame of reference.
Again, I'm going to ask it again. So you're telling me there's somebody on a roundabout that's spinning. They're in a non-inertial frame of reference. They witness something that's moving it straight in an inertial frame of reference and see an apparent deviation. You're asking me if that's the Coriolis effect?
I'm asking you if the merry-go-round is on the other side of the playground and they're watching two people play catch in the distance. Is that the Coriolis effect? No, it's not.
Let me know if I'm detailing the situation that's happening specifically. There's somebody on a non-inertial reference frame spinning, right? Is there someone in a non-inertial reference frame, Bob? Go silent too if I was you. Fucking stupid, man. I gotta go on mute.
Coriolis is only in the rotating frame of reference.
I gotta go on mute.
Do you have a degree, Bob?
Couple.
How's the janitor know more about the Coriolis effect than you then?
What makes the janitor?
How much money do you think you spent on it to still be stupid?
Well, technically what Bob is saying, from what I'm hearing, is actually correct, because the ball would have to be thrown from the merry-go-round for it to be Coriolis. If you have just a merry-go-round and then some other people throwing balls outside of it, it's technically not Coriolis. But this is like a technicality. It's a semantic.
Gio, and I made it very clear what I was talking about, and I appreciate you clarifying it.
Gio, the definition of the Coriolis effect is when somebody is spinning in a non-inertial reference frame and they observe something moving through an inertial reference frame and they see an apparent deviation, not actual, which is exactly what's happening in Bob's scenario. It absolutely is the Coriolis effect.
Yeah. Well, there's just this little subtlety difference where the ball being thrown from the merry-go-round versus from outside it. That's the only slight difference.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be thrown from the merry-go-round. That's like not in the rule book of Coriolis effect. All you need is to be viewing something that's moving straight in an inertial reference frame from a non-inertial reference frame. That's all that needs to happen. It doesn't need to be thrown from the merry-go-round. It doesn't need to touch the merry-go-round.
Sorry, you're incorrect. If you fire an artillery shell from the surface of the rotating Earth, you'll see Coriolis effect. If you fire an artillery shell from deep space, from a position in space past the Earth, you're not going to have a Coriolis effect from that.
You got a citation for that, Bob?
Yeah, it's the definition of the Coriolis effect.
You got a citation
hit those lights.
for it? I mean, you can claim all day that you just gave us the definition, but do you have a citation for it?
Definitional. Look at the definition of Coriolis. You have to have a rotating frame of reference.
You don't have a citation for it then.
Coriolis only occurs on a rotating frame of reference.
Citation?
It does not occur in a non-rotating frame of reference.
Citation.
The definition of Coriolis.
So you don't have a citation. Got it. You would think that somebody that spent money on school like that would understand the importance of having a citation for what they claim.
I do have a citation for what I'm saying, though, because my shit is the definition of the Coriolis effect.
He's not worried about the definition of the Coriolis effect, Jeremy. He's not worried about actually finding anything even remotely close to true or accurate.
I'm sorry, Gio. I'm right on this one, bro. It doesn't need to interact with the merry-go-round at all. All that needs to happen is
Here's
somebody
the
in an
definition of the Coriolis effect. I'm
all that
absolutely
needs to
correct.
happen, dude. I was right in the middle
there.
of a sentence. What are you doing?
I'm
All that
correcting
needs,
you.
Gio. All that needs to happen. Shut
There
up.
it is. Read it and weep.
Google's not a citation, Bob. Citation?
Very good.
Yeah, I mean, this is like a subtlety of, well, I mean, what I would think is that perhaps the word Coriolis is more what Jeremy's talking about. The actual the deviating just having two reference frames and one thing deviating from one of them. Perhaps the Coriolis effect means that is the idea that something needs to be launched from the inertial or the non-inertial reference frame and then be viewed that way. So perhaps both you guys are correct, but I guess it depends on the semantic thing.
It doesn't matter, Gio.
Coriolis
because Jeremy attempted to clarify exactly what he's talking about, and Bob has refused to address literally the exact thing that Jeremy described, and instead has continued to try and talk about something else that you're now talking about. So it doesn't matter what he's talking about. Jeremy asked a question to clarify very specifically exactly the situation that's being talked about, and Bob has refused to actually address it. So it literally doesn't matter what Bob is describing right now.
I have addressed it. He is wrong. There's the definition of the
you haven't
Coriolis
addressed
effect. There's the definition of the Coriolis effect. I'm going to stand on the definition.
You haven't addressed it.
I'm standing on the definition. There it is. Read it.
Yeah, Google's not a citation, Bob. Do better.
Well, I guess I thought that in order to have the effect, you need to launch a projectile from the non-inertial reference frame. If that's not the case, and you can just have it, even though you just have two different frames and one thing is moving compared to another, then I guess what Jeremy's saying would be correct.
Yes,
but
absolutely not. It does not need to touch, come from, or interact with the rotating reference frame. All that needs to happen is somebody is in the non-inertial reference frame, and they view an apparent deviation of something that's going straight in the inertial reference frame. That's all. It doesn't have to come off of the frame or touch it or nothing, dude.
Well, the definition's right there. It has to come from the rotating frame of reference.
No, it doesn't.
And your jumble of words really doesn't help you. But there's the definition.
Bob, do better.
I've got it right there. There's another citation for you.
Yeah, Google's not a citation. Do better.
I mean, looking up a definition is just looking up a definition. There it is. It's definitional. It's not subject to debate.
See, I think there may be a difference between the word Coriolis and what they call the Coriolis effect. There actually may be a small difference, because I was just looking up the etymology of the word Coriolis, and that actually more fits what Jeremy's saying. The reference to an inertial force.
What is the etymology of Coriolis effect?
Well, it's the word. It's the word Coriolis, which came from.
What does the word Coriolis come from?
This dude named French scientist named Gaspard Gustave de Coriolis.
Yeah, it was his name. It doesn't have any origin to it. There's no root of that word. It's his name. Now, Paid NASA Shill is here. Why don't you ask him? Because he'll agree with me.
Well, there still is an etymology to the word. It is his name, but it depends, I guess, on how he originally defined it. This definition here is more what Jeremy's referring to. It basically says, in reference to an inertial force that acts on objects that are in motion relative to a rotating reference frame. So that's not necessarily defining, in the example we were saying before, whether the ball is thrown from the non-inertial reference frame or whether it's thrown from outside of it.
My definition makes that quite clear.
Well, that's what I'm saying, but your definition is Coriolis effect. So it may be slightly different, or how they've kind of, modulated the definition to fit, what they use it for today.
Well, GL, I appreciate your input on this, but I don't think that you're going in the right direction there. The definition of the Coriolis effect requires a rotating frame of reference and an object moving across the rotating frame of reference from the rotating frame, or from within the rotating frame of reference.
Not exactly, no, because if you're in the merry-go-round example, and say a bird flies over you in a straight line, you should still be able to view a Coriolis effect.
Absolutely, it's purely visual. The thing
I don't know if that would qualify.
Traveling, dude.
It would definitely qualify
under that definition. Would it qualify under that definition that I posted?
There is only really one definition.
Is that the definition?
Let me see.
It's the Oxford definition of the Coriolis effect in physics.
Well, that's not exactly a correct definition, because it doesn't really detail how the Coriolis effect is purely visual.
Do you have a definition that discusses just the visual aspect of it?
Yep, I do.
All right.
So what's happening?
And is the hurricane rotation a visual effect or a physical effect?
The Coriolis effect has nothing to do with hurricanes. That's a misconception.
So what happens when there's a kid on a roundabout? What happens when there's a kid on a roundabout and somebody throws a ball straight through the air, and he sees it take an apparent deviation, but we know that it's actually going straight? What do you call that? What would you call that, Bob?
So let me get this straight. You're on the merry-go-round and you're throwing the ball straight up.
There's a kid spinning on a merry-go-round. 10 feet away, there's a guy on the ground. He throws a ball in a straight line. The kid sees the ball appear to curve. Call that.
So?
Call that.
Is the ball within the rotating frame of reference?
Call the thing I just described.
Is the ball within the rotating frame of reference?
Sounds like
Okay, Fleric just put it up again here too. The effect of Coriolis force is an apparent deflection of a path of an object that moves within a rotating coordinate system.
Yes, that's the non-inertial reference frame.
That moves within the rotating
Everything's in the
coordinate
non-inertial
system.
reference frame. Everything's in the non-inertial reference frame. That's where he's viewing it from.
Well, this is sort of like the difference, Jeremy. Think about it this way. Like, if you're on the Earth, the globe Earth thing that's spinning that they say or whatever, and you shoot a bullet from the ground, that's where they're claiming the Coriolis effect and this, whatever. If you just had something out in space that was just shooting by the Earth, I know what you mean. It would be a Coriolis-like observation-y thing because you would see it curving as you're on the spinning ball. But in my mind, technically that's not the Coriolis effect because you're not launching something from the spinning Earth. It's just something, flying by in outer space.
Which is the exact.
What would we call
which is the exact example I gave, and then you started playing citation games.
What would we call the observation with the kid that's rotating on the merry-go-round? He sees a guy throw a ball. The guy throws the ball straight. The kid sees it curve. What would we call that situation?
I mean, technically not the Coriolis effect. I guess you could call it something else. You could call it something else, but the way they've defined
it's an optical illusion.
It's an optical illusion?
Yeah, for the Coriolis effect, it has to be within the rotating frame of reference, and we've got two citations up already.
But the observer would see a curved path. Lemon, hold on real quick. Lemon. It's getting thrown straight in the rotating grid system, or whatever the fuck you said. Everything's in the rotating grid system because you could see it from there.
It's not in the rotating reference system of the merry-go-round. No, it's not.
Everything's
outside
in
of that.
reference frame. I argued with Goldberg for this, and they've said the ball is in both the reference frames. Double speaking fundy fuck. I'm going on mute.
Well, that's what hold on. Let's ask Lemon. Lemon, this is what we're talking about. Basically, okay, if you're on a merry-go-round, two people on a merry-go-round, one that's spinning around, one throws the ball to the other, Coriolis effect, blah, 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 right? Okay, that's fine. But what's being discussed here is if you had a merry-go-round that's on a football field and you have two people on the merry-go-round, they're just on it. And then you have two other people throwing a football or a baseball, whatever, up and over the merry-go-round. Is that still Coriolis? The fact that the people on the merry-go-round are spinning and they're going to see the ball deviating, whatever, is that still Coriolis? The fact that the ball was not thrown from the merry-go-round versus being thrown from outside of it. That's what's being discussed.
At that point, it would just be a negligible, unimportant effect. It would only be Coriolis if there was a physical effect accompanying the, like an actual curved path that's accompanying the curved visual effect. So Jeremy has revealed how useless it is to talk about Coriolis effect unless there's some sort of physical effect, because the spinning observer would see a curved path anyway from within the curved reference frame or whatever the spinning reference frame, even though it's shot in an inertial regular reference frame and going straight as a projectile, outside of the reference frame. So at that point, it's just, visual, unless it's accompanied with an actual curved path showing an actual physical effect. You'd have a Coriolis effect. That would be a fake Coriolis effect, basically, just visually alone.
So what we observe it's called the fake Coriolis effect. That's what we would call that, you think?
Basically, you have a spinning observer who appears to see a curved path simply by dint of the fact that they're spinning and their eyes are spinning. Therefore, they see a curved path even though it's straight. It would be a fake optical illusion effect. That would be a Coriolis optical effect, but no physical thing to go with it, like an actual curved path.
Because Coriolis is an optical effect. It actually takes a straight path. There is no curved path. It actually goes straight. It just appears to curve. It just appears the curve.
That's why Jeremy
It
harps
always
on this one, because he thinks that Coriolis is just an apparent. He thinks that apparent force means that you just appear, you just see. It doesn't actually do anything, and that's totally incorrect. But
Well, I mean, the thing is, if you're in a spinning reference frame and you have observers that are spinning, you would expect everything within the frame to eventually spin. Now, if you shoot the projectile, with enough force, it'll go in a straight path, but eventually you'd expect the projectile in the spinning reference frame to slow down and start spinning with everything else in the reference frame eventually. It just depends on how much force you throw the projectile within the spinning reference frame to see if it goes in a straight path and or slows down and starts curving.
Yeah, I mean,
So
my
half of
understanding.
Coriolis,
Look, go ahead.
half of Coriolis is just the spinning observer seeing a curved path, and the other half is whether or not the wind or the forces in the spinning reference frame are enough to overcome the projectile and make it follow a curved path physically.
The thing that Bob was saying about the thing being inside the rotating reference grid system, the ball that's moving straight is inside that grid system. I've talked this to death with the Globers. The ball is inside that system. You can see it. You can plot it from inside that rotating grid system.
Well, okay, I hear you. You're saying that the idea of a merry-go-round in the middle of a football field and then people throwing a ball from the stationary ground over the merry-go-round. You're just saying that all of that is within the grid system of the football field. Therefore, it still counts as Coriolis.
It's within the grid system of the It's within the rotating grid system of the non-inertial frame, and they can plot it, and it's the Coriolis effect. I don't know what else to say.
Well, because my understanding of it would be like, let's say, like I said before, if you have a globe Earth and you shoot a bullet from the surface of the Earth, you get the Coriolis effect as their claim. But if you just have something like a big asteroid or whatever that's just whizzing by the Earth, even though you might still see it, doing whatever in your sky from your perspective, the fact that it didn't come from the Earth means it's not Coriolis. It would just be perspective. It would just be,
it's an optical effect.
Yeah, it's just the optical effect of what you're viewing. I mean, that's my understanding of it. I mean, this is kind of a slight difference, but I'm just saying my understanding is that the thing has to be launched from the actual spinning Earth in order for it to technically be what they call Coriolis. It can't just be something whizzing by.
It doesn't exactly have to be at all. As long as it's viewed from the non-inertial reference frame and the object has left the non-inertial reference frame and has entered the inertial reference frame, that's all you need. The effect is the effect. Whether or not it's launched from the rotating frame of reference or not, just like my example with a bird flying over or the football being thrown over the roundabout, it's the same thing. Because all you're doing is discerning the effect, visualizing the effect.
Okay, so I mean, I'm open to that being the case. I mean, if that's the case, I see the problem is that it's just like this is like a dude's name, and then it's just like they define it how they want. So I don't know if this is defined in some kind of set way. So Globus, you're saying that if an asteroid whizzes past a globe Earth and you see it curving in your sky, then that's Coriolis in your mind?
Definitely, because you're spinning underneath something that's traveling in a straight line, something that's no longer in your rotating frame of reference.
Yeah, okay, it wouldn't be Coriolis at all. It would be an optical effect that you would see because you're on a rotating frame of reference.
That's exactly what Coriolis is, though, as per my definition.
Yeah,
Coriolis is not just an optical effect or an illusion.
Yes,
it's a fictitious force which can be measured.
That's exactly what it is. Yeah, a fictitious force, which is an apparent force.
Fictitious doesn't mean fake. Apparent doesn't mean just appear. It's an emergent force.
Yeah, that's a major flaw in understanding.
It's not, though.
It is, though. Apparent does not mean it's just appear.
Yeah, you can measure fictitious forces.
That force, when you take your car and you make a hard right-hand turn and you go to the outside of the turn, that is a fictitious, apparent, emergent force. It's very real. It moves you the outside of the car.
And you can measure it.
Paige, there's something going on with your mic. It's making a buzzing. You gotta see if you can fix it.
Let me drop, come back.
Same as centrifugal force, which is known as a fictitious force as well. And what you're actually feeling is a torque. You're not actually feeling a force. It feels like you're feeling
torque.
Yeah.
The torque.
Well, without a physical effect to go with this force.
Never mind.
What were you saying, Dr. Bob?
It's not torque. It's a fictitious force. It's an acceleration.
Well, without a physical effect to go with this apparent effect, it makes the Coriolis effect meaningless. I mean, you could be in a spinning merry-go-round and see a straight path from outside the merry-go-round curve by dint of you simply spinning around, which makes the Coriolis visual effect meaningless unless there's some sort of physical effect that comes from actually curving the path. Otherwise, visually, the path would, the straight path from outside of the reference frame would appear to curve anyway. It just becomes meaningless without a physical effect accompanying it of some sort.
There is a physical effect, and if you disagree with Coriolis being very real, talk to a meteorologist.
Okay, well, in that case, we need to see what sort of physical effect this Coriolis is having. What sort of physical effect is this Coriolis having?
Causes winds to curve. Causes artillery shells to curve.
I don't know. I mean, Miles Mathis talked about how impossible the Coriolis effect could be based off of mechanical spin of the Earth because it should go away from the zone of spin. It would be like spinning a water-bound tennis ball, and you would get some sort of Coriolis-like spin toward the axis of the ball away from the direction that the ball is spinning. That's what would happen with
Again, a
some
major
sort of
problem with
mechanical
magnitude. Again, a major problem with magnitude. Those spinning tennis ball things are ridiculous.
So you should only see Coriolis winds toward the southwest. Since the Earth appears to be spinning from the east, you would have some sort of Coriolis spin in the opposite direction. But we have winds that go north, south, east, and west, showing that the mechanical spin of the Earth for some sort of Coriolis-like effect, like the winds, tornadoes, or whatever you're talking about, is just meaningless. There has to be another cause.
It's not true at all, and that's not how trade winds work.
So Miles Mathis, even though he's a glober, talks about charge fields, vortex-like charge fields that are making things spin in a certain direction this way or that way. So we're going to have to look into something else other than the mechanical spin of the Earth for some sort of Coriolis-like effect.
Well, good for him. That's not the opinion of science, and that's not what's going on.
Well,
now, trade winds are caused by cells in the atmosphere. You know, there are three basic cells in each hemisphere of the Earth, right? The northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere. And there's a rotation. Those are rotational cells. And as a result of that, it controls the direction of the wind. And then Coriolis hits that direction and makes it deviate to the right and the north and to the left and the south.
Well, it looks like this Coriolis, if anything, is indistinguishable from other factors and is therefore negligible if we're trying to invoke it as proof of the Earth's mechanical gyrating spin.
Nope, afraid not.
I mean, for a while, people were trying to say that, water and drains in the north and southern hemisphere prove Coriolis. That was disproven because you can have the drain going, in both directions in the same house, even in the same area, right next to each other in the same hemisphere. I mean, it just
That's
looks
a
like they're
mechanical
desperately
function of
looking
the
for
design of the drain.
Right. And so it looks like we're looking for evidence of a spinning mechanical Earth that's mechanically and physically spinning that really isn't there at all.
It's there in spades. You have hurricanes, you have mechanical gyrocompasses, you have all sorts of things that demonstrate the spin of the Earth. I've personally measured it.
Maybe you measured the spin of the ether, which was denied a century ago to keep us tied to gas and electric and oil-based energy sources, as opposed to having the Jetsons-like Tesla energy revolution we should have had a century or really 2 centuries ago.
Yeah, fill out your bingo cards, folks.
The electromagnetic ether, taking any structure or shape you need to draw power in from the Earth, from the atmosphere. There you go. Spinning over the Earth.
You know, the ether was a construct, right?
A construct to explain what was going on in the interferometers.
Well, no, actually, the interferometers disproved it, and then they came up with a better construct, and they have been working on that for a century now, or more, and got pretty good evidence for it.
Well, the token that they used for disproof of the ether was saying, we believe in the ether, sure, for now. but we're expecting 30 kilometers per second of ether drift through it, assuming that we're moving. We're not going to drop the assumption that we're moving through the ether at 30 kilometers per second. Therefore, something's got to go. Either our
Wasn't an
assumption of
assumption.
30 kilometers per second has to go, since we're only getting 5 to 8 kilometers per second, or we're going to have to junk the ether and pretend that we're going through a vacuum of space.
Yeah, but you seem to think that that was an assumption. That was a known quantity. That's why they didn't drop it, because they knew that that was happening. The only other explanation was there was no ether.
Lemon,
so unless you want to try and disprove the movement of the Earth, you know, which you're welcome to try and do, good luck to you.
Lemon, we've
All I
done
have
this
to do is look
experiment.
at my feet. What was that, Peyton Nasa Shell?
People have done this experiment in the time since Michelson Morley, and they've gotten their error down from 30 that you're talking about, 30 kilometers per second. We are now at 2.5 centimeters per second. So your ether does not exist. I'm sorry.
Well, we're not consistently clocking this 30 kilometer per second ether drift that would be necessary for us to be moving 66,000 miles per hour around the sun. It looks like
That's
either
the
we're moving much
rotational
more
speed of the
slowly
Earth.
if we're moving at all, or
Lemon?
we're not moving at all, and the
Lemon,
ether
that's the
system is blowing
rotational
over
speed,
the
or
Earth.
that's the orbital speed of the Earth. It's a given, so it's not subject to debate. It's a given.
Lemon, we're down to 2.5 centimeters a second on the air, not 30 kilometers per second. We're much better than that. 2.5 centimeters per second at the latest Michelson-Morley iteration.
30 kilometers per second would be needed for us to be going around the sun
And we're not finding that.
at
We're not finding
66,000 miles per hour.
We're not finding
So
that.
we're not seeing any evidence that we're moving around the sun.
Yeah, we're not seeing any evidence of ether. That's correct.
We see some sort of ether drift to explain why
don't.
the light splits in the interferometer and comes back out of phase.
No, we don't. That's not ether. That's the light. That's because of movement.
Well, something's slowing down the light beams in the interferometer.
That's correct, because
It'll
of the
be
movement.
thick trickle of space.
You have no
We're
idea
not
how
moving.
You have no idea how the interferometers work. If you're going to say that,
I know enough. I know
No, you
enough to
don't.
peer through the veil
No,
and
you
to get to the
don't.
bottom of what we're talking about.
No, you do not, sir.
I have
You
more
just
than
make-
enough common sense
No, common
to
sense.
figure it out, and most
Your common
people
sense.
do. Once
your
you explain it to them in a way that is
I don't-
just, you know, simple.
I don't give anything for. I would say something bad, but I'm being nice. I don't care about your common sense, because you can have all the common sense you want, unless you have some sort of evidence to back it up. It's worth the shit. I'm sorry. It's
Yeah,
just
they
shit.
used a similar setup for Michelson Gale, and they got 97% of the calculated value for the supposed spin of the Earth around its axis.
Gale
So
was
using a
before
similar
Michelson
setup,
Morley.
they got more than enough ether to prove that the Earth is at least spinning around its axis or something else, but they didn't have enough ether to prove that the Earth moved around the sun. So something's not matching up here. They were able to clock the much slower daily axial rotation, quote unquote, of the Earth, but they can't clock the much greater 30 kilometers per second or 66,000 mile per hour motion around the sun. Bullshit, we're not moving. And so at best,
We
either
can
we're
clock
moving
it,
much more
yes.
slowly, or even better, the ether is gently swirling once a day over the Earth. Or for the avid heliocentrist who needs something to move to get past the hated Christian scriptures, the Earth appears to be spinning on its axis, but not going around the Earth.
Actually, we have measured the orbital speed of the Earth, and we can do it rather easily. We can also measure the rotational speed of the Earth. So those points just don't go anywhere, Lemon.
The rotation of the ether once a day over the Earth. That's all we're clocking. Over the flat, motionless Earth.
Michelson Gale is 1925. We've done.
Yeah, the truth doesn't change. That's how you check the liar.
Just hold on.
With
Listen to
eternal
me.
truth.
Listen to me again. Listen to me again, Lemon. We have done experiments much more recently than that, and we're now down to 2.5 centimeters per second of your ether drift. So, I'm sorry, it just doesn't exist.
It appears to be a very gently swirling ether over the motionless.
It doesn't
flat
swirl at all, Lemon. It's 2.5 centimeters per second. That's not enough to do anything.
That's measurement error is basically all that is.
That's correct. They got the measurement error down from like 30 kilometers per second with Michelson Morley to like 2.5 centimeters per second.
No, Michelson Morley, I think the error was about five
Was it
kilometers.
5?
Yeah, it was about 5 kilometers. I mean, it was nowhere near the actual orbital speed of the Earth, but it was a little bit more significant. And now, as you say, we've gotten better and better measurements in the 140 years since Michelson Morley, 130 years since Michelson Morley. And, you know, it's just like Aristarchus had the math to determine the size of the solar system.
You're right. Michelson Morley was 48 kilometers per second.
Yeah. But, you know, Aristarchus had all the geometry down to figure out the distance and the size of the Earth, the Moon, and the Sun. You know, the math is correct. It was the measurements that let him down. And as our measurements got better and better and better, it got closer and closer and closer to the actual distances, which are measured by a variety of different ways, not just one experiment. You know that, right, Lemon? For example, we've got at least 6 different ways to measure the radius of the Earth, all of which are different, all of which come back to the same number roughly. So what does that tell you?
It tells us that they have the same erroneous assumptions that is leading to the same erroneous answer.
They're all based on different assumptions and different types of measurements, yet they all come back to the same thing. Connect the dots for us. Tell us what that means.
I mean, it's like what you see with the Eratosthenes thing. They basically assume that the line of sight is hitting tangent to a ball, and from that they're deriving their ratio of 6 feet to 3 miles, 6 feet divided by 3 miles to the tangent to the ball line of sight point equals 3 to 6 miles divided by the diameter of the Earth, and from that you get roughly 8,000 for the diameter of the supposed ball Earth. It's just a bad assumption.
You understand that Eratosthenes had nothing to do with tangents, right?
Looks like he did something similar with his shadows, except the only difference with him.
That's not a tangent, though. That's very different.
Like the shadow angle, though.
That's very different.
The shadow angle.
You're confusing Eratosthenes with Al-Biruni. So what are 2 other ways that we could measure the radius of the Earth, Lemon, other than Eratosthenes and Al-Biruni? Do you even know?
Well, the Al-Biruni and the Eratosthenes are 2. Other than that, you would have to
use
similar.
And I asked for 2 others. Give me 2 other ways.
Those are the 2 main ones that I've heard of. I don't know of any others off the top of my head.
Okay, good, because at least you're admitting that, because those are the only 2 that the Flat Earth videos talk about, but there's at least 6 different ways to do it. And they all come back to the same number. What does that tell you? And they're all different. They don't have anything to do with each other.
What are the other 4 whatever methods?
Aristarchus. You can use the distance. You can use the distance from the Earth to the Moon, which is determined directly by radar measurements. You can use Kepler's laws. And let's see what else you can use. You got Kepler, you got Aristarchus. That's 4 right there. That's just right off the top of my head.
Crystal ball.
What's another one that you could use? Oh, great circle distances. That's 5.
Just make it up.
Distance from the Earth to the Sun. That would be 6.
Calculate Atlas's lifting capacity.
I don't know about those, but I'll have to look into those. But
how would you determine it using Kepler's laws?
I don't know that. I've never heard of anything being used to determine the radius of the Earth with Kepler's laws. I haven't heard of that. Okay,
well, what you can do is you can use Kepler's laws and use the known orbital period of the Moon and the known distance to the Moon, and then you use something that's in orbit, such as the ISS, that has a known orbital period. We know that the ISS is 400 kilometers above the surface of the Earth. We find the radius that would require a 92-minute orbital time based on our understanding of the orbit of the Moon, and we come up with the radius of the Earth. All we have to do is take that radius, subtract 400 kilometers from it, because that's the distance above the surface, and that gives us the radius of the Earth. And guess what? It matches it.
Unless we're talking about something that's just circling overhead over a flat surface. Then that orbital period of an object that's 400 kilometers above the surface is just circling overhead on a flat surface.
Bingo.
No radius needed unless you're assuming
in the immortal response of the Spartans to the Persians, if.
So at best you'd have a radius from the center of spin, if anything, but not necessarily from the center of a ball Earth. It would just be another way of looking at the same problem.
The response from the Spartans to the Persians were, then we'll fight in the shade.
Not if. Where'd you get that
That
from?
was a different one.
If it's a different one. Guy said,
Yeah, it's a different one.
if I invade Sparta, I will kill all your women, rape all your good daughters, to burn everything down. So he responded, if. It's actually considered one of the badass responses.
Yeah, it's one of the badass responses of history.
And Flat Earth was a Trojan horse that took down Troy. The atheists thought they were entrenched, that they had won the debate. But
all God had to do
scumbaggers.
to beat the scientism edifice of scientism and making a God out of science was just simply showing us that there's no curvature for heliocentrism. The main
We won the
pillar
debate 2,300 years ago. We're just kind of explaining it to you now.
the main thing, the main pillar of their atheistic materialistic disbelief crumbles and shatters.
Just like that. This is why they've been defeated so badly that all they can do is just spiral. Because that's all they got left from their model. Is this endless movement.
I love when Crit accuses people of spiraling.
Dude, you spiral so hard. You'll go on
I
a
love
different
when
server.
Crit responds.
Yeah, I love when you
people.
spiral too. Because you'll go on a different server, get muted, then post on this one that everyone's a bunch of cowards because they muted you.
Like I said, Crit, I love
Dude,
when
you will
love hearing you.
spiral.
Okay, Crit, I'm turning
Yeah,
you
I
down.
love to hear you too. Because you will go to a different server.
Here he goes. He's already spiraling.
You will go to a different server.
Let's not get into this. Does anyone have a topic they want to bring up, or?
Well, I guess the main thing is the sort of assumptions that go into how these calculations are measured. Even, on the flat Earth or the round Earth side, do we say that the horizon rises perfectly to the level of the eyes, or can it still be flat but be below the level of the eyes, like looking over a finite table with an edge? As far as I can tell, you can have a flat table that appears to be below the level of the eye, sure, but it rises to the level of the eyes in a way that a ball doesn't. So as long as the horizon rises to the level of the eyes, I think we're good even on that.
Yet if it doesn't, you won't admit that that's not the case.
It ramps up toward the level of the eyes as far as we can see.
No, it doesn't. Now, the interesting thing about that is, yes, you are absolutely correct. If the Earth was flat and we were on an elevated platform, we would look down to the horizon. Okay? But we could actually measure that angle, couldn't we? And we could compare that angle to what we actually see on the Earth. And guess what? They don't match.
The angle to the apparent, to the angle to the horizon, which is an apparent position, not actual, right?
Yeah, but the geometric horizon is a necessary antecedent for the apparent horizon. So.
Yeah.
But you're not making an angle. But you're not making an angle to the geometric horizon. You're making an angle to the apparent one, not actual.
Absolutely, and that's why we have a dip correction. So if we didn't account for refraction, which is what the apparent horizon is, how much would that make our sextant measurement of our position in error? How much of an error would that be?
I don't know.
3 nautical miles from 10 feet or so. It would be about 3 nautical miles off. Now, if Alberuni didn't take into account...
You're talking about to the apparent... My bad, go ahead.
To the apparent horizon, that would give us an error of about 3 nautical miles if we did not correct for it. But we do correct for it because we know what it is. Now, Alberuni, if we don't correct for refraction, how much does that change the radius of the Earth? About 30 kilometers. About 30 kilometers. That means
you don't
it's
have
still
an
a ball.
actual position, though.
Sure we do.
No, you don't. You have all apparent positions.
Correct. And if we don't correct for refraction, how much does that change the radius of the Earth when we do the calculation? About 30 kilometers.
I just said you don't have an actual position. You said, yes, we do. And I said, oh, you only have apparent positions. And you said, correct. So do you have an actual position or apparent position?
It's an apparent position. And if we do not correct for it, our radius of the Earth will be about 30 miles off. And yes, I've done the math.
But how do you have geometry without actual positions? At best, you're going to some sort of
when it's close enough, good enough.
Space that doesn't have a physical analog that's actually there. Without physical geometry,
is that 30-mile error significant? Is the 30-mile error in the radius of the Earth significant? Tell me why.
You don't know the error because you don't.
Sure, I do.
You don't know the error. You don't know the error because you don't have an actual. You don't know
Sure
the
I do.
error because you don't know if you knew it. In order to know the error, you would need to know an actual position to know what you're off by. You don't have an actual position. We just went
Sure
through
I do.
this.
Sure I do.
You just admitted that you only have an apparent position.
You have an
Yes, I can
idealized
actually
position, but not
no,
an actual.
I can actually find what it would be without refraction and with refraction, and I can compare the two to each other.
But your position would be idealized without any sort of analog in reality to check your idealized math. That's a
30
problem.
kilometers. That's all. That's the error in the radius of the Earth is 30 kilometers, and that's not enough to make any difference at all.
So we have idealized math against reality. That's kind of troubling.
Correct. And
It's
the
amazing,
error is 30 kilometers.
It's amazing
So-
though that people have done this celestial navigation thing for what 500 years now, and it works.
Yep.
And you're saying, oh no, it doesn't work because we don't have a real horizon, blah blah blah. But it's been working for like 400 years.
Yeah, you see, the
Yeah.
bottom line is, Lemon, I can find my position on Earth within 2.5 nautical miles. That means that what I'm doing is correct because I'm getting the correct answer.
That's
I'm getting
correct
my
enough.
correct answer to a known location.
It's correct enough, but
That's
several
how-
models appear to be able to explain more or less the same thing. And most of these celestial zodiac things appear to come from the Chaldeans, which came from a geocentric, if not a flat Earth mindset, not a globular one.
Okay, well, great. If you can do it on a flat Earth with flat Earth math, not using any globe mathematics, MC Toon has $10,000 in Bitcoin in escrow waiting for you to just pick up. All you have to do is give your position and show your work and prove that you didn't do it with globe math. That's all you have to do. Any takers?
No, he exposed it. He on the Asylum, he had a thermal nuclear meltdown where he started just shit talking flat Earth and said the challenge cannot be done because
No, it
the
can't
Earth
be.
isn't flat.
Correct.
That's correct. It can't be done on the flat Earth.
Yeah, it can't be done, so it's a very safe bet. But you know something? Unlike flat
It
Earth
wasn't a bet.
challenges, the
It was a
money's there.
challenge. It was
Yeah.
it was supposedly a challenge. It was like, here you
It
go.
is.
Here's a
It is
challenge.
challenge.
No, it's not. It's a
It is.
squawk. It's a
You guys,
squawk.
hold on a second, Kurt. You
It's
have
just
your
a squawk.
high priests, Nathan Oakley, QE, and all these guys saying that the CellNet only works on a flat Earth. So now it's like put up or shut up.
And the $10,000 is in escrow waiting for you. It's not one of these $100,000, show me this, show me that, and then renege on it. The money's in escrow for you to pick up. All you have to do is claim it with the math. Go ahead and claim it, show your work.
Hey, did you just say those people you mentioned are your priests? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
I'm overestimating. I'm playing off of Lemon. I know they're not technically priests. Give me a break.
I'm just saying, is that
They're the Florif daddies.
Is that what they are to you?
No, not at all. I'm just giving. That was a play on Lemon with his stupid scientism. These guys are your high authorities.
But who said
Yeah,
that?
they're your Florif
Who
daddies.
said that? They're your Flurf daddy? Who said that anyone's here priests or Flurf daddies?
I did.
So they're your Flurf daddy. Well, if you have a Flurf daddy addiction, that's your problem. But that's not relevant to anyone else here that claimed it.
Well,
I know you get
as
upset
long
with
as
that,
if they sit down and repeat,
I'm sorry,
if they
go ahead,
sit
Bob.
down and repeat the arguments that are put out by these people as the flat Earth arguments, then they're Flurf daddies.
No, they're YouTubers and they're content creators and they're human beings.
Just like you.
Yeah, we all are.
You're the same.
Nobody cites me. Nobody waits for me to give them arguments.
I don't know, but who does that? You're just saying someone somewhere did that some days, and then you're just making some generalization as if that's everybody?
Yeah, after listening to arguments in the flat Earth all the time, you can generally trace them back to either Nathan Oakley, Quantum Eraser, or Samuel Robotham.
Okay, well,
that's how they learn how to think.
It's a stereotype fallacy, Gio. Stereotype fallacy.
Well, that's what he wants to call it, but it's not. It's based on actual evidence and study.
The problem is those guys wrecked you in debate, so you
No, they
can't
don't.
talk to them. So you come here and
Wreck.
try to fight some sort of weird proxy against
I
them.
wipe the floor with QE on a regular basis. He's afraid to face me in a neutral channel.
Just like you.
I think that there's a number of people out here that could take QE out. And I can easily do it, and I have done it a number of times. I've shown how he's faked evidence. I've shown how he's cherry-picked. I've shown how he's misconstrued things. This is a guy who thinks trigonometry only deals with triangles. This is like 7th grade thinking. It's
All right,
not
so
really that difficult.
it sounds like you have some kind of fixation on this particular individual. So I guess when you were talking about priests and flirf daddies or whatever, I guess that's what they are to you, because it sounds like you're really into these guys.
No, we just follow the arguments. We follow the arguments.
daddy.
We kind of name them.
Oh, you're a desperate man, Bob. Give it up, son.
Oh my God, Merle's here.
You're the biggest goons on the internet, you two.
Merle is my flirf daddy.
Fucking refueling an
argument,
SR-71, NASA. Come on, bro.
Yeah, I've done that.
Tell me that
You should
story
try it.
one time.
Do you have an original argument for the flat Earth, Merle?
Do I need one?
Yeah, one that QE
I mean, I am an OG
Quantum
out
Eraser
here, funnily enough, but
didn't
yeah.
give you. Do you have any original thought of your own?
Excuse me?
Do you have an original argument for the flat Earth of your own that you didn't hear from QE or Nathan or one of those guys?
Yeah, I was out here before those guys.
Okay, so do you have an original argument? One that we haven't heard before?
Well, the flat Earth arguments are our arguments, truth be told. We're the
what are
ones
these
who laid
arguments?
the foundation. Yeah, you've got to separate the objective from the subjective. That's a good start.
Whatever that means. I'm not.
Yeah. Well, your subjective feelings and thoughts about something like a tree is always going to be a tree, regardless of what you and I think of it.
Wow.
You know,
that's deep.
objective. Of the objective world, like sand and water and dirt and rocks, reality.
That's deep.
It is
when
deep.
did
You guys don't seem to know what that is. You guys don't seem to know what reality is, but flat earthers do. They're well plugged into it.
Mel, when did you come up with your fish tank one that you did?
The fish tank kind of emerged in Gems as a test to test Gems' room. And you guys kind of failed. It's like, all I got from Gems' room is, it's too small. You don't understand scale. Let me explain the heliocentric model to you.
And these are really laymen people who can't explain. The experts have told them to cease and desist. They're doing damage to science by lying about it. The experts over and over said the first thing you have to do is build trust. As soon as you lie,
what are
you
we lying about? What are we lying about?
Flirf daddies, right from the very beginning. I've been banned on that show for almost 2 years for witchcraft, and yet you're going to tell me he's my flirf daddy.
Are you repeating his arguments?
That's the type of stuff. You don't even know his argument for me to repeat it.
Really?
His argument.
How about scientific method? Is that a valid argument?
It has to do with measuring an angle from a curved adjacent. That's the only thing they're saying.
All right. So again, that's Nathan Oakley. That's Nathan Oakley's argument.
People speak for themselves, Bob, and come to their own conclusions. I mean, if you said something about the heliocentric model, would it be fair if someone just said, "Oh, that's Neil deGrasse Tyson," and he's your
if Neil deGrasse Tyson said what I said and was correct about it, yeah. That was Neil deGrasse Tyson. That's fine.
Okay, you repeat a lot of things that you've heard from other places. Is it fair if somebody wants to then ridicule you and call them your slurf daddy? Is that fair to you? No, it's not.
Yeah, but you see, my information is based on actual evidence. It's not based on somebody trying to construct an argument like the curved adjacent or the scientific method argument or the sea sparrow missile or the Bolivian salt flats. These are all well-known flat Earth arguments that are put out by individual proponents that are influencers in the flat Earth community. And every one of them has already been completely debunked, but because they keep saying it. How many times when's the last time you saw a video on Brian Mullins? How many times has he
You're your
been
own
debunked?
person, Bob. You are your own person, so obviously you're free to have your opinions and viewpoints.
And that's my opinion.
But right, so that's fine. You can have that opinion. That doesn't mean that's the case. What I would say is that the shape of the Earth discussion began erupting around 2014, 2015, and there's a whole bunch of different content creators and figures, if you will, within the community. Many from all different walks of life. Some have YouTube channels, some have different platforms. There's all kinds of stuff out there. In terms of the information about it, people, I would say, have been coming to a lot of different information and doing tests, doing deeper research, et cetera, and everybody's coming to their own conclusions. Now, that doesn't mean that somebody doesn't listen to a particular content creator and repeat some of the things they say. Maybe they resonate with it. Maybe they agree with it. Maybe they think it's true. And that could happen with anything. So we're all individual people taking in information in a variety of different ways. So I don't think it's fair to just lump a bunch of people into something that you want to, for whatever reason of ridicule you seem to be doing.
Well, you see, like right here in the chat right now, somebody put up Brian Mullins, The Spinning Atmosphere, which has been debunked by me personally 3 different times. Yet they're still promoting this sort of stuff. And how many other people have debunked this?
Yeah,
completely?
I just explained.
Brian has absolutely no understanding of how the atmosphere works. He makes very basic mathematics and physics mistakes. I'm amazed that this guy still has a job. Personally, after speaking with his family members, there's something wrong with Brian. All right, Brian is a conspiracy theorist. Brian is somebody that saw a YouTube video a few times, and I have this on direct information from his family. He saw a couple of YouTube videos and just went nuts on it.
Please don't be slandering his character. All right.
This is dog whistle right here.
Please
This
don't
is
be
why.
slandering his character.
This is why.
Yeah,
people
but you see,
aren't
I've got it
believing your
directly
debunk.
from his family.
No,
Yeah.
don't
That's personal
slander
information.
his character. We got no idea where you got it, right? You're just saying words. Please do not assassinate his character. Attack his argument, attack his mathematics, but do not assassinate his character.
I'm going to go ahead and go with that as fair. But I agree with that. But his argument has been destroyed so many times, yet they're still promoting it. So why are they doing that?
Because you're destroying what you had said, debunked you with you. You maybe said one thing that could be true, then 20 lies to go with it. You
Really?
watered down.
What 20 lies?
Yeah, you just got corrected by the mods in real time, and you don't even remember. Goldfish.
What do you mean I don't remember? Now, what I said was actually true and verifiable, but I'm honoring his request not to go down that road.
All right, so do you have something of content? It seems like the last 20 minutes has been mostly like ridicule and then discussion about that.
Yeah, I have absolutely something of content with this particular video. How many people think this video actually raises a problem with the spinning atmosphere?
All right, so
what were the assumptions that he made?
Okay, do you want to lay out what it is and get to some actual information?
Okay, his assumption was that the Earth's atmosphere has a certain thickness to it. And if the atmosphere was spinning above the Earth, it would have to accelerate as you went up, which is not true. All right, that's just simply not true.
What do you mean
it would be true. It'd be a greater circle. It'd be a greater circumference it would have to go around.
Hold on, let me just
get, yes, it would. And how much acceleration, say, at 50 miles would there have to be in order to keep a particle of gas that started on the ground to go straight up? How much acceleration would that have to undergo?
The top in your video, I watched that too. In fact, I just watched it before I came on here, and you happen to be talking about these. You said that it would be less than 25 miles difference.
Correct, less than 25 miles per hour. Right. But there's no force acting on it that would accelerate it. So what would happen? It would lag behind.
Yeah, it should.
And what would happen then would be you'd have frictional movement you'd have some acceleration from friction, for example. As each layer of atmosphere went up, the layer below it would exert some frictional force on it and accelerate it a little bit. But roughly 25 miles per hour. So,
well, it would have to be faster though, right? If it's a greater circumference.
Yeah, it would have to increase rotational speed by 25 miles per hour. But there's no reason for it to do that, and there's no force acting upon it, and it will lag behind.
Yeah, exactly.
Simple as that.
Well, yeah, that's the contradiction we're trying to point out. It would have to
and it
keep
does.
up. It would have to go faster, but you're saying it would lag behind.
Of course, it'll lag behind, and it does lag behind because there's no force bringing it forward. There's no force acting on it that would accelerate it.
So how does it keep up with it?
It doesn't.
The Earth's surface?
It lags behind.
But that would contradict what we were saying about the plane being up in the air and moving with the atmosphere.
No, it does not. Not even remotely. And
well,
that's
if it's lagging behind,
miles.
wouldn't the plane also lag behind?
Okay, well, no, it wouldn't because the plane's powered. But the atmosphere does lag behind. And that's because there's no force to accelerate it. There's no reason for it to accelerate, nor is there any requirement that it does accelerate, nor is there any evidence that the upper atmosphere moves faster than the lower atmosphere to keep up with the rotation of the Earth.
His other point was that that heat would be constantly losing heat to in our atmosphere, right?
We are
out in space, right? Yeah,
we are.
So
that
would decrease the velocity as well.
Why would it decrease the velocity?
Because the formula you put up was mass times velocity, and if you lose mass, then the velocity would go down.
Yeah. Well, what's the loss of mass of the atmosphere on a daily basis?
Well, over time, you would think.
No, on a daily basis, what is it?
I have no idea.
90 tons. What's the mass of the atmosphere? 90 tons compared to the mass of the entire atmosphere is a lot?
Well, over time, yeah, you would think 90 tons a day.
No, not really.
What?
Not really. Not really at all.
I mean, everything's relative, so you can make it seem like it's not that much, but it still seems like a lot when you say 90 tons.
Well, what's the mass of the atmosphere? What percentage?
These points are kind of secondary to the point about the point is that he was saying it would lose velocity, and you're also saying it would lag behind because there's no force to make it keep going, right?
Yeah.
And we would also argue what's the force that's making the Earth turn the atmosphere with it? Why is the Earth forcing the atmosphere to move with it to begin
with? Because the Earth is rotating, and frictional forces cause the atmosphere to rotate with it.
Fluid dynamics would say that's possible, but to be in lockstep the way that you want to say, like it's a zero, like the still air is just zero. That doesn't make any sense. It would never be zero.
Sure,
it would always be a little bit of a difference.
Sure,
you're saying it's lockstep, and you're not saying frictional velocity with fluid dynamics.
Yes, I am. Over a period of time.
Well, then how can it be zero?
Because it's been rotating a long time. That's why.
Well, that doesn't make
any sense. And where did the gas come from in the first place?
Because it's a long time. You think over a long period of time, it would be less in sync.
No, it would be right.
Why would a long time make it more
the surface of the Earth?
Why?
It would because it's got a very long time to impart that frictional force on it to bring it up to speed.
That doesn't make any sense. Does longer periods of time make it more adherent to the Earth?
No.
What's your reason?
Twist a paintball in a can of paint, or twist a tennis ball in a can of paint. When it starts off, the can of paint is still and the tennis ball is moving. And then as time goes on, the paint starts swirling faster and faster and faster. Eventually, there's going to be a point that they're all going to go at the same speed at the surface of the tennis ball.
So the Earth is spinning faster and faster and faster?
Yikes.
That really hurt.
It did.
That's what you got?
Did you really seriously just say that?
You just compared the Earth to the tennis ball moving faster and faster and faster.
No, the atmosphere, the paint's moving faster and faster and faster.
Yeah,
the tennis ball
paint,
stays
come on, man. Try and keep up.
The paint was the
try
atmosphere,
and keep up.
right?
Yeah, the paint was the atmosphere.
And then the Earth is the ball?
Earth is a tennis ball.
Yeah. So you had no movement. You spun it, and it started spinning.
Yeah.
Yeah. And as time goes on, it's going to spin. It's going to get closer and closer and closer to the rotational speed of the tennis ball at the surface of the tennis ball. Now, on the periphery of the paint can,
Is there some kind of scientific backing for that you're using, or is that just an idea of yours you just brought up?
no, it's not an
Really?
idea of mine.
Over
It's the way
periods of
things
time,
actually work.
the atmosphere would be more adherent to the Earth, even though it's still not
Nobody
as
said anything
adherent
about it
as we'd
being more
like.
inherent.
It would never be
Nobody,
zero. There would never be a
nobody
still
ever said
air.
anything about it being more adherent.
You said it would keep up with the Earth more over time.
Yes, it would start to match the rotational speed of the surface of the Earth over time.
That was what I meant by
And
adherent.
we're talking billions of years.
The atmosphere was generated by the Earth too, so it was imparted with the speed of the Earth when it was generated.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So what's your point? Saying over billions of years, it becomes more in sync with the Earth?
It was generated at the Earth. It's
What's the
remember the
reasoning
guy on the trampoline? Remember the guy on the trampoline? It's like the tractor's pulling the trampoline and he jumps up. He doesn't lose momentum.
Okay, so conservation of momentum is a totally separate thing right now. We're trying to get why the atmosphere would move with the Earth.
Exactly, because the atmosphere
we'll give you that
was
just for the
generated at the Earth's
concept.
surface.
It's all conceptual anyway. I don't think any of this is going on. We all kind of know it's
If
not
you
at this point,
if you
right?
opened,
But we're just begging the question already. But
No,
if
we're
you're
not
going to beg the
begging fire
question, let's talk about the atmosphere that has
If
to
you
go
sprayed a
faster
fire
at higher
extinguisher at the surface of the
altitudes
Earth,
to catch up with the wind. So it would be totally
it
out of
doesn't
sync.
need to catch up.
Well, it
There's
would
no
have to go
reason for it
faster
to
because
catch
it's a
up.
greater circumference. You're saying it would lag behind, but we all understand it
Yeah,
would
by
have to go
25
faster to be in
miles an
sync with the
hour.
Earth. That's great. Well, then it would be 25 miles an hour difference between the higher atmosphere and the ground speed, and we would notice that, and we would be able to film it and show it every day.
We do.
Okay, so get in your airplane,
At 25
put your camera
miles.
in the window,
Okay, but
get in your
listen,
atmosphere,
25
and
miles.
show that
No,
the
come
Earth
on,
moves
man.
separately
Just
from the
quit
plane's
talking
direction.
over me.
Just like,
Yeah, Dave, you got to let him
Please quit
respond. You
talking
got to
over
let
me.
him
Go ahead.
respond, man.
If
Go
you
ahead, I
ask me
was
a
talking,
question, please give me, take a breath and let me answer it.
All right.
Now, at 50 miles above the surface of the Earth, the difference in rotational speed of the atmosphere is only about 25 miles an hour. The jet streams and the movement of air due to temperature variation can be 150 miles an hour. It's negligible.
Faster. Yeah, 200 miles per hour faster than the Earth, they say.
At points, yes. And, that makes 25 miles an hour negligible. There are so many other things acting on the atmosphere that 25 miles an hour is pretty much inconsequential.
Wait, so you're saying at 50 miles up, it's going to be 25 miles slower. But when you get into the jet stream,
it's going to lag back.
It goes faster.
It's going to lag behind by 25 miles. Yes, 25
right,
miles.
But then it goes 200 miles per hour faster when you get up even higher.
The jet stream isn't high.
No, it's not that high.
What?
The jet
stream
when you
is
get up,
slower than that.
I said when you get up higher, it's going to be 200 miles per hour faster than the speed of the Earth.
No.
The jet stream's faster than the speed of the Earth.
The jet stream is below
not
50
that
miles.
high.
I
The
didn't say
jet
high.
stream is well below 50 miles. So there's so much turbulence in the atmosphere and so many effects of heat and pressure differentials in the atmosphere itself. It's generating winds, and those winds are much higher than 25 miles per hour.
Yeah, well, you would think that if you were in a plane going into the jet stream and going north to south and in and out of the jet stream, you'd be completely out of sync with the tangential speeds that you're crossing into.
Oh, dear Lord.
Yeah, that's why you always say that. You always get so upset when a good point is made.
Yeah, look at the bomb. It's because of the background. You obviously don't have the background on this. Now, the bombing campaign against Japan in World War II, the Norden bomb sites weren't working because they didn't know about this thing called the jet stream. And the B-29s flew high enough to have the jet stream start influencing the fall of the bombs, and their accuracy went down. That's one of the ways they discovered the jet stream. They had discovered it in Japan a little bit earlier, but they didn't tell us about it because, well, we were bombing the fuck out of them.
They used it too.
Yeah, they used it, and they actually used it to try and launch balloon bombs against the west coast of the United States. They were using the jet stream to do that. These are things that.
Why is that?
These are things that are within the atmosphere
that would match the plane. Why is that an answer to? Why is
so
that?
The bottom line is, yes, we do know
said?
about it. Yes, we do know about it. Yes, we have experienced it. Yes, it does affect the tangential speed. It screws
I would
up
imagine.
the fall of bombs. It screws up the flight of balloons.
Well, it could still
And
be
yes,
a
it's
jet. There
measurable.
could still be a jet stream on a flat Earth, by the way. But regardless, if it was the Earth were actually moving when you're in and out of that jet stream, to think that
There
the
wouldn't be
plane
trade winds
going
on
in
a
a north to south direction would never see anything but what seems to be a stationary Earth below is surprising.
No. What did you just
No?
say?
Well, if it jumps out of the jet stream, then it's linear motion. It's sideways motion. Has to match the tangential speed of the new tangential speed it flies into, right? And so that's what makes it so unbelievable with this airplane on the Earth thing, because if it's flying north to south, it's going to have to match every new tangential speed. Even see, you're going to run away. This is where you guys always run away or run in circles and get all upset.
Because I'm tired of answering this one.
Explain it.
No, I've already
because
answered
it. Debunks
I've already
your model.
answered
That's
it
why.
fully. I don't have anything else to add.
Oh, really? Because the original conserved speed doesn't match the new tangential speed. It has to accelerate sideways to meet it, correct?
So, yeah, correct.
No.
So what? How long
And
does it
what
do
causes that?
What force
What
is
causes
acting on it to accelerate it?
Exactly. That's what I'm asking
What
you.
force is acting on it to
Pseudo-force, right?
accelerate? Then it
Well,
won't accelerate.
We've heard illusionary winds from Moyak here. He made that up. We've heard Coriolis winds.
If
We've
there's no force
we've heard all
acting on
kinds
it,
of
it
things,
won't
and it's just
accelerate.
hilarious. What's
I
your answer, Bob?
would love.
What do
I
you
would
call
love
the force?
I would love to meet a flat earther that actually understood a little bit about aviation and would stop with
Another
these really silly things.
go-to. All of a sudden, I don't understand anything. When
No,
I'm
you
asking
don't.
Well, you
questions.
obviously
don't.
Now,
See?
here's the bottom
Same
line.
tactic.
If there's no force acting
when you guys
on it,
revert to tactics, you've lost.
if there is no force
I'm
acting
just
on
tired
it,
of
it's
answering
not
this
going to
damn question.
accelerate or change its motion. Period.
That's air horn.
What?
Well, a force needs to be exerted by something. Like the judge forced me to do, I don't know, community service. So
That's
what
not
is doing the
same type
Coriolis
of
force
force,
exactly?
Lemon.
Is it the
Hold on,
air?
Bob. To be
Is it
fair,
the
you just-
earth? What is doing the forcing? That otherwise, you're talking about something that's very esoteric and very mystical. This force with nothing to force you to do anything, unless you're talking about the air, the earth, or whatever doing the forcing. So what's doing the forcing?
If there's no force acting on it, there's not going to be a change in its motion. If there's a change in its motion, by definition, there's a force acting on it.
But how do we get out of the realm of mysticism? What is doing
There
the
is no
forcing? What
mysticism.
object? What physical thing? Otherwise, we're talking about something very esoteric and very mystical and wooey, this force with nothing to force it.
What is a force in physics?
Yeah, you have to ask a question with the
I
question.
don't
That's another
know.
tactic.
The ability to do work.
No, that's not the ability to do work. The force in physics is a push. All right. It's not a judge telling you have to do community service. Come on, man.
Okay, well, that poor analogy, Dr. Bob, shows that there has to be something physical or something of some sort of substance beyond just force abstraction, where a force is doing something with nothing to force you. What is doing it? The earth, the air, what? The ether, what?
Where's the push in magnetic attraction?
What is applying the pressure to make something move?
What do you mean? What do you mean? Where's the force in magnetic attraction?
I said,
Do you
where's
say
the push?
magnets don't exert forces?
I said, where's the push?
Put two north ends of a magnet together, and you'll see.
Yeah, they come together. They're not pushed.
Two north
from
ends
the
of
other
a
side.
magnet will come together. Very
No,
good.
I said
Excellent.
attraction, not repulsion.
Let's not get off the subject real quick, though, percentage.
That's what I thought. Anyways, continue.
Yeah.
You put two north ends of a magnet
They would
together,
love
they'll
to
push
talk
each
about
other
that.
apart.
They would love to
That's
talk about
repulsion.
that than
I
what they're
specified
being pinned on
attraction.
right now.
Come on. I apologize.
Not being pinned on anything. You know, in fact, you don't
Yeah,
understand
you're running
how
away
airplane
already.
works. I'm not running away.
Illusionary winds. Didn't you make that up?
No.
That's how you would feel the force. You
Oh,
understand
no,
that
that's what you made up. You admitted to making that up.
You understand that an airplane is not a ballistic object, correct?
Right. So then we're going to go back to ballistics, of course.
Well, because the airplane is not a ballistic object, you make this correction.
I'm just
over
asking
time.
how it jumps out of a 200 mile per hour faster speed in the jet stream, and then all of a sudden it's magically meeting the new tangential speed that it's flying into, and it doesn't see anything but a stationary Earth. How would it do that?
No. The way it happens is that when you transition out of the jet stream to the non-jet stream winds, your ground speed drops. Your airplane still stays at the same speed because airplanes fly airspeed.
If you have a 200
Oh, the
mile
ground
hour,
speed slows down or
yeah.
speeds up, or what do you want to say?
What depends? If you fly,
Ground speed
are
changes?
we going into the wind or are we going out of the wind?
I'm saying that it doesn't matter which way it goes. It's
Yeah,
flying
actually
over
it does.
different tangential
So I,
speeds with a different
if I'm going,
conserved speed and going in and out of a jet stream and somehow only seeing a
if I have an
stationary Earth relative to its own motion.
If I have an airplane going 200 miles an hour and I'm flying into a 200 mile an hour headwind, basically a 0 ground speed.
I've done that.
Well,
I've actually had a 0 ground speed by flying into a headwind, and it was in a Piper actually, yeah. And just for shits and giggles, I decided to play some games while I was doing that. So I started playing with my throttle, and I was going up and down like an elevator with 0 ground speed.
Look, this is
the problem when you get people like me in airplanes.
So if the atmosphere is moving with the Earth, then wouldn't going against the spin take more effort than going with the spin?
No, because you're imparted with conservation momentum, something that flat earthers seem to have.
You can just say that over and over again. It doesn't answer the question.
No, it's
you're
exactly.
saying the atmosphere is moving with the Earth. So if you're moving into the atmosphere in the opposite direction, you would have to exert more force.
No.
Okay,
when you take off, if you went into a 200 mile per hour headwind, you'd be moving 0. So there you go.
Do you want me to go ahead and explain this to you or not?
It wouldn't act like a headwind.
No.
Why not?
No, not on their pseudo physical model.
Because
so when you're sitting on the runway at an airport, is your airplane going the speed of the Earth at that location?
Sure. We just did this earlier.
And if you take off and you're going 200 miles an hour through the air, is that independent of the speed of the Earth, or is that with the speed of the Earth that was imparted on you on the runway?
Which way?
Anyway.
Let's say if you're going south, now you're going into a different tangential speed. How does it accelerate sideways to meet the new tangential speed?
Okay,
well,
so
I think
if you take
one way
off,
to think about it is that, just real quick, one way to think about it is that you're already in their model is that you're already moving along with the entire thing. So you already.
I know that.
Momentum.
I'm giving them the conservation of momentum, which wouldn't match automatically because we know when we get higher, we're going to be in a greater circle. It's not going to match perfectly. But the problem, Gio, is when they start flying towards the equator or away from the equator, north to south, there's smaller circles or bigger circles which have different speeds of tangential miles per hour. So then the original conserved speed doesn't match any longer. So it has to accelerate sideways or slow down, and it has to be these illusionary winds that make it magically match the tangential speed. So it never sees anything but a stationary Earth.
The pilot has these things on the, they're called throttles. They control the engine. They control your speed. So you either gain speed a little bit or you lose speed a little bit. It's pretty much.
I know that. You don't have to go back to basics. I'm talking about acceleration sideways.
You also have a yoke
that it's not in control of. You're saying this happens without the pilot even trying to do it. It doesn't even have to train to how to do it. The training's not necessary because it just does it.
Well, the thing is, hold on, Paid. That is not even the mainstream explanation for it. I'm not sure why you're even saying that. They don't claim that you're. Hold on, they don't claim that you're picking up and slowing down speed as you drive north to south. That's not what you're not actually changing any speed in the globe model. You're maintaining the same speed as you're flying around with the atmosphere that is attached to the Earth.
Well, your forward speed would be the same, but they have to claim that it would actually speed up sideways, Gio, because it has to speed up. It has to speed up to meet the tangential speeds because they know that every airplane only sees a stationary Earth. So to keep that illusion alive, they have to make a magic force or a pseudo force up that makes it always match that tangential speed.
All right, Dave, let me ask you this. Okay, so, all right, if you, like I keep saying, you got a little goldfish bowl in your lap and you're in the car, you're in the passenger seat, you got a little goldfish, bowl in your lap full of water with one goldfish in it, and you're going 50 miles an hour down the highway. What you're saying would be akin to when the goldfish swims from the back of the bowl to the front of the bowl 5 inches, that it has to, let's say from the front to the back, that it would have to go against the 50 mile an hour car moving in order to swim backwards. That's the equivalent of what I'm saying.
No, I'm not. No, wait, hold on. I have to respond to that. I would respond to that. It's a non sequitur. I know you're not arguing their side, Gio, but it's a non sequitur. You have to think about it like this. You're in a car and your friend is driving a car that's 10 miles away from you, right? But he's going slower than you are. Now that's the difference between the tangential speeds. Now you're going to try to, I don't know, throw the fishbowl with the fish in it to your friend, right? Straight across to your friend. But it doesn't go straight across to your friend because he's going slower than you are.
Oh,
so it's
what
so
do you
it's
do?
so it doesn't work. See, that's the difference. It's non
how can you
sequitur
fix
because
that?
you have different rotational speeds, different tangential speeds, smaller circles, bigger circles. So it's not just like one conserved speed solves all the problems of flying around the Earth.
So how can you
That
fix
one
that?
conserved speed, you can give it to them, and you can have that analogy of a
He's
fishbowl.
just going to keep
But
talking.
once you start having smaller and bigger circles, you can't say that it's just the same as because it took off at that spot. It's going to match every other tangential speed perfectly,
So
and
how
they
do you
have to
fix
say
that?
that, which is
How
the
do you
magic
fix
that
that,
they're
NASA?
evoking.
How do you fix
They're evoking
You
magic.
want to take that, or you want me to?
Oh, you go ahead. I'm going to blow up on this guy.
All right. Now, there's a thing called vectors. Now, when you fly, if you go straight north, your entire speed is going north. If you angle a little bit to the west, you've got a vector of your speed that is going north, and you have a vector of your speed that is going west. Do you understand that?
Okay, you don't have to go back to basics and train and act like you're.
Apparently, I do,
teaching
because
me like.
this is what this is
No,
the heart of
because
your
what you
your
have
mistake.
to. I would like. Okay, let me just clarify first of all. I understand all of that. What I'm saying is, if a plane were flying in a straight line north or south and didn't deviate and didn't try to correct for Coriolis and was perfect, it was perfectly straight north to south, it would see
Not how
ground
planes
movement
fly.
below. I know you would like
Not
to
how
think
planes
that planes are unable to do a straight line, but that's the point we're
That
making.
is not how
and
planes
that's the problem.
fly.
So are you telling me that a plane would never see anything but what seems to be a stationary Earth relative to its own motion, north or south?
If it follows its flight path, it'll just follow the flight path.
There's an if there, but if it doesn't, then it would see it, right?
Then you have a shitty pilot.
You don't want to answer this
flight
because
paths.
you know the Earth doesn't move. That's why you don't want to answer this.
That's silliness.
Yeah,
No,
because
the
the only way
you-
that would be possible
All
is
right,
the Earth doesn't
look,
move.
you want me to
Otherwise,
answer the
we'd see
question or
movement
not?
of Earth
Or do you
when
just
we're in
want
a
to keep
plane
talking
north or
over me?
south. Okay, I'm done. I made my point.
Yeah, I'm glad you're done. All right. The way the pilots compensate for Coriolis is that if you go from south to north, you're going to deviate slightly to the east, because your original momentum, when you took off, the rotational speed of the Earth is faster there than at your destination. So if you did not make any corrections for Coriolis, what you would do is you would have a very gentle curve to the right. Now, the way that that is corrected is that you angle your aircraft not directly at the airport, but a little bit to the west of it, about 1.5 degrees. And as a result, you impart some of your forward speed into a sideward speed to the west. And as a result, you stay directly over your flight path and get to your destination airport. It's very much as if you had a crosswind coming from the west. If you had a crosswind coming from the west trying to push you east, the way that you would compensate for that is you would point your nose a little bit towards the west and impart some of your forward momentum into a westward momentum.
But explaining a conscious attempt to correct for Coriolis is not the question here.
The way that you correct for Coriolis is you simply maintain your flight
I'm not
path,
asking
and you
how.
do it.
The question wasn't how do you correct for Coriolis. The question is, how does the plane always match the tangential speed no matter what it does, even if it's not trying to correct for Coriolis? And
I
going
would
straight
say,
line.
yeah, and if I was trying to argue a globe Earth side, what I would say is that it doesn't have to do that, because the atmosphere in the pseudo-physical gravity, everything stuck to a ball model, is that atmosphere is clung to it. So you don't have to do any of this. You're just, it's like you're in a fish. It's like you're in your own fishbowl. The Earth is like a big fishbowl that's spinning around, and we have no way to verify that it's not just a stationary surface, on any level other than just this model and these ideas that they're.
Well,
okay, well, if you go back to your example, Gio, wait, real quick, the fishbowl. If you were trying to throw a fishbowl to your friend in another car, listen, if you were trying to throw that fishbowl, Gio,
into
real
the wind
quick,
a little bit
Hold up,
and
one at a
stay on
time.
your flight path. All you have to do is turn into
real
the wind a
quick.
little
I want to
bit.
make a better example.
New perspective, then
back
Bob,
to the fishbowl.
you got after.
Real quick,
Go ahead, new perspective.
Gio, if you were trying to throw that fishbowl with the fish in it, real quick, if you were trying to.
Sorry, I'm only muting you for 2 seconds. Okay, go. Yeah, new perspective, go, and then Bob, because I know Bob, you want to
respond. You're trying to throw that fishbowl to your friend who's driving faster than you around a racetrack, right? He's going faster than you, and he's on the outside circle, and you're on the inside circle, and you think you're throwing it straight to him, and the only way for that fishbowl to go to that friend and meet him perfectly is if somehow magically the fishbowl accelerated in midair to meet your friend, because it didn't have the original conserved speed that you were driving at. It would have to accelerate to a new tangential speed. You understand? That's why it doesn't work. They have to explain why the fishbowl accelerated without saying wins.
I would say it doesn't. I would say Bob was going to go next, but I would say it doesn't have to. Because
It would if there's a difference in tangential speeds.
Hold on. The only difference in the tangential speed is how that relates to outer space. How that relates to the airplane is not relevant in that way.
No, it relates to it being a globe. It has to have these different speeds on account of, like, you know, it being a globe. What you said applies if it was absolutely flat. If there wasn't a globe, you wouldn't have different tangential speeds. But because they say that there's a difference, it spins faster at the equator, that you have to like have this differential.
Yes, but that would be that's I hear you, but that's in relation to the speed of the Earth as it relates to the other reference frame, which in this case is this vacuum of outer space. How the different speeds on the globe, how those two reference frames compares to the a airplane that is inside of this atmosphere that's going along with it, you don't have to change those speeds because you're already within the whole thing. That speed relation is only connected to that speed compared to the other reference frame, which is the vacuum of outer space.
Of course, but that's what we're doing. We're like, you know, criticizing the presupposed globe right here. You know, we're holding it to the fire, and they say that there's a difference in speeds at the equator and stuff like that relative to these things. So you have to like take it cohesively. In real life, obviously, we haven't like actually measured these things.
Actually measured these things.
No,
well, to be fair, Bob was going to respond. To be fair, Bob was going to respond. If you want to go, Bob.
All right. So, you know, basically, this is a basic misunderstanding of how aircraft work and vectors. So what you're doing is you're translating some of your forward speed into a westward speed, and as a result, you're matching the rotational speed of the Earth directly under the aircraft simply by staying on the flight path. That's all there is to it.
Except it doesn't
happen. I just heard something that somebody said that actually correlated with the airplane's trajectory to up between point A and point B, Bob, when you said the plane has to allow for the point where it's going by moving off to the left or right, depending on which way you're flying. Yeah. And then he was saying about the fishbowl getting thrown from his mate to his other mate that's on the outer path. Or he'd have to throw the fishbowl forward, not 90 degrees tangent to his position.
Or it was the other thing. Can cars change their speed? Is that possible?
And can you aim the direction that you throw the fishbowl? And if you can aim the direction you throw the fishbowl, you know that it's going to curve to the right due to Coriolis. So you aim a little bit to the left of your buddy 10 miles away. And 10 miles is far enough to make a difference with Coriolis. That's why you have to take Coriolis into account when you're using long-distance artillery, such as a 16-inch naval rifle on an Iowa-class battleship. Would you like to see the firing table for it that shows that you have to account for Coriolis?
Does it count as Coriolis if these two cars are traveling parallelly? In parallel?
All right. Well, how would a car compensate for Coriolis going from the south to the north?
Again, does it count as Coriolis if you have two cars traveling side by side, one just quicker than the other, and they throw a fishbowl between them?
Yes.
I don't think so.
Why not?
Because neither are rotating bodies.
They're on a rotating body.
Then there's no Coriolis because they're both going the same speed, parallelly, same lat. Like, what are you?
Are you moving across the surface of it?
The reason the fishbowl takes a curved path is because it has this initial speed, and then it comes into resistance because of the headwind, and that slows it down.
Okay. That's kind of a limited understanding of what Coriolis is. Coriolis works in all directions, not just north and south. It also works east and west in every direction in between. Now, the easiest way to understand it is look at the north-south component, which is directly related to the rotational speed of the Earth underneath it. Okay? When you're going east and west, if you're going with the rotation of the Earth, in order to maintain momentum, you would have to increase the radius. If you're going against the rotation of the Earth, in order to maintain momentum, you would have to decrease the radius. You with me so far?
Yeah, I'm with you, but it doesn't apply
Okay,
to this
good.
analogy.
Good. Now, the problem that you run into is that you are constrained by the atmosphere when you're going east and west. For example, you have to maintain a set radius above the ground. So the only way that you can decrease or increase your radius is to move to the left or right towards an area with an increased or a decreased radius. So for example, if you're going from west to east at 40,000 feet, you're going with the rotation of the Earth, which means that you would want to increase the radius, which would cause you to increase elevation. Well, you can't increase elevation because you're assigned 40,000 feet. So what you have to do is Coriolis would cause you to move towards the equator where the radius is higher. All right. If you're going the opposite direction, you would go towards the pole where the radius is lower. So you still get the exact same bend to the right in the northern hemisphere, no matter what direction you go, if you're going across the surface of the Earth. In the southern hemisphere, you would get a bend to the left. Now, in an aircraft, that's compensated by the control of the pilot to maintain a flight path, and he can adjust things to keep him on his flight path. On an artillery shell, which is a ballistic object, it would make that curve. So when you fire a long-distance artillery shell in the northern hemisphere, it will curve to the right. So you aim a little bit to the left to hit your target. Likewise, in the southern hemisphere, it will curve to the left, so you'd aim a little bit to the right, which the British Navy found out when they were down in the Falklands, screwed with their fire control computers.
It sounded like some complicated maneuvers that a plane has to do to make sure it corrects for Coriolis. You'd think that they would train him you'd think they would train him in flight school how to do that.
Yeah, they train them in flight school to maintain their flight path, which is all you need to do. That's what you're trained to do in flight school. Is you're trained
don't
to
bother with
path.
all those Coriolis effects that you would have to.
Inconsequential.
Don't worry about that. Yeah, it doesn't even matter. Nah, don't worry about it.
Yep.
We don't want to put too much information in their head.
Wouldn't it be better instead of teaching them how to stay on their flight path? Hold up, wouldn't it be better instead of teaching them how to stay on their flight path to calculate it so they could just aim where the destination is going to be, in the specific amount of time at the speed that they're going, and that way they're going in a straight line and they're conserving on gas and time and all that jazz? Wouldn't it be more beneficial, economically and to the bottom line of all of these different companies to be teaching it that way?
That's a great question, and it raises a really interesting point. At the speed an aircraft goes, no, it's not going to make any difference whatsoever. However, when you're dealing with an intercontinental ballistic missile, there are a couple of things that you have to do, and that is one of them. You have to aim that very precisely so that it goes to where you want it to go. You also have to take into account skipping across the atmosphere and all sorts of stuff like that. But yes, that would come into play on something that's moving very fast over long distances, like a ballistic missile. But as a
ballistic missile could see the Earth moving below it, right?
Most definitely, yeah.
Oh yeah, but the airplane can't mimic the path of a ballistic missile at any time ever.
Doesn't need to. No. Why would it?
That's not the answer. The answer is yes, it could.
Why would it?
And we can show the Earth moves. But the Earth doesn't move. That's why we never see it move.
How much would it move? How much would you expect it to move?
You could go over many more tangential speeds, which is the reason that the ballistic would have it move.
That course?
You would go longer distances over many more tangential speeds, and it wouldn't be in sync with the Earth enough every single time.
How would you
north
set
to
that
south?
Course? How do you
north
set
to
the
south?
Course? How do you set the course on an aircraft?
You aim in one direction and you don't deviate, just like you would correct for Coriolis.
Okay, so you aim in one direction.
You correct for not correcting.
Okay,
make
so
sure
you
not
aim
to
in
correct.
one direction and don't deviate. So what happens if you get a crosswind? Does that blow you off course?
Sure, you correct for
Okay.
it, and you stay in that straight
Oh,
course,
okay.
and
So,
you make sure
you
that you see
correct
the Earth
for it.
spinning below you.
You
Yeah, you
correct for it.
correct
So
to
you
stay
don't.
straight.
So when you set a course in an aircraft, you don't set a compass bearing. You set a course over the ground that you want to
No.
follow,
Well,
right?
yeah, I'm saying not over the ground. I'm saying the course would be
Yeah.
straight, irrespective of the ground, and we could show the Earth spins. That's the point.
Or you could follow an airway on a VOR. That would be
But my
another way
point,
that you could do it.
my point's valid, right? If it could fly a
No.
straight line, then you
No.
could see the Earth move below. You're not even acknowledging that.
No, because that's not something
So
that
ballistics
that's
see
not
it move
something
below,
that's
but
done.
a plane couldn't possibly. That makes no
No.
sense.
Planes fly courses. Ballistic missiles fly trajectories.
I'm not asking
You
how
could
they
jet
try
back
to
in a
fly or
plane.
what they normally do. I'm asking if it tried to go straight and not correct for Coriolis, and if you're saying the wind is going to push it back into a
Yeah,
Coriolis,
it's a silly
then that's
argument.
that's
I'm not
claiming
going to address
illusionary
it.
winds again. See,
Yeah, it's a
this is
silly
where you're running
argument. I won't
away, and
address it.
why we know it doesn't move.
Bob, I have a ballistic question, Bob. I'm just curious. So you said that the British Navy in the Falklands War had to adjust for the Southern Hemisphere because it messed with their firing computers. So
their Coriolis corrections were wrong.
Hang on, just let me finish my question. That's more of a statement. Question part is, in World War II, how did anybody hit anything over long range with their long range artillery?
They corrected for curve of the Earth and rotation of the Earth. It's right in the firing
No,
tables
but hang on.
in World War II.
Yes, my point. Here's the thing. If the British Navy, 35 years, 25 years, nearly 30 years later, were too dumb to know that, because maybe they'd never, done anything in the Southern Hemisphere in those 30 years.
Well, it was in World War One. Yeah,
in World War II.
it was in World War One.
We were managing to hit Omaha Beach from a fair way out from battleship.
Yep.
I'm not sure I believe your story about the Falklands War and the British Navy.
I didn't say the
Doesn't make
Falklands
any
War.
sense.
It was World War One.
No, you said the Falklands War.
No, I said it was World War One down by the
Go
Falklands.
back and listen, Bob. You said
Down by the
War.
Falklands in the Southern Hemisphere. Yeah, they were down there a lot earlier than the 1980s.
But you
yeah,
said they
it was,
had to adjust their computers. You said computers. You're changing your story as you go along.
Yeah,
You said
computers.
they had to adjust their firing computers.
Yeah. You know that
So
they had mechanical firing.
World War I.
All right,
Did
you know they had
computers in World War I.
Yes. You know they had mechanical firing computers in World War One. Yes, most definitely. They had them before that. To get firing solutions, yes. They were they were analog computers. You want to see one?
I'll have to go and look into that.
Yeah, go ahead. Here, let me go ahead and show you one. Let's see if I got a picture of one right here. Here's the firing computer for the USS Iowa. Right here. Let me open it up in another image. This is the firing computer for the USS Iowa. It was all done with dials and rotors and gears and shit. But here's the USS Iowa's firing computer. There you go. Excuse me, that's the North Carolina's firing computer. North Carolina's kind of a pocket battleship. It's smaller than the Iowa, and it's currently moored in Wilmington, North Carolina. I've been to it. Isn't that an amazing thing? See? Fire control computer.
Yes, it's a cool thing. I'm in my car. Like I said, I'm going to research that whole
Yeah.
topic because
Fascinating. You know, slide rule is a computer. It's an
I know.
analog computer.
I'm aware of. Yeah, that's all fine. That's it. You don't need to be clever. That's fine. I just want to do my own research on
Sure.
how ships.
No, I
how
wasn't talking
battleships
about the
work in
Falklands
World War
War.
One.
They had their shit together then. But no, when they first started doing operations down in the Southern Hemisphere, and it kind of screwed them up because their Coriolis corrections were going the wrong way. It took them a minute to realize what was going on because they were going off to the side. You know, the correction at 4,200 yards, I think, is on the order of 160 yards for Coriolis. That's the correction you have to make.
And this was in World War One.
Yeah, the firing table on the Iowa is from 1945.
That's World War Two. That's a different one. You sure?
Correct.
Which you looking at World War One?
Yeah. Well, they did the same thing in World War One. They were just better at it in World War Two. Let's see if I can find it.
This conversation, Bob, talking to you, I've got to connect the dots all the time. We're
Not a
jumping
problem.
from place to place, from time to time.
Yeah, not a problem. Sorry if it's confusing.
Nothing but facts.
So when did they have to make adjustments, in World War One or World War Two?
They started doing it in World War One because they started getting artillery that could fire that long.
So this is in the Southern Hemisphere. Is that when I'm on
Yeah.
that part of the story where they had to make adjustments? So Southern Hemisphere, World War One.
Yeah, Coriolis goes the other way in the Southern Hemisphere. And if your guns are set to fire in the Northern Hemisphere and you don't make an adjustment to make them, same thing with telescopes nowadays. But if you don't make an adjustment, your corrections are off.
Okay, now my history's not that awesome, so I'm going to ask you a question. Was there much in World War One fought in the Southern Hemisphere?
I don't think they did much down there, no. Didn't mean
Did
they
it do
didn't have to
anything?
be ready for it. I'm not aware of any battles that were fought in the Southern Hemisphere. It doesn't mean they didn't train down there, though.
Okay, cool. I'm just gathering information for when I research next thing. That's all. Just to know what I need to research.
Yeah. I'm thinking.
So,
See if it's
Bob,
on
do you
this.
think it was wrong for Brian Mullins to put out a set of videos questioning the physics of the globe model?
Yes, because it made him look like a
Isn't
fool.
that what we're doing here?
No.
Why not?
He knew better. He has the training to know better and still did it.
Was it a
and
threat?
Quite frankly, when you have people that don't do this for their living, it's a lot easier to understand them making mistakes. But when you have a professional, such as a professional engineer a professional structural engineer that says gravity doesn't exist,
He didn't say that.
That's a problem. That's a
He never
problem.
said that.
He said
He
it
never
was
said
made
gravity
up.
doesn't exist. No,
He
he
said it
didn't.
was made up.
Okay, I'd like to see the footage of that.
Got a video of it.
Regardless, but
Well,
isn't
it is
science
made up.
isn't science
Hold
about
on. It is made up, so he's correct. He's
right? Exactly. But wait, real quick, isn't science about questioning what you're taught and trying to figure things out and make sense of things? Why is that so wrong for him to do?
Because lives depend on what he does, and he was bringing dishonor to the profession of engineering.
So you're saying there's one set way. You have
reprimanded.
to follow that set way. That's the standard, and you can't ever question it and try to put it together and try to explain it to people in a way that they can understand, because that's shaming the protocol.
Yep.
Ah. That says a lot.
It does.
Well, I hope you do like it. But in any event, what he did was wrong, yes. It was unprofessional, and quite frankly, it brought dishonor on the profession of engineering. And as a result, he's no longer doing it.
He got a promotion. He got a promotion. You're a fucking nong, man.
You're like the opposite of Superman.
Lex Luthor. Like Lex Luthor with no resources but an internet connection.
Now, the attitude was that, they kind of looked at him as a religious zealot, but as long as he did the correct equations when he did his work, they were fine.
He was questioning the religious zealotry of the science that he's not supposed to question because he might shame science.
No, that doesn't have anything to do with it. It's kind of like a doctor saying they don't believe in antibiotics.
Well, I would say he's a legend that was willing to actually speak up for the truth and not just be worried about, the blackballing, the insanity. So I think he was a warrior, and then he got attacked for it. And I don't know much about his life, so I can't say. But I don't know all of what. But I do remember his videos, and I watched all of them when they first came out and back years ago. So. Yeah, I think he's awesome. Whatever attitude you have right now, I would say is kind of the way actually secret societies work, through shaming. This is why they have their levels in Freemasonry. The levels
he made basic high school errors on science.
Hold on, let me just finish what I'm saying. Let me just finish what I'm saying. Is that the levels in Freemasonry are designed at shaming, ridiculing, abusing, and even through torture or threats of death if you don't obey by what they want. So what you're describing is sort of this: we the collective are going to shame this guy and derail his life because he doesn't think like us. That's the definition of that kind of toxic energy.
Hey Bob, has Neil deGrasse Tyson ever been wrong in anything he said? Has Neil deGrasse Tyson ever been wrong?
No
you agree
clue.
with everything he says?
I don't have any idea what he said.
Well, a lot of people think he's shaming science for some of the things he says.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
But in any event, he made such basic high school errors in basic sciences that it was just ridiculous.
Well, then why is that a threat? If he's so ridiculous, why would you be so threatened and ashamed by him?
Because it brings shame on the profession of engineering.
Because he made mistakes? That's ridiculous.
Serious ones. I mean, that show
it was a threat
basic
because he was making good
misunderstandings
points.
of simple principles that are essential for his job. Yes.
Are you his employer?
No, I wouldn't be.
So why are you involved in other people's business?
What makes you think I'm involved in other people's business?
It's caring.
Well, it sounds like some kind of a focus of yours. So it sounds like you spent a lot of your time on this.
I reviewed his videos, yes.
See, what they did was they looked at the video just to find out personal information about him. Where his kids go to
actually,
school,
I was contacted by his family. Actually, I was contacted by his family. They wanted me to report him.
Are you some sort of like head engineer or something? Like, do you run some sort of corporation, or do you run like the engineering?
Did you just claim that Brian Mullen's family contacted you to get you to report him?
Yes.
Are you kidding me? You're really claiming that right now?
Yes.
What was his parents?
None of your business.
So his family wanted to take him down. Is that your claim?
Yes.
Why? Because they were ashamed? Are they a part of the science community that was ashamed along with you? What was
Gio,
their reason
I hope
for
you're
wanting him
recording this. I hope you're recording this. Bob
They
has
thought
a
there was something
history.
wrong with him.
Bob has a history of making claims and then denying them, and then denying that he says them.
I'm not going to discuss a private conversation I had with a family member of his.
You already did.
Yeah,
No more than that. No more than that.
You're such a disinfo boomer. Total disinfo boomer,
Let's move
dude.
forward, guys.
Why?
I was asked
We're
not.
talking
I
to
was asked
someone
not
who's
to give
got a pretty
details,
dodgy
and I'm not
reputation
going to
here.
give details.
Let's just move on, guys. Let's
You can
just
maintain the
pretend
claim,
Dr.
Bob,
Bob is
then
like a
you can
dodgy boomer.
substantiate it. Otherwise, let's move
Dodgy
forward.
disinfo boomer.
Yeah, in Brian's honor, I would doubt very highly that that's true.
This is going too far.
It is. I've heard
No,
through someone
move
else I
on.
know that
I'll
it was
agree. I'll agree. It's going too far.
Too many crazies on the internet is why he wanted to give it up. The psychopaths following him and commenting on and stuff he was doing and trying to figure out who he is, calling his work.
Please, let's move on.
As a rule of thumb, Bob, you shouldn't like open a can of worms by making a claim to something that you're not going to substantiate. You know, it would have been better if you just didn't mention it whatsoever.
And then going to the audacity of saying that that man's family.
I agree with it.
That man's family somehow contacted
and I apologize for bringing it up.
Thank you, Bob, for the
Got
apology.
catfished is what happened.
You're still a disinfo boomer.
Now, I've apologized for bringing it up. That means you guys drop it too.
That's true.
Acknowledge the apology.
I'm just gonna say right now, if any family member of mine contacts you, they did
You're
it.
awesome, man.
Now, does this Coriolis force actually move anything, or is it just an illusion?
It moves things.
Okay, so how does it apply pressure to something to move it?
Same way centrifugal force applies pressure when you turn your car.
Okay, so what is the mechanism that is applying the pressure to the
Conservation of
aeroplane?
momentum.
No. What is the mechanism that is applying pressure to change its direction?
Conservation of momentum.
What is reaching out and pushing up against it to move it?
Conservation of momentum.
No, conservation of momentum is conservation of momentum.
Correct. And that causes objects to move.
To move, exactly right. Okay, I'll agree with that. Right. So now we're moving in one direction. So what is this pressure that is coming from another direction to make it move?
Excuse me? No, go ahead and say that again. I'm looking at something right now. What did you say again?
Focus, Bob.
So we have conservation of momentum, right? Which
Yes.
is what. Okay, so the plane has taken off. It's left the ground. It has a conservation of momentum. All right, depending on the Earth's rotation, apparently. Okay, then. So it's already got that in place. All right. So now we need another pressure applied to this object to be able to move it in another direction. Where is this pressure coming from? Because it's already
the engines.
It's coming from the engines.
Yes.
So Coriolis is caused by the engines of the aeroplane.
I never said that. I never even implied that.
Well, I asked where this pressure was coming from to move this plane offline, and you said the engines.
All right, so we've already gotten past the conservation of momentum, which causes the plane to move in one direction. So if you're going from south to north, it'll cause the plane to move to the east. The engines, the thrust of the engines apply pressure to the aircraft to move it to the west to keep it on course to counterbalance that eastward movement. And as a result, as long as the plane stays over the flight path, it compensates for the changing rotational speed of the Earth underneath it. And it does that by applying engine power to move it in the opposite direction.
So the Coriolis force doesn't move anything at all.
I didn't say that, and nor did I imply it.
Okay then, well this is what I'm trying to get to. Where is the pressure coming from to move the plane off course?
All right, tell me which direction it's moving it off course.
Any direction, pick a direction.
No, I want you to tell me specifically what direction, so I know what force you're asking me about.
It doesn't matter. The
It would be the same
Coriolis
force
force.
regardless, right?
Well,
Yeah,
if it doesn't
it's the same
matter,
force.
if it doesn't matter and you don't know what direction it's moving, I can't answer your question.
It's a very general question on the principle of things. What's the force that this Coriolis deviation, regardless of what direction
Okay,
it's in,
so
where does
the
it come from?
deviation of the Coriolis force comes from the conservation of momentum.
No,
of the
it's
aircraft.
regulated by the conservation of momentum, but there has to be something
comes
pushing
from it. It comes from it. So
then I could say instead of centrifugal force, this thing is hitting this water in a bucket that's being spun around is hitting the bottom of it because of conservation of momentum. It's not centrifugal force.
Yes.
It's not any other force. It's just
Yes.
conservation of momentum. Everything is conservation of momentum.
Absolutely. Yep, you've got
That
it.
doesn't answer the
Well
question,
done.
though. He's asking where's the actual deviation, this pushing that's taking it off course from that straight line. Where is that coming from? Yes, it's in
You just
accordance
answered
with
it.
conservation of momentum, but what is the actual force? Like, where's the actual pressure coming from?
You just answered it.
No, I didn't.
Conservation of momentum.
No.
Oh,
the,
Lord.
The momentum wants to keep the object, the water in the bottom of the bucket, moving outward. Okay.
Could you be a
Bottom
little
of the
bit more
bucket is
vague, Bob?
pulling it back in. The bottom of the bucket is pulling it back in. So
I'm not
the force.
feeling any wiser after hearing conservation of momentum. How about you, Bansor? Is that a bit
Wouldn't
vague?
expect
No,
you to.
no. Look, I thought it was a very, very simple question.
And I gave you a simple answer.
No, you haven't given me an answer to my question at all, Bob. Right?
All right. Well, then I'm going to try one more time to answer your question.
Fantastic.
You
Give it a
asked me
crack.
specifically, where was the force coming from that moved the plane to the right in the northern hemisphere, the Coriolis force? That force is coming from conservation of momentum. The plane starts off at a certain rotational speed. As it goes to the north, it maintains that rotational speed from west to east. The Earth slows down underneath it because you're going towards the pole. As a result, the plane will drift off to the right. Now, the pilot, on the other hand, will take part of the thrust of the engine, which is moving the plane forward, and move it to the west to maintain his course to counterbalance that small Coriolis deviation. I can't answer it more succinctly than that.
No. Well, firstly, I was asking where is the pressure coming from, right? That is applied.
What pressure?
Well, there has to be pressure applied
What
to something
pressure?
to make anything move. You can't move anything without applying pressure, right? You can't do it. It's
All right.
simply impossible, right? You will not move anything here without applying pressure, right? So I want to know where the pressure is coming from that is applied to the aircraft, to the bullet, to whatever, to the car driving down the road, right? That is moving it, right?
I've already explained it.
No, because
You're not getting his point. His point, Bob, is that it's inaccurate to call it a force because there is no pressure applied. Okay, it's not an actual force.
That's why it's called
an
a
effect that you see.
pseudo-force.
That's why they call it a pseudo force or whatever, an inertial force, because you don't see it in in the non-inertial. The inertial reference frame.
Can you
Because
measure a
it's not an actual
pseudo-force?
force. It's just an effect.
Can you measure a pseudo-force in newtons?
Can you measure? It depends on the reference frame, right?
Can you
It's not even
measure?
apparent in one of them.
Can you measure a pseudo-force in newtons? It's a yes or no question.
In the inertial reference frame or the non-inertial?
If I'm driving down the road and I make a turn to the left, can I measure a force pulling me to the right?
I don't think you can.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think you can. I think you can measure the centripetal force that you're imparting on the door, but I don't think you can actually measure the force that you're
So
being pushed
if
to
I
the
put
right.
a force meter on my seatbelt, it wouldn't measure any force if I was being thrown to the right.
Well, if your seatbelt, that's just the centripetal force because it's acting against something. If you had centrifugal force
There you go.
only, it wasn't
There
inhibited
you go.
whatsoever. How are you going to measure
So
that?
you've got it somewhat. All right.
And you're measuring pressure. That's what you're measuring.
No, and we agree, centripetal force is an actual force because there's pressure pushing against you.
Exactly
Yeah,
right.
centripetal force is classified as what kind of force?
That's what he's saying. It's inaccurate to call it a force because there's no pressure applied. Same with centrifugal force. It's not
called
an
a
actual
pseudoforce,
force because
but
there's
it's
no
a
pressure
measurable force, though.
applied.
Yeah, but it's measurable. It's called a pseudoforce, but it's still a measurable.
It's
you
not
can measure
measurable.
it in
You can
newtons.
only measure the centripetal, and then you say that the inverse of that is the centrifugal.
Okay, well, good luck with that.
Okay, nice hand wave.
Anyway, thank you.
So that answer your question, Spansaw?
No, it actually didn't. But anyway, but thank
Okay,
you.
good.
Thank
Not
you.
a problem.
I mean, that's why an inertial force is called an apparent force, because it only appears to affect the body in the non-inertial frame, but it's completely missing from the point of view of an inertial frame. It's not a real force. It doesn't actually apply pressure.
Yeah, what you feel is acceleration.
These are like first grade mistakes. These are like first grade mistakes.
I feel my
Should
heart
be
rate
ashamed.
accelerating with that sultry voice. What you feel is acceleration.
That's right.
That poshy private school.
What's wrong with private schools? Come on.
I went to one myself, but I didn't get the accent.
Didn't get the accent? That's a shame. That you didn't get to that class? You
No.
skipped that class? Damn.
I was wagging. Yeah, wagging with the girls.
Fair enough. Your mic breathing, Bob.
I actually attended a private
And mouth
school,
breathing.
like for acting. At some point, though, I kind of got tired of it, and I had to change schools because I was unhappy with the productions that they were giving me. They only gave me private parts.
Oh my God, Laurie, they get worse and worse. They literally get worse and worse.
But
yeah, he needs to send a drum. Hey Bob, you're breathing on mic, mate. Or you're sleeping. You're breathing on mic. It's coming through.
Nope, I'm just reading some stuff.
Okay, can you mute because you're breathing heavily
Sure.
on mic? Cheers, thank you.
Because what he's reading is breathtaking.
No, I'm still having some trouble breathing.
Really?
Yeah.
Must be some sort of pseudo force acting on your lungs.
No. I actually had an accident about a month ago and broke several ribs. I'm still having trouble breathing.
What was the accident? How'd you do that? What happened?
Snowboarding.
I fell on the ice and hit a tree root with my chest.
Ow.
Just slipped?
Yeah. We had an ice storm here, and the next thing I know, I was looking at my damn feet, and I'm 6'2" tall. I knew that was going to be a bad thing. I broke 3 ribs.
Shit.
They can take a while to heal too, the old ribs, can't they?
Not too long, actually.
Well, they're a lot better now. It's been about a month, and I'm going to probably start making videos again. I just was in no mood to make videos.
How much
Bob,
do you love
I'll
Flat
mention.
Earthers? Sorry.
What was that?
Yeah,
I was going to
took a
ask
month
him how
off.
much he loved Flat Earthers out of 10.
About a 7. They're interesting folks to talk to sometimes.
Really?
7's a
Feeling
nice
the
number.
love. Yeah.
But yeah, ribs heal surprisingly quick. Like usually about 3 or 4 weeks.
Yeah, I was pretty pleased with it. I'm about 4 weeks out, and I'm getting to the point that I'm doing a lot better.
Well, I was going to mention as well, there's actually an herb. They call it the bone weaver. The name of it's kind of funny. It's quadrangularis. It's kind of a strange name, but and by consuming this herb, it actually helps bones heal much faster and quicker. It helps the peptides and the bone materials to form quicker, and it also contains minerals in it that are needed for bone recovery. But it can heal and resolve broken bones as much as 8 to 10 times quicker than not using it. It's very potent. So yeah, just throwing that out there.
Cool.
And it's called Quadrangularis.
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 Yeah.
Well, it's interesting. I'll look into it.
Swiss's quadrangularis. Yeah.
Bone weaver.
In the grape, it's in the grape family, is it, Geo? Or have I got the wrong one?
That sounds right. Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. It's in the grape family. It has a lot of benefits. It also helps recovery. So if you have like an accident where you have like a lot of bruising or muscle damage, it helps with that as well. And it also helps with, like if you're doing a lot of exercising or like running or lifting weights, things like that that might make you sore, joint pain, arthritis, things like that. So it's helpful for all of those things. And it also has like a beneficial effects on the teeth as well, since the teeth are similar to bone.
But Geo, what's in it that makes it different than other foods or other herbs?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Yeah.
The active ingredient, as it were.
It's a good question. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure there's been extensive research done on it yet. Fully to know fully. I mean, it's an ancient Ayurvedic medicine. It's been used in Ayurveda for various. It's in the original Ayurvedic medicinal system. So it's one of the true ancient medicines. I guess they call it like one of the compounds that they know is in there similar to, it's a resveratrol compound called quadrilangarin. Quadrilangarulin. Quadrangularin. That's it. Sorry. Quadrangularin. That's it. Quadrangularin. But in terms of like these effects on the bones and things, like what I'm also saying is that, I mean, they have isolated like, a couple things from it, but I'm not sure it's even fully known yet, like exactly why and how it actually has these effects. Of course, mainstream medicine sort of, because they're not focused on actual herbal medicines. I mean, there is information of it out there. I mean, even they admit that it does seem to have, benefits, but obviously like they're not giving, doctors are not recommending it necessarily.
And do you eat it? Or rub it into the thing?
You can consume it in multiple ways. Yeah, you can make a poultice with it and put it on the skin if you want. You can like soak it in like some like cotton or different materials and then wrap that around the part that's injured or the broken bone. And then, yeah, you can consume it orally as well as like a powder, like ideally like good organic, I mean, really getting it fresh would be the best, but, the next best thing would be to get a powder of it. There's a bunch of extracts of it. Like they sell it in a lot of like, like weightlifting products and stuff. Like if you go to like a, like a store, that has a lot of like supplements and weightlifting, you'll see it there. Like all those places seem, have it. And you'll even see it advertised, Cissus quadrangularis. They'll have it, or, it'll say this also contains, Cissus quadrangularis. So yeah, it is used like in, some of those products because they know its benefits, so especially for like recovery, like faster recovery times for, like I said, people that lift weights and for doing athletic type stuff. So it is used in that. And then, yeah, you can buy it as like a powder, as like an herb. It's a little harder to find than some others, but you can still find it. Ordered online. And then I really don't recommend any extracts of it ever. This is not an herb that needs to be extracted. You really should have the whole herb. But there are extractions of it, which I wouldn't trust.
One thing you need to be careful with extractions is the method of extract. Because a lot of them do use like a cheap method where they use kerosene to extract whatever it is they're trying to extract, whether it be a vitamin, whatever it may be. But yeah, like you said, it's always better to take it naturally and not the extract itself.
Yeah. I would agree. Yeah, you could take it like in capsules. I'm also not a big fan of capsules because they're made of like weird genetically modified plant fiber. So I don't really like to consume those actual plastic caps. Really having the fresh herb would be ideal, but just consuming the powder. Like if somebody had like a broken bone, something really serious like that, just like, I mean, you don't even have to consume a lot of it, but if you just consume some of it each day, it's going to help heal like the ligaments and the tendons and the muscle and the bone. It seems to work on all of those.
When you said bone weaver, for a second I thought I misheard you and that you were talking about my right fist, the bone cleaver.
Nice one. I didn't know where you're going to go with that. That was great. Yeah, most people don't know about it. And of course, mainstream medicine, downplays it, if anything, just because they downplay pretty much all kinds of different herbal herbs and obviously in replacement for their pharmaceutical drug. I mean, if you go to a doctor and you have all kinds of joint pain, broken bones, whatever it may be, they're going to give you all of their drugs, which are not made by nature, and God knows what, all the side effects and the toxicity of those things. Not to say they don't work to some degree. They definitely have all kinds of drugs that can help relieve pain temporarily and stuff. So it's enticing for people that are in pain and when they don't have a better option or they're not aware of one. So yeah, mainstream medicine will downplay it, but it's kind of sad that like every doctor in the world is not recommending this to all their patients that have broken bones.
Yeah, you can always tell who a good doctor is by how likely they are to consider homeopathic treatments.
Nothing really hits quite like an oxycodone.
I just found this is actually from the National Library of Medicine. I just found this article on that herb, the Cissus quadrangularis, for management of weight loss and metabolic syndrome. So it's like an actual sort of mainstream PubMed article on it. It's interesting. And look, I'm just going to the conclusion. It says, Cissus quadrangularis formulation appears to be useful in the management of weight loss and metabolic syndrome. So apparently is proven to be useful scientifically and medically through this quote unquote mainstream peer reviewed whatever. I'll post it. That's interesting. Yeah, I did know that it had some beneficial effects on this because I think it has beneficial effects on the pancreas, I believe, which is... See, these medicines, like these real, true ancient medicines, they have usually multiple benefits. It's incredible. There's like this spectrum. So, yeah, it's interesting that it has benefits for this issue as well. It says at the end of the trial period, statistically significant net reductions in weight and central obesity, as well as fasting blood glucose, total cholesterol, LDL cholesterol, triglycerides, and C-reactive protein were all observed in participants who received the formulation regardless of diet. Wow.
That's crazy.
Since we're talking about it, I just saw this little link. It linked over from, but anyways, that's just an example. That's like a product on Amazon. But see, this one's an extract. But you know, I was saying before how they use it for like weightlifting and stuff. So yeah, that's kind of like a American mainstream kind of product where basically it's just they extract it. They claim they do an alcohol extraction, but you never really know with these things. And so, yeah, this is like one that I would probably not recommend. Although I actually have used this one before, and it actually was okay. I think it's an alcohol extraction, so it's actually not too bad, but still not as good as the whole herb. It also has these things, the ketosterones in them. So like in this extract, they claim that they're getting it to have 40% of the ketosterones, which are part of what gives all the benefits. Anyways, we can go back. Sorry for derailing on that. I don't know. Well, it's not necessarily derail, but if it's just going in too depth on that one herb, but I guess I just was remembering it because I haven't really thought about this one in a little while.
Did you use it when you broke a bone?
I've never broken a bone, but I have used it in many different forms before.
You've never had a broken bone?
Nope.
I've had many.
I used it just for bone strength and just to kind of just for its benefits. Like I didn't use it for like an accelerated healing of a bone. I just kind of, because yeah, you can also, I mean, it is a medicinal herb, so you can't like take it every day. Like it's not a tonic herb. Tonic herbs you could take every day, but medicinal herbs you kind of have to take a break from. So, you know, something like at the most like maybe 2 to 3 weeks of taking it every day and then take a break. So yeah, it's more of a medicinal herb, but yeah, I've just tried it in different forms just to kind of get some of the benefits. I have noticed like if something was like sore in my body, it does seem to like remove that soreness. And I've also experimented taking it with like, in terms of the bone weaver qualities, if you take this herb along with like raw powdered animal bone, so like let's say like, you know, beef bone or something like that, where basically it's made into a powder, so it's the whole bone. If you consume the whole bone and this herb, that's the kind of thing that can completely rebuild people that have osteoporosis.
Like there's some synergistic effect between them?
Yeah, because the cissus herb, the quadrangularis, it has like minerals, and it has all of the compounds needed to help like weave the bone faster, but you then need the materials to weave the bone. So in the herb, it does have like certain minerals like calcium and phosphorus. It does have a lot of those minerals, but they're like the plant form. So even though it has all those benefits to the bones, you need to consume really raw animal bone, because raw animal bone has really raw is best. Like you can do bone broth as well, but really raw is what's ultimately needed, because in the raw form, animal bone has something called microcrystalline hydroxycalapatite. And it's basically a form of calcium that contains it's like an interwoven matrix of not only calcium, but all of these other cofactors and co-minerals that go along with bones, like magnesium in the right ratios and other minerals. So by taking the herb that helps weave the bones quicker and getting the nutrition, also animal fats, because the fats have the fat soluble vitamins, which are needed to activate the minerals. So it's like you need the fat soluble vitamins from the fat to activate the minerals. You need the minerals from the animal bone, and then you need the bone weaver herb, and then all of that together is very rejuvenative for the entire skeletal structure. That's the kind of thing that might be able to take somebody that's hunched over and very crippled into actually being able to get their body back in terms of the bones. But yeah, if you have all those together, then you can get serious bone growth going. And to really do it, the last thing is the MK2, the vitamin K2, MK4 and MK7 fat soluble vitamins. If you do high doses of those as well, you can resolve osteoporosis even quicker, because that compound is one of the fat soluble vitamins that's used for the communicator between the minerals that basically tell the minerals where to go, tell them to go into the bones instead of in the bloodstream. And fermented animal foods will usually have the highest amount of that. So yeah, ideally a fermented organ blend, all raw with raw animal bone. Man, I'm almost melting.
Sounds
it's
delicious.
I'm so good.
My mouth watering right now.
Just like a paste, like a little paste. You can put some different things in there to make, because it's probably not going to taste it's going to taste intense, but yeah, you can mix them, make a little pemmican blend.
So how many people have broken bones on here?
I have.
Did it suck, bro?
What's that?
Did it suck?
I guess.
Well, did you earn it though? Was you doing something extreme, or walking down the street and you just tripped on your own feet or some shit?
No, nothing embarrassing. Well, one was embarrassing, kind of. We had this sliding door when I was younger, and it was a really heavy sliding door. So when you had to open it, you had to put in a lot of force basically to open it, and then it also had its momentum from you exerting all that force. So at one point, I had opened it so hard that the momentum of it crushed my arm. It basically squished my arm between the handle, where my hand was holding it, and my elbow, where it was the other half of that sliding door. Think of a big window, kind of. So it just got stuck in between the handle and the other side of the door, and it broke.
Damn. And the other time?
Well, I've had a few. I'm not gonna say everyone, but that was probably the most kind of embarrassing one.
Dude, what you've broken a bone more than once, bro?
Yeah, I've had more than a few.
I'm saying though, but all right, how is your lifestyle? Do you ride skateboards, or do you do some sort of sports?
Each one was a different physical activity. One was snowboarding, another one was playing soccer, another one was wrestling.
Okay. See, that's what I mean. I mean that you definitely earned those because you was doing something. It wasn't like you was doing something mundane. I ask you because I've been doing extreme sports my entire life. Bicycle, rollerblade. If it has wheels, bro, I'm on it and I'm doing something crazy on it, right? And I've never managed to broken a bone in my life, thank the Lord, right? I've never lots of stitches. I'm not gonna deny that. Lots of stitches and burn marks are dealing with motorbikes, but I've never broken anything in my entire life, bro. Never. That's why I'm asking you, because there's a lot of people that tend to hurt themselves just walking and shit. And I'm like, what? How the fuck do you break your fucking knee or walking or some shit, you know? So that's why I'm asking you, how did it happen?
No, I earned mine. I deserved mine.
Yeah, I wonder how many people break bones more so because like I was mentioning before, like the eating like raw animal bone, because like our ancestors, like you would take the bones and just like smash them on a rock, you know, and you get like a nice kind of little powder going, and then or you could just smash it up, and then you know they would like mix it in with different things, because like I said, that has all like the calcium, minerals, and all the it's the actual like woven. It also has collagen in it, believe it or not. Like bones have collagen, so there's like this collagen matrix thing. So when you consume that, it makes your bones like have that. Whereas in our culture now, pretty much like almost probably no one really consumes raw animal bone. But we do get like milk, which is a whole nother thing. Some milk is actually causes osteoporosis because it's genetically modified cow's milk. So there's all kinds of issues. But we kind of replace it with that, and then maybe some people have bone broth, of course, and that of course is good. But even that has been removed, like from a lot of people's diets.
I hear that a lot of people, another that you like mentioned, like the grinding of the bones, like albino people, like they're like hunted and stuff for like their bones and stuff. I don't know, like it's some weird thing with their bones. I don't know if you guys ever heard that before. Like that some people tend to hunt and kill and fucking fillet albino people.
Oh damn, that's crazy.
I've never heard that before.
Whoa, that's wild.
There's like a country. There's like a country somewhere in Africa. There's like a place that there's a lot of albino people. I'm guessing. I don't know. I just one day went into these YouTube documentaries, fucking something in the morning, and I just started seeing a documentary, and some motherfucker was saying like these people are usually hunted down and fucking like their bones are grinded down and shit. Like they like some people take it like some sort of like fairy dust type shit.
That's pretty intense, man. No, I was just talking about like animal bones, like but yeah, that's intense.
I mean, to even figure that out, right? Who's the first person to ever figure out, like, man, let me just grind some bones, see what the fuck happens?
For nutrition?
I mean, to even think about it, like, how would you even come to the conclusion that you need to grind some bones and eat it somehow?
Well, I suppose that would come from the concept that the human body requires essentially the entire animal. Like every part of the animal has different nutrients in it that correlate with the human body. And so ultimately consuming the whole thing, the organs, even the blood, the meat, the skin, and the eyeballs and the brain and all the bones and all of the ligaments as well and tendons.
So every part of
the fact that you just don't want to waste the animal, right?
Dude, but
where else are you going to get where else are you going to get all those nutrients? You're not going to get them from a cucumber or a plant. Some of those nutrients are in some plants, but I'm saying like all those things like are not, in my understanding. I kind of wish we could get it all from plants because I'd prefer not to kill animals, but it seems like at least right now it's available to us. That's the only option for
them. My point is, Gio, all those reasons that you mentioned were for the benefit of man, of the consumer, of the animal. But another benefit is just so that you're not like wasting the animal. You're using every part,
Yeah.
You're doing right by this animal whose life has been sacrificed to feed you.
Definitely. Yeah, you're saying that like spiritually not wasting it on that level.
Exactly.
Yeah, utilizing every part. Although if we don't, some other animal will. Like even if you put the bones like in the soil, it actually helps a lot. Like people use bone meal to remineralize their soil, like in their gardens, which is essentially just animal bone. The problem with it is so much of it is like factory farm and it's full of lead and heavy metals and toxins. Oof, yeah, it's kind of bad. Because unfortunately the bones hold on to lead. So if the animals came into a lot of lead in its life, then the bones are actually pretty toxic. It's actually like a big issue, even with like a lot of the mainstream like bone products or whatever, like bone meal and stuff like that you can get at like supplement stores. A lot of that stuff it's not clean. But yeah, I agree with you, definitely using all parts of the animal. And they used to like feed their dog, feed the dogs and stuff with it as well. They would like throw the muscle meat to the dogs, and then they would eat some of the muscle meat as well, and then they would usually eat the organs and make bone broth with the bones or powder the bones. They usually would use the blood as well, either drink it raw or put it in like a soup.
Gio, I posted a link there of one of the videos that I saw. So if you want, whenever you have time, you watch that about the albino stuff, and then you just follow your own rabbit hole.
Oh man, dude. Okay, that's intense though. I don't even know if I want to. I mean, this is humans hunting other humans. That's really intense. That's like pretty dark.
That's the shit though, Gio. Like all of this is dark, bro. We're talking about the nature of our reality. If you think about it deeply, it is all very dark and very nefarious. All of it.
It does seem like the creator is very into seeing how dark it can make things.
I mean, just to think of the concept of one single creator, man. I mean, that's a very difficult thing to just envision, right? Because how from one come many?
What?
How does from one, right? The Almighty. How he created the many?
Yeah.
Did he use himself? Who forged him? Like, bro, it's something that is difficult to imagine.
It's the only way it could be is that it came from one.
That's what. Okay, but you're trying to say it in some sort of natural sense, like imagine it organically. But then, how organically would something be to just spontaneously pop up in reality?
No, okay, so like think of it this way. So yes, if we have, if we're obeying the natural laws, you have causality, right? And everything has to have a beginning. But at some point you have to, you have to realize that it couldn't have been nothing. There had to be something, right? And in order to follow, avoid the infinite regress fallacy of saying that thing had to have something and that thing before it had to have something, it's just going to be an endless chain. You have to realize, you have to concede that there is a point where the natural law of causality, and even these natural laws, they had to be created. They're functions of matter, right? So where did all matter come from? It had to be created at some point. It had to be an uncaused cause to it, something that broke the causality or transcended it because they created it, right? It doesn't really make sense that there was more than one, because if there was a bunch of them, then who created the first one, right? Or did they all just come into existence, coincidentally of their own accord? Does that really make sense? No, you're even in all these polytheistic, traditions and religions, you have the creator god, the one that, or like Zeus, the king of the gods, Odin, the head gods, Brahma in Hinduism. You have the one that basically was the source of the rest of them. You know, they're in truth, they're not even polytheistic traditions. They're monotheistic with, you know, with intermediary gods or demigods, if you will.
So basically, like some sort of corporation, right? Where you have the CEO, the CFOs, and the board members. So maybe God is just the head honcho. He created the guy that goes after him, and then it just progressed from there, right? Like who's to say that the creator created us directly? Who's to say
No,
that that's the truth?
Yeah, that's not necessarily the case. It could be that there were intermediary steps, right? But it definitely, the source had to be one. It doesn't make sense to have multiple sources because, you know, then who created the multiple? You know, it has to boil down to one in the end. But yeah, there could be a number of intermediary steps. There could be this could be a simulation that, you know, another more intelligent species created, and then if you just run down the line, who created that species and who created this and that, and there could be multiverse for all we know, right? But multiverse, I mean, that'll always be a hypothesis, because as soon as we learn about another universe, that becomes part of our universe. It's still going to be one universe. So it'll only ever be a hypothetical thing, the multiverse. But yeah, it's all possible.
See, in Spanish, we have a saying, no es lo mismo llamar al diablo que verlo llegar, which is, it's not the same to call on the devil than to see him come, right? So we say these things are possible, but what happens when we find evidence that this thing is so? Would people accept it?
That means that's like depending on the person, right?
We literally have these people, right? The people, these so-called billionaires and elites, most of them are talking about simulation. There's a lot of evidence for it. So these things, it seems like it's more than possible, man. At a certain point, it has to be entertained.
Yeah, of course it's possible, but it doesn't change the fact that if you run down the line, if you keep on, like, you know, running up the tree, the trunk of the tree, you're gonna at some point realize that, or running down the trunk of the tree in this analogy, you're gonna realize that there is one root. You know, that it all comes from one thing, one kind of, you know, supreme being or creator or whatever.
I mean, sure, it could all be that way, right? Ultimately, regardless of whoever created us, and we call it God, probably has his God, and I mean, who knows?
No, by definition, a god wouldn't have another god.
See, that's the thing, though. God seems to be some form of title given, right? Like a title. It doesn't seem to be an almighty entity. Maybe it's just the way we think of what God is where the problem lies.
No, you're right. It is a title, but it's a title given to, you know, this being that has these attributes. One of them is that they're an almighty entity, right? Those are like the divine kind of simplicity attributes that God has.
But all right, if we agree that it's a title, and we agree that the title is given to God, then who is the one given the title? Who is the one given the name God? If he's given the title to the Almighty, then who's saying that he is God? You get it? Who's giving him the title?
God is just a word that humans came up with to describe this being that has these attributes.
Well, all right. So in the law area, right, in the law scene, right, people say that it means governmental ordinance department, right? That's what God means, government ordinance department, right? And it's all related to the state and how they indoctrinate people, and them giving them that whole Apollo looking man that is Christ, and it all has to do with that. While we think that God is some sort of Superman with long hair and a beard and in a motherfucking robe, right? That's the image that they've given, the Christian image that they've given us. Meanwhile, what it really is just a set of fucking brainwashing laws to get to herd the sheep.
I don't know about all that.
again, we're talking about God and the possible creator. These two things might not even be the same.
No, by necessity, like the creator is God, because like if by creator you mean the supreme creator, the one that created it at the very, very beginning. I'm not saying there isn't an intermediary creator or whatever that, you know, created this simulation if we're in a simulation, or created this world or what have you. There could be steps in between. They're not mutually exclusive. You know, you have this supreme being that created everything, and then you could have an indirect kind of being that created us, just like we could create a robot, right?
Exactly. So in that sense, if that's the case, right? Who would you call God? Would you call God the thing that created you, or the almighty source that created the thing that created you?
The almighty source. Are your parents gods? Because your parents created you, but they're just an intermediary step.
See, that's an interesting point of view right there with the whole parents thing. What if your parents are God? Because God is a part of, well, because listen, hear me out. Because God is a part of us, therefore we are a part of Him. So your parents, ipso facto, will be God.
I don't think that's the case, because you know, like the amount of power that you would need to be able to create everything, anything. You know, we can't even create a single ant. You take every single human together, we can't create an ant. You know,
yeah,
to say that what God is in us is kind of an insult to God. And I think there's a clear line between the creator and the creation.
I beg to differ. I wouldn't say God would be insulted, right? Because let's say, right, like an artist, he has a canvas.
God would be insulted. I said it's an insult to God.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Whether he would be insulted or not. You know, I could call you an idiot, and you might not be insulted by it, but it's an insult. You know.
But you have to understand, it's his creation. It or whatever it was would have no choice but to put part of himself in that, just like every artist put parts of himself in their creation. So we can't say we're not a part of it. You know, the Bible says that he forged us from clay or whatever the fuck. He blew his breath onto us. That came from him.
Yeah, absolutely. We have God's design, but to say that he's physically part of us is where I draw the line.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. Okay, what if God is that voice, that little voice in the back of your head? You know, to put it in context, right? You guys remember the cartoons when they had the little devil and the little angel on the side of the shoulder talking to the yeah, right. So maybe that's what God is, right? That consciousness in the back of your head, always talking to you, telling you the right thing to do. Ultimately, we have free will, and we will choose whatever we want. But we do have that voice in the back of the head that's constantly communicating to us what we should do.
I don't think so. I don't think God's Jiminy Cricket, you know, the voice of your conscience. I don't think that's the case at all.
So how else would God speak to us?
How else does God speak to us? God speaks to you in his creation, right? And then other people would answer in scripture. And then other people would answer when you have inspired moments, you know? When you feel like let's say you're a writer and you just feel like you're in the zone and this, you know, the stuff's just flowing through you. You know, you write a book in like an hour, you know? You could be like, it was almost like as if it was revealed to you. Or you were just being very creative. But where does creativity come from? You know, it's very...
So you're saying that moment is possible that God possibly granted somebody a wish, gave him like a minute of just flowing creativity. He just clicked the button somewhere, and all of a sudden the guy had like 5 minutes of just pure ideas and brilliance.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that their wish was granted or anything. I would say that it's very up to interpretation what revelation is, creativity is, inspiration is. You know, these are things that people will disagree on. Some people believe that, like, you know, revelation is actually it's for prophets when God actually spoke to them through angels or what have you. Other people might think that, every single inspired thought is from God indirectly. Who knows? It's what you feel about it.
Damn, see that's the thing, because anybody could be made or manipulated to feel anything, right? So what if we're all just feeling the wrong thing because that's what we've been taught our entire life?
Maybe, but if that's the case, then you need to apply some introspection and see how you feel about the topic. Find yourself.
I think a lot of people would agree that some sort of thing called God exists. I think we would disagree on what it is. Some people will call it karma. Some other people will call it Christ. Some other people will call it Buddha. God does different things. He flies. He sees everything. He shoots laser beams. He grants wishes at a whim.
If God is karma, Matrix, how does karma create anything?
Well, if everything is energy and electricity, right? Maybe any negative energy you put out there just flows out there in the ether and eventually, circles back in some way, in some sort of tragic event in your life. You guys have heard about that Rice experiment, right?
Sorry, the what experiment?
The Rice experiment.
Yes.
So there's definitely, I wouldn't say is ever. Well, it is a little bit of evidence, but if that were to be more investigated, man, and the claims were to turn out to be true, it implies a lot of implications of our own that we are able to generate a positive or negative outcome for our life, bro. That's a strong implication on free will, right?
Yeah, well, that's like the who was that fellow that apparently did the water experiment and then analyzed it with different emotions, similar sort of thing, or is it the same one I'm thinking about?
See, the problem is
you're thinking of Dr. Masaru Emoto, and yeah, it's the same thing. It's like the intention experiments.
Yeah. That's the one. Yeah.
But our counterparts would say that all of that is so-called pseudoscience, that there's no evidence for it, because of course it won't be peer reviewed, right?
I've attempted it.
Well, yeah, their system is just a limited, corrupt mess. So, yeah, who cares about them? I mean, on some level, I'm kind of kidding. I mean, there's usefulness to what they do, but at the same time, they're not the arbiters of ultimate truth. I mean, the current mainstream system, the way the peer review system works right now, is just a completely corrupt, selective. It's basically just a gang. It's just a big gang that's run by money and corruption. And they're backed by the propaganda, the WHO, all these big organizations and corporations. They're all funded by them and purposefully kept to be corrupt, to keep us blind and being poisoned by them, unfortunately.
Yeah, they're all the invisible enemy, as Trump used to call them. Yeah, we all know these people are there. We all know who they are. Not even directly, but somehow, like instinctively, we know who they are with their propaganda. I think somewhere in the Bible it says something like, "You shall know them by their works," if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yep. Well, from that perspective, from pharmaceutical companies, yeah, they just make bizarre quack chemicals that have side effects and negatively impact the health of the human body while also temporarily modulating a symptom. Which is likely caused by the toxins and or toxic food that they're putting out in the world as well.
Yep.
So yeah, on that level, it's crazy dark.
And imagine what that's doing to our body on a DNA level, on an atoms level, how that synthetic product is changing our bodies, and we don't even know it. If we are what we eat, right, and everything that we eat, our body digests it and takes from it whatever it wants or whatever it needs, and deposits whatever it doesn't, right? If these chemicals are, synthetic or somehow not organic, right, our bodies is extracting it just the same. At a certain point, it would become something other than organic, right? Because if you're mixing organic with synthetic, and you've been eating this synthetic food most of your life, what would that do to your body? Couldn't that possibly be the main cause of maybe most cancers? Just saying.
That's true, but you also have to be careful with what is biological, not just purely what's synthetic. Because something's organic doesn't mean that it's good for you in a sense.
Sure. We understand that, but this is not what I'm implying in this case. I hope you understand that.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about, but just trying to make a distinction between what you're saying.
Well, things in nature can be toxic as well, yeah. Certain plants will kill you.
Sure, just ask a certain black widow spider. She's very cares a lot about nature. She would definitely like to shake your hand.
Yeah. You know what I think the answer is to never being killed by a spider? For me, spiritually, what I came to is to never kill a spider. And if I don't kill them, they won't kill me. But if I kill them, then in some lifetime, they seem to have gotten me. And that's how I had to fix that or, resolve that. I mean, I don't have a ton of past lives of dying but I've got a couple of some snake bites where you die, spider bites where you die.
Dude, that past life shit is a trip, bro. Like, how do I venture onto that?
You mean for discovering your own?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
Does one even start with that line
3
of
letters,
research?
GMT.
Well, that's one. Well, I only was saying that in that way because well, it's interesting in terms of the plant medicine category. It does seem like some of the different tools and methods seem to give access to previous lifetimes more than others. But yeah, there's a lot of tools and methods to do so. Yeah, I mean, definitely the entheogen plant medicines can activate these experiences, but also meditation. There's a lot of different ways. There's using plants, and then there's ones that are not using plants.
I mean, but if would you say that you have evidence or at least personal evidence of past lives?
Well, there actually is a lot of research in terms of like children that have remembered past lives, and then researchers and even in different medical fields and whatnot, that have studied them and have actually physically verified it in the physical world. There's a guy named Ian Stevenson who wrote many volumes of work on this, of children who had spontaneous remembering their past lives. So they weren't doing like self-exploration methods to access memories of past lives, like I was saying, plant medicines or meditations or different forms of techniques and tools to activate one's consciousness to tune into oneself. I'm referring, in that case, it's actually children that have had spontaneous past life recall. So basically, they're 3 years old, 5 years old, whatever, and they have this very, very intense memory and recall going on. And then people have studied them, and a lot of those have been actually physically verified, like actual physical verification in the physical world. So
seen them, trust me, I know what you're talking about, but wouldn't that give more credence to the whole simulation and multiple and the multiverse if there's been many versions of us?
Yeah, I see what you mean by those things. Yeah. I mean, for me, like my experience with it was at first using different, like basically you can put yourself into like a light trance by being in a very relaxed brain state. And if you can get to a very relaxed brain state, then you can actually access the soul mind and then access the memories that way. And then, yeah, usually like when it's done with plant medicines, like if you're doing like a healing journey with a plant medicine, often that the past life memories for that are often because there's something painful or traumatic within the memory of the soul that needs to be healed. So, maybe like if you were like, stabbed in a past life, or it's often around the death, because usually the death is what carries on to the next lifetime, the death trauma. But there's often other things as well in the lifetime that can be part of it as well. But when those experiences are had, that's usually something like, where it's like being like remembered and like relived for a purpose of healing and actually, being resolved within the psyche.
So would you say the like, as hypothetically, of course, the reincarnation, would you say is like a voluntary thing?
I think ultimately our souls do choose to come here, absolutely. But we don't have to. However, in my viewpoint, on the larger whole cycle of the soul, every soul will have to go through every dimension. And when I say go through, I mean fully processing like the karma and the spiritual energy within that particular dimension. And it takes different people different number of lives. Like some people can do it in like 50 lives, some people 5,000 lives. And that usually depends on usually when people come to this earth world, they already have experience in other worlds. So if they have experience in other worlds that are similar to this one, then they'll pick up on the stuff here much quicker. So they might kind of move through the whole earth realm in maybe only like 500 lifetimes, let's say, rather than 5,000.
And what is the it that there is to get here?
What is the what?
You said before they get it. What is the it?
Well, my understanding of it is that like there's the human earth spirit world. So like let's call this the human earth for the moment. If this is like the human earth realm, and then there's, in my understanding of it and what I've experienced and directly experienced and my memories of my life between lifetimes, is that there is the earth spirit world, like the earth human spirit world, I should say, because there's also like an earth, like dog spirit world, cat spirit world. There's different spirit worlds for different spirits that are incarnating here, but there's the human one. So like when I die, I go there, and that it's like this huge junction station of the larger field of consciousness. And that's where like all the souls that are waiting to come here or that are going to come here are. And then when we die, that's where we go. But from that one, like that's not the totality of consciousness. So from that human spirit world, you can actually exit that as well. So you can actually leave that and go to another one and incarnate in other worlds. And there's all kinds of other things. So that's my understanding of it.
That's an interesting idea to explore, but just think about it, right? You said like go to another world. Like, are these like how would you, just hypothetically speaking, of course, upon another hypothetical, how would you say these worlds just develop? Like, who is developing these worlds for us just to to choose option A or option B options. You know what I'm saying? Does it benefit some sort of parasitic entity, or does it benefit us or it in some way? How does it benefit us, and how does it benefit it, whatever it is? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, these are deep questions, man. I'm just, it's beautiful. It's just awesome to think about this. Yeah. Well, I guess where I would go with that, I would say that it's all within the field of consciousness, cosmic creative consciousness, whatever terminology. And within, and that kind of idea of the creator or God, within that consciousness, my sense of it is that this actually goes pretty deep, and for myself, at least, I'll say, where that entity, that singularity of consciousness, is infinitely creative, as omnipotence, omnipresence, all of that, infinite knowledge, infinite capacity to create anything and everything. However, it's alone, and it's infinitely alone, and it always will be, because it's eternal. And that's all there is in that sense. But it's also everything. And because it's alone, and because it has so much creativity, it seems to want to just like bring forth massive amounts of creativity to create every possible different type of experience that it possibly can. The good part about it is that it's also infinite love and infinite bliss. So even though it's alone, it's infinite love and infinite bliss. So it's not as bad as being alone and depressed or something in that sense. But it is alone. And through that aloneness and through that infinite love and desire for partnership and for othering, it then decides to create all of these different worlds, dimensions, consciousness forms, souls, physical worlds, non-physical worlds, spirit world, non-physical, electromagnetic, electrostatic, getting into all the, sound and light frequencies, to then put those frequencies into some kind of vibrational, worlds to experience for ultimately kind of I suppose you were saying the benefit of, I suppose it is sort of the benefit of itself, but it's really just like to the expression of all of its components and potentials.
That's terrifying what you just said about being infinitely alone. Seeing as like that's most of humankind's deep, darkest fear, even for loners, to be actually alone. So is it possible that we might be a part of this thing, whatever this thing is?
Well, yeah, I think because it has that loneliness in a sense, or aloneness, it then creates all of these like souls to experience subjectivity from each other. So it's kind of like I'm temporarily forgetting that I'm alone and actually feeling like I'm an individual person and I'm actually talking to someone different over the interwebs.
Experiencing yourself just in a different so-called time, whatever that is. Dude, that's a crazy idea, bro. I mean, but what anybody would say that anything outside of the mainstream and the Earth is a globe and the Big Bang, anything outside of that is gonna. There is no rational way and logical way of having this conversation with anyone, right? Anything outside of the globe is gonna sound crazy to me, regardless. I've come up with that conclusion.
Well, I mean, some of what I'm referring to is also kind of deeply embedded within a lot of the, ancient, just different traditions in terms of like Ayurveda and a lot of like ancient cosmologies and different spiritual systems. Like the concept, like, okay, if somebody is on a spiritual quest, that quest often is to find out who they are, what is the extent of their consciousness, their beingness. And if they really want to know, and especially a lot of these tools and techniques that can help further that and can help accelerate that, and they know how to do those tools or techniques, then they're able to get to the bottom of it, as it were, and really discover who they are. And so if they do that, then they're on, let's say, a spiritual quest of sorts, and then what do they find, at the conclusion of that? And then, they put it into scriptures and books, and but ultimately, we all, I think, will experience it ourselves directly as well. But they're just, so I'm just saying, like at that, like what kind of comes at that core, and a lot of these, like that statement, "Thou art that." Essentially, it's like you are the whole thing. And all just the concepts of like being, one consciousness. And
well, I have 3 open questions that I've come up with through all these asking the nature of your reality: who we are, what we are, when we are. If anybody could answer any one of those 3 questions, I would greatly appreciate it.
I'll try. Okay, let's start with the first one. What's the first one? Who are we?
Who we are, what we are, and when we are.
Who, what, when? Who, what, when, where, why, how? I would say who we are is an expression of infinite consciousness into infinite subjective portions of oneself. So we are the whole thing, but we're experiencing ourselves individually within it. What we are: infinite light, love, frequency, sound, vibrations, electrical light energy that's infinite love and bliss and infinitely creative. And where we are is right now, I suppose if we say where, that implies time. So I would say where is within a field of time consciousness that we've created.
Sounds good. But you kind of answered the first and second one with the first answer.
I did. Which one? With the who, with the what?
Yeah, with the who we are. Yeah, because you kind of answered it. You were saying about the we are the infinite and the all, the entity. Yeah, you kind of answered it, both of the questions. But I mean, that's ultimately the questions, right? Because just like you, when you went on your journey and discovering your past lives or whatever, I mean, I would love to be able to do that, to at least entertain the idea, other than just, you have to have at least some sort of a visual reconnaissance or something that you're saying that you remember, right? Like this, I don't know if you saw it in your mind, you went on a trip and was there when the place where it happened. How did you come to realize that life was your life?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think for a lot of people, when they have these experiences, they define it as like, that was my lifetime. Like it's like that was actually their body, and that was their actual past life. So I'm just saying that's how people define it. Sort of like, if you think like, okay, what did I have for lunch yesterday? You know what you had. In that way, it's like a memory of who you are, or, who you are today, when you were 8 years old or whatever. So people do seem to have that kind of, full sense of it. Like, that was me. Now, sometimes people have experiences of just a different lifetime, and that can actually be like through the family line. That could be different things. But when it's an actual real past life memory, like a true reincarnational memory, that when people have that, they, as they describe it, they're like, yes, that was me. I was that actual person. So I've had many, many different memory recalls in terms of this, but I'll just share one because it was just probably one of the most potent and visual and visionary that I've had. And that was the first time I consumed a root bark called iboga, which is a root bark from Africa. Very, very powerful visionary medicine. It's like it lasts for about 20 to 30 hours, very long lasting. So the first time I did it was a high dose of it. And in that experience, it's hard to even put it into words. And I'm not trying just to like, go into a whole long thing right now, but I'm just trying to kind of give it somewhat briefly. But in that experience, that's why it's like hard to even put it into words, but I literally saw what I looked like. I saw that life from the eyes of that body. I saw the environment in which I was living, the partner that I was with at the time, like the other humans, like where I was on Earth.
Did you recall the feelings that you were feeling at the time?
Oh yeah, majorly, yeah. Yeah, there was a whole process around it, which but I'm just saying, like that one, like Iboga is an incredibly potent visionary medicine. So I mean, that's really like a potent way of activating an experience like this in that sense. So yeah, it was, and I only bring it up because in terms of like that level of clarity around it, that was, in terms of the experiences I've had, that was the one that was one of the most just vivid. And because I think of what the Iboga can do, Iboga seems to have capacities to assist your consciousness in terms of like transcending time and space, as it were, in a way that is incredible. It's almost like having access to like the entire field of consciousness, where you can actually just completely tune into other layers in that way.
Like an archive of lives or something, like a file cabinet.
In a sense, yeah.
So that's crazy. Like, do you select the life that you want to revisit, or it just kind of appears to you?
Well, see, that one had a particular purpose for the journey that I had. So yeah, that one was very, very deeply linked to like my whole soul and my life journey here. And so yeah, that one in particular came up because there was a lot of things that happened in that lifetime that I had to heal, and I had to you work through essentially and heal. So for that one in particular, it was very, very meaningful. But I've also had a lot of other experiences accessing past life recall where it wasn't necessarily as like poignant, for my actual like spiritual journey, as it were, where it was more just recalling and reconnecting with some of them. And for some of those, like they weren't all as like actually experientially transcendent, if you will, like actually, that, because I literally transcended time and space and actually was in that body. That's like a very, very, and usually that happens on high doses of these plant medicines, more likely than just meditating, because just meditating, you'd have to be really advanced in your meditation to get to that level, which some do. But there's a lot of other ways of accessing the memories that is sort of a little like sort of lighter, where like you kind of get like you get like some information about it, but it's more like just in memories of it, rather, and just the information recall rather than like full on experiential like that.
It's like a download, like it's just something you just get at the moment. Like when have you ever had the feeling like when you're falling down or something, and all of a sudden your whole life flashes before your eyes? Is it that kind of thing?
In a way, yeah, I do think there's some similarities with it in that way. Well, the one that I experienced on the Iboga like that, yeah, like that. I mean, actually, it was a lifetime that I had already uncovered, because I often just I would do meditations, and I can get my brain into a very deep like delta brainwave state, and once I do that, I can then access. So like, if you have like an intention, like let's say you have some kind of issue in your life or something you want to know more about or whatever it may be, if you actually use that intention, like why do I fight with my girlfriend or whatever it may be, like if you kind of want to like set an intention, and then try to actually access the lifetime that it's connected to. And that can be done in various ways. So actually the lifetime that came up for me in the Iboga actually was a lifetime that I had already started recalling previous from my meditations, but it wasn't really like, I didn't have the full story, as it were. I only had parts of it. So, and what's even trippier is that the girlfriend I was with at the time, she and I did a joint past life regression, where she was in her own meditation session and I was in my own, but we did it at the same time. And she actually recalled a lifetime, and then that she had, and she explained it and everything. And then I kind of relived part of that at other times as well. And then when I had the Iboga, I relived it fully. So it's like and then that girl was okay, the girlfriend in my life, in this life, at that time, was the same soul from the woman that was with me in that life. In that past life, I was a male and she was a female as well. So we were in that kind of roles. So we even like jointly had an experience of both, independently uncovering a past life, and then later, when the iboga actually, that I had like completely finalized the whole. So yeah, it's pretty interesting layers of synchronicity with that.
So how do you get to do these things and be like in a place like does your body react when you're like in a trip or whatever? Because I've seen people, like, I haven't seen it, but on videos or whatever, where people like take these mushrooms and they just start walking and hitting stuff and like going out of control. Like, have you ever had a situation where somebody has had to restrain you while you was in the trip?
No, not for myself. No, I would never have that because I'm able to manage what's coming up for myself. But I definitely have had a lot of different, physical energies moving through me and a lot of things like that. I mean, generally, if like working with these medicines and plants, I mean, yeah, you want to be in a good, safe, set and setting. Some people on mushrooms, they might project some things. Yeah, like if they go into something deep, they could project a bit. Something like ayahuasca or iboga, not likely to happen like that because the plant medicine, those are different than mushrooms. Mushrooms are a little bit more just like activating, and so they're a little bit less guided by the plant medicine. But anyways, that's kind of just a subtlety of the difference. But in some cases, though, people do have to be restrained. Like if you're using like LSD, which is very activating and it doesn't have any plant spirit with it, yeah, people can get activated where they do need to be restrained because they can be having. I mean, usually like that wouldn't happen unless it's like a certain extreme situation. Like in therapeutic setting, that's not likely to happen. But some people that have like extreme different conditions and things, like they could be going, in something they could be projecting some very deep trauma that, anyways, yeah. So just you'd want to have, but that's not usually what happens, in terms of that.
What would be the difference like between that going in a trip like with some sort of like chemically induced and like when you like astral project, like how would one differentiate the two experiences?
Between astral projection and what was the other one?
And well, like going on a trip, like how you describe reliving your past lives, right? So how does one distinguish that trip between that and just astral projecting? Because I've heard astral projectors describe the same thing, that they've gone to visit their past lives and all these crazy stuff. So I'm wondering if is it one and the same or is it two separate things?
That's a good thing to delineate between. I mean, that's a deep topic in and of itself. Yeah. I mean, it also depends on how we define the astral plane. But I mean, one way to view that is that we actually travel through the astral plane to the actual past lifetime, so that you would be actually, traveling through it. If you call the astral plane an intersecting plane between the physical and the spiritual worlds. But people that might have like astral travel, they might go out of their body and then view the earth from outside of their body. But a past life memory would be accessed, through the spirit world, through your soul that's in the spirit world. Like when I was saying before, the idea that there's like the human spirit world, connected to this physical world. Well, my understanding of it is like our souls, like if we're incarnated in a body here, part of our soul is still there. So we don't completely leave there to come here. We just take a part of ourselves to come here. And so if you're going to connect with a past life memory, like a true one, you would then be going through your soul, which ultimately is within. It's not really necessarily above, it's within, but it's above and within, I suppose. But yeah, so you would have to access that. And in that sense, then in that idea, you would be traversing in a sense through the astral plane to access that memory.
So have you seen the movie Wreck-It Ralph? I think the second part where they go like into the internet and they like access different games. Is that how astral projecting is? You just like access different, like, hey, this is like a lifetime over here, somebody's dimension over there. Have you ever astral projected, by the way?
Yeah, but I only say that a little bit tentatively because I think people may have some different definitions of what astral, what that means exactly. I'm not even a big fan of the term myself, but yeah.
So there has been some controversy between the two, right? Between what is astral projecting and what is going on a trip chemically.
Well, one idea, like I was saying before, like let's say we have the physical world, and then let's say the spirit world, and then as an interface between those, you would have like the astral plane. Does that make sense in that idea?
I'm following you. I follow.
So, like in that way, if we're gonna define it that way, you could be on, let's say, a high dose of mushrooms or ayahuasca or peyote or something. You could be on a high dose of a plant medicine, and you could enter the astral realm in that sense. And that can be a lot of different things. Like it could be, there's like the idea of like remote viewing kind of thing, but then there's also like just transcendental experiences and just different components that the astral plane would consist of. Or you could do that spontaneously without consuming any plant medicine. You could do it yourself, or you could do it with meditation yourself, or if you're able to yourself, you could do it just yourself as well. Yeah, so it's like you could have but then there's just different ways that people use that terminology as well. But yeah.
So all right, so I'm gonna throw you a little twist, right? Do you believe in like mediums?
I would say 100% that humans exist that have capacity to access information from their soul, from the human spirit world, astral plane, and the Akashic records.
Dude, that's crazy, right? Because if you consider the idea of reincarnation, so if the reincarnation is a possibility, how is it that these mediums are accessing these souls that were otherwise already reincarnated, unless they're like trapped wherever they're at, right?
Okay, hold on. You're talking about mediums that are actually like connecting with a soul, like a ghost type thing, or?
Yeah, like whatever, I don't know how is it that they do whatever they do, but supposedly the story is they connect with those that passed on beyond, right? And if we're taking into consideration that people reincarnate, so how is it that these mediums just happen to catch these people before they reincarnate, or maybe I don't know, it's a trip. I'm not saying that the whole medium thing is bogus, but I'm trying to put it into context, right? If the medium thing is possible and the reincarnation thing is possible, there has to be some discrepancy between the who is it that the medium is truly accessing? Is it truly the relatives of the or something else entirely?
Right, absolutely. Well, if they're actually gifted and skilled with it and they're able to actually do it, then yeah, it's possible that they could connect with the actual soul of the other person directly, either in the spirit world and get certain information from them directly, or from a part of their soul that might be disconnected or lost, like the idea of a ghost, or a soul that is being captured by entities between spirit worlds, things like that they could do healing for. So that includes ones that have already passed on, because in that way you could connect, even if they're not like a sort of a wandering soul, if you will, or like one that is like a ghost type. In that sense, even if they're in the spirit world, you would just be connecting with them directly. That's what the people who can like speak with the deceased, as it were, if they're actually doing the real deal, that's what they're doing. They're actually connecting directly with but usually it comes through their spirit guide. It actually usually doesn't come right through the soul, but usually like in the spirit world, there's people's particular or different souls particular like allies and guides will usually assist in connecting the two, and either the information will come through or the actual soul will interact directly and speak to the medium sometimes, or communicate, as it were.
So when you say that they connect with the source, is it that main source that stays behind while we have this earthly experience, that kind of how to say it, like that kind of like motherland or whatever we would just stay originally? Is that the source that the medium might be tapping into that you're speaking of?
Yeah. Yeah, like if we're incarnating in a human body here, my understanding and my experience is that the majority of our soul, as it were, is in the actual spirit world. Well, virtually, I mean, all of it is. But yeah, there's just a part of that kind of delineates into having a lifetime, which is why you can actually live multiple lifetimes at the same time. Parallel lives.
Dude, that's a trip, bro.
Yeah, you can do that. And then there's future lives as well, but meaning that you can actually recall future lifetimes as well. There's past life recall, but also future life recall.
All right. So what if what's going on is, right, that every time we reincarnate in a different, in like a different experiment, like a different time frame. Like we reincarnate in the early fucking, when everything was Wild Wild West in one lifetime, and then in the next lifetime we reincarnate in some sort of futuristic where cars are flying, and then in the other lifetime you reincarnate at like caveman type shit. What if our whole purpose is to go through every like level of whatever this reality is?
Yeah, that's my understanding of it. I mean, we don't all have to have every individual experience though. Like we don't all have to have every one per se, because I don't think any one soul has every experience, obviously, like not in this sense. I mean, at the level of the creator, yeah, of course, like, but I'm just saying, like, in terms of individual, like somebody may have had a Native American lifetime and somebody else may not have. However, there's certain, and this is my understanding of karma, like there's certain karmic processes that have to be traversed through, but those can express themselves in a lot of different ways.
And that's only if you're considering just people, right? How about if you were to throw animals, like conscious animals, into that equation, right? How many times have you come back as a spider, as an ant, as a lizard, right? Just to live that experience, because regardless of what a lizard is, right? He doesn't know it's a lizard. All it's doing is experiencing life and its wonders.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, nature's fucking wild, dude. Yeah, like the consciousness of a lizard, like that's a real thing. Like in my understanding, it's like the actual consciousness. Like you're in your consciousness right now. You're a human. You're talking to me. But like, what about like the actual consciousness of a lizard? Like they clearly have one. Like they run around.
Everything with life has some sort of, bro. It seems to be undeniable that anything with life, any form of animal, they have some sort of survival instinct. That means they have some sort of conscience. They do not want to die. They don't want to perish, because in some way, a goldfish understands that when you're trying to catch it, it needs to survive. I don't know. People say goldfishes are stupid, that they forget, but at that moment, he understands that if they catch you, whatever you might not like what's coming next. So that means that in some way, shape, or form, he has to have some form of contemplating death.
Right. Yeah, exactly. There is some kind of a deep desire to continue living. Yeah, there's actually lizards around where I live, and like sometimes I walk outside, or if I open the garage door, and then they get scared and they scurry about. Because yeah, they're scared that I'm going to get them, like even though I'm not at all, but they just see probably a human in there, So yeah, no, I know what you mean. They definitely have that like fight or flight kind of. But lizards in particular can also be pretty like friendly, and like lizards definitely have soul energy. I would say, to where they have like, some of them can have like personality, and they can like be like communicative, similar to the way like. Well, anyways, that's going into another subtlety, but I think different animals can carry like different levels of like essentially like spirit world intelligence. Like they have different capacities to carry that through.
Facts. I've seen people sleep with fucking snakes, yo. We're like large ass anaconda type fucking python. I mean, how they don't swallow the human being whole is completely just against their biology, because those things are they need to survive. As far as we know, right? They don't care, that they just want to survive, and they don't seem to kill the human. They don't seem to swallow the babies. Although there has been instances where in small villages these anacondas have gone by and swallowed these fucking babies. But that's in villages, right? We're talking about people that choose to live with these freaking snakes.
Yeah, there's definitely, in my viewpoint, a fascinating connection between like the human spirit world, the animal spirit worlds, and then this physical world, in a way that, you know, like some people have like relationships with a horse. Like they have like a more complex emotional relationship with a horse than they do like, you know, their husband or their family. Like some people have very deep connections to animals. It's pretty remarkable.
Dude, yeah, man. I mean, it's a lot of white people, no offense to white people, a lot of white people make out with their dogs and their cats and stuff. Like they just genuinely give them tongue. Like I find that a little out there. You know, I'm a Latin brother. We don't do that. We don't make out with our animals like that. But white people tend to do that. So I mean, they definitely, there's a different kind of love. It's a very deep connection.
That's funny. Yeah. Well, I'd be interested if you ever use any like tools or techniques to try to recall a past life. Like I would be absolutely fascinated to hear what experiences you have and what, you know, insights you glean, if any. And I'm always incredibly fascinated to hear when other people have an experience like this, where they are able to connect with that layer of themselves. I mean, one way you could try it, which is like kind of just very like cheap and, if you know, pretty low cost and fairly easy, and you could at least just see how it goes, is like there's certain like you can like listen to audio. It'll be like a past life regression, like audio, like a guidance, as it were, like where you're basically just like listen to the CD, and then, or to the, you know, to the audio. It wouldn't really be a CD in today's world, but you know, listen to the audio, and you know, just like close your eyes and you know, lie down, and because essentially, like, okay, like there's a form of past life regression where you would go to an actual past life regression therapist, let's say, past life regressionist, and you know, you're not using any plants or any substances or anything like that. You would just be sober. In fact, you want to be sober, and then you would basically, you know, kind of sit back in a chair, close your eyes, maybe put eye shades on, and then maybe have some, you know, candle lit and some, you know, quiet music, you know, just some like relaxing music. And then essentially, like, I mean, if they're a little bit shamanic, they might do, you know, kind of like make a nice little ceremony out of it as well. But yeah, and then basically like the session might last for like hour and a half or so, and they basically just like help you relax, just very, very deep relaxation. And it's not necessarily like hypnosis where they're trying to like, it's not a hypnosis thing. It's more of a regression by just assisting you to get into such a relaxed state where you can get into a deep like delta brainwave state to where you can access the memories, and to where you're relaxed enough to where you're just like, you know, yeah, like kind of getting under the veil, as it were, to kind of, and so then they're able to, and once you're in that deep state of relaxation, essentially what happens, if you're really in it, is that it's like your soul at that point. Like instead of your ego, like most of us have our ego, you know, you think, you know, like if you're in that very deep relaxed state, there seems to be a way in which it can just access your soul to where you can still speak and you can still hear things, but you're like more to the level of your soul and not as much the human ego, as it were. And then in that state, you know, you're very lucid, you're very clear-minded, you know, you can think everything you want to think. You know, so you're not like, you know, in some confused state or anything like that. And then once you're in that, if it's a good past life regressionist, they can kind of ask questions essentially and talk directly to your soul. And like I said, you're conscious through the whole thing. So you're actually, you know, you are your soul at that point. So they can say, you know, okay, like, you know, were you a male or a female in this lifetime? And then you might say, I was a male, you know, about how tall were you, you know, et cetera, and kind of assist in the process. And if they're, you know, good at it as well, they can also kind of, you know, sort of ask the right questions and kind of help guide through the process in terms of like, you know, what the purpose of this, of recalling this memory is, and, you know, what insights can come out of it, and so on. And so, yeah. And then, you know, once the session's over, you know, you're kind of slowly brought, you know, out of the state of relaxation and then sort of in your, you know, back into your regular mind. And people generally tend to recall all of it. You know, you have memory different than like a dream where usually people forget their dreams. Sometimes people do forget parts of these, especially if there's like trauma involved or painful things involved, you know, because, you know, if they're connecting in a past life where they were like, you know, fell off a cliff or something, there can be some painful emotions, you know, involved in it, or, you know, if there's like a death involved. But anyways, people tend to recall pretty much all of it. And in fact, it's actually encouraged to like do some like journaling or like, you know, do some like drawing, you know, like some free drawing, like just take a pencil or some markers and like, you know, kind of draw the experience, or like, you know, write about it in the journal. That actually seems to help, like, you know, in the healing process as well. So yeah, that kind of work is an option as well. And then just, I know I said a lot there, but I'll just say the last thing, which is that there's, in addition to that, there's another thing which is called life between life regression. So when they do that, they'll take you to a past life and get you regressed to an actual past life. And then through the death of that life into the actual spirit world. And then at that point, you're actually accessing and talking to the part of you that is actually in the spirit world. And then you can get even all kinds of recall about like the whole spectrum of lifetimes. You can understand how each lifetime is like fitting together in terms of different patterns, and also different partners that you've played out those lifetimes with, you know, like a certain, like, seems to be that souls like usually incarnate within a soul group. There's usually like a primary soul group and then a secondary soul group. So when people do the life between life regressions, they can access into their soul memory, and they can actually like have more access to like all of their lifetimes and how they've been working through different things throughout those lifetimes and how they all kind of interlink together.
And what once you've worked on it, right, whatever that it is, what do you think is after that? Like what would be the so-called next step after you've worked out all the kinks in the lifetimes, all the errors, after you become divine, after you've, you know, don't have any malicious and sin, and what comes after that?
Yeah, that's a good question. Well, I would say one thing is that it seems to be for most people that in any one lifetime, like even if we were doing like healing and self exploration work on ourselves, usually like in one lifetime, you won't kind of necessarily access all of them. But yeah, I mean like that famous experience of Buddha where he was basically seeing all of his past lifetimes. But yeah, if you're talking about like getting to the point to where, you know, to the completion of it, I suppose the way I see it is that each human soul has all of the layers of karma to work through in order to, I would say, like complete the earth realm, like to actually complete through all of the particular karmic cycles that exist in this realm. And that might take different number of lifetimes for different people. But let's just say you do that in like 5,000 lifetimes or 1,000 lifetimes, whatever it may be. Let's just say 1,000 for now. My understanding of it is that there is like sort of different octaves. It's not like a hierarchy, like one is better than the other. It's just how much karma you've worked through within this realm. So you could say like, let's say just like 1 to 5 or 1 to 6 or something. So like a level 1 soul in that kind of idea would be, you're kind of considered like a more young soul. They might be out there, you know, hurting other people, whatever it may be. Like they're, have that kind of immaturity. And then level
like
2,
accumulating like karma tickets, like a carnival kind of thing.
No, I'm saying more like there's actual like vibrational level, sort of more like you go to first grade and then second grade and then third grade, more like that kind of thing, where when a soul first starts in the earth realm, it would be like a 1, essentially, like and it would be dealing with karma that exists with that first layer, kind of introductory karmic challenges, as it were, and whatnot. And then, to 2 to 3 to 4, etc. And then you were asking like, when's there a completion? There is a completion of that, to where that soul has worked through all of those karmic layers. And then at that point, after that final death in that lifetime, they don't have to, when I say have to, I mean, in order to complete the karmic cycles here, they don't really have to incarnate anymore to do that. So some of them maybe don't incarnate again, or maybe they do choose to incarnate for a specific purpose, like to come help humanity, or, for some specific purpose, they could reincarnate. But at that point, they wouldn't necessarily have to. And when I say have to, I don't mean like you're forced to, but every soul wants to work through all the karmic layers. So there's no souls that are like, no, I don't want to do that. Like everyone has an impulse to want to work through them. So once that's completed, then, that sort of, I hate to say requirement, but, because it's not required, but I'm just trying to use words that, that might relate to the idea. So like, I'd like a quota, I guess, but maybe that way. Like we all have a quota of different karmic layers to work through. And once we do that, there is, that's been exhausted. There is no more quota. And yeah, like that's usually a state of like, love and compassion for other humans, and understanding the plights of different people, and having compassion for all these, and compassion and understanding for why humans do these things they do. And then, all of that as well. But yeah, at that point, then you don't have, there wouldn't be any more need to reincarnate for that. And then often those souls might end up becoming spirit guides for other souls. So like in the spirit world, they might decide to do that, or other things like that, or they might just go to another dimension and keep, in that sense, once they've completed this one.
You said something very, very, very interesting earlier. You said something like new souls, and like I very quickly asked myself, damn, what you mean new soul? How does a new soul come about? If the way we come into this world is through the birth canal, and then our soul from wherever it is goes through there, but we've already been in past lives, then when is it that the new soul is actually created? That would be a very interesting thing to find out. Right?
He only says that because he's an old soul.
No, I get that. I'm an old soul. I'm an old soul as well. I get that. But the idea, if we all old souls? How does one become a new soul? Where does that power source come from?
Well, some people are souls. Joking.
That reminds me of Waz. Waz used to, one time we were joking around. He was like, we're talking about souls and stuff, and he's like, "What about our souls? Like, OUR, but it sounded like our souls, assholes." It was funny. Like, oh yeah, our souls.
But even the way that soul could mean cell. It's just a play on a C and a S and a changing a vowel. Are we all cells?
Yeah.
Self. I think it's words, and you can. I like what you're saying. Definitely.
Yeah, souls. That's interesting. The connection between souls and cells. That is very interesting. How that is interesting. Well, I was going to say, Matrix. Like in my understanding, there would be 2 types of new souls, if you want to use that term, in this earth realm. One of them would be a soul that has never incarnated in Earth before. Now, they could be a quite advanced soul outside of the Earth realm, but they might be new to the Earth realm, in that sense. So that's one type of newness, to where like they'd be your first lifetime incarnating here. And then another type would be an actual new soul that's literally coming from like the creator directly.
Okay. I got a wrench for you. I'm gonna throw a wrench for you in that idea for you to think about, right? So let's say there are old souls, right? That these are the ones that have always existed, the so-called 144,000 that the Bible mentions, that, right? And let's say that there are new souls as well, but what if these new souls are these things that we call the NPCs. And the reason they are new is because they are unable to reincarnate, which would mean that they come with brand spanking new software every time. Not, like how we're meant to be. But since we are the old souls, we tend to remember that those past lives. Where the new souls, the NPCs, they're unable to, because they're just simply NPCs.
Maybe.
Well, I do hear what you're saying. Oh no, yeah, go ahead, Realm. But I was just gonna say real quick to respond to that. I do hear what you're saying with that. I mean, like the idea of an NPC is somebody that basically like completely does not think for themselves. They're just completely dominated by an authority, and they're just like, that's kind of, non-playable character. It's sort of like, and you're making like, is there a link between that and kind of soul development, as it were? Because you could think that maybe the opposite of that is somebody who thinks so much for themselves that they've, let's say, Buddha or Jesus, or some kind of figure like that we would consider like a highly evolved spiritual being. Like they're almost the opposite of that. Like they think for themselves to such a degree that they have, figured out some very deep things, as it were. So it's like the opposite of that, I guess, is what I was trying to kind of thinking with that.
But you could say that about anyone. Like we could take Pichet and say that he's an enlightened person, but to some people, enlightenment to others would look like insanity. So, you know what I'm saying? One person's insane idea is the next person brilliant, fucking life altering fucking thought.
Yeah, I was thinking more. Not so that I agree with it, but more artificial human making. You're making a life, not the usual way, and those could be lives that are brand new. Because does that make sense? Like a clone. I don't want to come across like a fucking weirdo or anything, but the idea of cloning and stuff like that in a time that we wiped, or something happened that wiped most of the human race in the 1800s, and we had to quickly rebuild that back so that everything looked normal. If cloning was a thing, are those all the souls that didn't come from anything before?
With cloning, well, that's another deep kind of concept
Yeah,
there.
I'm not into that. It's just saying more a way that you can actually break the cycle. Like everyone is reincarnated. But if the cycle is interrupted by another method or something like that, then therefore that person will never be reincarnated for something else because it was more artificial. I know it sounds whack, but is there something that we develop our souls by absorbing the energies from our mother over the time that we're in the womb? But if we're not produced from the womb, then we won't inherit anything. But one would say, yeah, you're going to inherit the genes from your father and your mother. But is there a step that got missed? And therefore you just have basically people living today that have no souls.
I personally don't think that's possible. I think that the human biology actually requires a soul to function. The human biology doesn't work without a human soul energy. And these kind of evil entities know that, which is why they do so much possession, because they know they can't completely overtake a body. Other than, well, I guess I won't go there, but shape-shifting reptilian entities, but that's a whole nother topic. But in general, yeah. But anyways, the main point I was saying is just that I think that the human biology requires a human soul. So there's at least one in every human biology, a real soul. Now that soul can be possessed, and there can be a lot of different fracturing and thing that could be going on, in that sense. But I do think there is one, at least one, and sometimes more than one, native soul that incarnates with each actual human biology.
The human body has. I looked this up and it came up and it said, the human body has a ideal hertz range of like 62 to 75 or something. Then I looked up another link and then it came up with a different frequency. And I think there were 3 different examples that weren't close to each other. And I'm like, what? You've got the Earth frequency at 7.83. You're talking about octaves, frequencies. Maybe, each person actually has their own unique frequency. Maybe that's why we have unique fingertips, things like that. And that is that your soul, your mark, your ID, you know? Because taking the, I mean, the Buddhas and stuff like that, they used vibrations, didn't they? They had the sort of like concave sort of bowls. They would probably fill up with water. They could do all sorts. And I think if their relation to the realm was through frequency, they definitely knew something different to what we all do today.
Yeah, what about the people that get like a heart transplant and they're different people? You know, like they do a brain scan and they literally, like, you know, they think differently and stuff like that, and they feel like they're different people and stuff.
Yeah, see, because I would say that the soul energy like does exist through the biology, and I think that more than one soul can actually inhabit any one human body. Sometimes actually multiple, and then that gets into the idea of like multiple personalities, and just and not only that, but also like when people change, you know, oh man, that person really changed. Well, it could actually be a different soul. But anyways, that's kind of a whole separate topic. But yeah, in the case of that, like the heart transplant thing, like my understanding of that would be that the soul of the person who had that heart is still in the biology. And so when they put the heart in that person, now that soul is sort of part of their body makeup. So now they have like two souls essentially.
What about
actually, it begs the question: when someone donates a heart to another person and they die, obviously, and the other person's alive, well, who's alive? Who's keeping who alive?
Dude, what's even more trippier, I've heard of in a lot of those cases, a lot of the people that take on the parts from the other person all of a sudden develop like different habits and different cravings and shit. Like if the other person is like very being just try to take over the other person's body type situation.
Yeah, with the blood to transfer a heart, wouldn't need the other person's blood. Like majority, you know, you clean your tank out and you put in fresh fuel, fresh blood, that sort of thing. Then water memory, the memory of the liquids itself. Our blood is electric, muscles, all these things. That I think is that the memory, you know, and then our brain is just a way of getting the information from the blood. Is the blood itself the soul? And yes, the heart in one way, but do we transfer the blood? The blood is the soul of the person, maybe.
I don't think that's the case, because when they do heart transplants, it's drained of blood.
Cool, man.
See, the percentage. So this is pretty freaky. It's probably some shit that these evil people are doing, but then you get into some weird freaky shit where like, what if you like, oh my, I don't know. Like, what if you like, I was thinking of like some way that like if you, well, I guess this gets into like, you know, this idea of like adrenochrome and like human blood sacrifices, like crazy shit. Because what if like they can consume our blood and then they possess our souls through that? Like what if all these blood banks and all this fucking blood that they're in hospitals, you know, they fucking put it in one of those like, you know, medically sanitation, you know, containers, and they ship it off to God knows where. That's all those human soul energies is in that blood. And so are there then some other entities, whether evil, reptilian, whatever, that are then like consuming that blood and then possessing their souls through consuming the blood or doing something with the blood remotely?
Or accessing our Akashic records through our blood. Like being able to see what we've been through, our experiences, our memories through our blood. So while they're drinking our blood, they're actually analyzing every historical moment of our whole lifeline and bloodline.
What if like there is like some other species of entities, some like apps, which I do think there is, but what if like that's so intense. Like what if they literally do like partially possess us through drinking our blood directly, and since most of us have like had some blood drawn at some point and it's been sent off to whatever medical sanitation thing, that is intense. Because then it's like the idea of like the Borg, you know, like one being that like somehow has like assimilated all these other energies or whatever. I mean, seems like what's going on here is connected to that in my mind, because it's like, there seems to clearly be some kind of mass possession going on.
Especially the medical field, bro. Just think about it deeply, bro. If these weird creatures, vampires or whatever the fuck word exists, the medical field would definitely be their bread and butter, because they will have access to everything that they need to survive. I mean, hypothetically speaking, of course, they would just be the top dogs in the medical fields, right? Or the people that even designed the system just so they could have some sort of food, or some sort of possibility to even get their food. You know, without having to, because that way they could hypothetically survive, and nobody will be the wiser, because nobody's getting bitten, and nobody has fucking teeth marks in their neck, so nobody's talking about them. They could literally just vanish into extinction, and because people simply don't talk about them, but they could be very much alive.
Yeah, I mean, this does go into the whole idea of vampires. It does kind of, because I was just thinking, you ever see that TV series called True Blood?
No, I haven't seen True Blood, but I've seen a lot of vampire movies.
Yeah, True Blood is pretty good. I mean, yeah, a lot of the concepts are fairly similar to other vampire movies, but in that True Blood thing, like, yeah, like when they, you know, drink the blood of another person or whatever, you know, they then kind of, yeah, like they have a whole kind of psychic connection with them and an emotional connection. Obviously in that show, it's like, you know, some, you know, male vampires, you know, hooking up with the female chick, and then they're like having sex, and he, you know, he's like drinking her blood while they're having sex and shit. So
There's
it's
a
like,
show called there's a weird show called iZombie, where the she's like a what do you call those people that open up the dead bodies and shit?
oh yeah, what, like necrophilia or something?
No. The medical people that just, they open up the dead bodies.
Coroner.
Yeah. No, she was like a coroner, and she turned into a zombie, and so logically she had all the food positive, right? Every time she opened up a body, she just took the brain and ate it. But one weird thing happened every time she ate a brain. She started to become the people that she ate. She started to see their memories. She started to behave like them. So I mean, that I'm just like relating that to the whole drinking our blood and like accessing our Akashic records. What if the way they make it seem in that show is how it actually is, and they just all of a sudden have like a flashback, and they see us and everything we have done in our life, kind of thing.
Yeah, it makes you think twice about donating blood.
Oh, dude, that shit is definitely some sketchy ass shit, bro. I've seen a lot of weird videos about what these people are actually doing, and I mean, all of it is sketchy, bro. All that Red Cross shit is all sketchy. And the origin of the Red Cross, the whole Red Cross itself, nah, man, all of that shit is sketchy as fuck.
Yeah, I mean, there are people that obviously need blood because they're in an accident or whatever. So, I mean, I do get that. And in that situation, perhaps like just having like a close family member, you know, or a couple family members provided if needed, makes sense. But yeah, how much are they collecting and what are they really doing with it? It seems, I mean, how many real accidents are there that people need blood? You know what I mean? Like compared to the amount of people who are convinced to donate it, like you're right. There's some crazy shit going on with that. Where are they shipping all that blood off to? Like there's a huge conspiracy linked in all that.
As far as Red Cross is concerned, like, you know, I'll donate to them when they tell me what happened to the $5 million or $500 million that was donated to Haiti.
Dude, it's not just that. It's every charity. All of it. Once you start looking into it, it all just seems to be some sort of Ponzi scheme, some sort of emotional get the people to donate because of some sort of feels kind of scam.
Yeah, the dark roots to that. That's pretty deep. I mean, they're also pulling organs from people too. That's a whole nother thing, but.
Dude, I spoke to an African one time. I work.
Bantel's like, what are you guys talking about?
just come back down, and it's just like, damn.
So guys, in America, we get these commercials, these African commercials, like with like $1 or some sort of 30 cents. You can help out like an African, and the way they make it, they paint it is like these people are in dire need, like they have flies and fucking mosquitoes in their eyeballs and shit. And I've spoken to African people. Sure, they're all poor people, just like there are poor people in America, but the way they make it seem, it isn't the case, is what these people tell me, right? Not that there isn't poor people in Africa. Sure, it's a third world country. Of course, there are poor people, but the way they make it seem, it is the way they describe it, it is much worse than what it actually is. It's what these people tell me.
Well, Matrix, they've got to apply that emotional connection so you'll dig deep within your wallet, don't they? That's what they're trying to do. So you feel sorrow and pity for these people.
There was like a story about like a football or basketball player, I don't remember the specifics, that he donated like some shoes to like a tribe or something. I don't know. It's like somebody commented something, or somebody wrote him a letter or something, and he just donated some shoes to an entire tribe. You know what happened to the whole tribe? Some fucking rebellious motherfuckers came, killed all the motherfuckers, and took all the motherfucking shoes.
Yeah.
Anybody's dived into the dark web, and the whole conspiracy? They have like a list of conspiracy that they have in the dark web is very interesting.
Not too much Matrix. There's too much dark stuff out there to be delving into more dark stuff. Really.
See, the thing is, it has to be dark. It has to be dark until the light comes, right? Because there has to be some sort of light in the darkness. No matter how cheesy it sounds, right? It does sound cheesy, but there has to be some sort of goodness to all of the badness.
Yeah. But we know there's badness, Matrix. Like, we know there's badness, we know there's goodness, but seeking out so much badness, or trying to find it, to me that's just such a negative aura, because I already know there's bad stuff going on out there. I don't necessarily want to see it. I don't necessarily want to turn a blind eye to it either, right? But I don't need to see it to know that it's going on. We solved Coriolis today, Gio?
No. or yes. How about no or yes, or maybe both, or definitely not yes or no, but definitely no and yes at the same time.
Oh, it's been a hot topic for a week. Damn, a lot of passion around it for a week at least.
What Gio said was a typical global response, yes and no, and straight and bend and up and down, and spherical and rectangular at the same time.
I don't get the merry-go-round analogy personally myself.
They did it on a merry-go-round. I think that's why so many people talk about it. One of the main videos, easiest videos to find talking about Coriolis.
Yeah, but I don't think that's analogous to the Earth either. The merry-go-round.
Yeah, it's not fully analogous because it passes the pole of the center of rotation, so it's like throwing from something from somewhere near the North Pole over the North Pole to somebody beyond it.
if you were to exclude the whole merry-go-round analogy, how else would anyone describe the Coriolis effect?
I want to know because this Coriolis effect matrix is supposed to move things. Yes, it's supposed to move things.
No.
So I want to. Yes, it is.
No.
Yes, I was told very clearly this afternoon that the Coriolis moves things by Bob. Very clearly.
It isn't that.
No.
It isn't necessarily.
From a
it isn't
rotating reference frame, no.
Hold on. It isn't
Oh, yes.
necessarily that it's moving things, but that things are moved because of the Coriolis effect and all the movements that is causing it.
Well, things that are already in motion too is a bit of a challenge for it, right?
I don't
and
know.
They do or don't get deflected from that path depending on.
Yeah, Bandy, your track record at the moment for repeating what other people say is not great.
Hey, you don't count, Rui. Geo, did I get it wrong?
Which part?
We'll see. Did Bob indicate that the Coriolis, right, moves things? The Coriolis force moves things.
No, it appears to move from a rotating reference.
Rui, I didn't ask you. Because you weren't here for the conversation, so I'll get your opinion in a second.
Well, if in terms of Dr. Bob, I guess I don't want to speak for him, so I guess maybe I won't. No. Yeah, because I was listening to parts of it, and I was in and out. I may have not heard everything, so.
Yes. And in fact, Bob said, no, Bandy asked him, what is the cause of this pressure that is moving things? And Bob said, the conservation of momentum.
Good. Thank you, Jerry. See, I didn't mishear it, Rui, at all. Not at all. So now this Coriolis effect is applying a pressure, right, to an object to be able to move it. And I want to know where this pressure is coming from.
Yeah, I think you've misunderstood Bob.
I did not misunderstand him at all. Nope. You'll have to take it up with Bob.
I think you will.
Bob the science guy?
Yep.
Yeah, but he says there's a shorter than a straight line path.
Yeah, this is true.
Yeah.
This is true.
You guys know what was meant by that?
That's the thing. I have so little faith now.
Yeah,
this is what this other globe says. I'm always like, it probably isn't.
It's not. It's not.
Straight as straight.
I won't speak for Dr. Bob, but it sounds like Kosha will.
I definitely will, only because he didn't do himself justice. And I know Bob, he's a colleague of mine, okay? And I'll tell you that he sometimes he was talking to Jeremy, right? If I was talking to Jeremy, I would have easily have made would have defined what a like a straight line was, and what a geodesic was, and then said why they're confused and what the difference is and this and that. And Bob almost seemed like he was trying to purposely perpetuate Jeremy's confusion. So I mean, that aside though, he's not wrong in what he said. He's just describing that a straight line or a geodesic which is curved, in Euclidean
in
geometry,
a different coordinate system. Yeah.
Right? Exactly. It actually would be the shortest path in curves.
Do you understand, Bandy, that a geodesic is, you can call it a straight line? In the coordinate system that you define it.
Coriolis to bloody geodesic. A straight line is a straight line. No bends.
On the surface of the
curves,
sphere.
No curves, no bends. A curved line is a curved line.
Yeah, but on the surface of a sphere, right, what we call a straight line, you would call a curve in Euclidean 3 space.
Yeah, it's a curved line, exactly.
Yeah, but not on a spherical surface. It's not.
Yeah, it's still a curved line because it's got a curve in it.
No.
100%
No, only if you're viewing it. No, only if you're viewing it in like a 3D coordinate Cartesian
Stop
system.
trying to confuse the children, Rui. A straight line is a straight line. All right? A curved line is a curved line. So a straight
Depends
line,
on the coordinate system you're using.
a line
And the
drawn
geometry.
on a sphere, right? The shortest distance on a sphere from point to point, if you draw that line, is a curved line.
If you look at it in a Euclidean viewpoint, sure.
Oh, so you've got to look at it in a particular way for it to appear straight, but it's not actually straight.
So Rohit, I'm gonna give you $1, and you're gonna look at it like it's $100, and you're gonna give me back $99. Okay?
Okay.
Still
So
a curve. It's still a curved line, Rui. Now you can make a straight line on a sphere, but you've got to dig a tunnel.
Hey, can I ask you flat earthers? The people who are in here are flat earthers. A question just quickly. Because Jeremy's a friend of mine, and it just seems like a lot of this whole conversation's argument comes from like you guys not even accepting that there's the reference frames are even important or needed, and you guys are all saying that there's like a universal reference frame or an actual reference frame, which is the term you guys are using. I mean, I don't understand. You guys realize that if you just accepted what we're saying and maybe looked into it and see that everyone is saying that there's not a universal reference frame, if you guys accept that, then all this kind of starts to make sense.
But how could there be a universal reference frame when in the same idea you guys are setting us that the sun is traveling and somehow everything is rotating around the sun while it's all being like dragged around space? How do man those two things don't align, bro?
Actually,
traveling relative to what matrix?
They are. You just got it backwards. If there's no like, oh god.
The problem is there has to be some. Listen, if we could consider your idea, there has to be some sort of uniformity where it happens always and it's never changing. And you guys say that the Earth wobbles and also sometimes it slows down and it speeds up, and all of this would affect every one of these fucking fictional effects that you guys say that we have, like gravity. If it's all dependent on some sort of uniform force, as soon as the Earth slows down, that fucking shit would change. That force would change.
That's right. I mean, that's why there's no universal or absolute frame of reference. There's not a still point to base things off.
Because the thing is that you need these infinite frames of reference to have any semblance of a model, like to make sense of anything that's going on in the solar system.
What to make sense of the model?
All of these reference frames, an infinite amount. Like you need them just to make any.
There
kind
are
of,
an infinite amount, Jerry.
Well,
it's not.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Infinite. It's just that you can just. It's like, how can you ask the question? And I would say, in most cases, I'm going to guess here, but I would say about 90% of them are just the surface of the Earth. Therefore, it's treated as stationary.
Right.
Yeah,
Well,
I can set the origin of my coordinate system to an infinite number of points.
Yeah, and I don't object to having to say that there's an infinite amount. I mean, if that's what you got to do for the model, then fine.
There is an infinite amount that exists. It's essentially like saying, is there a finite number of questions you could ask? Because a reference frame is just where are you asking the question from? Is a person is it from the perspective of the ground, from the plane, from the tip of the propeller, that kind of thing. So it's not that they exist. It's like, where do you want to start doing your maths? And therefore it's not that they exist and there's infinite of them. It's like just an infinite number of ways you could ask a question about a car driving down the road.
Which you could come up with infinite
Can I
conclusions,
just
right?
yell out for 1 second?
Well, all of them should be correct. All of them should still comport with one another. Otherwise, you're doing your math wrong. At least that's my understanding. If you're saying how fast is that car going and it's going past at 90 kilometers an hour, and you say right now from the reference frame of the car, the pedestrian's going past, the number should still equal 90. Not that you can change the reference frame of the answer is different now.
I mean, like theoretically, you could put an apple on the ground and build an entire cosmological model with that apple as the center of the universe, which is fine. Like I don't care. Go ahead, huh? You know.
Yes, you can say.
Right, and I think that for most flat earthers, that seems like such an absurd thing to do. I think that could be the.
It is an absurd thing to do, but I mean, just be aware though, Jerry. You were like, I could do this absurd thing, and then you're like, from a flat Earth perspective, that's absurd. It's like, I agree with both of the statements.
Well, the thing is like I get it, and I just like I get why people are so hung up on it because it seems freaky, but like me, I understand that you need to have all these reference frames to make some kind of sense of your universe. So I don't object to it. I get it. I get Coriolis. It just goes on and on and on. It's just boring at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you on that. Is there an absolute reference frame for the flat Earth?
No, I don't think that there would be. I mean, for us to construct a model, we'd have to be able to explain everything, and you can't do that unless you have an infinite amount of, points of reference.
Yeah, so both suffer the same problem there, right?
Absolutely. Like gyros, you could say that the universe is spinning around the gyro. Because
but a lot of flat
That's not
earthers
no.
Sorry, go ahead, Rick. I know you're trying to get it.
Well, you probably couldn't say that because there is a distinguishable difference between a non-inertial and an inertial reference frame. So, I know, I got to cook some dinner.
I know Ruth. He's got real shit to say, and I don't, unfortunately. But I will say that what you just said, Jerry, a lot of flat earthers disagree with. Especially, I mean, almost all that we were talking to yesterday, because they all were ridiculing us for not describing there being an actual reference frame, like where they use actual.
But Jerry, that's one of its strongest qualities, I think, of Jerry. He doesn't say things other flat earthers say just because they say them. Jeremy's the same a bit.
Because you can't have a model with only one reference frame. It's impossible. So I think that's the problem with coming up with this flat Earth model is they want to, but some people they want to see Earth as this fixed thing, but can't make everything work.
Yeah, but when I'm talking about an actual reference frame, it doesn't mean that there's only one reference frame. It means the argument is that there's one reference frame where things actually like the path described is the real one, and every other reference frame is just some distortion of that. So there's one preferred reference frame, one universal reference frame, and then every other reference frame that is just a perspective of that. Whereas, at least in my cosmology, I guess the standard cosmology is that there's no universal reference frame. That every reference frame is relative and is equally valid.
Yeah, you're right. It's a matter of distinguishing a lot of things that seem to be conflated. The reference frames could have to do with perspective, or they could have to do with the actual movement. And that's the problem, is that there's an actual movement of the plane according to who's in the plane. And then there's an actual path of the plane according to who's on the Earth. And then there's a reference from whoever's looking at it from space, or whoever's seeing it from the ground, and all those things. And then there's also some confusion about Coriolis when it refers to weather conditions or the patterns of hurricanes and tornadoes, and if that's actually the same thing that's affecting the planes or any projectile. And because that doesn't have to do anything with ground movement. All the weather conditions and hurricanes, they don't have anything to do with the ground moving. But then the Coriolis, as far as the ground moving, is a totally separate argument. Right?
What? I didn't follow that at all.
Well, that the Coriolis effect that you say causes the difference in the northern and southern hemispheres in terms of hurricanes and their directions, right?
Yeah.
Right? But that doesn't have anything to do with the ground moving up below a projectile.
Yeah,
So
the wind, the pocket of air, is the projectile in that scenario.
Right. I know. I'm not saying they're not. I'm not saying they're not unrelated. I'm not saying they're unrelated. I'm just saying that it seems like it gets confused when people are trying to understand it, because you're talking about a force that's strong enough to make all hurricanes and tornadoes move in a certain direction, right? But then when it's described as far as its effect on planes, it's not a strong force at all. In fact, we don't even have to worry about it. It's just because it's so much less than any winds you'd be dealing with, and that minimalizes it. But then it's a strong enough force to make all hurricanes move in one direction. So that's kind of a contradiction.
Not really.
You think so?
Well, you would think.
I don't see the contradiction.
A hurricane's not a hurricane until it forms. And before it forms, it is very sensitive to the starting conditions. It's not like it takes a hurricane and turns it around.
No, I'm saying, but it has to do with the direction that those things go in each hemisphere, right?
Yeah.
So it would be pretty powerful, right? If it was a consistent direction for all those weather patterns to be in one direction, right? So that would be a powerful force.
A very small force could do that, just like, because it's the same as like
hundreds of kilometers. Yeah.
Oh my god! Why does that keep doing that?
Sorry.
Computer keeps starting to talk. It's just like if you had 1 Newton of force, what is the top speed you could get an object moving in a vacuum? And it is infinite. Even though the force is very small, if it has long enough to act, or the object is small enough as well, eventually it'll get there.
Anyway, you know what I'm saying. It would seem so. If what you're saying makes sense to other people, that's fine. But it would seem as that it's a very strong, very, very powerful force to make sure that all those weather patterns are having to stay within one direction, And then if winds are just so much stronger when you're talking about the way it affects planes, there seems to be a contradiction there. Whether there is or not, I'm not even arguing right now. I'm just saying it would seem that there would be, right? It does seem like a contradiction.
Which one do you think is
by doing
the
the
small
maths
one?
And showing how many newtons of force one is versus how many newtons of force another one is.
I think you're saying that
I think that flat earthers are happy to keep. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Are you saying that the airplane force is too small?
No. It's the whole idea that,
which one
you don't have to worry about Coriolis. You don't have to worry about the effect of Coriolis because the winds are so much more affecting the plane than any Coriolis would be. Yet the Coriolis is responsible for moving all of hurricanes and tornadoes in one particular direction, depending on the hemisphere.
Right.
So it seems
but
like a
Harry said,
contradiction.
the plane's going to go from 0 rotational speed to 1,000 miles an hour over the course of 12 hours, right?
We can get it. Don't get me started.
I don't even know which way
not to get me started on this because I'll start going off on my arguments with this, and I'm not trying to even go there right now.
Is rather obsessed with this topic.
Yeah, you really don't want to get me started, really. But anyway, so regardless, yeah, over a long period of time, yeah,
which
you
goes
would
to
think.
Ruhiv's point is, if you quantify it and showed the numbers didn't match, you would have a really strong case. But just saying, based on my sort of terrestrial reckoning,
intuition,
what I reckon might be the case, I think that this thing should not be the case for hurricanes and should be the case for planes. I don't know how to pass that. But if
No, that's not what I'm saying
one
at all.
force is 0.05 newtons and this other force is 50 newtons, they've clearly a problem in the maths, then I would be like, okay, he's onto something.
No, that's not at all what I'm saying. In fact, I'm not even saying I think of it this way. I was more putting it out as why I think it's misunderstood so much on both sides, maybe, or just there's way people are talking past each other so much. Because Kosho was just talking about the actual path as opposed to the one reference frame and another, and he's right. It all has to do with reference frames. It's all about the relative perspective. That's not misunderstood if anyone really just sits down and looks at it as far as like what would happen if the Earth were spinning, or what does happen when we're looking at Ferris wheels or merry-go-rounds. That's not anything that people are confused about. It's a matter of when you try to make the Earth a merry-go-round, there should be things that aren't mysteries any longer, because there's how many flights a day. These shouldn't be mysteries. That's what I think people are a little bit. And I know you say it's not a mystery. It's very explainable. And I understand exactly your reasoning when you say that it follows the ground path. And if it hits the beacon along the way, then it's already correcting for Coriolis because it's staying on its path. I understand that. It's not a matter of a lot of flat earthers misunderstanding it the way that they get strawmanned with it as well. And I think that there's been a little bit of some creative license taken on some of your guys' parts, and you have to admit that with the illusionary winds, and it makes it easy to make fun of. So there's a pseudo force, and that's the problem, and it gets automatically compared to what we're talking about with gravity. Whereas gravity, though, at least it works in that we can see that there's a weight, and that's all gravity means anyway. Whether it's caused by relative density or some kind of other force doesn't matter, because it's just a pseudo force based on the acceleration anyway, right? Because that works for the math. But we have to, try to see if we can come up with like what it is that's causing this plane to follow this path if the pilot's not consciously doing it and it's just moving along. And if it's going fast enough to go over several different tangential speeds and sees nothing but a stationary Earth relative to its own motion, and that is the case no matter what, then I think any common sense would tell you most likely that's because the Earth isn't moving, or we would see some ground rotation. That'd be a perfect way to end this, and we could all just test it. You could prove it spins, or we could prove it not spins. It doesn't spin. But that seems to be avoided. It seems to be avoided on your guys' part.
You know mine and other people's.
Yeah, but I find it hilarious because they always say there's no way that could happen, yet we're so sure it spins.
But you haven't described, to be fair, it's not that they say there's no way that could happen. Many of us, including Bacon and I, have suggested ways it could happen. What you haven't presented is a way that it could, which is more important. Right?
I did.
And not meaningful.
I have suggested ways it could.
Lack of something, how something couldn't happen. More meaningful.
No, I said you would just have to go over the different tangential speeds and not correct for Coriolis, and you would see the Earth move below just like a projectile. What do you mean?
You haven't described how you don't correct for Coriolis while also managing to correct for winds.
I did. I said you fly in one direction and you correct for it staying in that direction, just like you would correct if you're trying to follow the path of the ground to meet your spot you're supposed to fly to. Planes correct. They can correct for a direction heading, or they can correct for a ground heading.
You've heard us though many times say that this effect would be difficult to pick apart from wind, and you haven't ever presented, at least while I've been on, we've been having these chats, a way that you could pick it apart, that a pilot at the controls could know, okay, I should rudder right for that because that was wind, versus I shouldn't rudder right for that because that was Coriolis.
But the Coriolis would act like a wind.
There's no sheets in the bed.
That's the problem. It's conflation.
Yes, but to the plane, they are a force pushing against one side.
But see, the thing is, you could say Coriolis acts like a wind, But then if you say that, then you're saying it's because the atmosphere is moving with the Earth and pushing the plane along. But then you say that there's...
Stay on the one topic. How would you correct for one but not the other when both are would be felt to a plane as a push on the right side?
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying you would have to even correct. You would have to differentiate the two. I'm saying if you went in one straight heading, it doesn't matter if you're correcting for whatever the wind, the meta wind of the Coriolis, whatever that force is, which we still haven't gotten from anybody, or hasn't been identified particularly enough, and how it works separate. Regardless, I'm saying even if you didn't differentiate, if you were to take a straight dead reckoning heading, then you would see the Earth move. It's not about differentiating it and recognizing it. It's about showing the actual ground movement. That's all I'm saying.
The question is so simple. If there are multiple forces acting on the plane, how do you distinguish one from the other so you know what you're determining? And if
that's
you
what I'm saying.
have an answer to that, then you don't even have an experiment, not even a thought experiment.
That's missing the point completely, eggshells. My point is that
an experiment where you can't control for a major variable.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about showing the ground movement. That's all I care about. I don't believe there is a Coriolis wind.
About it, but you're like, it's like you're just almost dreaming up the worst possible way to test something and sticking to your guns when everybody. Okay.
No, it would be the easiest possible way.
I've heard you propose this maybe about 15 times. Have other people also suggested that wind would be a confounding variable?
Yeah, and you're putting the blame, you're not the blame, but the burden back on me as if I would be able to distinguish between whatever the Coriolis is in these winds. And I'm saying, that's our question to you. We're saying, what force are you talking about if it's not the winds?
You're trying to go, here's a way to test if Coriolis is real, not for those pendulum, not a gyro compass, not devices that actually measure this, not a sniper who claims that they do. Let's test it in one way it's not possible to test, and then go, hey,
you've totally misrepresented.
My experiment's broken.
Yeah, but you've misrepresented what I said, what I wanted to test. It wasn't to test to see if Coriolis winds are real. It was to see if the Earth actually rotates beneath a moving object.
Man, I don't know how
Come on,
many
dude.
ways
Come on.
to explain it to you. If a significant number of people have said to you wind is a problem here, it might be a good idea to start listening. Because I've even heard flat earthers.
I'm not saying wind's not a problem. You're acting like I'm saying wind's not a problem. I'm agreeing with you on all fronts. You don't even realize that. I'm agreeing with you on all fronts.
How are you going to control for it?
Except that you don't see that it could project. It could act like a projectile, and then we would see that if the Earth actually moves or not. Just go in a straight line.
How are you going to control
from that straight heading?
Yeah, but the wind's going to blow you off, right?
Well, how do you control for winds when you're headed in one direction on a certain heading? How does a plane ever control for winds? Why is that any different?
Surfaces of the plane.
Steers the plane.
Rudders, elevators, and
yeah, it controls for winds. That's what planes are made to do.
And keep you on it.
They're made to correct, whether it's winds that are imaginary or winds that are real.
Sure, yeah, adjust the trim and the bank. And
so you're going 43 degrees this direction, and then you just don't deviate from that original.
And then you get a gust that comes from the right, and what happens?
The north to south runway that it takes off from, it stays straight with that runway, and it never deviates.
Except when the wind blows.
I just think you would get further in life and with this idea if you were able to respond meaningfully to criticism and feedback of this idea. And I know you've gotten it from flat earthers as well as globers. And there is one crucial question that you always get every time you bring this up, which is how would you separate Coriolis from air? And
that's what we were asking you, eggshells.
This discussion, you've never actually
eggshells. That's not the question I'm asking. I'm asking you that.
No, it's the question I'm asking you.
I'm saying there is no Coriolis. That's the point.
But you're trying to test for it, right? You don't test something by just asserting it doesn't exist.
You don't get it. But go ahead, please, Bansa. Please, what were you trying to say?
I refer to my original question. Right? What force is applying this pressure?
Exactly.
To the object to move it to the left, to the right, forward, or backward. What force?
It's a fictitious force, Bandy.
Well, it's a pseudo force. All right. So it's a pseudo force, right? It's not fictitious because the Coriolis effect apparently is an effect. Okay, and apparently things move as a result of it. Okay, so
They
there
appear
has
to
to
take
be
a curved path.
So things don't move because of the Coriolis.
If you are in a rotating reference frame and you have something that's moving straight, then yes, it will appear to curve, but there is no actual force there. Well, there's no inertial force.
Is that the same force that makes hurricanes and tornadoes move in one direction? That's not an actual force either.
Exactly.
Not an actual force, but I've actually explained why it causes hurricanes in a previous video, if you want to give you a link to that.
Yeah, well, that doesn't explain it because they're very easily explained just by the sun's path. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Well, you can think differently, Rui. You think you've explained it, but you haven't really. So, where is the pressure coming from?
It's not a real force. It's a fictitious force.
It's a fictitious. So nothing gets moved because of the Coriolis.
Well,
Nothing at all.
Again, it moves relative. If you're in a rotating reference frame, it will appear to move. It'll appear to curve.
So it does move.
From a rotating reference frame, it will appear to move. From an inertial reference frame, it will go in a line.
So it moves.
Which reference frame are you looking at it from?
So it doesn't matter. So
Yes, it does.
So
yes, it
what
does.
makes it move? What applies pressure to it?
The fact that you're in a rotating reference frame,
I am getting
you will see
conflicting
movement.
answers.
And
I
actually don't think you are. I don't think you
I
are.
am. I think I am very much so. Very much so.
To force the plane to speed up and slow down to meet the new tangential speed that it flies into, Ruben.
Yeah.
Well, there has to be.
It's not the original conserved speed, right? So the fictitious force causes the plane to slow down or speed up perfectly, no matter what. It's so consistent, but it's fictitious.
I've got one for you then, Bandy. Let's go back to the swinging bucket we were talking about earlier today. I'm swinging a bucket, right? Got water in the bottom, and I pick it up by the handle, and I'm going round in vertical loops with my arm. Whoop, 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 whoop. Now, the loops I'm doing, I'm pulling in. So at the top of its trajectory, it has a downward force that's keeping the water in the top, i.e. the bottom of the bucket. When I let go of the bucket at the top of its arc, where does it go?
We're talking about. We're not.
What force
It's not analogous. All right, they're two entirely different things.
What force was I applying that caused that bucket to go upwards?
Right. Acceleration.
Which acceleration?
Right. So they're not the same thing, riding. Right. So you can't explain something with something that's completely different.
Well, they're both pseudo forces.
Well, we're talking about the Coriolis. We're not talking about centripetal forces. We're not talking about these. We're talking about the Coriolis. They are completely different things in respect. Okay.
And the Coriolis force is totally different than the Coriolis effect. The effect is just the illusion of it curving when it's actually going straight. The force is a totally different thing that you have to try to identify.
So if you've got something that's speeding up and slowing down, what is causing this?
I don't know. It's a difficult topic. I'm confused by it as well, but it seems like when we broach these topics, it seems like there is an obstinate desire to stay confused and then say it's false because it's so confusing.
Okay. So you say you're still confused by it?
Oh, yeah. I don't think the Coriolis force is at all intuitive. But I don't think your answer is making more sense of it. I think it's trying to make. I think it's
my answer.
Intentionally or not,
I haven't got it. I've got a question.
Trying to make it.
The question. I don't have an answer. Writing. I don't have an answer. I have a question.
Sure. Your question, I think, is trying to make it make less sense.
No.
I don't think it's actually trying to understand it.
No, he's actually asking you how do you differentiate between the force of a fictitious force and the real forces on the plane. That's what he's asking. It's not trying to confuse it. He's asking for clarification.
Can I define real quickly what that is? I said fictitious force, pseudo force, almost are misnomers. Inertial force, they're all three the same thing. Inertial force, fictitious force, pseudo force, and they just mean it's a force, and it's a force as experienced in that reference frame, but only in that reference frame, and it's really a force that's due to the fact that the reference frame is doing something. So, like when you're in a car, for instance, and you're sitting in the back seat, and somebody takes a right turn, and you fly towards the wall. Technically, there was no force that acted on you, but you felt like you were pushed to the back wall, and in reality, that's just caused because you were going in some straight line, and then the car is what actually turned. And so that sort of effect is actually what's meant by the inertial force or fictitious force. It just means that there's a force experienced by you, but it's not due to something imparting a force onto you. It's just due to the reference frame that you're in. So that's why.
But if it's the same force that's causing hurricanes to go in one direction or another, how could it be just called imaginary or pseudo force?
I never said it was imaginary. I just literally explained how it was real. Like I'm telling you, it's real.
I didn't mean to say imaginary.
Real.
I meant to say pseudo force that's real.
I'm telling you, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's an example. It's another example of how it can be realized in reality. In that reference frame, it's very much real. It will have every effect as a force would. And like everything, it just like if somebody would have pushed you towards the side of the car, which would have been a real force, a definite force, like in every reference frame. This force is only existent in specific reference frames, but it still will behave just like a force would. Like it's still gonna do the things a force is gonna do to you.
So let's say that the plane took off and it took off and it didn't use the motor or anything, but it was able to shoot like a projectile, right? And it was just a big ass bullet, and it worked just like a bullet. Would the Coriolis fictitious force move the plane?
I didn't hear the question, but I'd probably yes. I didn't hear it.
Or would the plane end up somewhere else because the ground moved independently from its own motion?
I didn't hear the question right.
We've said this many times. If it was flying with ballistic flight, like so say ballistic flight, no atmosphere, your experiment is perfect. So an artillery shell, but a plane flying through no atmosphere or totally still atmosphere, there's no wind left or right, it's a perfect experiment. It's just that neither of those are the case for planes, which is why planes are a bad test for what you're
But it's the perfect test because it goes way further over many more tangential speeds, which would show a much greater obvious movement of Earth.
Distance is good, but what are the other things I said?
I don't think you get it right. That's okay though.
Possible one or the other of us misses it, but it seems that what I'm saying is consistent with what Ruhif's saying is consistent with what virtually everybody who you've ever shared this with in my presence.
It's okay. We don't need to go through it over and over again. We went through this a lot already anyway.
We'll do it again next week.
I'm not trying to start it all up again. It got brought up, so I jumped on to give my little 2 bits. It's just interesting because it shouldn't be something that's so mysterious if it's something that's so consistently moving the plane or not moving projectiles.
Right, but a plane is not a projectile. It's not ballistic. It's not following a ballistic trajectory.
I understand that, but the reason that the ground moves under a projectile is because it goes straight. That's the only reason. Because it doesn't have to deal with the wind conditions and everything else, right? It's somehow separated from the atmosphere, and so it's able to fly straight. And you're saying that an airplane's not able to fly straight, which sounds ridiculous.
Who told you that? But ballistics are affected by wind.
I know that. That's why when they say there's Coriolis. It's probably just wind that would happen no matter what anyway. That's the whole point. It's easy enough to fudge the results when you're talking about ballistics, and you're like, oh, 5 inches off, that must have been Coriolis, rather than a plane. Oh wait, 200 miles off course. That means we can record 200 miles of west to east rotation of the Earth underneath, and we should be able to do that if the Earth is spinning, but it's not. So surprise, we can't do that.
Yep, for the same reason we've said for the last 15 times I had the conversation.
Yep, I didn't expect any different by this point.
Let's go back to straight lines, shall we?
Impossible with an engine. Impossible with an engine. You could never make a straight line because it has an engine and it can go where it wants to, but it can't go straight.
The engine's not the problem, it's the control surfaces. The fact that it is specifically given control surfaces in order to maneuver.
Well, you know, one thing I was thinking about. Okay, so are there? Let me just throw this out here first. This goes to Bandsaw, Dave, anyone, Jerry, anyone who wants to. Okay, respond from what you guys understand, from what you know, etc. Do you think bullets do actually deviate from your understanding?
Not due to ground moving underneath it. No.
But do they do it?
Yes.
Yes, 100% bullets deviate. 100%.
Absolutely.
Do they deviate
for all kinds of reasons?
Okay, but maybe I didn't say it fully. I don't mean just deviate. Do they deviate in direction with the way the globe earthers, I guess, claim it for Coriolis? Like, do they actually have a drift, as it were, to the left or to the right, depending on whether you're shooting north or south? Like, do they actually have that?
Anything I've had experience with Geo, and like I've said before, when I was younger, I did a bit of shooting, a bit of amateur sport shooting. The only thing that I ever took into account, and fellow shooters ever took into account, and especially peers that were trying to teach me how to shoot, was the wind direction, to be quite honest with you. And that was basically about it. Now there are some other minor things that can come into it.
Okay, well,
just altitudes and these sorts of things, but yeah, never Coriolis was ever mentioned to me, and we did some long distance shooting. So you're trying to be pretty accurate, but these things were never mentioned to me personally. But bullets do definitely move. Yes, they definitely do move. Yep.
Well, I guess really well. Okay, does anyone else want to answer it actually before I say anything else?
Go ahead, Gio.
Well, what do you think? What do you think about it? Do you think that
I don't have any experience with firing and whether they would deviate personally.
All right. Do you think do you think the pendulum deviates for some reason? Do you think it precesses?
That was an interesting thing today. I looked into that a little bit. Yeah. There seems to be something going on, but not because the Earth moved below. I think that's ridiculous to think that you've got something attached to a building and it's swinging while it's attached to the building with magnets and a gear shaft in like a control box that has like, electric motor and everything. And then we're supposed to believe it's actually swinging straight. And the only reason that it's deviating is because the Earth is rotating. That's silly. It's just silly.
Well, I guess what I was going to throw out there is, let's say for a moment that there is something in the environment. I'll just use the word ether for now. And I'm not really talking about the luminiferous ether. I'm talking about the actual like classic element of ether. So if there is something within the ether, the sun, moon, stars, the whole system we live within, that actually is like drifting or vortexing around the Earth's surface, do you think it's possible that is actually what's actually causing these things to do this effect? And if so, then that could be considered an actual force, a very real force, like the ether drift itself being electromagnetic, electrostatic, like actually having direct correlations to physical reality, and that would be a force. So this whole concept of them saying, no, it's a fictitious force because the Earth is spinning. It's like, wow.
Yeah, now I definitely agree, and we've spoken about it too, this before, Gio.
Yeah.
And yeah, there could be something there, 100%. There could be something there, and it could be due. It could be like the possibility. It could be to the ether. It could be to magnetic fields. Any number of different things out there, all playing a part on it. So it is definitely quite possible. To be honest with you, I'm kind of on Dave's side a little bit when it comes to the planes. Like let's see this Earth moving underneath a plane. It should be possible with the technology we have today.
Especially if it's moving under a swinging ball. If that's the claim. If the claim is the Earth is moving under the swinging pendulum, then it shouldn't be hard. It shouldn't be hard to devise an electric device with the person in it, or a drone, or something that would very easily show it as well. Just account for all the factors and make sure it shows it plainly, without any kind of mystery.
Yeah, but when it's coming to proving Coriolis with ballistics and things like that, I think wind and temperature and altitudes and things like this have a way bigger bearing in your accuracy, other than the Coriolis. To be quite honest with you, a way bigger bearing.
Gio, I was going to ask you then, what do you think could be done to, besides the tests that might be actually showing the ether that are claimed to be Earth rotation? Well, what do you think it would take to distinguish between the two, and like actually identify the ether as whatever it is? Within every. I mean, it's basically the connecting substance to everything, right? So it could be even within us and within everything, right? What would you say the parameters of the ether are, if the ether exists, and if it moves in the hemisphere, if it's causing both hemispheres to act differently, is it because what do you think the reasons are and all that? If you were trying to describe it the best you can.
Yeah, well, it's a great question for sure. Are you saying how to detect it, or?
Well, they always say it's just as good. Well, we say it's just as good as saying gravity or Earth rotation, because it's just as provable, right? Because you can call it ether, you can call it whatever you want, but unless you have a way of detecting it and isolating it to show that it's consistent in some way, and that it could be manipulated to show what it is to whatever degree. What you call it doesn't matter, as long as you can identify it and then correlate it to what the whole system's doing or whatever,
And when you're talking about the ether, Geo, in relation to, say, the Foucault pendulum, okay, so the Coriolis effect is on ballistics and with planes, okay, and these things aren't touching the Earth, but the Foucault pendulum is actually attached to the Earth, right? And apparently it shows a drift of some sort, okay, a precession. Now, there has to be somewhere some sort of pressure applied to this pendulum to create this precession of Foucault. Now, Rui is saying there's nothing there whatsoever, no pressure involved whatsoever, but there has to be, because it is deviating, right? So it makes more sense that if there is a Coriolis force out there, that it is probably something more along the lines of the ether. because the whole Earth rotation is taken out of the Foucault pendulum because the pendulum is actually attached to the Earth.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah, maybe say it one more time though, just so I can, if you don't mind, because I want to make.
I can tell by your you needed another rundown.
You didn't get it? Didn't get it?
Yeah.
Maybe I wasn't clear. Okay then. With planes and bullets, all right, they're not attached to the Earth, right? But it has this Coriolis effect, right? But with the Foucault pendulum, right, we have this drift, like this precession of the Foucault pendulum, but it is actually attached to the Earth, right? So the whole mechanism is in lockstep with the Earth, right? It's in lockstep, okay? It is not moving, but you have this swinging pendulum going backwards and forwards. It is precessing. So it makes more sense that there could be some sort of ether effect on this to make it precess one way or the other than the Earth's rotation, because the Earth's rotation has been completely taken out of it because it is attached to the Earth.
It hasn't been taken out of it.
100% has been taken out of it. Well then what writing then is okay, so what now is applying the pressure to the pendulum to make it move?
The fact that it's attached to a building that's built on the Earth that's spinning around the world.
Everything's attached. It's all in lockstep. The whole building, everything's all in lockstep.
Well, sure, lockstep's a problematic thing, but I mean, I don't think
it's not problematic at all. It's not problematic. Or is a building moving? Is a building moving?
That's what we're trying to test.
Well, the building ain't moving. So now all of a sudden, now the building is drifting. Is it?
Well, I mean, that's what we're trying to test. Is the Earth spinning? So if the Earth's spinning, is the building moving? Of course it is.
The building is.
So you'd have to get a pendulum and hang it from a helicopter. That's the only way to do it.
No, it's not. That's what I fictitious force.
Well, yeah, I think, Ben, so I hear what you're saying. Yeah, it is a kind of a strange idea what they do with their pendulum thing. But yeah, they basically, even though the pendulum is like attached to the globe, they try to say that the tiny little bit of precession has to do with this whole Earth moving. But yeah, I mean, my understanding of it is that it has to do with the vortex nature of the magnetic field of the Earth. Everything is in vortex. The sun, moon, and stars are all vortexing through their patterns. Weather is vortexing. And so I think that the actual medium has its own vortexing, which has the clockwise and counterclockwise, motions in the north and south. That's why the pendulum precesses differently. It's because of the actual magnetic field. And the equator is the midpoint of the magnetic field. So you have everything north of it and everything south of it. And there's a whole vortex system that is flowing through the environment.
So it's the magnetic field, Geo, that's influencing things. Okay, so a magnetic field can apply pressure to something.
Absolutely, which is what it does. Yeah.
Yeah. I've got no problems with that whatsoever.
You guys solved it, man.
But whenever I'm asked about the Coriolis and where's this pressure coming from, right? You're the first one that's ever mentioned magnetism. What's so funny, Kosho?
Because you say like he solved it or something.
No, it makes sense, right? The magnetism, right, will apply a pressure. Case closed. I'm happy now.
It is solved, Kosho. We're taking back your pendulum. We're taking it all back, dude. You guys are
Yeah.
over.
Right, man.
I'm happy.
You guys have it back. Bandsaw was there when I did my Foucault's pendulum.
I was.
That was about 3 years ago. I used a giant magnet too, so that's what I used.
That was
I wouldn't describe it. it is part of the magnetic spectrum, but I wouldn't describe it as the exact same spectrum as an actual magnet that comes from the Earth. Those would be different. What I'm referring to is the Earth static electric field, the actual Earth spectrum of the field, which is connected to the sky, the whole sky clock, and the sun, moon, and stars movement.
Yeah. Fantastic. Thank you, Joe. Thank you. I can rest easy tonight.
You're funny, Vincent.
Well, yeah, I mean, if there was this kind of gentle vortexing environment, which is all a reflection of the fact that the sky is vortexing, then the pendulum would precess basically because it's made of metal. Now, I would be interested to see pendulums actually made of other materials with no metal, because I do think the metal is I don't think it has to be metal. It would still happen with other materials, but metal is particularly, just dense, and it's just a considerately potent force of energy. And so it will have a bit more of an effect of this drift, as it were, than perhaps some other materials that are lighter. And so the metallic thing is a component of it, which I think, I think it's why it's picked up more, but that would have to be tested with other materials. But yeah, the metal has to do with the fact that it's the way that it's charged within the field. It has a very heavy charge because metal comes from the earth, and the earth is the ground. So things that come out of the earth are incredibly electrically grounded materials. So metal, some like semi-synthetic metal, like you'd make a pendulum out of, is incredibly potentized metal that's usually made from the earth in a lot of different ways. So that's going to have a particular kind of charge in the field. And so the ether drift is going to have a particular charge on that, different than, let's say, a biological organism or something like that isn't made of metal.
Cool. Oh, man.
I mean, I use ceramic poker chips, but not. I wasn't even trying to not make it metal. I just I used a big metal weight, and then it wasn't like round enough, but I had like a rounded thing of poker chips. So that just happened. So it was like a wooden case with like ceramic poker chips. But actually, I was thinking about it with my girlfriend. I was asking her for permission. So you gotta help me do this experiment, and I was gonna see if we can find some, because I kind of want to do one again, but like with a taller, like with a taller, rope or whatever, and a heavier weight. I just gotta find a place to do it. It's definitely an interesting test.
Yeah, I think this is what causes Cavendish as well. It's just the vortex nature of the ether, and it's like a vortex. It's like it's kind of like a screw, as it were. Like think about like a screw is a vortex, and so it just brings the little balls together on Cavendish. It just flexes a little bit. It flexes them a little bit because it's vortexing on them, and they're made of metal. Has nothing to do with mass attracting mass whatsoever, but it is an actual effect of the medium.
I mean, it's not like you're like a doctor in a medical condition. Like, I think this is what causes Cavendish. This is what causes Cavendish right here. Is when you have this, you have this here, and you're gonna get Cavendish all day.
Magnetism.
Be careful, man, because it will kill you. Cavendish will kill you.
No, I don't think so. I think it's all right. It's just been used for alternative purpose.
We talk about these things so much sometimes it sounds funny when you sit back and you like hear like if somebody was listening and they know what we're talking about, they're like, I think this is what causes Cavendish. Like, what is he? Is that a disease?
Cavendish 19.
It sounds like a type of food. Like you have a Cavendish for dinner.
Yeah, right.
Cavendish with horse relish. Yeah.
Ether flux. I would refer to it as ether flux, which, like, the fact that it would be it moves along the same rate as the sun and the stars, but ultimately the sun. And so that's why it kind of works on the globe explanation, because they took the Earth, said it's a globe, and then the sun that's actually going around the Earth above us, they made it, the Earth going around the sun. And in order to do that, they have to make the Earth spin and that whole thing. And that is where they're claiming that these effects, the pendulum and Cavendish and so on, are relating to. They're saying it's because of the spin of the Earth, in that context, which is how they have to reverse it. But if it's actually something to do with the actual movement of the sun and the ether and the whole medium that's drifting with that, then it is not the Earth spinning, but it's just the actual effect because of the actual flow of the field that is all moving within this whole system.
Yeah, but to say that the Coriolis is caused by the Earth's spin, especially in the Foucault pendulum situation, when it's attached to the reference frame already, doesn't make sense. It really doesn't, because something has to be moving, and they're not telling us what is moving. To say the Earth is moving, that's fine. That's fine. But when the item is actually on the Earth itself, right, moving with the Earth, there has to be something else other than the Earth, right, that is moving to create the procession. There's got to be something else.
What's funny is I think that the Foucault's pendulum and the hurricane are very similar. Well, actually, they're not very similar, but they, in the way you just described them, I think they're similar, similarly affected by Coriolis, because hurricanes are moving back and forth, regardless of the rotation. They're just moving up and down or north and south or whatever. And Foucault's pendulum is kind of swinging regardless. And just because it is swinging, I don't think it matters that it's attached to the Earth. It just matters that it's moving across a rotating frame. Yeah, I guess I'll just stick to the Foucault's pendulum. But,
yeah, because hurricanes is a losing battle, because they're just split by the sun's path, splitting them, causing a pressure zone, which causes on the left hand side for them to spin one way, and on the right hand side to spin another way.
Well, even though I disagree with that, I can't disagree with that and go down tangent before we finish this other tangent. So, yeah, with Foucault's pendulum, you're right that the pivot is attached to the Earth, but the swinging is happening independent of the Earth's movement, and that's ultimately what's affected. The thing about the pivot point is obviously moving with the Earth's rotation. That's obviously, but the swinging. I don't know.
No, Kosho, the frame, the pivot point, everything is attached to the Earth. Everything.
Yeah, every part of it. Yeah.
Exactly right.
Yeah, every part of it is attached to the Earth, but the swinging, the action though, is independent of the Earth. And that swinging is not attached to the Earth, like the back and forth. The whole every part of it, when the Earth moves, it's going to move with it. That's true, but this swinging is not it's swinging for 24 hours for however long it's going to be swinging for. It's now doing that independent of what the Earth is doing, right? Like it's not going to swing. Imagine if you're on a merry-go-round, for example. That's a good example. You're on a merry-go-round and you're doing a Foucault's pendulum on merry-go-round. Everything on the merry-go-round is going to move together, but once you're swinging something back and forth perfectly, swinging back and forth, it's no longer going to be the swing itself is no longer going to be influenced by the rotation, right? This is independent from the rotation.
I don't know. But if you were to put a Foucault pendulum on a merry-go-round, right? So enclose this Foucault pendulum, and put it on a merry-go-round, and rotate that Foucault pendulum, right? And see if the rotation affects it.
That's not a bad idea.
I know it's a good idea. I have good ideas, Kosho.
Remember, we used to do this. We used to brainstorm experiments all the time.
Yeah. What was that one
And
with
this worked
with
weight?
weighing
Yeah.
something? Yeah, we're trying to weigh something.
Cavendish.
Yeah. But yeah, no. If you do the Foucault on a merry-go-round and enclose the Foucault so it wasn't influenced by any breeze, any exterior breeze, and see if that had a greater influence on the precession, and you could spin it clockwise, you could spin it anti-clockwise, and see if that had any effect on it as well. Might be a better way of isolating things.
Yeah, but surely somebody's done this now.
No way. This is my idea, Kosho. No one's done it.
It sounds so obvious, though. It's just like.
If someone curious about this, Bandy, IB100 would be a good person to talk to.
Has he done it?
Not your experiment, but he needs an intimate understanding of Coriolis to build to maintain gyro compasses.
Yeah, look, I've got no problems with the whole theory and the pendulums and gyros and all that sort of stuff. I've got no problems with it at all. All right, but this Coriolis effect, right, which could be affected by a magnetic field, ether, any of these number of things, really hasn't been isolated too well, to be honest with you. So I think we need to go deeper with it and put one on a merry-go-round.
Yeah. No, I don't know. It's crazy. It's crazy. It hasn't been done already. I've seen plenty of merry-go-round style Corioluses, but actually, like a Foucault's pendulum on a merry-go-round, I haven't really seen.
Never seen that one, Kosho. Never.
Do this tomorrow.
Yeah. It'd be cheap to set up too.
Yeah, just might get dizzy in the process, but yeah.
Possibly, but we'll get Bio to do it. He can put his Cavendish on the merry-go-round at the same time. See what happens.
I'm trying to think about what's the most practical way to display this, because if you did run a small merry-go-round, you have to do a small Cavendish, and that would kind of you can't really do a small Cavendish, so maybe that's a problem. You gotta have a big enough merry-go-round.
Well, look, just get in contact with the university. I'm sure someone can do a PhD on it. They can do a thesis on it.
And they can fucking rent out a whole, I don't know what. Yeah. I don't know what would you use? Fucking rotating platform.
There used to be a disco in Melbourne called the 21st Century that used to have a big rotating dance floor with one of those big plasma balls in the center of it.
Disco ball or plasma ball?
No, plasma ball. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, it was cool. Back in the day.
You guys got weird shit in Australia.
Where?
Plasma ball. What? Oh, is that you talking about like one of those little orbs you could buy? They have like those electrical. You like put your fingers on it.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
You touch them, but this one was about I would say 2.5, 3 foot in diameter. It was huge, right in the center. The whole thing was set up like a big record, and that was like the center of the record.
Cool. They close this place down?
No, it's actually still going.
I have one of those things.
The rotating platform's still there?
Oh God, well, I haven't been there in years, Kosho. You can probably Google it. You can Google it. The 21st Century nightclub
You said it's in Melbourne?
Frankston. Hold on. Yeah, hold on. I'll find it for you.
Get Merle and Wise.
Get
Merle and Wise to check it out, and they can do that Blue Coast pendulum, and do a couple experiments there.
Here we go. Let's see. I'll see if we've got any pictures. Oh, damn. It's still there.
There you go. Damn, dude, you get the whole flat Earth meetup.
Here we
in
go. Hold
Melbourne.
on. I'll take a picture for you. I'll show you this. Where are we? Boom. You.
My brother's going to Australia actually a couple of weeks, I think.
They've kind of changed it a little bit. They've updated it slightly, but anyway, that's it. Boom, right there. The place to be. It was the place to be.
But it's still there?
Yeah, it's still going.
The whole rotating thing?
Yeah, look at it. It's like a big record.
Dude, where were you? You came up with the test. I'm pretty
Kosho,
sure. Wait, no.
we're having a field. We're doing a field trip. Are you down?
Yeah, dude. You're the one who came up with this test that no one's ever done before. You have the perfect. It's like you even have a sign. It has like an orb, a plasma orb in the middle of the thing.
Yeah.
It's like made for all this.
Exactly.
Wait, what is this thing? I was kind of spacing out. What is this? Is it a place you can go still?
Yeah, it's a dance club. It has a rotating dance floor. It's like a big record.
Wow.
It's been going now. Oh, it's 30 years old now, Dave. 30 years old.
Still rocking.
Yeah, still rocking.
Have you been there?
Oh yeah, I used to work there as a bouncer.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah.
So, do people get dizzy and throw up?
Oh, plenty
Or
of
just
people threw up, but not because of the rotation.
Yeah, right, sure, I know, but no. So it was like, how fast did it? How like did it change speeds, or was it always just the same kind of slow speed?
No. It was just a constant speed, and they used to turn it on and off, during the night for whatever reason.
Sure. Right.
Yeah, no, it probably spun.
Wow. Are there other places like this? Is this one of a kind or what?
Oh, I've never.
Is everyone in the group invited on this field trip?
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Oh, they're gonna.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Get down and
Cool.
boogie. Put your dancing shoes on.
Seems like some Coriolis tests could be made.
Yeah. But you got to be you got to be careful because on the equator it's about 1,000 miles per hour.
And you're adding to it, so you're already spinning 1,000 miles per hour, and then on top of that, you're going.
Yeah.
This would be the biggest flat Earth meetup ever. The biggest flat Earth conference.
We might want to be careful because there might be too much weight added.
What's the machine that makes that thing turn? That must have been crazy expensive. Do you know anything, the story about who opened it and what it cost?
No, I've got no idea, to be honest. No, I've got no idea about.
Were there any casualties ever?
No.
I have to Google it. What's the name of it?
It's called the 21st Century Dance Club in Frankston.
With a 21 or written out?
21. Yeah, 21.
Okay.
21st Century Dance Club in Frankston. F-A-R-A-N-K. You got it? Yep.
Sweet. There's a story there to find out. I bet that was rocking in the 70s. Or how old is it?
It opened. Okay, it opened about about 35 years ago, thereabouts. Yeah, about 35, close enough. Oh, the place was pumped. The place was packed every night. People would come from everywhere to go to it. They had VIP rooms and all that sort of stuff, all behind glass. Celebs used to come.
I wonder if ballers would go there and they'd be on that thing long enough to go, there's no way we're actually rotating on that Earth.
Anyways, yeah.
So what kind of gear do we have to pack?
Dance shoes.
Nothing else?
Bell bottoms. Bell bottoms.
I feel like we might need roller skates.
Has anyone tried roller skating on that thing?
No.
Going around like you were roller skating? That would be a good test to do.
Easy day. Honestly, how tall? Do you remember how tall this? Because I'm getting back to a real test here. How tall do you think the ceiling is?
Where?
Where? Jesus Christ.
Here.
The venue, dude. Yeah.
Oh, the venue. Oh, God, it would be. God, it would have to be. I'm gathering. Oh, it's pretty damn tall.
Okay.
I'm gonna say at least 10 meters.
Okay.
Yeah, 10 meters.
Okay. Freedom units, I think. You remember when I did it at my house? I don't know if I had a little thing on video, and I was like, "You think it's like that the same height or just as or
Yeah, it'd be similar. It'd be similar, Kosho, to the one you did in your stairwell.
That'd be so crazy. You know, if I lived there in Australia, I would show up with like a clipboard and fucking name tag and it's like, hey, we're doing this test. See if we can.
Yeah.
I
Do
hear
user
Australia is super nice.
Sorry, Scarlett?
I mean,
No, I hear Australia is super nice.
Sorry, who denies?
Australia's super nice, she said. She hears.
Super nice. Oh, yeah. The right part of it. Definitely.
I heard you guys were gentle stabbers.
Yeah, just keep away from the emus. You'll be right. They're pretty nasty.
Is it Amy a woman or like an animal?
They're killer birds. They attack you. They chase you down the streets, the emus.
Yeah, so the Australian guy, they almost won a war against them.
Yeah, we had a war against the emus.
So
they lost.
So Amy.
Cutting out Scarlett, or it's me, one of the two.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I was making a joke.
Hey, your joke got missed because I think are you using pusher talk?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sometimes
pushing it a bit too late. It's cutting you.
Yeah, you gotta make sure you're pressing it throughout your whole joke.
Oh, well, that's rude. A push to talk. No, I just said, so Amy's are, you're saying birds, but it sounds like there are a bunch of killer women's out there.
See, it sounds like you're saying Amy's.
They're like a ostrich, Scarlett. They're like an ostrich.
God.
So I think she thinks you're thinking. I think she thinks you're saying Amy.
Yes.
Emu.
Yes, I thought you were saying Amy, and I thought there was a bunch of killer Amy women.
No. Emu.
Oh, I thought there was a bunch of killer women named.
Well, there probably is, actually. There probably is.
Oh, thank you for clarifying.
You're right. You're right.
Well, it's not my fault. Australians are notorious. They have the record for the laziest speech in the whole world.
Yeah.
They'll abbreviate every single person's name in Australia is abbreviated already. There's they're too lazy to say the full name.
Well, apparently, Kosho, we get it from the Dutch.
Really?
Well, it's got to come from somewhere.
No, that's true, you guys. That's true. That is true.
Kosho, I really think that that's smart because there's not a lot of time to waste, and if you can abbreviate as possible as you can, I think that's smart.
Yeah, I guess. What they say for afternoon is they can't even say afternoon, say Arvo. They say every single thing's got an abbreviation. Chicken, they say instead of chicken they say chaka or so. What do you say?
Chook.
You can't even say the full. You can't even say chicken.
It's such a waste of letters.
I agree. Like I'm very time sensitive, and I don't like to waste time. I think it's smart.
Yeah. You'll be the first person to call Australian people smart. So. I'm just kidding, man. I'm just kidding, man. Yeah, my whole family lives in Australia now. You know.
I know. Still waiting for you to get to Cuba.
Yeah, that's right. To Cooper Petey. Yeah, I told you my brother's gonna be going the next couple of weeks.
Oh, is he?
He didn't tell me that.
Cool. Yeah, we've got to get that cave, Kosho. Get ready.
Yeah, but don't tell everybody. Don't tell everyone about it though, man.
Keep it quiet.
Wait a minute, y'all have a cave?
Yeah.
Jesus, there you go.
Damn.
This is a bad song. Let's everybody know. Yeah, well, there's a place called Cooper Petey. It's an underground city cave of cities, or city of caves, and yeah, we're gonna utilize it.
Yep. And we're gonna hack into Starlink so we get unlimited free high speed broadband. Don't forget that.
Yeah. It's supposed to be a secret layer.
I think once we're all pushed to caves eventually, I don't think we'll be worried about internet.
What do you mean push the caves?
Just serious, like just saying it. If we are, we've got to cover.
Some yard work or?
What was that?
Hot
mic new perspective.
Yeah.
Sorry. I know I was making that much noise. This is sensitive.
She was over there.
Sounds like you were flush.
No, I'm looking through my album collection to sell.
Okay.
What do you say though, Scarlett?
Peter,
You said
Frampton Comes Alive. Sorry.
Phantom Comes Alive. I don't want to. You had some freaky shit going over there. But what were you saying though, Scarlett? What's the name of Push the Cave?
No, like if we have to take cover eventually, those caves sound like a good spot, but I don't think we would be worried about entering at that point.
I think you still got a hot mic, new perspective.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, you mean, sorry, Scarlett, you're talking about like if there's like a apocalyptic sort of thing. Dystopian. Push the cave sounds like push to talk.
It does a bit, doesn't it?
I'm sorry. I am pushing to talk.
No, never mind. No. When you said push to caves, I was just making a joke. It sounded like you were saying push to talk.
Sounds like you're pushing to talk.
You got me. Anyhow, we're gonna all do this flat Earth conference in Australia at this disco.
I'm down for it. I'm down for it, Kosher. Definitely.
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm actually pretty serious. Like, if that place really exists.
What do you mean if it really exists?
Well, no, I'm still just. I mean, I'm saying since it really exists, I'm saying that there's people who actually go there to Melbourne, like Waz lives there. You know, Merle now lives there. Whoever else. I mean, you guys are all close by. Yeah, I mean, that seems like a great place to do a quick. I mean, to even do a Foucault's pendulum there, first of all, on Earth, and then also on the fact that it's a roundabout, a spinning thing. I don't know. It seems like you do a bunch of tests.
Well, that'll solve it. If we can do the Foucault pendulum on that dance floor, it'll be cracked right there and then.
That's I already when I was asking it, I already forgot like what the point of. Originally, I guess originally we were talking. Oh, that's right. Originally we were talking about doing Foucault's just on what would happen on the roundabout. That's right.
Yeah. Well, it hasn't been done, has it?
Yeah, that's right. I guess what would the assumption be? I don't know. Both sides, because I guess you guys were just assuming that the whole thing would be moving with the rotating of it. Like, that doesn't make sense, really.
Well, I reckon if the precession is caused because of the ether and the magnetic fields, because you can reverse the direction of this dance club, this dance floor too, right, and go clockwise and anti-clockwise. So in theory, right, you should be able to get it to precess both ways. Well, that would apply to both models then, really, I suppose, in a roundabout way, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but it kind of would show. What you'd want to, what we would want to be testing is if it's back and forth. The swing of it was independent of the rotation, right? Like if the right. If the swing of it was independent from the rotation.
Yeah. So if you were to set it up so it would rotate the opposite way to the Earth's rotate, or whatever way you would predict it to go, right? If it was fixed, okay. Then
Hey guys, do you mind if I interrupt just for a sec?
go for it.
I am very new to this channel and extremely interested, but I'm a little lost on the terms sometimes. So if you could do like a little sidebar so I can keep up. I just feel like I'm lost in like a book of encyclopedias.
Okay.
Not a bad place to be lost.
Exactly. We're all lost, really, Scarlett, at the end of the day.
But I'm really interested in what you're talking about. I kind of get the gist of everything, but when you're using some terminology, I am a little lost.
Yeah. So, okay, what terminology are you lost with? What one in particular?
And most all of them. If you could just do like a little sidebar, not like deep
Well, we've been talking about the Foucault pendulum, and in the northern hemisphere, which way is it supposed to process Kosho compared to the southern?
It's counterclockwise.
Counterclockwise, and in the southern hemisphere, it's clockwise. So, do you know what a Foucault pendulum is, Scarlett? Firstly, it's basically a big plumb bob. Okay, it's a big plumb bob that is that you just swing from side to side like a swing. So you pull it back, you let it go, and it just whatever that word is, it goes backwards and forwards. It keeps on doing that, and because of the rotation of the Earth, it will process either clockwise, so it'll go in a clockwise direction, okay, all the way around, or in the anti-clockwise direction, depending whether or not you're in the northern or the southern hemisphere. So that probably doesn't make it any clearer whatsoever.
But what if you're east or west?
Well, you would still have to be either, well, right on the equator. What's it do on the equator? Nothing. Right, so you've either got to be south of the equator.
I'm watching a comedy episode.
I'm following.
You're following? Yeah, so either north or south of the equator, the pendulum will process either clockwise or anti-clockwise as it's going around. So, and that we're told is put down to the rotation of Earth, which is what we've been arguing about for pretty hard for 3.5 weeks now.
That's if you assume space as the fixed frame of reference. But if you assume Earth, then space is rotating.
Yes.
So is space rotating around us, or are we rotating around space?
That's the thing. We can only model it mathematically.
That's a great question. I'm excited to hear the answers.
Well, one of the most interesting would be, Bandy gave a great description, is at the point at which the stars in space is rotating fastest, the Foucault's pendulum will rotate zero, will process zero. At the point at which the stars are stationary, i.e. north and south pole, they will process the most.
So the further north or the further south you get, the more precession you'll get on that plumb bob.
That's my understanding. Yeah, it's dependent on latitude, 0 at the equator, 0 at 0, and maximum at the like what Kosho's put in chat is what it would be at the pole. That would essentially be the pole.
Yeah. What do you think, writing about putting it on a merry-go-round?
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. I think you'll get something very similar to that GIF that Kosho's put in the chat. I think, yeah, I mean, I particularly if you give it enough movement, so put a ball and socket joint rather than just wire attached to something. But I think even wire attached to something will give you a pretty good estimation of it. But like the physics says, unless you're doing something wrong with the setup, if the cable has enough movement, physics says it will keep going back and forth, and the dance floor will turn underneath it, and it will keep oscillating back and forth, regardless of the turn of the dance floor. So it'll appear to move around the dance floor if you're on the dance floor, but if you're standing off the dance floor, it wouldn't.
Yeah, but the whole appearance of it, that's neither here nor there, right? You get the illusion of it, but there is a movement that can be measured.
But that's what I meant. If you are on the dance floor, there is a movement. If you're off
the dance floor, but is it constant, or does weather affect it, or any other things come into existence that affects it?
There is actually something interesting that we were talking about earlier today, which was there is some guy called Samuel or something, I forget his first name, Elias, Allais, who claimed that he set one up and for 29 days of the 30-day experiment, it was behaving totally normally, and then its precession accelerated during a solar eclipse. And he claimed this, and other people have tried to find it and failed to find it. Other people have said they have. It's like it's become this very exciting thing that each solar eclipse, at least to my understanding, people try to see if they can replicate this thing. I think there's also stuff where people set it up, I would say probably poorly, and they don't get the expected precession.
Right.
It's very, very sensitive to the starting conditions. If you give that pendulum a slight bias left or right as you first send it, that will be far bigger than this pseudo force, as it's called, of the Earth rotating.
When you scientists use these words, if you can give like a little sidebar, just so I can.
Pseudo force is a force, but it's not an actual force. So it's a force caused by something else. So centrifuge, a centrifuge where they stick like your blood in test tubes in that thing and spin it around to separate the plasma from the red blood cells, make it white and red.
Right.
That's creating an outward force, but there's no real describable force there. It's a pseudo force pulling it to the outside.
Got it. That makes sense.
Yeah, if you spend enough time in here, by the end of the year, you'll be completely sick of everything. So just give it
I
some time.
understand, and I plan on spending a lot of time. I work from home, and I have a lot of time on my hands now, so.
Yeah, you'll get bored very quickly. Same old shit every day.
I don't think so. This is extremely interesting to me.
It's Globers explaining things to flat earthers and them not understanding it, and then we just have the same conversation the next day.
Shots fired. I found somebody doing something like what you're talking about, Bandy, but you won't be happy with the next words: computer modeling. I'll keep trying to find it. I feel like it's such a doable thing. I feel like there's got to be somebody.
Your audio was shit then. Go again, Eric.
I feel like there should be somebody who's done Bandy's experiment of doing this on the equivalent of a rotating dance floor.
Yeah, but the only issue is ultimately what Bandsaw was originally asking for, because I don't even think his dance floor is adequate, because the ceiling would have to be rotating too. So they get the whole thing would have to be rotating.
Yeah, but I mean that's slightly what I meant by the ball socket joint, which is if it was, it wouldn't matter. But also, I mean, you could probably, I mean, Bandy could probably weld it up like an A-frame that sits on a floor and then take it to the club.
Oh yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. Like, yeah, yeah.
Just be like, excuse me, everybody. I know you're having a good night. And you're munching your eckies and dancing and shit, but I got to do some physics over here. Then make them fuck off and get out of your way.
Yeah.
So let me ask you guys, like, if you were able to verify for yourself, 100% physically verify in person for yourself that a pendulum that is precessing has effects from an eclipse, just the fact that there's a solar eclipse occurring, solar eclipse in particular, and there was an absolute direct connection, what would that do in terms of your understanding of this?
Not a whole lot.
I don't know.
I don't think anyone would really know.
Yeah, if someone proposed an actual mechanism.
Well, that would indicate a direct correlation between the sky, the celestial objects, and the pendulum.
Yeah, well,
yeah, if someone proposed a mechanism.
It wouldn't be that shocking.
I would be like, is that some sort of weird, like, not lensing, but gravitational thing of those bodies lining up? Is it something else? Is it, I guess your side would say ether, but it wouldn't fundamentally change. Like, I mean, even if you take Elias's experiment, it processes as expected by Foucault, dependent on his latitude on a rotating Earth, for 29 days out of 30 of his experiment. So on day 30, unless the Earth stopped rotating, I would probably incorporate that into my model of physics rather than it would disrupt it. But I mean, maybe there's a chance that what they find out on that 30th day is something different.
Yeah. I mean, it would depend on the magnitude of the effect, right?
By the way, this guy, Maurice Alias, he won a Nobel Prize. So,
yeah, I don't think
I'm just saying this is not just.
What did he win the prize for, though?
This is not just some. It says here he was a French polymath who went on to win a Nobel Prize in economics. He reported another observation of an effect during a solar eclipse in October 2nd, 1959, using a paraconal pendulum he invented. The study earned him the 1959 Galabert Prize of the French Astronomical Society and made him laureate of the U.S. Gravity Research Foundation for his 1959 memoir on gravity.
Yeah, it's like a trophies they give out in soccer. It's not really
like a participation trophy.
Exactly. Yeah. Especially as a French, you get he won this French thing. Okay. Oh, he won economics. Like that's out of all the Nobel prizes. Then he wins Nobel Prize in economics. Okay. It's probably just simpleton. I'm just kidding. I don't know. This guy, no, but I read about this guy before, and his test before, and his tests were interesting, and I think it couldn't be recreated or whatever, which is a pretty big, like a red flag or whatever. But I think even the fact that it happened, it really would depend on the magnitude of the deviation. Like how much does it affect? How much does it affect it? Because it doesn't even consistently affect it. You can't say that much. But I'm not a naysayer, so.
I'm struggling to find your experiment, Bandy, although I feel like somebody should have done it. But
you'd think so, wouldn't you, writing? You'd think so.
Right. Again, I don't want to get engaged in an argument from absence. An argument that's based on my ability to find fucking video is not an argument about anything except my ability to find a video.
Yeah. Oh, you do have a gift in finding videos. I'll give you that.
I've got
I'll give you that.
mediocre.
But
I've been bested, but I'm pretty good, I would say. But yeah, I haven't found exactly that. But I mean, the last one I posted, which is a real one, but he doesn't have the pendulum attached to it.
yeah.
I that's what should happen if the ball joint at the top were perfect, and that is obviously the reason they have in Foucault's pendulum a ball and socket joint and have it properly greased, because they want it to not have the force of the building or the rest of the thing imparted on it.
Look, unfortunately, it doesn't really matter what you build. It's never going to be perfect. Like, you can try your best. And
don't want perfect.
Yeah, exactly. Now, what influence that has, who knows? But yeah, I think it'd be interesting to actually see it done on a rotating surface, both clockwise and anti-clockwise, just to see if there is any difference whatsoever riding.
Yeah, well, I'm
to be honest,
quite confident that if it was set up correctly, you would get it would just keep going back and forth, and that you'd be able to rotate the platform one way, rotate the platform another way, and the pendulum would still, from outside that rotation, would still appear to be going straight back and forth.
No. The pendulum processes. Oh, the pendulum does process, right?
Right. That's why I said those magic words, from outside that rotation. If I was standing on the dance floor at the 21st Century nightclub, the pendulum would appear to be making its way around the dance floor.
Yeah, possibly, but we're interested in not the illusion of what is happening. We're interested in what is actually happening.
Both are actually happening, Bandy.
Sorry?
Both are actually happening. Like, if
Okay,
you're
then.
standing in the out and
So
a train goes out,
if they're both happening, yeah.
Right.
If they're both happening, right? Because I'm not interested in the illusion. Right? I'm only interested in what is happening.
Neither are an illusion.
Right.
Neither of them are an illusion. That's a artifact in the way that they word it. From the perspective or the frame of reference of something that is moving, that path will appear curved.
And now you want to get in this kind of like this word debate. I'm not interested in what we see, right? I'm interested in what is actually happening. All right. I don't care about. I don't care about the reference frames and all this sort of stuff. I'm just interested in actually what is happening, and what is happening. Can that actually be influenced if it is on a rotating
I feel like
platform that
frame.
can go both clockwise and anti-clockwise?
I think we should all take like a third-party course or something like that in this, because I feel like as we talk about this reference frames, we're just talking about different things half the time, and I don't even think I think we're not even understanding each other. Like, we're talking past each other almost. And I think that's only because Jeremy's a smart guy. So what?
What time is it there?
4 almost.
Yeah.
I've been sick, man. I've been dying for full days. Yeah. Jeremy's sick. No, but yeah, but
it's all good. I mean, I don't deny that the pendulum processes myself. I have done some, but I haven't done one myself. I've seen them like in museums and that kind of thing, but I haven't like ever built one myself. But I've seen some video of people that have looked like they did it quite accurately and shows that precession. So I don't doubt that it does it. It's just a question of why is it doing it? And
you acknowledge that it correlates with latitude as well.
Like when we're on a stationary Earth surface and we see the sun, moon, and stars moving above us at the rate, that to me is a direct connection that the medium itself is moving and rotating, and that's what's causing the pendulum precession, not the movement of the Earth itself.
But that's so that goes back to the point I made before, which is the precession is greatest when the movement of the stars is least. So they are related to one another, but they're inversely correlated with one another.
For what now? I said the sun. Which one did you say? The stars?
Well, sun, moon, and stars all. But the group of poles where the precession is greatest.
Your mic just went.
Pendulum.
Yeah.
Your mic went out. Right?
Your mic's rubbish. Well, it doesn't necessarily have anything
Rubbish.
to do with the stars. It could be to do with the strength of the magnetic field that it's in.
Well, the rate of precession.
If the magnetic field, then I think people would have figured it out by testing ferrous materials or using a magnetometer around it. I haven't done any of those tests, but I would just be utterly astounded if physicists haven't gone, what happens when we make this out of algebra?
What I'm suggesting is that, okay, you know how like the light from the sun, there's a spectrum. We've got your infrared, UV, there's all the different components of it. Some of them are visible, some of them are not, but they're all part of the same spectrum. So what I'm suggesting is that we have different forms of electricity and magnetism. There's different types. There's a spectrum. So the type of electricity that we power our houses with is only one form of it. Lightning is a certain other form. Magnetism, we've got actual magnets from the ground, like, rocks and things, and so on. What I'm suggesting is that there's an actual Earth static field, an actual electric particular spectrum of everything I just described. A particular spectrum of it is the Earth one, and it's connected to the movement of the sun and stars and the drift that is occurring in relation to that, and is connected to
I was wondering if they've used other materials besides metal.
Yeah, I vaguely remember Googling that a while back, and I didn't find anything on it, despite being really confident they did, just simply for the reason that we have these discussions. If you're around in Foucault's era, and he comes out with that, just imagine a million other probably blokes going, fuck him, I'm going to prove him wrong. I'll do it with a wood to show that it doesn't make sense.
I did it with a wooden tray of ceramic poker chips.
Oh, wow. Okay. But were they magnetic poker chips?
No, but yeah, it was the most rounded, dense, heavy thing I could use at the time.
Well, the pendulum precessing would mean that there would be something like, okay, if someone wanted to claim, yes, it's the spin of the whole globe Earth, that's a whole claim in its own way. And I know that people, obviously assert that. But if it's not that, and if it is actually happening, then it would be something else. And so the medium itself would be the only other main factor that would be at play. So whatever's in the medium, whatever fields are within that would be the cause. And then we'd have to isolate that cause, which gets into free energy, because I think that's the only way to really isolate it. I think if we had the equipment that could detect it, we would have the free energy. And I think that people in control are hiding that from us. So it's kind of like directly connected to that, to be able to have the devices to actually detect it fully. And if you can detect it, then you can extract it.
I wonder if you did it with an actual magnet, if it would be a big difference from other materials.
That would be interesting, like an actual magnetic ball. That would be interesting.
Where did you come up with this idea of Earth magnetism, Gio?
The magnetic field of the Earth?
Isn't that already kind of wrapped around the typical normal conception of magnetism? Like,
to some extent, yeah. But I think the actual electrostatic and electromagnetic qualities of the medium that we live within was profoundly suppressed, and then they've pushed forth the whole Einsteinian relativity. They basically, like, that's all a cover up for what they're actually hiding. So I think a lot of it's been suppressed. But yeah, I mean, even in the mainstream model, they do talk about Earth having a magnetic field. Yeah. I mean, they have to, because it's measurable and empirical. But I'm also talking about a particular Earth static field, which is connected to the movement. Essentially, it's moving at the same pace as the sun, because that's how it works. Like, if you invert it and you make the Earth spinning and you put the sun, 93 million miles away or whatever, in order to do that, you have to make the Earth spinning, not the sun moving. So those two things are correlative. So when they say it's precessing and how that's connected to the spin of the Earth, that in my opinion, before that was inverted, that would just be the cause of the actual movement of the sun's core energy. Because essentially the sun is like a transformer for all of the energy coming into this realm. So it's kind of like the main cog on the wheel. And then I think at the different latitudes, the Earth static field varies as you're going into the north. And then as from the equator in north, from the equator out south, it's connected to that. You've got the counterclockwise and clockwise, which are the two star fields as well. So the equator is the center of the star field, and we have the north and the south that are moving as well. So it's not a surprise to me that the pendulum correlates with the same movement that the stars make in the north and south.
So you think there's an energy there that you could harness?
Well, that's the big question. Yeah, I think it already exists. Yeah, and I think that the people in control are hiding it from us.
That's
I think
pretty cool.
Yeah.
Well, how would they get it if, like, let's say that the Earth is spinning and you could somehow harness that energy? How would you do it from outside, that frame of reference? With a what, like a pendulum or something?
You mean on like a globe concept? Like, how would you do it on a globe?
Yeah, how would you? Yeah.
Huh. That's interesting. Could you like, you're saying if the Earth was a spinning globe, could you harness the actual spinning of the globe for some kind of free energy system? Since it kind of is as they claim, it's like almost like a free energy machine. It just spins forever.
Right.
Perpetual motion, yeah.
Well, it's not a perpetual motion machine. It's not going to spin forever. And any energy you take out of the system, you'll take out of the spin of the Earth. So the moment you started harvesting anything from that, the days would get longer.
Wait, so you're telling me you could slow the spin? Okay, you're telling me you could slow the spin down? What are we, Superman?
That's ridiculous, Gio. Why would you even try with that? I didn't say you could do it. I said if you could do it, it would make the days longer.
Just a party pooper, man.
So,
so
like,
if we keep the question's a good one though, Jerry, which is, Gio, if you think this is an effect of the ether, then you already are harvesting energy from the ether. So it's obviously not impossible to do so. Any person who can swing a pendulum back and forth can get energy out of the ether. All you need to do is scale that up and bang, you've got free energy.
Yeah, well, I mean, as legend has it, some of the technology that Tesla had, I'm not even sure I don't even think he invented it, although I think he did tweak it and modify it, essentially was using what's referred to as oscillators. And these oscillators are able to pick up on this Earth static field and essentially just infinitely channel energy from it. But yeah, I mean, if we're within a system that's moving, it seems like it'd be much more realistic that we can get something from it, something like free energy and get, whereas on a globe, kind of like Jerry said, if you're on a globe that's spinning, how would you ever sort of be able to get outside that big ball and then somehow use that energy? It's kind of interesting how it's like converted.
You potentially could. I can't figure out how to. But you could definitely use the rotation in some way because it is essentially stored energy. Any movement. I mean, even in satellites, they use this where it's basically, I think they call it a kinetic battery. But I sort of dreamt it up in one of these discussions, then was like, I'm sure this is actually a thing, and Googled it, and sure enough it was, which is you can store energy in reaction wheels where when your solar panels are in light of the sun, you spin up a wheel, and that wheel, as close to frictionless as you can get, keeps spinning. And then when you need the energy, you just apply the magnets and get charge back out. You could do it. I mean, I don't know how you go about it, but absolutely you could use the spin. But as I just said, you'd take energy out of the system. For every bit of energy you take out of the system, you're slowing down the Earth's rotation, which I have a suspicion would be fairly catastrophic.
What do you mean by taking energy out, though?
Well, like it's like going, I want to drive my car from here to there, but I also want to take 14 extra passengers. That you don't get to move extra people for free. That's going to cost you extra fuel. It takes energy out. There's nothing. One of the laws of thermodynamics is you don't get a free ride.
Well,
I don't know if that's how they say it, but there's no such thing as a free meal. That's how they say it.
Aren't you just transferring that energy? You're not really taking it out of the system?
That would be a way to say it, actually. Yeah, so you'd be transferring it to somewhere else in the system, but once you could burn it up, turn it back into matter or something like that. But if you've turned it into anything else, so if you've turned it into power for a light bulb, you've turned spin of the Earth into a bright night.
Right.
Bollocks.
Converted to something that you've lost something, and plus every time you convert, you lose, right? So
If I have,
funny way, the first three
if I have, if I have a water wheel, right? If I have a water wheel off the river.
Yeah, you're taking energy out of the river, but that's not a big problem for the river.
Oh, and that also too makes the assumption that everything that we know down here applies up there too.
Yeah, uniformity of nature is one of the base assumptions in all science. I mean, it's a base assumption of flat Earth as well. If I find a bit of Earth not that curved, then the rest of Earth isn't curved. It's one of the unavoidable assumptions we make in the world.
Yeah, exactly right. It's an assumption. That's exactly what it is.
That could well be wrong. In fact,
it's the assumption that all science is based off of.
Yeah. Isn't Realm's idea of inner space the idea that as you go up off the, not Realm, sorry, the other concave Earther, that as you head up off the planet, Smoky. As you head up off the surface, distances become compressed. So you think you're sending a rocket, a million miles off to get to L2 for a Lagrange orbit, but in fact it's far closer than that. It's just per distance. Each distance is shorter. It's a cool idea.
Distance dilation.
Sounds good.
Well, the Chinese say that the ether is qi, and that's why a lot of them, when they practice their tai chi or their exercise, you can see a lot of them walking backwards in an east-westerly direction.
Like a crab walk?
Yeah, that's good. No, they walk backwards. so they can
They
gather the
only just
chi
walk backwards. They don't go side to side at all.
backwards.
Got you.
Yes, for non-religious people, it is fascinating how superstitious Chinese people are.
So they walk against the spin of the Earth. Is that what you're saying?
That's they walk against the spin of the Earth. No, they walk with the spin of the Earth backwards.
Didn't you say east to west?
Oh, in that trajectory. So yeah, they walk with the spin of the Earth backwards.
The spin of the Earth
So
is
they
west to east, though.
they can collect the chi. They can be at one with the planet.
With the planet. Okay.
Can be at one with my dick. Don't know.
That sounds like a joke I'd make.
It does actually. Very percentage like.
If it's new percentage, you would probably make one that actually made more sense. That made no fucking sense.
But he's right though. It would be west to east if they're walking with the rotation of the Earth.
Yeah. But also with it's how interesting how often debates can become confusing. Do you mean with the spin of the Earth as like forwards faster than it? Because you could almost, I mean, I'm really trying to contort my mind into this one, but like with the spin of the Earth is like just chilling out behind it, just letting it go, just going with this. No, it doesn't work. Never mind.
Harry, there is no spin.
Don't judge me.
I'm actually envisioning a lot of healing for people as more truth in whatever form that comes to people is grounded within them.
Yeah, you'd like that, wouldn't you, Gio?
Yeah, it's manifesting slowly. It's going to take some time, though.
I got told off for saving a spider.
By who?
No.
Spider racing.
The boss.
Just kill it. Just kill it.
He told me off.
Not you can't kill your wife. You go to prison for that nowadays.
I suppose it depends on the species, right?
No.
No?
Species
No, not at all.
Release every species.
I came home one day to my flatmate running out. He's like a little Chinese bodybuilder years ago, and he came running out of the front door of the house, chasing a mouse with a can of fly spray.
I had a
Did you
funnel
get
web
it?
spider in my room, and I fucked that thing right up. I'm not taking any chances.
Yeah, funnel webs will fuck you up. They kill more people than sharks, don't they? Do they? Am I right in thinking that?
What did you say, pussies?
What are the birds going to eat? You got to put them back out there.
Oh, there's plenty of them out there, Bandy.
Really?
They'll be right. Yeah.
Well, there's one less now, isn't there?
There is, yeah. Well, it's out of my room.
It's not about. It's
At
about the
least.
soul, man. You just murder a creature.
Well, it was. I'm sure it was willing to murder me at any turn.
How do you know that? Are you a mouse?
Because I'm not a mouse, but I'm a threat, and when they feel threatened, they get aggressive.
You're a threat.
Yeah.
I was right.
That's just funny. I'm a threat.
Probably with due cause, right? You put it out there. I'm a threat.
Don't test me. I'm a threat.
Yeah.
I grabbed the yellow pages and I got right close to it and bang, smashed it.
Oh,
it's a good idea though. Funnel webs are just based on the like eastern seaboard of Australia and kill 13 people a year. All species of sharks have killed 12 people.
There you go.
13 people total versus 12 people total.
You see, I didn't want to become the 14th, so I think I took. It was a preemptive strike percentage.
Right.
Much. Exactly. You took the words out of my mouth. Nice.
It was an acceptable casualty, was it?
That's right.
fatal. Oh my God! No, Australia's fatal attacks. No, it's got to be 3 in the last year, doesn't it? We had one death. No, from sharks now. Funnel web seem to have killed 40 to 40 bites a year, and the bites will even fuck you up for quite a while. You'll be pretty unwell afterwards, isn't that the case, Globus?
That's right. That's exactly correct.
Whereas, yeah, 30
Check
to 40
that bug
bites
out.
a year is pretty.
Check that bug out, man.
I sometimes will just let spiders be if they're in the house.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen one of those bugs?
Like I said,
that's usually
Gio,
what I do. If there's one that's like right in the kitchen or something that does need to kind of, then I'll put like a cup over it and then slide a little sheet of paper under it and then gently take it outside. But otherwise, like if they're like somewhere, I just let them. I actually just have like a little communication with them. I'm like, hey, like I won't mess with you, you won't mess with me, and it's all good.
Yeah,
like I said, Gio, it depends on the species.
Yeah, little spider bro or a huntsman that's going to get rid of mosquitoes and stuff, I love. But like, first of all, just look at the one I posted in chat and then read about the effects of the bite, because it will really hurt. It'll make you very unwell and possibly kill you.
Yep.
And they're very aggressive too, is the other thing. They're one of those ones that put their 2 front feet way up in the air, and then they'll pounce at you and bite.
Yeah, because they think you've got a bloody can of fire spray coming after them. Aren't they?
Or a yellow pages, one of the two.
Yeah.
It's NATO. I'm coming with the light.
Napalm. Boom.
Yeah, look, definitely. I won't touch a huntsman. Like I'll let him be. If anything, I'll try to get him out of the house by getting a some sort of container and trying to.
Have you guys seen the video I just put in the chat?
Is it about spiders? I hope it.
Yeah. Wait for it.
I'm looking at it right now.
All bites should be treated as potentially life-threatening. Bites from Sydney funnel web. Sorry, this was just the Sydney funnel web. Have resulted in 13 documented deaths. So one kind of funnel web equals all shark attacks.
Apparently, the Sydney funnel web is slightly more venomous than any other species.
Oh, that made me jump.
Yeah, didn't it? It's scary, isn't it?
Oh, damn.
It's crazy big.
But I mean, to me, there's something spiritual about it, like to get bit by one. Like I don't think that they will just bite you unless you sort of attract it.
I was bitten as a child. I don't know how I attracted that.
With what?
Did you kill spiders when you were a child?
Definitely not. The first, it's one of my first experiences. I picked up it was like a large sort of a spring, like from a chair or whatever it was, from a deck chair, and inside it, unbeknownst to me, there was a spider. There was a wolf spider. Came right out, smashed me right on the palm, and cruised back in.
And then howled.
Exactly.
You've obviously done something in the past life to piss off to the spider kingdom.
Yeah. But then after that, I had a vendetta against spiders. Where I lived in South America, in summer there's like a massive I don't know if it's a migration, but they come out. They're similar to tarantulas, and we had an air rifle, and we would go up to them point blank range, and bang, legs would be flying everywhere.
So that's obviously spider kind has actually worked up bad karma with Globus.
Clearly.
And now Globus is just exacting his karmic revenge upon them.
Yeah, well, looking back on it, I'm not proud of it. But as kids, we did see it as a bit of fun. These are we're talking big spiders, and nothing like a huntsman. We're talking like tarantula-sized things, and they'd be all over the road as well. You'd be driving down the highway, and the road would just be covered in them. Yeah.
Oh man, I can't believe what you posted, Dave.
That's a good one, huh?
Oh man.
He's got his helmet on and everything.
I know.
Just trying to lure more people into the trap, Bandy. I know a jump scare video when I see one.
They're the coolest fucking arachnid. I mean, they're just the coolest insect ever. They weren't so scary.
I'm amazed by the I saw a video recently. I just failed to believe it was true, which was something the size of a bird-eating spider in, I think it was Tonga or Togo, on Reddit. And have you seen the bird-eating spider?
Yep.
It is like the size of bigger than your hand. Like if your hand was a spider, it would be only a third of the size. I think it's fucking huge. Most of it. I'll find it. But what I was amazed by was not just that a spider gets that big, because they're very similar family to crabs, right? So they can get quite big. It's that it was still stuck to the wall despite being so heavy. Like I imagine it would be a hefty thing.
Huh?
Maybe it's Togo. I'll find it. Okay, that one's pretty big. That's not the one I'm looking for, but the Togo starburst is pretty big.
The only spiders we need are huntsmen and daddy longlegs. The rest can go to hell.
That's racist.
So racist about spiders. Next, you'll be saying that about dog breeds.
I think we should keep them all. Collect them all. Give them some love. They help keep the environment in balance.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. It's just when they intrude on your territory is where I think you're entitled to defend yourself, or even, like I said before, commit a preemptive strike in order for you to eliminate a potential threat.
Yeah, just you can.
Or have we intruded on their territory?
Well, when they're inside my house, Bandy, I'm pretty sure that's my territory.
Still those motherfuckers up paying rent.
If I'm out in the bush, it's a different story. I'm not going to go out of my way to kill one because it's there, and I just happen to, come along its burrow. But if you're inside my room, nah, it's not going to happen.
This sounds like a case for the high courts to sort out territorial rights.
I think it does. Yeah, I think we'll have to take it.
I'm interested though. You're sounding quite pacifist. With your guns though? Do you shoot animals?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely.
Which ones?
Roos, pigs, rabbits. Yeah.
Do you eat them?
Yes.
Pigs?
Good.
Pigs are more of a pest, so I don't really eat them.
Yeah, I've been told to stay away from them.
But definitely roos and rabbits. Definitely.
I haven't even tried eating roo. I've shot myself. I usually just feed them to the dogs as well.
Why do you have so many dogs? How many dogs do you have?
Well, we got dingoes. Dingoes have oh, you mean farm dogs? Oh, they work with they round up the sheep and the cattle.
Did you ever watch a program back in the day called what was it called? A Country Calendar?
No.
And what they used to do in the weekend, the old granddads would sit around watching TV after the TAB, and they'd watch this program called Country Calendar, and it was all about farmers with their special whistles and their collie dogs being able to round up the sheep and put them in the pens as fast as possible.
Yeah. The first farm manager we had was did competitive sheepdog trials. Holy shit! It was like the idea of Babe, the movie. He was incredible. He would just have this he would do this really weird different system of whistles and sometimes spoken commands, and any of the people out in the country, the shit they can get those sheepdogs to do is amazing. But he was just off the chain, where they would do all sorts of stuff like hide in the grass or like circle or go in and bite them and get them jam up. It was incredible, the amount of communication he had with those animals.
And sometimes it wasn't even the fastest to get them in the pen that would win, because they'd get points for having like as less communication as noticeably possible with the dog.
Did they? I did. It could well be. I never knew the rules of those things, but I thought it was speed. I thought one of the other things was like how neatly it was done. I didn't know it was on how few commands you use.
Yeah. And some of them they use the whistle that you have in your mouth. It's like a half circle, like the double sided whistle with a hole in the middle. Either one of those. If you use that, you've lost some points straight away.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive that.
I think there was another one called the Dog Show, or a Dog Show, something like that. Did you see the picture of the wetter that I posted in the chat?
Oh, the bug.
Fucking hell. I came back from overseas and my house was full of people. So I was sleeping out in the shed that I'd built myself years before. And I woke up in the middle of the night with this fucking wetter like that on my shoulder in like war position, like attack position. And I just freaked out. So I flicked it off and it landed on the ground and I picked up my shoe and I just remember slamming it into like the as thin as paper. And I saw it there like laying on the floor, like in agony and just totally flat. Now, when I woke up in the morning, it was gone, and I was like, "Fuck!" So it was basically dragged itself under my bed to the other side to the wall with like one fingernail. It just had so much like motivation to still stay alive,
Could have finished the job, you prick.
Well, I thought I did. Fucking whacked it 100 times with my shoe.
Did anyone fixate on the wrong part of your story? Because I got stuck on there were too many people at your home, so you went and slept in the shed. The fuck? What do you mean?
Yeah,
There's obviously a party or something.
I'd been on an overseas travel and I'd filled up my house with tenants. And the only place when I came back, because I came back like earlier than I was supposed to, so I came back and there was nowhere for me to stay at my own house. So I stayed in the shed for a couple of weeks until there was until I got my room back. Yeah.
Okay.
Piss off.
Sorry, I got stuck on the wrong part.
I was thinking he's come home to a house party and he's just been stuck sleeping in the shed.
That's what I thought too. I'd be like, either just stick stuff in your ears or be like, get the fuck out of my room.
It was a pretty fucking nice shed. I had the internet and had an air conditioner, everything.
I'm expecting Baby in a manger style stuff where there's like a concrete floor and rats everywhere.
In a manger.
But the waking up with that on your shoulder, man, that's scary as hell.
I stopped a mate of mine going back when we were young. He was like, we used to live in like Sutherland Shire in one of the bays. and he was out from the west, and he didn't really go to the beach much. And we were in a place called Gunnamatta Bay, and there's heaps of rock pools. And he spotted a little octopus, and he was about to pick it up. I'm like, "Fuck! Don't pick that up, you idiot!" The blue-ringed octopus. He was about to pick it up. Yeah. He's like, "Why not? Why not?" I'm like, "Well, that'll fucking kill you quicker than you can." I can think. Yeah.
I had heard about them being dangerous, and it wasn't until about a year or two ago where somebody went, apparently this octopus is dangerous. Yeah, I've always been told that, but I don't know. And then read up on it. For other people, it is fascinating. I think it has the highest toxicity of anything known on Earth or something like this. A bite that is so slight you might not feel it will within, I think, a minute or 30 seconds or something, stop you breathing. You experience complete paralysis, but you're not immune to pain. So you can feel everything happening, but you go rigid and fall over and your lungs stop breathing.
Yeah.
But
So not a
because
nice
it happens so quickly, it's like most people just lie there suffocating while their friends around them are going like, "What's going on? Hey, what are you doing?" And they think they're playing a prank or something, and they get confused. And then it usually takes them so long to start CPR that the person's already dead.
That's right.
Do you know how many videos I've seen on TikTok of dickheads finding blue-ringed octopuses and fucking around with them and shit? My God, man.
Yeah, there's heaps,
Well-
isn't there, Rick?
Oh my God.
You can fuck around with them as long as they don't bite you, because the toxin's in the saliva. So.
No, we're talking about idiots that have got no idea that I'm letting them crawl up their arm and shit. Globus, like absolute fucking, just numpties.
Fuck, I wouldn't risk that.
No, not even for the views.
Nah.
They've obviously got no idea, because if they knew, they wouldn't do that shit. It's pretty simple, I think.
Pretty much. One thing that I found interesting was that we're not the only ones that have them. Like, and we don't we're not the only ones that have like box jellyfish and irukandji. They actually have them in Japan, in Okinawa. Because when I went there, they had all these signs up on the beach, and it said like fucking danger, box jellyfish, blue-ringed octopus, cone shells. I'm just like, fuck, I thought we were the only guys that had them.
Fair income.
Yeah, they have them up there too. Stonefish as well. All the shit that we have here, especially up north, they've got it there as well.
That's another cunt of a fish, man. Stonefish. Who the fuck thought up that cunt of a thing?
Right. Ugliest thing you could imagine as well. But yeah, definitely box jellyfish is something that I'm fucking shit scared of. Because they're so hard to see as well.
And once you get done by one, you're usually in a nest of them, believe it or not, or you're coming upon a group of them. So it's usually not fun.
Nah.
It's like the blue bottles. Got stung by a blue bottle, and it's just like this big bloody. There were trillions of them, absolutely trillions of them.
Yeah.
And they make you squeal like a cut pig. They do.
Oh.
And,
Oh my God.
And
I had a blue bottle incident. Sorry to interrupt, Andy. I was down at the beach with my family. I'm a kid. I'm like 6 or something. And I dive into a wave and come up, and there is a blue bottle wrapped around my arm about 3 or 4 times. And I'm like, it just starts searing pain. And I'm like, oh my God. Start walking towards the shore, and I'm like screaming. And my dad doesn't realize. And like, yeah, they always come in patches, right? They just float around like flotsam. So my dad comes up and just pushes me straight back into the waves. And I'm like, no. Pushes me back. I get another bunch of them attached to me, and then I get up and another bunch attached to me because he pushes me in again. And then I'm like, I was like quite young, so I'd pretty much never sworn at him before. And when I screamed "fuck off," he was suddenly like, "What?" and then looked at me properly, and I just had them across my belly, around my leg, like all over me, and was just screaming. I was in so much pain. They are really, really unpleasant because the tendrils that are the stingy part are really fragile, so they break off attached to you, and the blue bottle floats away. And then you try to pick them off your skin, and you just pick up a stingy thing that's now stinging your fingers, but like 90% of it's still attached to your skin.
Yeah, it's not fun at all. Not
Yeah, I
fun
had it
at
wrapped
all.
around my thigh and the inside of my thigh, and it was, excruciating. And this
Yeah.
is back in the day. This is back in the day, mind you, when to relieve anything, was to piss on it.
Now that's
Yeah,
how
that's
bands sort of
that's
this
the
fetish.
go.
I was talking to VD about that in Gems the other day. Actually, this exact conversation. It's a wives' tale, isn't it? They reckon vinegar's better.
Yeah. My old man popped it out and did the business on me. And I tell you what, it did not help at all. Did not help.
It's mentally scarred you as well, huh?
It
Yeah.
certainly has. Yeah. But
I didn't know
it's definitely vinegar. Definitely vinegar.
Really? So that's a wives' tale now. Because shit, if somebody got stung by a blue bottle tomorrow, I would be pissing on them.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
I'm glad.
Mandela effect, mate. Vinegar.
Yeah. Vinegar's the only way.
Is it? Because I just tried to shower it off and it didn't work very well.
No, you need the acidity. The acidity of the vinegar kind of counteracts it a little bit. I don't think it stops it altogether, mind you. So, yeah.
Imagine how pissed off the poor blue bottle is. He's grown those stinging tendrils for months to catch some little bit of krill or something. And then he gets to your leg and he's like, oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, true.
The way they travel too, like in this big clump of seaweed type of thing, you can see them from the Lifesavers Tower. And they generally, in some beaches now too, they have the alarm that goes off for them.
Really? No. Have you been a lifesaver as well, Bandy?
No. There was one down at Bateman's Bay. Pretty sure. No, not really a lifesaver.
No, I was just thinking after you said you're a bouncer before.
Oh, a bouncer, yeah, that was a part-time job when I was a young fella. And the only reason I got the job because I'm, 7'3".
Must be a big boy. 7'3".
You're a big chap,
No, really? Are you 7'3"?
No, I'm not 7'3". My son is nearly.
Your son is
nearly
7 foot.
No, he's 6'6.5" thereabouts.
That's big.
Yeah. And my other sons that haven't stopped growing yet, one's at about 6'4" and one's at about 6'4.5", and they're still growing.
Shit. Must have fed him well.
Cost me a bloody fortune. Still does.
But is your missus tall as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how about them sextants?
I don't know.
Don't you start.
Pendulums have got my attention, Harry.
Foucault's pendulums?
Uh-huh. And this apparent illusion.
Coriolis effect?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think is the Coriolis effect is so simple to understand. Such a simple concept.
Yeah.
I think the misunderstandings happen when people use terms like Coriolis winds and Coriolis force.
Yeah.
I think that's when it happens. But I mean, the effect itself, it's pretty simple.
Well, apparently it's there. Right? The visual effect is there, and apparently the effect is there too. Right.
So what do you think is happening, Blood?
With what exactly?
Like, do you think that, like, if I shoot something north, it has a right deflection or whichever it's meant to be? Do you
Well,
think
if it's an actual deflection, then it wouldn't be the Coriolis effect. But if it's a deflection due to, you actually spinning and then, the target that you're aiming at is moving at a different speed, and that's a different thing.
Right, but I mean, like, with Foucault's pendulum or the snipers or the gyro compass, which is among my more favoured or I'm more interested in. Do you think they are doing what they say they're doing in the way they say they're doing it?
Well, the thing is, if they are doing what they're doing in the way they say they're doing it, then, like, for example, if the Earth is spinning underneath a Foucault's pendulum or a gyro, then it would also be spinning underneath anything that leaves the non-inertial reference frame, like helicopters.
Or is attached to it? I mean, I don't think it requires that it be detached from it. Just that you have something moving very quickly between latitudes.
Yeah, but I don't think that's. I think that's non-consequential whether it's attached or not. It's whether it leaves the reference frame or whether it's no longer part of it, like a gyro.
My confusion about physics, does stuff really leave a reference frame? Because to my vague understanding of it, that doesn't sound like that's a thing that could happen.
Well, yeah. The thing is, there are so many contradictive. When people put it like even in this particular argument, I've heard different people in here contradict themselves, saying that there are infinite reference frames and you're in every reference frame at the same time. And then we heard Bob today saying that something leaves a non-inertial reference frame and is therefore in an inertial reference frame. So I don't know if people really know what that means. To me, I would agree with what Bob said, whereby things are either attached to the rotating reference frame, which would be obviously the non-inertial reference frame, and when they leave that, when they're in the air, then they're no longer attached. They become part of the inertial reference frame, so the reference frame that's not accelerating. But then again, a lot of globers would say that everything's accelerating with the rotating reference frame. So is there really a non-inertial? Is there really an inertial reference frame if everything is rotating lockstep? How do you differentiate?
Yeah, I don't know what Bob was saying. I mean, if that is what he said, I dare say he probably knows more about it than I. But to me, the first thing you said seems more like my vague understanding of the reference frame business, which is there are infinite and you're in all of them. You can ask that question even upon a pinhead. There would be infinite, because it's just where do you choose to start doing your maths from? It's not a fixed thing that exists or doesn't exist. It's like, what question do you want to ask in my mind? Not that you leave and join the that I don't think it's right. It's getting close, gorgeous. All right.
But this whole thing of reference frames tends to me to refer to what we see, not actually what is happening.
Well,
I've misunderstood.
To me, it's what you see and what is happening. It's not one or the other. It's like you could say, a reference frame is what you see from that point. So from a person upon a moving surface, any projectile when launched will appear to or look like it's moving in a curved path, or from that reference frame, it is traveling in a curved path, versus somebody outside that reference frame to which that reference frame is stationary, because all motion is relative, that is appearing to be straight and it is moving straight. So the words are virtually interchangeable. It's just if you want to get more physics with it.
To me, and maybe I'm just too much of a simpleton, right? Because to me, appearance is one thing, right? Which is what we see. You can see it happening. You can see the path that's happening. It looks like it's curved. No dramas whatsoever, right? But there is an effect that it is actually moving and curving as well, or getting faster and slower, whichever one. So there is actually a physical reality to this Coriolis effect as well as the visual, and I think the two can be very easily separated, and not.
Well, I think that the confusion there is because we were stuck for 6 years, it seems, on the black swan thing, that when we say apparent, what we mean is it's not, but it looks like it. Whereas when we say apparent when it comes to Coriolis, we mean it looks like it because that's what it actually is. And we're making an assumption of one from the other, sort of ambiguity of language. But in the whole reference frame business, if somebody's talking about Coriolis, I think what they probably mean when they say apparent deflection is it is actually deflecting from that reference frame. The reason they call it apparent is because if you stepped outside it, went into a different reference frame, inertial one, or whichever the still one is, it wouldn't be. So we say it's apparent from one to the other. Whereas when we're talking about the black swan or refraction, we mean apparent as in the horizon or the oil rigs aren't really exactly where you see them. That's where they appear to be. So in the one, what we mean is like a lie or a what's the word I'm looking for? Mirage? Mirage?
Illusion.
Illusion, that's it.
Yeah.
Versus the other, which is depending on what perspective you're looking from.
No, yeah, I get that, but if we're just talking about a bullet, for argument's sake, riding, and I'm sighting a target, okay, from point A to point B, that target doesn't move, right? It's not apparent. It's anything. It is where it is, and that's what I'm aiming for. But the bullet, right? The bullet itself is gonna physically change and curve because of this pseudo force, right? So it's got very, very physical properties attached to it, as well as the visual. So it has very physical properties to it.
It's going to appear to move or appear to deviate is a way to say it. I don't mean I disagreeing with you. I 100% agree. But I think that when people say apparent deviation, where you find a website that says apparent deviation, it's like, well, what does it mean? It's not a real deviation, but it's not saying that. Like, if I appear to be a man, that doesn't mean I'm not a man. In fact, it's a good indication I probably am one.
You could be Butch, though. The thing is, look, it's the fact that you are. If anyone's curving, it's the viewer in the non-inertial reference frame that you have that angular momentum. That's a curved path. The object that's not in that non-inertial reference frame is actually going in a straight line. So that's how you can differentiate from what is actually happening. For example, with a bullet, you know that the bullet isn't curving because that's not. Well, look, with a bullet, it's not really a good example because you do have spin drift, whereby towards the end of the shot, the bullet would spin, with the rifling in that direction, whichever direction you're rifling.
The number of times people talk about bullets like they fly like a laser beam, with a bit of beam straight. They independent on which way the rifling is, which is why I think typically rifling is right hand, but it's sometimes they do left hand, don't they?
Yeah, it's normally right hand, but yeah, there are the odd firearm that will have it the other way. But that's what I mean. I wouldn't really use that example, even though you can, because initially it will travel in a straight line. It's toward when it starts to lose energy, and the wind affects it. But I mean, for all intents and purposes, we're talking about something that is traveling in a straight line path. So, and that's the knowledge that you have. That's what's actually happening. You know that this object is traveling in a straight line path, and you are the one that's curving underneath it. Therefore, you by spinning underneath it, that's what's creating this this apparent effect. That's what's creating the apparent deviation. But you know for a fact that that object is traveling straight.
Yeah, I mean it's just similar to the Eotvos, isn't it? Like the if we're talking about guns, the Eotvos and the Coriolis are both interesting, because I thought if you're shooting east-west, you don't have to worry about Coriolis, and you don't. But what you do need to worry about is shooting high or shooting low.
Yeah. So the
because the target's coming up. If it's to the east of you, it's coming up. It's rising like the sun, and if it's to the west, it's going down.
It's going down
by the time you get to it.
Yeah, see, I'd actually have to test that for myself to see if that's actually a factor to be taken into account. I've only seen one video on it. Sorry?
Yeah, if I do it with a 50 BMG, and to be honest, his spread was so wide, I was like, okay, that spread, that grouping is a little bit low. But fuck, there's a lot of noise. Like, I need to sort of close one eye and squint a bit to kind of make sense out of that data. And he said that himself, as did the other video you showed me, Globus, where like these are effects, and if you want to be super accurate, you'll take them into account. But in honesty, 99.99% of shooters and 99.99% of shots you're taking, it's just unnecessary to account for it.
It's negligible, and that's what a lot of them say. A lot of them, like you said, they want to be accurate. Just for whatever reason, just put the maths in, so you think you're being as accurate as you can be, but like you said, the spread's going to be all over the joint. It's never, you're never going to hit exactly in the same spot. But that's why I think the Coriolis effect, when it comes to ballistics, it's not really an argument. I think where it would be an argument would be when like any sort of powered flight or non-powered flight, where it should be apparent that something's actually deviating from your point of view on the spinning reference frame.
Well, if it's not an effect when it comes to shooting, Globus.
It is. What we said it's very small.
Yeah, very, very small. Right.
So
very, very small. Hold on. So apparently it's in snipers' manuals, Globus.
It is. It is.
I'm not disagreeing with that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, like I said, it was a long time ago now that I was part of a shooting club, and I was never taught anything like that. And we did long range shooting. Now, I would like to see if similar information are in training manuals for sporting shooters or Olympic shooters, to see if there's similar sort of information is in their manuals, because to me, it would be highly valuable and of the utmost importance to be calculating for this as well, especially when you're trying to get a very close grouping. You're going for a 20-cent piece, 10-cent piece target all the time. You're scoring points. This is what you're doing. I would like to see a similar sort of information in amateur shooting manuals compared to these so-called sniper manuals where it is. I think that would be an interesting comparison myself.
So they do that, but I mean, it's like you could also say, if you take the ball model, that where the moon is will make a difference, and it will, but it will be so incredibly negligible. Or like humidity will make a difference. Even wind at different points along the bullet's path will make a difference. But for most sporting shooting, at least most of the sporting shooting I know, 200 meters is max that I've ever heard of for sport shooting. Usually it's far, like a lot of them are like 50 meters or less, and they're just trying to go how tight can you get. Whereas in the military, they're going, if I get into enemy territory or too far over this ridge line, I'll be spotted by egress will be too bad. So they don't. So they don't do it in sporting, but they do it in that, and they will. At least that's what they say. The army spotters say, which is, I will look at how the grass is bending, not just at one point, but at 5 points along the path the bullet will travel to go right. It's going to go a bit left initially, but then the wind 100 meters further up is going right. So it's going to cancel it out a bit. Then, and in those ones, as they do on the Barrett website, give you, as one of the things to calculate, Coriolis.
Oh, I think you're disregarding it a little bit there. And yes, I would agree there's probably more indoor shooting ranges and short distance shooting ranges, but there is definitely long range. You know, down at Murrabut and Kerrang, you know, we used to have targets a kilometre away plus up to 1,200 metres. Right? And this information is vitally important. You know, we used to compete against other clubs. You know. Shepparton, Swan Hill, Dookie, and these sorts of places. And like I said, I think this information would be vital information. Maybe it is now, because I'm talking a long time ago. And 100%, Dawn, it is vitally important when you are aiming it at a 10-cent piece target. So you have no idea about what you're talking about there.
See, my argument has always been, and maybe it's just purely a semantical one, is that when they say that you need to account for Coriolis, they've got they're factored in an incorrect term. It's actually nothing to do with the Coriolis effect itself. It's to do with what they think is happening with the Earth spinning, and the target that they're aiming at is, traveling at a different speed. That isn't real. That isn't the Coriolis effect. That's sort of what I've maintained. But I mean, I know, like I said, that's maybe purely semantical, but that's sort of what I've always tried to get across to people.
Look, it's another argument that ain't going to be won, just like what a straight line is, by the sounds of it.
I worked with an old bloke today, 72, an old brickie, and he helped build the MCG and Westgate Bridge, proper old G, right?
Yeah, right.
And I mentioned us to him, and I said, there's a lot of people on the internet, asking what level is. And I said, how would you describe level? He just put his arm in the horizontal position, and he just said horizontal. That's what level is.
The flat salute.
Just
salute.
interesting, He didn't fuck about. One word straight to it.
He didn't tell you level is curved?
No, he said you could build a curved path, though, that's horizontal. That's one thing he did say.
So that's interesting, because so many times people that I shared a story with somebody and I asked them what they thought. And whenever I push, I'm like, were you talking about flat Earth when you asked that question? And what you're saying is you were. You did specifically say,
Didn't mention it once.
Oh.
FE. I just said there's people asking questions. Yeah. I never mentioned FE.
Questions about?
Engineering, science, seeing what's true, seeing what's real.
Well, I retract it then, because I think that if you asked anybody what is level, or like Rakir did one day where he shouted out of his truck to one of the guys who worked for him, what's the best way to find level? And the guy goes, spirit level. I'm like, well, yeah, that's a good answer. That's like, if you weren't talking about flat Earth, I would give the same answer. What you need to do if you're working with him tomorrow is ask him the same question in the framing of flat Earth. Is level straight? Does it continue forever? Does it conform with the surface of a curved Earth or not?
Yeah. He mentioned some old cameras, like some box jibby. He had some funny name for it. He mentioned theodolites. He mentioned water levels. Interesting bloke. Mega experience. Grew up with Johnny Farnham.
Oh,
Like, was
really?
good friends. Yeah, he was good
Wow.
friends with
Cool.
Johnny Farnham.
Happy
You know, he knew Olivia Newton-John. He, coming from the old school proper. 72 years old.
Good on him. Good on
Yeah.
him.
Wealth of information though. Fucking, it was all right there.
Where was
No?
he? Was he at the MCG? Was he, Merle, where you took those
No, he's
photos?
just working. Yeah, he was just working with us, part of the crew.
Nice. Cool,
Yeah.
cool.
Tony, what are you doing with the MCG, Mel?
Today I helped. They're doing a tribute for Shane Warne. Like, I think it's going to be a public funeral at the MCG, something like that. And they were getting drone footage today. Oh, they were just getting drone footage today of Melbourne and the flying into the MCG. Yeah. So I just yeah, it was good.
It'll be epic, or the
Yeah.
tribute will be.
We're on a film set, Mal, today.
Yeah.
Cool, man.
Yeah, it was weird. I'm just getting home now.
You there tomorrow or Saturday again, Merle?
I think on Sunday. Yeah.
Oh, Sunday. Yeah.
There's some festival. I got a job in Essendon tomorrow, but yeah, it's sort of picking up again now. Feels like it.
Good.
Yeah. Out of the fire bit. I'm just going to get a drink, not alcohol. Yeah, just winding down. Just wanted to chime in.
Yeah, you can't. I don't think you can argue that there's a deathly dangerous virus everywhere if you're filming shots in and out of buildings in the middle of the city.
Yep. I know. It's a shame, mate, because it's a beautiful city, but it's just. I don't know.
It's good. They're going back to normal, and now they can't pretend anymore, really.
Yeah.
They're enjoying going back to normal too.
Mm-hmm.
So, Dawn, are you saying there is no deathly virus?
Well, I'm saying there was a bioweapon that can kill some people, but it's not really that dangerous for most people. So
how does it differentiate?
They made us stay indoors for ages for no reason.
What did you say? A bioweapon? Did you say, Dawn?
Yeah.
Okay.
Special lab-made virus from bats, pre-prepared years before, and then released onto the world.
Is that speculation, or you actually have proof of that claim?
I've proved it to myself, but
you proved it to yourself.
Yeah, I don't know if I can prove it to you on the spot.
That's fair enough. I mean, that's honest.
All you have to do is research bioweapons and the type of people that work ruling the world, and you get there.
Well, we know who they are. No, we don't.
Psychopaths with lots of money who enjoy using science and technology to hurt people.
They can only hurt you if you let them hurt you.
You think they've cloned people, Dawn?
Yeah, I reckon they have at this point.
Yeah.
It's still a work in progress, man, so it's not perfect, you know what I mean? You're not going to marry one. They're not going to be able to fake it and marry you. But maybe they might be reading the news or something at this point, or sitting in chairs behind people at meetings.
What was that cult, Dawn, years ago that reckoned they'd cloned someone? You know what I'm talking about? That Sheila?
Yes, they kept trying to. The kids kept dying, but they kept trying to clone humans. What was it?
We're looking at another cult who clones, but that's not the one you're on about. This is a different guy.
Oh yeah, there was a cult that they reckon they cloned someone. Oh God.
I mean, what is cloning is you put the DNA of the mum into a test tube rather than the eggs, right? And somehow you use science to grow the mum again, but as a baby, kind of thing. Something like that.
Yeah.
got
And
it.
I believe
I
there's.
don't know exactly how they did it with Dolly. Did they have
I
to?
think you still use an egg, but I think somehow they work. They like push the DNA from the mum into the egg as it's growing. Something I don't know how they do it.
Is the clone grown in a surrogate?
I think they've got different methods. A
Can you?
bag, a fake worm bag, a surrogate, yeah, or a sister or a mother or another cult member, witch, or just a special woman that they think has got a good womb.
Mm.
I mean, it's a good idea. You use it in breeding horses because you want the genetics of a horse, but not make it undergo the risk of childbirth.
But JJ's saying they take this out of the eggs, and maybe they can fuck with it more after that.
Yeah, I thought that was a proven technology that they were like, we can pull genetic material or insert genetic material in the eggs.
And how do you think they vote on this stuff, Bans, or do you think 10 guys say this is really good, we should definitely try it on a human now, and then another 8 guys say, oh, I don't know, it's too early, you might fuck us up, and the 10 guys win, they do it anyway?
No, I don't think they vote on it at all. I think there's just crazy fuckers just out there just doing it.
So the people saying you can't do this, they don't even get listened to.
No, I don't think anyone gets to stay on that sort of stuff, Dawn. Myself, it doesn't seem like it would be held under a democratic environment at all.
Well, even if it was, if you have a vote and you say, hey, who wants to clone people, and the vote is no, that's great. You don't in that area, in that lab. But then the next lab has another vote, and the next lab has another vote. And you only need to have that vote a number of times before the probability, if it's 8, 10, switches, where 2 times out of 5 it'll be no. 3 times out of 5 it'll be no, and 2 times out of 5 it'll be yes.
If we convince the Asians, because they've been brainwashed a lot and they don't have any children, that cloning is the way forward, they're more likely to believe us, and then we can use that to push it on the rest of the world. So I agree. And, yeah.
So do you think, Dawn, that clones are more susceptible to brainwashing? That's the motive behind cloning?
I think they're more set in a routine and programs. Yes, more susceptible to programming, you could say it like that.
And why would that be so?
Because they're monitored all the way through the process, you can have more control over them. They're not a natural mystery like normal children.
Yeah, you can. One way to look at it is you can kind of wipe away the individuality. That's what cults actually like to do. That, like, they don't want you to think like an individual. So if you make everyone a clone from the get-go.
Are you trolling, Laurie? It's sort of hard to know when you are and when you aren't.
No, not at the moment.
Oh, okay, not at the moment.
No, that's true. They would do it as in you'd be born into the cult and they'd do it from young age. But now they're just they're mixing transhumanism, immortal life, the 2 religious concepts, and full programming before birth. So now you've got all of it happening.
Apparently, the first human clone, it was in 2002, called Eve, but it's just surrounded with speculation and myth, really. But even if they did vote no, Dawn, all right, just say it was democratic and they voted no, we're not going to do it. Well, that person that did want to do it will probably set up his little lab in his garage and do it anyway.
Yeah, I think what I was thinking, I was sort of questioning: do the top rulers and psychopaths have their own moral system? So, are some of the Jews, or some of the Freemasons, or some of the religious people, occult people, past the obsession with cloning and say, no, we shouldn't, it's dangerous. What we need to do is program ourselves better. And then there's some that say, no, this is the only way for humans to survive. We have to test it now. You know what I mean? Do people think differently about it? Or are they all on the same, yeah, fuck it, do cloning?
Yeah, well, it's interesting to think about the power struggle in these organisations and how they sort it out. You know what I mean? Like who's top dog? Who has final say amongst these so-called elite people? How do they work it out? You
can
know,
imagine different systems. They're around a round table. There's a guy or two guys that's more respected, and they come up with the ideas, or someone else comes up with the ideas, and then they all agree over a cigar and some blood. Or is it just by emails, and there's a religious hierarchy set out already? And it's the Black Pope and the Jesuits and the Jews that decide, and then other people just agree.
And how do you challenge one's authority? Like you want to become you want to become top dog. Right? So how do you make a challenge for that leadership position? Like it's
I mean, I watched Top Boy, London English gang thing. If you make a play for the top boy position, you are very likely to be murdered by someone else that's already top boy.
Kind of like here in the real world.
Yeah. Some people really still want it, don't they? And somehow they manage to, because the top man can't stay the top man forever.
No, not at all. Well, if you ever read anything just on gangs themselves and how gangs operate, right? There's always the gang leader, but eventually he gets challenged, doesn't he, by one of the young whippersnappers up and coming, and he may be able to hold off a few of them, but eventually his time comes.
Like a gorilla, you're super alpha, aren't you? But after you've had sex with 40 women gorillas and you're a bit tired and your food's being brought to you, you don't care anymore.
That's
so
right.
You let someone younger become the alpha.
Yep. Yeah, you've had your time in the sun, your time of glory.
Yeah, but why do men get bald? That's what I want to know. What is the purpose? What is the reason?
I grew too quickly, Jerry. I grew through my hair. That was what happened.
Do you think it's part of the fall of man or something? Or where I don't know. But we have a strange relationship with our own hair, right?
It could be. I mean, if you think about the story of Samson, like he lost all his power when he lost his hair.
Oh yeah, when Delilah cut it off.
Yeah, that bitch.
Women. Damn. Once again.
You get sort of really hairy men are sort of seen as more beastly, right? Really unhairy men are kind of seen as more intellectual. But that might be a human concept. I don't know.
Perhaps. I had a Greek friend back in school, in high school, and he was like a gorilla from head to toe, just thick carpet all over him. He was one of these guys, he'd shave. He started shaving when he was like 9, I reckon, and he'd have this 5 o'clock shadow in the afternoon, really dark and pronounced, at a very young age.
There's also the story in the Bible about Esau and Jacob. Esau was the hairy one. He was hairy and red, and Jacob was the smooth one. And there's a story there about how Esau gave up his birthright to inherit something from his father, Isaac. Forget how the story goes, but it didn't end well. There was like a feud between them. I don't know what that has to do with hair, but
I was trying to.
well, maybe like the person with hair, I don't know, is like takes more risks or something.
Yeah, that seems. I think it's connected to our animal nature. Hair skin seems to be connected to the more alien ego nature, maybe. But it's weird. Like Jesus has got really long, lush hair, but the Buddha's bald, isn't he?
Yeah. But wasn't the like our like how we see Jesus is modeled after that guy Francis Borgia?
Yeah, right. We've definitely modeled it. Chosen long, beautiful, girly hair, haven't we?
Yeah. And I've seen some Black Hebrew Israelite depictions of Jesus, and he looks nothing like that hippie with long curly hair. And all
That guy looks terrible. I like to think he was more handsome than that. It also just denotes gender. Straggly, rough hair is more male, masculine. And long flowing hair is more feminine. So you get the long flowing hair in one place, you'd get less hair over the rest of the body on more modern women.
Well, then what's the deal with lions? Because the guys have that big mane and women don't have shit.
Oh, yeah? Well, that's obviously the Jesus styling as well, isn't it? Leo lion. But yeah, seems to be mixed. So, like the symbol changes for hair. Yeah, Jesus is definitely a feminist. Well, I don't know if he's a feminist, but he's got female qualities, like what I was saying. Feminine is what I'm not feminist.
What do you think about that whole Jesus story, Dawn? You think it's a thing? You think he was here?
I think he was here, was a real guy. He was a cult leader and he did talk to God.
Okay.
But I don't think he was called Jesus Christ. I think that's a name given to him. And I think all the events and the main Bible story and how he's different to other humans, I think that's mostly made up. He's only different because he realized. Not because he's the only son. So like Krishna, I think there was a guy who existed who realized, and then the name Krishna was given to him.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I do think it's kind of a wonderful story. A man realizes and then changes reality that much. It's also mad that the rulers decide to write a religion that changes reality that much just about a man.
It is funny how stories of the unknown can influence people so much.
Yeah.
Really. And I don't want to take away from people's beliefs, at all.
We haven't got a gorilla story yet, have we? We don't see them telling each other stories and having to have it.
Well, no, it's just it's a thing isolated to humans, isn't it?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
the way people can be influenced through fear of the unknown is actually very interesting, because that's kind of how I see religion now.
Yeah.
I'm not taking away from people's beliefs whatsoever, but it is very interesting how people can be swayed.
Well, we need a program almost, not just that we are willing to take on programs, but we almost need one. And then clever people realized what you just realized and what we've realized, that religion can be used as that.
Yes, yeah. It gives you, I suppose, some sort of solace, doesn't it? Some sort of comfort in the unknown, right? If you follow these particular rules, right, you will get comfort at the end of it. There's no need to worry. Here is the answer. Here's the key.
Then would laugh at all of that and say the key and the answer really is that you can't stop it. You are it, and it's going to end. It's going to end how you are now, but then it's going to carry on. So their solace would be completely different.
Yeah, I do think my idea of a creator or a god, and the thoughts that I have in my head, even images that I have in my head about maybe what it may look like, what it may be, is very influenced by my upbringing. Very influenced.
Yeah.
And to try and change that way that you think.
Yeah.
Because I turned away from the Catholic religion.
Very hard,
right?
isn't it?
Yeah. But even though I turned away from the Catholic religion per se, and I don't follow the Catholic religion, I do believe in a creator. Those images and those things of what I was taught, what my environment was, is still in my head, and still to this day influences my thought process about what I think the creator is.
Because you don't have any better symbols yet.
No,
Right.
no, not at all. Not at all. Not at all.
I'm the same.
Like we were talking about it. I think it was Percent and myself were talking about it. May have been Geo, but I think it was Percent. Whereas the creator is just like almost like an energy source. Whether that's light, whether that's a frequency, whatever. And I kind of do get it, but to imagine like this, like a light source or a frequency, it's very difficult to kind of relate to it, because it's kind of nothing really. Even though it's something, it's kind of at the same time nothing. If you know what I mean.
I sometimes think of it as the great void, just nothing. A place for things to happen.
Yeah.
So it's not nothing, it's everything, but it is the void.
Yeah. Like we were talking yesterday about your soul, Like, when you die, your soul lives on and goes on. Some people believe in reincarnation. Some people believe it goes to the heavens above. But if your soul does go to the heavens above, right? Even with a reincarnation, you're reincarnated, enough times until you learn your way, and then you get to go to this place, heaven, we'll call it, right? Does your soul continue on with thoughts and feelings, or is it just this thing that just is and is nothing, kind of like what?
I don't know.
What,
I think you might go into the whole, the one, and then you experience everyone else's soul that's still going as the one. I really have no idea. That's the concept I stole.
Yeah. Now you try and have original thoughts, but I don't know. Is any thought original either?
I don't think so. No.
Yeah.
I think that the good souls. This is gonna sound stupid, but that when you're good enough after you die, like you are part of what powers the sun. Like you are the light of the world. And if you're not, then you come back and you do life all over again, over and over, until you're good enough to go up and kind of, power everything. And then the whole world is powered by you and other people.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's not good enough. It's just enough. Something.
Right.
Yeah, I think you turn into the energy.
But then there's also the other, like there's the moon and there's Saturn and all those fucking stars. So
yeah, which bit would you be?
Right. Like if you're bad, are you like, it's Saturn
or Mars? Yeah.
I think you'd feel it all at the same time. So you'd be the sun shining on Saturn. You'd be the Saturn reflecting the sun.
I think that's the good thing about flat Earth is like I wouldn't be thinking about any of this if I hadn't gotten into the whole flat Earth thing.
Yeah.
No,
exactly.
Jerry? No? You wouldn't have. That's interesting.
Absolutely not, man. Yeah.
Okay.
Because once you start to think that the Earth might be flat, that throws everything else into question.
Yes. Yeah.
You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying?
Yeah. So before Flat Earth, Jerry, were you believed in a creator, or were you kind of a slime crawled onto a rock and then stood upright kind of guy?
I was an atheist for a while, and then I don't know, man. I had this kind of awakening after I had my son.
Yeah.
And then I got into the flat Earth thing.
Yep.
But yeah, I just couldn't think that it was all an accident for some reason, man.
It's actually it's a really powerful moment when you have children, Jerry. Like really, really powerful. Like I was lucky with all mine. I was fortunate enough to be able to play catch. And actually, my hands were the ones that touched my kids for the very first time, and
Wow.
They were very, and we're talking a long time ago too, Jerry. You know, this ain't a long time ago, and we were very, very, very fortunate to have this magnificent midwife. That it was a very intimate environment. Myself and my wife and the midwife. The pediatrician would come in very occasionally just to check on things, but apart from that, there was just the three of us in the actual room. And she actually asked me the question direct. It wasn't something that I asked myself. She said, you know, would you like to catch a child when? And it's just like, what, me? Huh? What, really? I can? What sort of thing? She said, yep, just, you know, put your hands here and just hold on to him or her as him or her comes out. And it was such an amazing feeling. So intimate. It was just so intimate, incredible that your hands, you've helped create this beautiful child, right? And but as a father, you are so far removed from the process, even though you try and be involved. You are still removed from it. Like, you're not carrying the child, you're not feeling the child or anything like that, or its effects. You know, you might feel a kick, and whatnot. You might try and talk to your child, you know, in the belly and these sorts of things. But you know, it's your wife or you know the woman that she has this intimate connection with the child. But to be actually part of that intimate connection, right off the bat was it was a 7 very powerful moments in my life. Very, very powerful. Yeah.
All right, and that's not to say that I'm some, Bible guy now, but because I was an atheist and I did think about all the, quote unquote bad things that God did in the Bible, But so I told Dawn once that if there's anything that being an atheist told me, it's that God isn't what, quote unquote, they tell us he is.
No.
So after I had a son, I started to reconsider what God really is, and I'm still searching for it, but it's definitely not rooted in what the Bible says. Like, it is, but it's not to be taken literal.
No. So I used to get caught up in some of the minutiae of it. This God, which is supposed to be all loving, all caring, all magnificent, Jerry. Right? This being, this energy of pure love, right? And then you see the atrocities that are around the world, right? The way some people are born with disabilities and setbacks. You think, what sort of twisted, loving, beautiful entity would even consider doing these sorts of things? And that's early on too was another reason too why I turned away from the Catholic Church, just thinking all this was just utter, apart from the monetary side of the Catholic Church, which I think is completely vile, but it was also those sorts of questions as well. Like this God is supposed to be it and a bit. But he's created all these terrible things at the same time. But I think you can get lost too in those sorts of questions, which you'll never have any answers for. Really.
I think it's basically to be a reflection of humans, of human life, of ups and downs, that God could be bad too. God was good and he could be bad. I think that's the overall message of the Bible. I think there's more to it, but
Yeah.
I think it's more in line with the whole Buddhism thing, you know, balance and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I think it's just a symbol for all that instead of this, you know, magic man in the sky. And yeah, those images that we have from when we're a kid, like when we think of God, we think of this guy sitting up in the clouds, right, with the beard and all. I heard you talk about that. It's like stuck there, man. It's like,
So what was that last thing you said, Jerry? I was concentrating on something else.
that image that we have of God left over from when we're kids is this guy sitting up in the sky with, you know, a fucking beard, and you know, he's like angry and he's looking down at you and all that stuff.
Yeah.
It's stuck there, man, forever.
Yeah, it is. It is. It truly is. But
They are awesome paintings of the concept of a daddy, father, Jew, dad, God. Probably from Odin and way back before that.
yeah. Poor old Odin.
You know, Wednesday is named after Odin.
Really?
Yeah, it comes from Woden.
Woden. There you
Woden.
go. Uh-huh.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, all the days of the week, I mean, you probably already, you know this, but they're all named after some god. I think everything is connected, and it all goes back to the human body and the basic ups and downs of life. And the sun is what we're trying to reach.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The sun does look like it's the most influential thing on us.
And that's why Christianity is very sneaky as a trick, because symbols is try and be Jesus, try and be the Son of God, be the Son, be the light of the world. But it's already told you can't be, because Jesus was and no one else can be. And even if you were to be like him, you'd be sacrificed on a cross.
Right.
Yep.
So you'd have to try, but you can't. It's trap. It's very fascinating, interesting trap. And maybe the other side of that is the Satanism, which is also a lie, because it convinces you can be the sun. You are the sun. So maybe that's also a trap in the opposite way.
Sacrilege. Blasphemy.
And I think the way that they demonize, Satan is kind of sneaky too, because like they make you fear this whole other part of what life is about, evil. And so we get mixed up in these symbols like, oh, that's a bad symbol, like 666 and all that stuff. But why? What the fuck is that about? And it takes a lot of time and research to really know what, Lucifer means.
Because they've associated those with the downs, right? The downs of life.
Right.
You can't use that as a set of symbols for the downs of life. some sort of truth or mystical study is to try and equivocate the downs for the ups and the ups for the downs, right, and try to be above the duality a little bit.
It's kind of portrayed a bit cartoonishly sometimes, like with the horns and the pitchfork and the tail.
Yeah.
Mischievous, badass sort of dude. Like I don't know. He's kind of cool in a way too.
Yeah, he is drawn like a cartoon a lot.
He's almost like a superhero. Almost like a superhero in a roundabout way.
You can make a deal with him and like he'll make your dreams come true, but the only catch is he gets your soul.
You can reverse it. You can reverse Christianity. So the father upstairs that makes laws for you and judges you is great because it protects you, and it's lovely to have a nice big dad up there who's looking out for you.
Yeah.
But then you could also say, oh my God, you dictator, leave me alone, right? And Lucifer can be the lies, the snake, the serpent, the fall of man, but it can also be sneaking knowledge behind God's back. So teaching yourself to be stronger.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe God needs to have like an image, you know, like Queer Eye for the Straight Guy or something. God needs a revamp, a cool car or something. I don't know, something.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
God's got to have an appeal to, because I think that's part of the test, like that there's this mischievous way, like you can lie, cheat, steal, manipulate. That seems to be the way that's associated, right, with the darker side and Lucifer, in again cartoony. But if you stay on your path, there's the hope for a lot of people that they're going home, they're going back to the Lord.
Yeah.
So, and I think like a Flanders sort of character, you know, whereas Homer didn't give a fuck, but Flanders was all about it, doing good, you know, a do-gooder.
So you know, Merle, how in a lot of these places where you sort of everything's upside down, inside out. It's not what it is.
Yeah.
Have you ever thought to yourself, well, maybe Lucifer is the way, and not this God that we are told to follow?
As I've got older and more to do with FE, again, like Jerry, that opened the door up to the beast. And IPS sort of was talking about Crowley and the beast system, like, you know, the all-seeing eye, the mark, the new. It was so. It seems like we're coming into that age, and I think what we've all realised is there's a lot of deception, a lot of veils, curtains, and we're peeling them back. But I kind of feel like I got to the place where there really wasn't anything else to look through. It was just. It seems the big one for me is there's this massive door, and it just says God on it, or the Creator, intelligent. There's something behind that door, and I just get a sense that it's the most powerful thing there is. But I don't know what it is. But I respect it, even though I don't know what it is. I've just got this feeling and this sense that there is something there. And that's comfort. It's not, say if the door was there, like, but nothing was on the other side, you know? I don't think so. I think that's where that's almost like a new starting point for me, that I think what's going to happen is a lot of people will live and die, and that they won't contemplate the deeper things. And that's fine. Because I heard Ed say, like, he was saying ignorance is bliss. And to cut a long story short, like, I feel most of the people I've been around with this although they're grateful for the red pill, I don't think a lot of us realised how powerful this process is. And even now, I'm reluctant to tell some people about flat Earth because I know how big it is. You know what it can do. It can change your life. You know, it can make you see the world completely differently.
Hey, Dawn, how many of your friends or people have you told, right? Because, look, I know you think that we're a bunch of crazy nutters believing in the flat Earth, basically. So, have you told any of your friends that you hang around with a bunch of crazy nutters?
You might not be there.
Put that question on the back burner. I'll ask him later.
When I go away for half an hour to have some dinner and you'll forget about how to argue about Coriolis.
We solved it.
Oh, did you? Awesome. Fantastic. How'd you do it?
Yeah. Well, it's the ether.
Oh, is it the ether?
Yeah.
I did find funny how quickly you attached onto the idea of magnetism. You were like, it's magnets. Like, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it doesn't make sense. But it's short. It's simple.
Yeah. Well, IB actually, because I asked IB actually directly, has anyone put a Foucault on a merry-go-round for argument's sake? And he goes, I don't think so, but I don't know. It's a good idea to give it a go and mark it off and see what happens.
Yeah, because he refurbishes gyro compasses, and gyro compasses work off the Coriolis effect. They harness it to figure out where you point it.
Yeah, they harness something. True.
Yeah, it could, and indeed it could be ether. Ether is having this effect of being able to be measured only in the ways you think you might measure a curved Earth. Basically, the ether masquerades as a spinning ball Earth.
Fucking reference frames. I'm sick of hearing reference frames. Tell you what, though, it's been argued passionately for like the last couple of weeks, though.
It feels like the last couple of years. I feel like I've heard extensive, unnecessarily extensive Coriolis conversations forever.
Hold on, getting a phone call. I'll be back.
All right, and I'll be playing games. Listening.
God's head is a triangle in these images. It's quite cool.
Evil triangle. Laurie's pulling some good pun game lately. I saw his joke earlier about, what was it? Pseudo force or something, and now he's gone triangle angel head.
I find that ever since I got into translation for some reason, I'm doing more puns.
I wonder if knowing more languages makes you more like prone to puns. Like you sort of spot the sounds and the similarities more.
Perhaps. I think it might depend somewhat on the individual, but I actually ran across an interesting translational problem a while ago. I was translating a short story by Philip K. Dick, where there's this creature called the Whoop. And of course, that's a fictional name. You can't really look that up in a dictionary if you want to translate the text and translate the name of the creature. So here, that's a bloody good question. What do you do when you cannot really look the term up in any dictionary? So it's basically down to creativity.
Yeah, I've often wondered that. What do you do with with terms, or like there are some terms I knew from when I learned Hindi that are more like they mean more than the direct translation word does.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes you can try to explain or open the term up in the translation, like this is actually what the term means, or maybe add some like clause to explain it, or you can even add a footnote sometimes. But other times that's actually not preferable, because sometimes, having the text shorter even when you lose some of the meaning is preferable. Depends on the situation. What I did with the Whoop was I kind of had to get into the head of Philip K. Dick. Of course, that's always an interpretation. So I kind of tried to figure out, okay, like he chose those three letters to represent the creature for some reason. So I was trying to figure out, okay, what could be the reason? So I was thinking of, okay, it's a fat creature, a bit pig-like, but it's kind of fat. So I was thinking, well, maybe it wobbles when it walks. Maybe that's why it's called the Whoop.
I like that. That's a good.
Yeah. So there's a Finnish term called for walking, like in a sort of maybe sort of a wobbly way, löntystä. So I made a term lönty from it for the creature.
He had
but sometimes, yeah, go ahead.
He had a psychic connection with an entity in the Pleiades or the Pleiades. Philip K. Dick.
Oh.
Yeah,
Perhaps
he made contact.
Perhaps I should have contacted that entity in the Pleiades to actually find a good translation.
That's where he got some of the stories. He was under pressure and he had writer's block. And then he connected with this creature. And the creature told him what to write.
I find Dick kind of interesting. There are like 5 volumes of his short stories, and only one volume has been published in Finnish. So you could easily do like 2 or 3 more volumes of his short stories in translation. And actually the Whoop that I did a small portion of, it's his first ever published story. So I'm guessing if his like short stories get published more in Finnish, that will be among the first ones to get translated.
There's a cool article there about Philip K. Dick called The Visionary Among the Charlatans.
Cool. Regarding the translation side of that and the creativity, those kind of cases where you actually don't have any dictionary that you can look up, like the word just doesn't exist in your language, those are where you actually get to flex your muscles as a translator. Our teacher told a true story of her own translational career. She was translating like a catalog for snowplows, and basically you would have different sort of snowplows. Some would have the like the functional part that actually pushes the snow. Some would have that on the back. Some would have it straight under, like under the machine at the midpoint, and some would have it on the front, and then others would have it completely differently, and they would function. So basically what she had to do, she had to sort of invent new terms for each type of snowplow, because those words just didn't